Good morning. Happy Wednesday. I wonder if there's anything significant about today. I don't think there is. Lovely to see you all in. We are back for what is day 2 of the Aston Villa FM World Cup challenge. Now, if you weren't here yesterday, don't worry. It starts completely fresh as a new season. We're going to explain things. Is it now? Is it? It's coming through as showing up on here. Can anyone hear me? Williams has said that the mic is off. Can anyone hear me talking? Oh no. Oh no, this isn't good. It's not. Oh no, it's not off, so it's on. Loud and clear. Your headphones weren't plugged in. Fantastic. Well, that's one way to discover that. Marvellous. Yes, good morning. Let's say hello. There's some lovely, wonderful people in already. We have a Tatsugiri in. We have Tyreek George is here. Johnny Trotter is here. We've got FMGNG is in. Rowan on 1 is in. Williams Gallery is in. Apparently they served Bovril in the Trinity stand back around 2013 time, which sounds amazing. Absolutely incredible. They need to bring that back because I've never had Bovril. That's the kind of good quality content you're in for today about various old people drinks I've not had. I have had Ovaltine though. Official HD 3G is in. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Shaughnessy is here. There's something happening today. I don't think there is. I must be living under a rock because I have no idea what's happening on this Wednesday. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a regular Wednesday, and that's going to be the way that we approach today. We've got this started yesterday. Up until the end, about 10:30 p.m. tomorrow evening, we're doing the FM World Cup challenge. Each season, each day we try and complete a single season, and how we get on determines how many points we get. We get points for our performance in the league, our performance in cup competitions, how the board consider us, and our financial management. And we started off yesterday, and we were pretty damn rubbish. Which is marvellous. As Aston Villa, we finished in 8th place, just outside the European spots. We lost in the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup after winning the first leg 4-1. And we lost 2-0 in the final of the Conference League in what can only be described as an FMing. So today, we're going to rectify that. We're going to put things to rights. But before we get on over and we do a proper recap, let's just do a little bit of housekeeping. So the way it's going to work today, I'm streaming from 10:30 all the way till 10:30, so 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. There will be breaks every hour. So when the ad breaks happen on Twitch, which take about 3 minutes, I get up, I go to the toilet, I refill my drink, I stretch my legs. That will be happening every hour. Somewhere around the 6-hour mark, so maybe around 3:30, 4 p.m, I'll be going on lunch, and that'll probably be like a half hour or so break. Otherwise, we're going on all the way through. If you get bored of hearing my voice and watching me play, for those over on Twitch, you can redeem little mini games as well, where we'll go off to a separate website and we'll do like a couple of little bits of football related trivia. So that's how things are going to work here. Let's catch up first with chat, because for those that are semi-regular, they will know that I am pretty awful at keeping up with chat. So this is the only point that I might actually be up to date. So official HCC says Merry Christmas to you. Shaughnessy is exactly right. It's just a regular Wednesday. Thought so, nothing there. Simon B is in over on YouTube, as is Stuart OR. Merry Christmas, says Simon from Germany. Merry Christmas to you. Unfortunately, my German only extends as far as saying Guten Morgen. I don't know how to return the favour in German, I'm afraid. Stuart says, love that you're doing this, one of the true. That's very kind. So as I say, all this is me doing what I know that I would have wanted when I struggled. Go back a handful of years, having that kind of outlet somewhere where there's just a little bit of normalcy. So hopefully if this can help one person, that would be absolutely marvellous. RJ is in. Good morning from Belgium. How are you, sir? I hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas to you. Cannon is in as well. Merry Christmas to you. And to Out Farby. We've got Renas is in. He's just a good morning. He knows what it's about. It's just a regular Wednesday. El Norby is here as well. Looking forward to who I signed during the transfer season. It should be good. We've got a few things that we want to do, starting off right at the beginning of the season. Is it merry or happy? Both. Why not both, Cannon? So Stuart says, in Ireland we say both merry and happy. There's no wrong answer. Fair enough. So how am I doing? I am doing very, very well. I've slept good. I got up nice and early. We've got a couple of little celebration songs lined up for when we do things quite well. Some maybe only once or twice during the course of 12 hours. That's probably, if we base it on how yesterday went, we might only get a couple of moments to celebrate. There's an Andrew KM99. Hi Andrew, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well, and Merry Christmas everyone who celebrates. Isabel's is in. How are you doing? Hi Andrew. Hi Sean. Meredith Crimes, Andrew. Meredith Crimes. That feels like it needs an explanation. That definitely feels like it needs an explanation. So yeah, here is where we left off. Now I've moved it forwards a whole 3 days, just so that we are at the beginning of a week, and that was so that I could upload it. And we finished in 8th. Now 8th was when we finished last night. That was outside of the European spots, but it looks like the coefficients have been kind to us. Man City lost the Champions League final against Bayern Munich, but regardless of that, we've now snuck back into the Conference League, which hopefully improves our chances. Finishing in 8th, so the point system works a little bit like this thing that's about to appear underneath me just about now. So for finishing 8th, we scored 26 points. For reaching the Conference League final, that was how many rounds was that? That was like 4 rounds. Basically, the cup rounds, we progressed through 8 cup rounds in the League Cup and in the Conference League. So that's a further 16 points, bringing us up to 42. We got a B rating from the board, so that's an extra 10 points, taking us up to 52. And we kept our wages under £2.7 million. So we've got 57 points out of our first season. Now, for comparison, those that did the FM World Cup in real life back in August, they were scoring like 100 points per season. So we sucked. We have sucked pretty damn hard, but that's all right. We should, though, with hopefully some smart approach into the transfer market, be able to do a little bit better this time round. And we are going to we're going to capitulate, basically. I've tried to avoid the meta in many respects, but I can't. We need to win games, so I'm going to go to a very, very meta adjacent system that I know works, which is the Chelsea 4-2-4, the one that absolutely swept away the league 2 seasons in a row. And I think we've got the right profile of players to do it. We've got attacking left backs. I want to clear the lineup. Where are the buttons? There's the buttons. So we've got an attacking left back. We've got a more defensive right back. So that will fit in with what we've got there. We've got attackers. We probably want someone here who's going to invert. We've got enough left wing footed players that I want to focus on there. So it's only a balanced mentality, but it's the things that you kind of are used to seeing: shorter passing, higher tempo. We're not passing into space. We're not low crossing. So we're not fully there. We're not running at defense. Transition though is we are counter pressing. We are countering standard things there, and we are using a high press. Not all the way through with the trigger press. We're not preventing short goalkeeper distribution. We're not stepping up more. We're not inviting crosses. So we're not going full meta, but we're certainly going reasonably meta. That's for sure. So LM97 is in. Good morning. Merry Christmas to you as well. Isabel's in Wales. We say Nadalig Llawen. Is it how bad was that for pronunciation? That was pretty bad, I imagine. But I'm going with it. I'm going with Nadalig Llawen, which means Christmas happy. Fair enough. To be fair, Christmas is overrated, says Akanaya. I mean, it's just a day as far as I'm concerned. So, Stuart over on YouTube asks, what detail level do you use for Moneyball save? I find my games loading too slow, so want to lower some leagues detail level. If you ever plan on comparing potential signings to players already in your team, you want those leagues to be in full detail. Because then you're comparing statistics that have been created at the same detail level. If you're only going to compare transfer targets to other transfer targets not in the same league, then you can have them at lower detail levels. You can compare where detail levels are exactly the same, but you can't accurately compare once the detail levels are different. So that's all there is to bear in mind. So that's what we're going to be doing with the tactics. We're going to sort out transfers in a moment. We do have some redeems on the mini game, so let's head on over and do a little bit of that to kick off. And straight up, we've got RJ has redeemed the missing 11. So the way missing 11 works is we get a team that is played a game sometime in history, and we've got to work out who the lineup is. So this time, this one is looking for the Chelsea team that won the Champions League final in 2012. And as you can see here, all these players, they have a number underneath them. That represents how many letters in their name. So the right back has 8 letters in his name. The right central defender has a 2-part name. 5 letters in the first part, 4 letters in the second part. So yeah, just shout out your recommendations, and that'll be marvellous. And whilst you're doing that, I do want to take a moment to say thank you very much, Jack Knife Roy, Julian196, LM97, and Bay Hudson for following. Lovely to have you in. So there is absolutely zero obligation whatsoever to chat or engage in any matter whatsoever. But if you want to, if you feel like you feel comfortable chatting, let us know who you support. Let us know who you're playing in FM. We'd love to hear from you. All right, so the guesses are coming in. I have been informed by Isabel's that was pretty bad pronunciation. Marvellous. Good to know that I haven't improved in that respect anyway. So Nadolig. That's probably bad as well. Right, the first guess I see came in was Ivanovic. So was Ivanovic the starting right back? He was not the starting right back. Was Cahill at centre back? He was indeed. David Luiz is another suggestion. There we go there. Cole, it's got to be Cole at left back, right? Indeed it is. Right back is Basingwa. Jose Basingwa, marvellous work there. Ramirez, now that's a 7-letter. I really liked Ramirez. He's not that position. There's no other 7 letters there, so it's not Ramirez, unfortunately. Matic, it's not Matic in that role. Matic surely wouldn't have played further up, so I'll hold that for a moment. John Terry wasn't famously, John Terry wasn't in the starting lineup. He was full kit wanker at the end of the game, wasn't he? Or was that the FA Cup? So Mata is indeed correct. Drogba, of course, Drogba is in there. So we have Drogba. So Shaughnessy's gone full in. He's gone and suggested every single player here. So he's saying John Obi Mikel. Not there. That's a 7-letter one. It'd be John Obi Mikel in this spot. And it is John Obi Mikel. And he's saying alongside John Obi Mikel would be Frank Lampard. And that certainly fits the letters we've got. And then he says Salomon Kalou. It's indeed Salomon Kalou. And that means, actually, I definitely remember this one. I definitely remember Ryan Bertrand, the left back, starting in the final. Robert Di Matteo's crazy choice that played. Or was it Di Matteo? Was that Avram Grant, this one? Might have been Avram Grant. I do apologise. So let's just catch up on the other bits I missed. So Shaughnessy, imagine being good at FM. Could never be me. I don't know what it's like either. So always irritates me how Halloween, the best holiday, gets literally 1 day. Even Easter gets longer. I mean, Tatsugiri though, you're in control. Celebrate for longer. Use up those holiday days to extend Halloween. Be the change you want to see in the world. So I've been asked, am I the Grinch by official HD3G? I am completely neutral to Christmas. I am not pro-Christmas. I'm not anti-Christmas. So Akanai says, how do I know my tactic works just by looking at it? I don't want to copy paste. So generally speaking, you try and follow basic principles. Do you have balance in attack? Do you have balance in defense? Do you have a way that you're going to score? You're trying to create chances, but you don't by just looking. You judge your tactic by playing the games. You look and see what happens during the games. Are your players moving in the ways that you want to? Are you creating the chances that you expect to? Are your players positioned where they should be defensively? So I will be back, says official HC3G. Just going to give my younger brothers their presents. Oh, that's nice. So Ivanovic, Ramirez, Terry and Morales were all suspended for that final. Fair enough. Villa legend Ryan Bertrand. Yeah, that's one statement for him, wasn't it? Grant was 2008 Moscow with the Terry slip. Oh, Terry. Arsenal buying Abraham, says Jack Kniferoy. Interesting. Is that you're fed up with Gabriel Jesus? You're fed up with Jesus at this time of year? Disgraceful. No, absolutely understandable. I think that Arsenal with a proper physical presence up front could be one hell of a force. So the next game that's been redeemed was a game of Who Are You? We found these to be quite easy when we did these yesterday. So we'll take a random one. we're not going to show the photos. We were constantly guessing first time round. With it gives you a very, very blurred photo of the player, but we were guessing. So if Maestro, if you're still in chat, do you want to guess a random player? It's going to be in either the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, or League. And that will start to then give us clues that we can work from. So you've seen reports that he's off to Bournemouth. That would be interesting. RJ, did I remove the third game redeem? Yes, I did. The ticky-tacky-toe thing on here is pretty rubbish, I thought. Like, it wasn't... Like, there was like 3 options. There was like one random game, then there were specific league ones, and it just didn't... Yeah, I didn't think it was particularly good. But if people demand it, we can play it. That's fine. Yeah, tic-tac shit. I'm on board with that, Tatsugiri. So, yeah, let's go for... If anyone would like to pop a name of a random footballer in chat, we'll use that as the starting point. And they recommend Bruno Fernandes. You can't go for Bruno Fernandes. Silly pronunciation of his surname. Let's start with Federico Di Marco. There we go. Nice and in early. A nice callback as well. So we know that this player is in Serie A. He's not Italian. Doesn't play for Inter. Isn't a defender. Is younger than 27 and has a shirt number below 32. So let's see what suggestions we've got coming through. Holy Fab says, hey Musterman chat, finally able to join the live stream. Hope everyone is doing well. Lovely to have you in, Holy Fab. Hope you're doing well as well. There's going to be plenty of time to catch the live stream as well, so don't feel obliged to stick around. We're going to be going on for like 12 hours, so you can come in and out whenever you like. So Rafael Leao's been suggested. Let's go for Rafael Leao because that does satisfy all the other criteria. And so, okay, he's not Portuguese, not into AC Milan, not a forward, is 26 years old. So we're looking for a player who's 26 years old and is higher than the shirt number 10. So it's probably not going to be Bastoni because Bastoni's a defender. So we're looking at either a midfielder or a goalkeeper who isn't Italian. So he's 26. Yes, he's 26 indeed. Weston McKennie, I'm assuming that is out Farby. Let's go with Weston McKennie. So not American, but it is a midfielder playing for Juventus. Shirt number between 16 and 32. Is this Dougie Luiz? Dougie Luiz is like 26, right? I'm going for Dougie. It is Douglas Luiz. There we go. Villa legend Douglas Luiz, who by all accounts has had a pretty torrid time of things at Juventus. Not quite worked out as he probably hoped, which is a shame because I really enjoyed Dougie Luiz at Villa, and I'm genuinely sad that it had to end in the way that it did. So here we go. Let's get on with it. Maestro says, I love winning against the Liverpools and the Man Uniteds and losing to 20th Nottingham Forest. That's the FM way, isn't it? That is most definitely the FM way. So what we've got here, and we did have a look. We want a new centre-back, right-footed centre-back, who can win headers because that was an area that we struggled. Ezri Konsa here. He only won 67% of his headers. And that's okay because we can have Konsa and Mingueza battling out for the right-back slot. I feel pretty happy that we're set from defensive midfield. Camera was very good as a defensive player, doing all the things, keeping the ball safe, winning his tackles. 57% headers for midfield is really good. Really progressive, can carry the ball as well. Boubacar Camera, great. Happy with that. Dougie Luiz. Actually, this is much easier from the squad screen. Dougie Luiz, not particularly good defensively. Not as creative as we were hoping for. Reasonably progressive though, that's fine. I'm content with him, but if we do get a bid from any of those teams, he's probably gone. Same can be said to Yuri Tielemans. Really good from the creative side of things. Doesn't really contribute defensively. So we wouldn't be too upset if we lost him for someone a bit more rounded. Rafael Onyedika, really good. He had an awful debut where he was responsible for us conceding the equaliser to Man City. But there we go. He's doing the defensive stuff, winning 84% of his tackles, 72% of his headers. Really, really, really progressive. He's also creative. So Onyedika and Camara are starting midfield, which I'm happy with. John McGinn actually played higher up, but he can be used in rotation. We lose Nicola Zaniolo. I don't think we're going to stick with him. We're going to look for someone who can play right-footed on that side, and then we'll have Bailey. If Bailey stays, we have Bailey and Diaby playing on this in that role. So we want a right-footed attacking midfielder, ideally. That could end up being Buendia. That could be, he's back from injury, which is marvellous. Jacob Ramsey was pretty decent in the limited minutes back from injury. And then we've got John Duran, who's a good goal scorer. 0.48 goals from 0.39 XG, which is great. Ollie Watkins was brilliant, 0.7 goals from 0.46 XG. So they're fine. Moussa Diaby wasn't quite as good. He was under his XG and might shift him out wide. But a lot of these players potentially can be sold if bids come in for them. Right, so let's catch up a little bit here. Emmanuel asks, any suggestions on a midfield role that complements a deep line forward on attack? Again, it really depends on everything else that you're doing with your setup. I mean, just a defensive leap line forward on attack doesn't really tell me anything about the rest of the system. How are you building up your play? He might be a deep line forward, but is he like a Bergkamp role? Is he someone who's there, who's mainly going to link and do stuff creatively? Or do you have someone who's a bit more of a physical profile and you're looking for players who are going to run off him in the initial phase? Or are you looking for players that are supporting later and playing through balls? A lot of questions to really answer. I'd recommend, if you head on over into the Discord, you might be able to pop into the tactics section and people might have a better idea with a fuller picture of your tactic. So El Norby, it was definitely rigged, 100%. Not quite the highs of the couples transfer. It's not, but Alicia, I've got a lot of time for Alicia Lehmann. Not necessarily because I thought she was particularly good with the Villa women. I actually was really frustrated, but we got a fee for her for selling her, so she helped up the whole package, which was nice. So I like your beard, but we don't see the game. You don't see the game. I do apologise. There we go. This is the quality standard that you get used to. Just need to wait for the chat to catch up. Bless me, hey. Odds he will do the whole squad before noticing. I pretty much have. Oh dear. Thank you very much. Can you bigify the game, please? Yes. Sorry, guys. I say I'm not very good on catching up on chat. I didn't realise that I hadn't changed scene. I've seen that now, so I do very much apologise. So yeah, probably 99%. What is this? Football Manager for ants? How are they supposed to fit in there? I mean, wouldn't you watch Ant Football? Ant Football will be amazing. So wait, I'm a Villa fan. I am a Villa fan. It is disgraceful, I know. For all my sins. So we shortlisted players yesterday, didn't we? We don't want any of these guys. Oh. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I saved the game, and then I shortlisted players, and then I exited the game. Right. Yeah, I am an idiot. I don't want position. I want preferred foot. Preferably a right-footed player, and we're looking for header win rate at minimum of 70%. Preferably actually just a little bit higher. So I remember that Bukema was a player that we were looking at. So Bukema is quite possibly one that we're going for. He is a 6'2" centre back, wins only 8% of his tackles, 75% of his headers. He doesn't need to be that progressive because we've got Pau Torres to do that, but he can carry the ball as well. He seems like a pretty decent option, potentially at a good price. Now, who else were we looking at? I wasn't too keen on Dookie, was I? I can't remember why I wasn't keen on Dookie. No, I like the look of Dookie. And 11.5 million, that seems quite reasonable. I think he can be a good option. Not Zuma. Definitely not Zuma. Villa fan. Leaves chat. That's understandable. I did save before shortlisting. Ant or Aren't football? I don't know. Maybe we could do both. Separate tournaments. And then the winners of Ant football go off and play against the winners of Aren't football. Can that work? I don't know. Maybe. So you're a West Brom fan. Are you happy with yourself? And now we're managers at Christmas. Thanks. Look, I mean, it's your fault for being a West Brom fan. I'm sorry. No, that's unfair. You hope that we get relegated. Okay, now I can be mean. Akumu was a player I did quite like. 77% header win rate is good. He doesn't engage much in tackles, but he wins them at a decent enough rate. So Akumu is fine. I will go and check Fars's thingy what's it in a moment. Add to shortlist for 3 months. So where was Woot Fars? There we go. So wins 73% of his tackles. He amazingly only loses the ball 3.41 times. There needs to be a comedy errors per 90 metric, because I'm sure he would score very, very high. So let's see where we are. Your scouts like Zuma. They do like Zuma. 29. I mean, he is. I don't want to sign. I'm not signing a player on 180k per week. That's for sure. But he is quite good. 81% of his headers, 82% of his tackles. Quite careless on the ball though. That's one thing to be concerned about. Gets forward whenever possible, which is why we can probably see does well in the dribbles. Like he probably fits the profile of a good headery person for us. But yes, Sean. So you should definitely shout louder. So Despo, I appreciate that it can be very, very difficult streaming to no viewers. I mean, you can just. I'm quite happy for you to say something along the lines of, "Hey guys, if you want to follow something else, come along." But coming in and asking for shout outs and then shouting in the chat, generally speaking, isn't well received. So I will be very, very polite and just say, please stop. I won't ban you. I won't try and say anything bad about your name, but that's generally speaking not the best approach to go about it. The best approach to go about it is to give people a reason to come along. You know, make sure that you keep on grinding away. Make sure that you're constantly talking. There's going to be pockets, especially if you're streaming today, there's going to be people who will drop in. And when they drop in, you want to make sure that you are engaging with them and you're chatting. I mean, look at me. I'm miles behind on chat and people still somehow put up with that. So yes, just consider how you go about things. It does make a big difference. I can assure you. So where else were we? I do apologize. Hawk Tour is an interesting comment though. Yeah, your FM is glitched. My FM is definitely glitched if Fast is good. Wasn't Woot meant to be amazing when they signed him? He was. Like, to be fair, whenever I've seen Woot Fast play, he's generally really good for like 88 minutes of a game. It's just everything else that's a little bit of a problem. Those 2 minutes are costly. Magassa has not played enough minutes. 1,000 I'm not going to run on. And Mahodzic, obviously Sheffield United got relegated. Wins his headers, wins his tackles. Not that active in terms of sweeping up the ball or keeping it safe, so not so keen on that. Bundesliga. There's a throwback. I mean, I didn't realise that Velkovic is at Werder Bremen. It looks like he's been playing as played 6 games as a defender. Yeah, can't really judge on that. Tuanzebe's injured. Riccielli. I don't know anything about Riccielli. That doesn't look good. Guilavogui is now 33. Very, very few minutes. Can't really judge on that. League One might be a bit too much of a stretch, as would be the FBet League. Rangers, Dijon Sterling. He's not a defender, surely. Oh, well, he's not a centre-back. He's like 5'11". He's played as a centre-back, but only 3 games. That doesn't really count. Yeah, I think I'd be happy with some of these guys, to be fair. It's interesting that you say Woot, though. You can literally say oot without the W in front. Fair enough. Jokers, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. If you feel comfortable chatting, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. Zero obligation to do so, though. Am I doing this Moneyball style? Impressive if so. It's the only way I know. It's the only way I know, unfortunately. Now, the first season, I'm aware. I just already knew some players that I'd like to go with. So, I am mindful that half an hour in, we haven't hit continue, and we do need to make decisions probably quite quickly. I do like the look of Bukema. He's consistent. He likes big matches. He's adaptable. He's really good in the air. That's certainly the thing that we're looking for. So between Bukema and Dookie's here, really good in the air, consistent, adaptable, same suite. Neither of them are injury prone. Refrains from taking long shots. Tries long range passes. We are going to be paying at quite a high tempo, so let's see what the deal is here. Ask agent about availability. 75 to 100k per week. They do want up to 24 million. That might push it in the favour of Dookie, to be honest. He looks like he's got a release clause there. So yeah, that's his release clause. That's much more affordable. And we've got plenty of money to spare, but I would definitely prefer things that we can consider as affordable. And then we're looking for someone who can play on the left. We want someone who's going to be able to be creative and can dribble. So dribbles made and football passes. Oh no, it's in stats general, isn't it? Expected assists per 90. So if we were looking at about 0.2 with dribbles, I think Ramsey was around 3, wasn't he? 2.24 for Ramsey, and that will have him a little bit under. Zaniolo's around 3. That's going to be the area that we're looking at. So around 3 dribbles per 90, 0.2 expected assists. Bacharina, very, very good player. Played as an attacking midfielder on the left. That's not 3 dribbles per 90 at all. That doesn't bode well. Karim Mitoma, I'm not spending 55 million. I want to spend under 30 million ideally. So how did Marcelinho Nunes? Why is it? That definitely says dribbles made at least 3, right? We do go back down to that. Yeah, he's made 0.84. That doesn't bode well. Right, so Lindstrom looks to be affordable. 2.15 isn't great. Expected assist 0.27 is okay. He's certainly affordable and he moves into channels. We'll have him on the shortlist. So out like the word in English, not oot. Okay, so out fast. Kurt Zuma is also a prick. He is also a prick. Transfer window is the best part of FM, in my opinion. I'd certainly agree with that. I'd watch a 12-hour transfer stream. It could well be happening. It could well be happening. We're going to just transfer and then just holiday the actual thing. So I think dribbles made is overall not per 90. Well spotted. Well spotted. Thank you very much. That both Isabel's and out Farby. Thank you. Dribbles made per 90. That makes a lot more sense. So I know that, Vargas, we've had Vargas in the past. He was disappointing. Jonathan Rowe is a little bit on the high side. I'm guessing that's a relegation release clause. 1,100 minutes isn't that many, but he has been very good. We know he's a good player. Jonathan Rowe comes onto the shortlist as the player that's probably a little bit too expensive for us. So morning, how's the save going? So channel not in use. Lovely to have you in. We completed a season yesterday. We underperformed. Finished 8th, lost in the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup, lost in the final of the Conference League. So it's not quite been going to plan so far, but we're going to amp it up a little bit this year, and hopefully we'll get things in a much better position. Ideally getting our eyes on the Champions League spot if we possibly can. So that can go down by half, can't it? Do we have? That doesn't extend our options if we go down by half. We've got Lindstrom, we've got Forrest, not necessarily keen on. Let's have a look at attacking midfielders as in central positions. Now, if someone's playing centrally, they generally attempt fewer dribbles. So if Vetleson's been playing as an AMC, we don't know. That's a shame. He is quite a good player as Vetleson. Janus Wolf has been playing second Bundesliga. No, that's probably a bit too much of a stretch. We will check players on the right wing as well, just in case there's anyone missing off. There isn't anyone missing off. So that's our shortlist is... I'm pressing buttons and it's scaring me. Lindstrom or Rowe. Rowe, obviously, young player, being really quite impressive. Do we want to spend 30 million? We are willing to spend 30 million. What does he want from a wage point of view? Does want quite a bit. He's currently on 93k, so that kind of makes sense. Lindstrom, on the other hand, wants better, much more affordable, a fringe player. He has been good from a creativity point of view, scores above his XG, which is cool. Right, pressures 11.94. We compare that to Jonathan Rowe's pressures of 12.77. We should be able to sell some of our fringe players. Let's do it. Let's go for Jonathan Rowe. I'm surprised we're going for someone at 21 years old, to be honest. Yep, dribbles per 90, not dribbles. This is eye-opening. I've never really looked this deep into scouting. Further I've gone was only one attribute. Well, welcome into the world of Musterman. Yeah, we're very much data heavy. Rarely look at attributes other than just to confirm a couple of like strengths or weaknesses. Generally speaking, it's if they're really bad at something, that might put me off with attributes. Otherwise not. So Bill Houdini says, good morning and Merry Christmas to everyone. Good morning and Merry Christmas to you, sir. I hope you're doing well. Parnell, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well, my dude. Wait, who's good at dribbling? A lot of people are good at dribbling. Lost the conference final. Again, it was disgraceful. Maybe try slightly less XA. Maybe Summer at 0.19. That is true. 0.19 is quite low itself. So Richarlison, he's going to be expensive. Edozie is 0.13. And if we see 0.13 is definitely far too low. But he is a dribbly boy. I do like a dribbly boy. What about Benjamin Beauregard? Yeah, that's a no. Fran Perez. Here we go. Yeah, bit too much on the low side. Willie Nonto. Yeah, he'll be back in time for the season. 0.18. It's on the cusp. 2.89. Not really lighting things up in the championship there. Is Crescencio Somerville lighting things up in the championship? A little bit more for sure. But you kind of want them to be incredible. Sofiane Dot was a player we were looking at. His expected assists were awful. Yeah, that's a no. I really liked his pressuring, but yeah. Kluivert's been relegated to that. I'm guessing as a release clause. Not necessarily that great there either. Albert Malero, the Las Palmas winger. Yeah. So from the left-hand side, expected assists is more important to me than goals. Yeah, Isaiah Jones is a player I know is good in this game. He has been quite impressive. But yeah, I really want someone that kind of stands out, and I think Jonathan Rowe fits that criteria. So we're not going to necessarily transfer list anyone straight off. We do have Alex Moreno coming back, who was on the transfer list. We do expect him to go. Regular starter for Duki, 52, 52, 53, 54. Way, saved a grand. Master negotiator. Squad player, no release clause. None of that nonsense. You can get 110k a week. Absolutely not. 125. Yeah, we're saying no to you. I will not be held hostage by Jonathan Rowe. So it is going to be Jesper Lindstrom. If we push up just by a little, no. Remove and exclude. Drop that down to 5. Okay, back up to 5.25. Everton's Jesper Lindstrom. A great player before he went to Napoli. So maybe we could be okay with this guy. Bring that down to 85. The rest of that's absolutely fine. 88. 90. Master negotiator. So I think that should keep us good. We might want another striker, potentially. But we'll see what shakes up over the summer in terms of transfer offers coming in. So do you reckon you should participate in the actual World Cup as an assistant manager? Maybe. You'd be a great fit. I wouldn't. I have such little desire to be competitive that I don't think I'd have the right attitude to help. I mean, I could be there as moral support for sure. Tatsugiri says, happy Hanukkah to those celebrating. Indeed. Oops, sorry. Indeed. Happy Hanukkah to those celebrating day. So Spencer asks, is there a way to look at attributes with your skin, or do you have to change it to see them? Unfortunately, so the reason why it's called iconic, Spencer, is because it uses icons instead of attributes. It wouldn't be an iconic skin if it didn't have icons, I'm afraid. So Rob, for this challenge, no, I don't manage training. We do have to go through this at quite a pace. So there's going to be a lot of games that we're going to either holiday through, or we're going to instant result. We're going to focus on the key games. So that might be that when we hit a bad patch of form, I'll start to take over, or when we're playing against some big teams or momentous occasions in competitions, we will then be taking charge of those games essentially. So everything pretty much has been delegated out, and we are mainly going to be focusing on getting through the games as well as we possibly can. Hungdamin is in. Hello, how you doing? You need the mighty Elanga for some European football. That's an interesting shout. He didn't come up in our search. Unfortunately, we do still have the restricted. We don't have player search enabled, so we rely on the players brought forward by our scouts. Let's see what the situation is with Elanga. Premier League, Nottingham Forest, players, Anthony Elanga. There he is. He has been okay. He's been quite okay, 0.18, so he's on the cusp. 30 million. He's going to be more expensive. We were pushing it with Jonathan Rowe at 31 million. Anthony Elanga is going to be. I mean, we would probably be able to afford him, but I don't want to spend that much money. Shawnee and Shaughnessy have seen one another. It's a Shawn-off. A Shawn-off. Maestro says, FM is such a lovely game. I've again lost to the 20th team and battered West Ham 5-0 right after. That is a very, very FM experience. He doesn't perform in big games usually, though. Might be a problem. None of our players perform in big games. That would make him fit right in. Lindstrom in. That'll do nicely. 5.25 million. We might not win games, but we will be commended for our transfer activity. BP says, the best wonder beer on FM. Why, thank you, BP. It is my pride and joy. Williams Gallery says, let's not promote him as anything other than a truly awful human being. Was there? There was some mention for. Yes, indeed. Vayu is in. Hello, I'm a beginner and I started playing with my club mode and start in second Czech league. I can be promoted, but my club do not have the finances on it. Is it good to get promoted? I mean, it's always good to get promoted. You might get relegated again. If you might struggle, but being able to move out that division and improve your reputation, potentially improve your finances as well in the longer term, it can be good. Now it can be scary because you might get relegated, you might lose your job, but yeah, you should never aim to avoid promotion. Promotion, generally speaking, should be a good thing. So we've got our boys. We've got Dookie. We've got Lindstrom. Interest is coming in. I don't mind him going. Boubacar, I want to keep hold of. Can we offer him a new contract? Yes, we can. That's marvellous. No. Yeah, let's make that promise. I don't mind that promise too much. Pop that down to 120 maybe? 125. Hey! Master negotiations. So Hungerman says everyone likes as a baller but not as a human being. He should stay in France. I find it difficult to like him as a footballer. It's very, very difficult to separate the art from the artist, I think, is the way that it's often framed. So FM GNG says rhythm is a dancer. Anthony Elanga. There, that would be a good chant. Dan the Brit is in. Merry Christmas to you. Adam Chaskar. Adamskar. Watch as Musterman butchers names. Thank you very much for the follow. I do apologise for my awful pronunciation. So there's our 2 signings in. We're going to say no. Flickroff. That all the youth transfers are handled by our staff as well. Pau Torres is getting some interest. Arsenal and Real Madrid. He was actually quite good. Let's see if we can. No. Okay. Yes, I pressed the wrong button. Well done. What do they want? 125. I'm happy to push his wages up to 125. That's only a small amount. We're again going to promise to win a domestic cup. He actually wants more than 125. The 140. That's still fine. That's only like a 25k a week pay rise there. And if that staves off interest, I'm delighted with that. Al Hilal. We can keep him from Al Hilal. Dougie can go. Yuri can go. Leon Bailey wanted to leave, so he can go. If we get bids for Diaby, he can go, but nobody wants him particularly. We do have some interest in Buendia. He'd be allowed to go. Rogers is always getting interest on loan. Watkins. What would Watkins' contract desires be? He's not interested. Okay, so yeah, we will need a striker if we get any bids for those guys. Hungdamin says you should try out Robert Bosnick or Abel Ruiz as striker options. They are ballers. They are very good players. I certainly, if we end up losing, if we get bids for some of those players, I think the first port of call is likely to be Omega, and then perhaps Gyökeres. Both players that have been exceptionally good. Girassi as well. So I'm certainly going to go. I'm probably going to prioritise players that I know have performed well in systems I've used. But yeah, Abel Ruiz in particular is always cropping up as a good performer in saves, I've noticed. Ho, Quan, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Lovely to see you this morning. A bid for Tyrone Mings, a bid of 19 million plus a little bit extra above that, but he's not interested, and I don't like non-negotiables. Yuri Tielemans, the bid here is, right, not on that, but if you want to come in and give me, let's ask for 50 million. I'm happy with that with Yuri Tielemans. We're looking at somebody a little bit more dynamic in our midfield. Tielemans is a quality player, can dictate play for deep, but we're not necessarily going to be playing with a playmakery type in those positions. So that's not the worst thing to happen. He's not interested in Man United, which is marvellous. We've got the new format coming up. We will need to arrange friendlies at some point as well. Dan the Brit says, oh, and how do you turn off player search? That seems interesting. So if you pop to the SI forums, in the thread in the skinny section for the Musterman iconic skin, you will find instructions there for how to edit the files so you can disable player search. False 19 is chilling in the car, letting my 1-year-old sleep, so catching a bit of the stream. That small bit of respite whilst the kids are sleeping. I hope they have an amazing Christmas, and you as well, of course. Tales of the Tape says, due to fear of commitment from real life relationships, I avoid making promises in FM. Fair enough. I mean, our promise is saying that we're going to try to win a cup. I mean, we're only one part of the equation, aren't we? If they get upset because another team wins, well. Heronvin Ryan, welcome in. Good afternoon indeed. And Rocker, Merry Christmas to you. I hope you both are well. So what's this bid for Leon Bailey? That bid is quite insulting. Is he in the last year of his contract? He is. Right, we want a lot more than that for Leon Bailey. We spent big money on him. 30 million. There we go. We want 40 million for him. I know you're going to back out. That's absolutely fine. So started the challenge earlier today in hopes to try to catch up with you or get close at least. Spent almost all morning setting things up and preparing scouting. Yes, Renner says I would strongly recommend delegating as much as you can get away with. I think Abel Ruiz is the one with an Ancelotti brow going on in his picture. I can't say I'm familiar with Abel Ruiz's picture in game. Does he go full Ancelotti? He does go full Ancelotti. Look at that. Look at that indeed. What Right, Tielemans is sold. £50 million to Newcastle. That'll do quite nicely. You have Kostan Nedeljkovic in your West Brom save. He's been in the next gen 2 years in a row. Marvellous. He comes back from loan for us as well. Let's get him up into the senior squad then. If you're saying he's worked out all right for you, maybe we've got something going on there. We get Philip Coutinho back as well, don't we? Good old Philip Coutinho, bless him. What a shame how it turned out, really. Ming's out, Maguire in, says Hung Min. He does like you do like your terrorist ball, don't you, Hung Min? Enzo Lafy going to carry Mustermann to Europe. You reckon we're going for Lafy, do you? At the moment, I'm quite fine, but here we go. Can we get that money for Dougie Luiz as well? Okay. So I said at the top, I go on a break every hour. I'll use the ad breaks to take 3 minutes to stretch my legs, have a vape. We've got a break coming up in about 5 seconds, so I'm going to see you guys in 3 hours. 3 hours, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Right, and welcome back. We've had a mini game redeemed, so let's move on to that. I'm going to kind of try and move through these things as quickly as possible, because an hour in, we haven't really progressed in. We do need to get through saves. So, Rock, as you said, 12 hours for a season. We managed to get it done in 11 hours last night, which was a pleasant surprise. But I'm not as confident this time round, with a little bit more thinking having to go into transfers. So this is the game we've got. We've got Inter's 4-0 win in Serie A against Genoa in 2019. We're looking for the lineup of the Inter Milan side in 2019. The numbers under the shirt says how many letters are in their name. We can see cheekily the right back has an apostrophe, so just to be mindful of that. We've got DiMarco right off the top. Was DiMarco in the starting lineup back in 2019? He sadly wasn't. Was he at Parma at that point? I think quite possibly out on loan. It would have been nice though, wouldn't it, Archie? It would have been nice. Handanovic as the goalkeeper is a fabulous suggestion. Handanovic. One of these days I'll learn to spell, hey? So we've got Lukaku being guessed. Unfortunately, that it does fit, doesn't it? It is 6 letters. Lukaku feels like it's a longer name than 6 letters, but it's not. It's not Lukaku, unfortunately. So Zanetti. Zanetti, what, potentially at left back? No, there's an M in the left back. He's not going to have been centre back, would he? I can't imagine so. Icardi is the striker. That seems like a reasonable guess. It is indeed Icardi. Well done, Tatsugiri. And you've gone for Skriniar, potentially. Skriniar. That is a 7. No, it's not. It's an 8-letter name, so that would be left back. It's Skriniar. Fantastic. And what about Nangalan? Nangalan. Okay, so Nangalan. No, Nangalan doesn't fit in on that one. Does it fit in there? It doesn't fit there. Was he further up? Oh, I don't know. So, D'Ambrosio at right back. It is indeed D'Ambrosio. Well done. I'm an idiot. So, Biragi. Where would Biragi have been playing? B-I-R-A-G. Biragi. That's, he's a double G, Nangalan. Nangalan. So, it might be the 10 up behind the striker. It is behind the striker. Marvellous. Alexis Sanchez. Sanchez is a 7-letter. So not on coming off the left. No, it doesn't look like Sanchez was in there. Miranda at centre-back. It is Miranda at centre-back. Fabulous work. There's not space for a De Vrij, unfortunately. Perisic. Perisic. Not a left-back, so playing further up, perhaps. That. Marvellous stuff. Perisic in on the left wing, which is marvellous. We've got Gagliardini. So it looks like I'm an idiot. It seems for some reason that on my chat, I think because your name is so long, it cuts off the first letter each time. So what? Gagliardini. Gagliardini. That would be 11 letters. Let's give that a try. It's Gagliardini. Beautiful work. And Saldi at left back. No, we've got an M and an O in the name for left back. Kondogbia possibly? Kondog. That's Bia 9. No, that's a 9-letter name. We don't have a spot for that one, I'm afraid. Biragi at left back. No, because we've got an M in that name that we're looking for. Asamoah is it going to be Asamoah for the second day running? It is indeed. We should have got that one. We should have got that one now, indeed. You're in Twitch now as J Luggage. I'm an idiot. Marvellous stuff. He's shit. Bless him. Brozovic as the other centre-back. That's a fine guess. It is indeed Brozovic. So we are just looking for the right winger. I do apologise if you've already mentioned the right winger and I've missed it in chat. Do mention it again. So I do apologise. So it won't be Sensi, unfortunately. We've got Kondogbia, Gagliardini. We've got I don't think we've got anything. Politano. Okay, that sounds like it would fit. It is Politano. Fabulous. We got it in 15 guesses. And at least 2 of those guesses were me spelling the names wrong. Marvellous, marvellous work. Dan FM Gamer 93, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. It was indeed Politano to finish. Right, back to this here. We've got a bid for Dougie Louise. They're currently bidding only about 43 million, so we'll say no to that. We'll say the instalments. Give us 20 in instalments. Give us 40. 65, so just above. Nope, they're not going to do that. I think we're in enough of a position to say that we want the top end of his valuation, so exactly 60. They've come back and they've offered 41. That's a no. Nottingham Forest coming in for Bailey. They've offered 17, plus a little bit for thingy what's there. I'm happy with 10 up front. If you give me 15 over the rule, 25 million for a player in his last year of contract, I'm okay with that. So what did I miss whilst we were on a break? There were a couple of bits there. The Supreme Khan did mention that honestly declined speaking to players. I don't blame you on that at all. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way. I often think of it like real life. Like, we all have complaints about our own work and our own bosses. And you know what? Sometimes those complaints dissipate after time. I don't need to go talk to my boss every time and say, I don't like what you've done. I can just let it pass. 64 million bid overall from Chelsea. That is 51.25. Then another 10 afterwards. That's not good enough, I'm afraid. Everton, we've established we want 25 mil. So 25 mil and he can be yours. Fabulous. So what was the buy price on Zaniolo? I think it's quite high, wasn't it? 19 million. 19 million. He did all right for us. Let's meet that. And hopefully the contracts will be relatively okay. Start negotiations. 120k is quite dear. Sell-on fee I don't mind. Wage-wise I do. Actually I do when we're paying that much. 120. Up to 125. There we go. 125. I'm okay with that. So that can be. So Bailey out. We do need a defensive midfielder. If we get a bid coming into our valuation on Dougie Luiz, we will need someone else so that we have a 4 in Tielemans, Onyedika, McGinn, someone else. Oregbanen can be part of that rotation potentially. So that otherwise should be kind of fine. So what else was being said back there a little bit? I do apologise. Williams Gallery strongly recommends Nico Paz, the Porto player. Did he move to Porto in real life? So he's 19 years old. He's quite cheap. He hasn't played. We have basically no senior game information on, so I will pass on that, I'm afraid. Yes, and then I said 3 hours. I do apologize. Why not 3 hours? Hungdamin says. Well, so just the other day, yesterday, I went for a 45-minute break, and after half an hour, I decided to come back because I was scared that if I take any longer, I might fall asleep. So a bid for Christine, they've not accepted that. Yeah, sure, I'm delighted. Swinkles will be leaving on a free transfer. That's fine. I saw him play a couple of games for us this early on this season, and my God, the amount of times he misjudged the flight of long balls in the air was quite scary. Right, Zaniolo will be a permanent signing. He will be our right winger. There we go. Not the craziest inter-team, to be honest. No, they were a little bit rubbish back then. Do a swap. See if you can get Diallo. That's a good suggestion. I say I'm quite happy with the players that we're looking at in terms of we're focusing on the performance element there. Enzo Lafitte and Anthony Elanga are going to bring you success. Quite possibly, but I'm not paying 30 million for Anthony Elanga. Enzo Lafitte could well be an option. If we get a higher bid coming in for Dougie Luiz, we will need a midfielder. Lafitte is a bit more of a playmaker type, as we said. We are going to possibly try and avoid the that kind of profile of player. So our new transfer budget is going to be 44 million. Wage budget is still at the same, so that's okay. We do need some season expectations. We need to sort out our friendlies. Do we open with a game against... Oh no, we open against Burnley, and then we've got a game against Newcastle. So this game here against a good team. Let's do Napoli, as we've signed Lindstrom from them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Away. Similar reputation team. Someone maybe the division below. Sheffield United just got relegated, so we'll have that one against Sheffield United. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're going to look at, unless there's definite rubbish teams here. Yep, Charlton will do. Charlton there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Smaller team, we will play this one against... let's go and play an island. We'll face Bohemians. 1, 2, 3. we're in Germany for our thingy, our training camp apparently. So Magdeburg are a pretty decent team. That can be the big game in the training camp. And the other one will be against a team I probably haven't heard of. Let's go for Drochtersen. Drochtersen sounds like a team, right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can do 1, 2, 3. We'll do another friendly before we even actually start our training at the training camp. That should be okay. 8th of the 7th, so that's coming up only in a couple of weeks, which is marvellous. All of them have accepted, which is brilliant. Arsenal have bought Calvert-Lewin, have they now? Squad, there we go. Calvert-Lewin, well that's who was it earlier who bought Tammy Abraham? A similar mould perhaps. Maybe in a team like Arsenal he'd be able to score the goals. We'll decline that meeting, we'll go past that, that's fine. Get your FM universe is crazy. It's what happens when I take charge. Everything goes a little bit funky. Do I want to be involved in a testimonial for Jonathan Hogg? I'm afraid I don't. Poor Jonathan Hogg, a Huddersfield legend. 350k per month for scouts. I should become an exclusive scout for Asian talent. You're going to get rich in no time, indeed. I'm rejecting playmakers, yes. They don't necessarily fit into the approach that we're looking for. Showerlander, a wonderful morning to you. A wonderful morning to you as well. I hope you've had a good start to the stream. I have a feeling we're a little bit behind already, Showerlander, I must confess. We're about an hour and 20 minutes in. Oh, obviously some of that involved the loading time. So there we go. So stepping into the real world for a second, is there anyone who you'd like us to go after in January? I'd love us to go for a defensive right back, someone like how we use Konza out at right back, and that kind of fits into how Emery was using One Foyth at Villarreal. So I'd love to see us go for someone like Jordan Teze. Who's the other Dutch one? There's that other Dutch. I can't remember the other Dutch player's right back's name. Someone who can kind of tuck in, either invert or step into the midfield, but isn't crazy attacking. I prefer the balance that we've got there. Not Dumfries. Geertruida. That's the one. Hervan. Yeah, someone like Geertruida, someone like Teze. They would very much be the kind of profile of right back I'd like to see us sign. I'd also like, if we get interest in Ollie Watkins and a really good bid, I'd be happy for us to move him on. I figured with a name like Hervan Rijn that you might be Dutch. You only want Dutch right backs, indeed. So then we can have a Dutch right back and a Dutch left back, and it just feels quite nice. Bit of balance there, right? Aston Villa can become the future of the Orange. Christine, Pierre, Kyrie Pierre's gone. What is the situation here? So Bailey rejected. So Bailey is still here. Let's see. Can we move him on? Do we force him to move? We do try and force him to move. Let's see if that will get him to leave. Otherwise, in terms of that, we're okay. Dougie Louise. Do we force Dougie out? Let's try it. Let's see if we can do that. He won't react well. Tough. We're going to ask right at the top end of his valuation. And that just kind of helps grease those wheels of momentum and change. So Finley Munro's probably going to leave as well. That's the balance you're talking about. Yeah, that's the only balance we're going for. Seems like Liverpool is in the lead of that right now. They are, but that's because we haven't started our master plan yet. Always good to move out a foreign player. Certainly can help. Force Douglas out. Saudi will come in for him for surely. I hope so. Do I have any restrictions for winning the World Cup with Villa? So it's, in terms of restrictions, no, you can play the game however you like. We obviously play with this approach where we don't see the attributes and we're focusing on the performance data, which is kind of a restriction in its own right. There are a system for points as well. So we receive points based on the following criteria. We're currently doing quite badly in that respect. Right, Leon Bailey, that interest is still there. Dougie Louise. There isn't any Saudi interest in Dougie Louise, it must be said. What do we see? We've got nobody showing an interest. Brighton and Chelsea need to generate funds. Bollocks. And Leon Bailey. What happens if we ask about there? We can get 25 million from Napoli and Al Nassr. I'm quite happy with that. As I say, we've made Zaniolo permanent. Zaniolo, Diaby out on the right. Morgan Rogers, Lindstrom, Jacob Ramsey off the left. Rogers can play as a striker as well, which is fine. Diaby can play as a striker as well, so that kind of works. Diego Carlos will be leaving us, but he is now an international, fully pledged international. Saudi will come for Watkins too. I'm quite happy to keep Watkins in the save. I don't think they'll go for him in real life, unfortunately. So there we go. That's Callum Chambers and Diego Carlos's mandatory loan fees done. We're all right though. We've got Dookie in, so we should be fine from that respect. Okay, thanks for the explanation. Good luck. Thank you very much. Surely Diego Carlos has played for the Seleção already. Apparently not. That was his first cap. He certainly didn't play for them in real life in the last year and a bit. Offers for Bailey, Napoli and Saudi have come in, so that's marvellous. So a little backstory of Leon Bailey. Saudi were interested in him in January in this save. And he said that to stay with us, he'd want 400k a week. We said 400k a week is a bit too much. And he said, okay, that is a bit too much. I'll accept 400k a week. So that was the end of his career with us. Morgan Sanson, did he not meet the criteria? They didn't keep hold of Sanson at Nice. So how did he do? Nothing particularly special. Oh no, he is at Nice. It has been triggered. Right, okay. Okay, that's fine. So it said he'd returned, but he's not returned. That's cool. Coutinho, has he moved? He hasn't come back from his loan yet. Okay, that's fine. Bailey demands compensation. Why am I going to... I'm happy... right, whatever. 250k, 275k. Cool. You've got some money. I don't know why you've got some money. That seems crazy. You were the one that wanted 400k a week to begin with, you bastard. So we should send them to Tedesco. He likes bringing new players all the time. That could be a plan. He played for their Olympic team in 2020. Fair enough. Who didn't play for the Brazil national team at this point? They're still trying to settle on their identity for sure. Could I please show my tactic and the idea of its purpose? Right, we're not putting much thought into it, I'll be honest, Hervon. We have loaded the tactic from the Chelsea Moneyball Clinic series. It is just a very intense, narrow 4-2-4. We look to play on the counter in the transition. It's basically press and harry up front and get the ball forwards quickly. If you do want more information on why that was chosen for Chelsea originally and how it works, you can watch the Chelsea Moneyball Clinic series over on YouTube. But yeah, it's just basically gung-ho, let's go for it. And hopefully we can get some wins. Because what we were trying to do last year, which was more Emery coded, didn't quite work as we'd like it to. Skip code of conduct. Yeah, don't worry about that. Offer comes in for Buendia. He'd need a lot of convincing to stay, so that's okay. They were 33. We'll say no on that. We will say 15. Give me 40. 40 is fine. I'm happy with that. Training camp squad. Nedeljkovic is eyes on that. That's a shame. So auto select. Let's see what lovely players. We've got Amari Kellerman will come up into the senior squad. Omar Kedda, who's a young player we signed from Egypt. That's a pre-arranged transfer. Let's move a couple of these players up the senior squad that I know might be contributing slightly more in the long term. Kerr Smith potentially. Move to senior squad. Let's bring Marshall has just signed a new contract as of yesterday in real life. There we go. That's our training camp squad. We will take over a couple of games and go through them really quickly, so that we can manage the fitness side of things, because the AI isn't particularly good on that regard, especially during pre-season. We want to hit the season running as much as we possibly can to begin with. No bids have been forthcoming for Dougie Louise. Okay, we do have an offer for Ollie Watkins though. 50, potentially going up to 74, but some of that is contingent there. I'm saying no because you're not allowing me to. If they allowed us to negotiate, maybe. No, I've just moved him up to the senior squad. You can't have him. So obviously we've got the Euros going on in the background at the moment. Nothing was forthcoming for Dougie, was it? Let's see if we offer out via transfer room. We're going to say 40 up front, installments. We'll say 25. So say 45 on 25. We're saying a total of 70 million for Dougie. An absolute bargain. Absolute bargain. Speaking of a test Tedesco, apparently they're waiting for January to fire him because less money to spend. That seems surely that's worse, isn't it? Because then you're stuck with a coach with out what this that just seems dumb. So Jimmo and Regmanen were players you sniped from West Brom. They were indeed. As was Kyrie Pierre as well, wasn't it? I think he's a player who's just been sold in the game. Was he from West Brom as well? No, he is from Bristol Rovers. I do apologise. But yeah, we got Regmanen. Morgan Rogers obviously was a West Brom youngster as well to begin with. There's quite a history. Louis Barry as well. That was the lunch breaks video yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, that part one. So we can do part two as the lunch break video for today. That almost makes it feel like I'm planned. There's no games until March, so I suppose, yeah, okay, fair. Brighton have come in with a rubbish bid for Dougie Louise. We might need to bring our expectations down. We'll bring it down perhaps to around 60. We'll leave it a few days, bring it down to 60. And if that doesn't work, we will use the the intermediary potentially. Louis Barry, indeed. So what kind of players are you still looking for? Right now, I'm not looking for any more players unless we get offers coming in. So if we get an offer coming in for Watkins that we accept, we'll be looking for strikers. We've already earmarked Gyökeres and Emega as players that I know perform in these kind of systems, and Gerassi. So they would be players that we'd look at first and foremost for strikers, and then possibly a box-to-box midfielder type if we end up selling Dougie Louise. But we're not going to search for these guys now because time is quite tight. I don't want to waste time scouting players and looking and doing all that if we don't need to spend that time on doing it, if that makes sense. Enzo Lafia is a box-to-box. Gyökeres is a striker. Yep. So as I said, Gyökeres is a player that we certainly know can be effective and one we're probably going to consider. Are there any more? Nedeljkovic can now come in. Torres, Olsen can. The rest of these guys are unavailable, so that's absolutely fine. As I say, Enzo Lafia is much more of a playmakery type as far as I can tell from his performance profile. So I'm afraid as much as you advocate for Enzo Lafia, he is very, very unlikely to be on my radar. Oh my God, we're cooking. I bought Gabriel Sara. Maybe he can be a box-to-box if you need to sell a midfielder. Gabriel Sara is a very good player. He's a bit more attacking minded, isn't he, Gabriel Sara? But a quality player indeed. So the lineups that we're probably looking at, we're going to start what we expect our starting lineup to be this season based on the players we've got available. So Onyedika and Camera would have been in that, but as they're not, we've got McGinn, we've got Louise, we have Diaby would have been that player, Zaniolo, Lindstrom. Where is Ollie's not particularly fit right now, so that's okay. Diaby's not available, so we'll put Rogers up front alongside Duran. Olsen, so Konza, Carter, Mings, Taylor. Oh, we need to sell Moreno as well. Who will be? We're missing a load of defensive midfielders right now. This is not an important game. Run through this quickly, Will. We'll look at Ramsey playing from deep. We'll look at Broggio, Kellyman, Kadir, Oscarson. So Kellyman will actually play up front. Kadir will play off the left. And then we're just going to change some of these things around a little bit just for the friendly. So we're mixing starters and backups kind of a little bit liberally in here, which should be absolutely fine. Oscarson, Kellyman can start as well. We will play the first half. We'll play it on key. We'll play it quite quickly, and then we'll make the substitutions at halftime, and then we're going to instant result thereafter, so that we can make sure that all the subs are kind of done. That everyone gets 45 minutes worth. On to key. There you go. It's going to be really quick and quite difficult to track what's actually going as we watch the game. So did you forget some players for the training camp? No, they're on international duty, RJ. So it wasn't possible to register them for the training camp. Hey, a penalty. We're getting penalties in games that don't matter. Can we score? Can Zaniolo... We found a player that can score a penalty. How about it? Zaniolo is now our first choice penalty taker, purely by virtue of every penalty we took in the games that we managed yesterday. Every penalty that was taken was missed by us, which was quite painful. And there's a penalty to be conceded. Hey, Armstead steps up, sends Gauchi the wrong way. None of this match matters in terms... So we're not looking at this from a tactical point of view. We are purely doing this so that we can manage fitness in these opening few games. We score penalties now. We do indeed. Unfortunately, we still concede them though. I've heard someone say that the percentage of penalties going in FM is lower than the average penalty conversion in real life. I mean, there's always going to be... Is it a significant difference, I suppose, is the question I've got to ask as a result of that. I mean, like, you're never going to get a perfect analog. But it does feel like, especially for us, missing penalties has been a very, very standout issue. We missed, every single penalty on stream yesterday. I think RJ worked it out. We've missed, with the IFK Mariam series as well, we've missed 10 out of 16, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. So I can certainly believe that statistic. I suppose that the ultimate thing comes down to is how much of a difference that is. A nice finish from Zaniolo. And we're not really going to celebrate goals against Jedalo. I mean, I say that. Depends how the season goes. We might come back to this in a few hours' time, and I'm like, every win counted. No, it's Anderlecht stats. Sorry, but we should be around that. Oh, that was your Anderlecht stats from like back in, was it 2016, 2013, something like that. Changing penalty kick takers right when it was won equals 100% miss, says Tales of the Tape. Interesting, fair enough. Again, is that confirmation bias or has someone looked into that? I feel like the penalty kick attributes are cursed. My best players always missed, so I start going with my gut and chose players I trust. And since then, that's gone up. Exactly what I'm saying here. So Zaniolo is now going to become our first choice penalty taker because he scored one. It is as basic as that. I'm going now purely on experience rather than what the game reckons it should be. Again, Broggio, Lindstrom, Rogers, Oscarson. Start the second half, and then we pop onto here and we holiday the rest of the game. It's the 2012-2013 season. There we go. And we were a little bit rubbish in the second half. We conceded all 3 shots on target. We lost Ramsey to injury. We lost Lindstrom to injury. Marvellous stuff. Marvellous. Right. In the team here, Robin Olsen needs to be sold. He didn't play any games at all. And he conceded 2 goals in that second half there. Alex Moreno, there's no interest in him currently. They're saying his market value is around 36 million, which seems a little on the high side. What does his agent says? Absolutely nothing. Hire an intermediary. Give them a deadline. That's fine. Offers come in for Olsen. The biggest offer appears to be from Pumas and from... I mean, the amounts are all quite so negligible. Bailey is gone. He's got his little payoff as well. We're fine with that. carry on. Now we've had a few days past, so that's okay. We're going to drop Dougie Louise's asking price down. He can come down to 60 mil. And then we'll leave it another couple of days before we go back to asking about market interest. So Roscoe6692, Merry Christmas, Musterman and chat. Thank you for being part of my day. Have a good day and a great stream. Thank you very much. Lovely to have you in. I hope you have a wonderful day, sir. I hope you have a wonderful day. Right, Drochterson. That's an easy team name to say, I'm sure. Let's make sure we're lubricating. I forgot that like the game processes so slowly during international games. That's one thing that I hope it improves. Always nice to see Saudi arrive to replenish the budget. It's good, isn't it? It's always nice when they can be reliable to help move on those players you're trying to get rid of. Oh, it's not continuing because I've pressed the wrong button. That's why. That wasn't the processing button. Ah, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Newcastle come in. Is it a mandatory fee? It's not a mandatory fee. 16.25 is what he's suggesting there. We need to remove all of these. We need to say add mandatory fee. So I'm happy with less than what they're offering. I'm happy with them to give us 30 million overall. And for that, you'll pay all of his wages. They have changed that to a little bit less. That's absolutely fine. Alex Moreno is gone. Milan come in with bids here. Mandatory future fee, that's 50 million. We remove that. You've got to pay all of his wages. And we push this up to 55. 55 million, you can have him. But you've also got to pay his wages. That's not going to do. That is not going to do at all. You've also got to pay his wages. Expect them to drop out. They haven't dropped out. That's fine. All of his wages, 50 million. We now do want a defensive midfielder. Let's see what we've got in the offering. A preferred foot doesn't matter. Dribbles doesn't matter. We're looking for someone who's going to pressure. Stats chalkboard. That's going to be tackles. Pressures attempted per 90. And we're looking for someone who's going to carry the ball. So actually I wanted dribbles back on there. Dribbles per 90. I think the season has moved over, so we can't use that as a thing to run by. Essentially, 1 dribble per 90 is pretty good. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. If we go down to 0.5, pressures attempted per 90 is at least 9. Are there really no defensive midfielders? If we take position off, Frank Kessie is the possible option, but his 350k per week is unlikely. Have we just lost a load of scouts? There's only 676 players there. That's interesting. So just to be sure, dribbles made for a DM. Yes, I want a player who can carry. So generally speaking, if you look at like your box, you're essentially looking at a box-to-box midfielder. Around the 75th percentile is around one dribble per 90. Go back quickly and shortlist. No, I think we just don't have any players that we... Oh, the season's over. The season's over, isn't it? Of course, so we have no stats. Damn, that's I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, honest. Here are the players that we've got mentioned. We've got Morten Frendrup, who's a ball-winning midfielder. He does like to get forwards. Cam Bosdowan, 28 million. Luca Lipani for 9 million. Frank Kessie expensive. Joe Veerman is more of a playmakery type, which I'm not necessarily that keen on. But he can carry. What can we see from his stats last season? Dribbles per 90 was 0.75. That's a bit on the low side. Cheikh Doucouré's too expensive as far as I'm concerned. Jekanam's too defensive. Benat Turientes. I don't know much about Benat Turientes. Here we go. Dribbles per 90. 0.88 in the cup. That's a little bit on the low side. James Garner's going to be too expensive. Archie Gray is probably a bit more on the defensive side. In the championship, dribbles 1.16. 3 assists, 1 goal, mainly as a bit part player. I don't want that on a bit part player, I'm afraid. Fran Beltran. What's the deal with Beltran here? Dribbles low. Marvin Mellum is more of an attacking player, isn't he? 2 goals and 2 assists suggests other way. He does dribble, which is something. He was in the Bundesliga with Darmstadt. As far as his attributes are concerned, seems to be good work rate, good aggression, gets involved, doesn't like to move to a new country. We don't really have any German players, I don't think. League One, we're not going with. Gustavo Hammer, unless he's got a relegation clause in there, not one that we know about. Busio's in Serie B. Tony Cruz, can we bring in Tony Cruz as a box-to-box midfielder? I don't think so. Sean Longstaff is transfer listed. Did he play much? He made a handful of appearances, didn't carry the ball. Carlos Soler, I'm guessing he's transfer listed as well. 28 million is a bit dear. Mads Bistrup is a player that I know performs quite well. He's kind of the right profile. £55 million signing. Didn't dribble at all. Amrabat, Ruben Neves, Aya, Lo Celso, Nicholas Capaldi. Here's a player I quite like. His dribbling is quite low as well. Only played 15 league games. Scott McTominay. Could it be Scott McTominay? Scott McTominay. He makes his dribbles. He can impact the forward place. 90 grand a week, 14.5. Let's see if Scotty McTominay is the answer that we've got. Yeah, Scott McTominay. Here we go. Transfer, make an offer. 14 million. Who would have thought it? Scott McTominay possibly. Wants to be a squad player. He won't get to choose his role. Wage. Let's offer him just 80. 83. There we go. What a crazy idea. So let's see what have we got going on here. Emmy to take a penalty this season. It's a possibility. It's a good possibility. So good old SV Drochtersen Assel. That's what we're going with. Should buy a player based on his penalty conversion rate. True. Go back quickly and shortlist. Yeah, we've done that. For the Segundo Volante, yeah. In some leagues, the stats reset end of June. Yes, indeed. Yes, stats reset. Enzo Luffy going to pop up soon. It seems like he hasn't, unfortunately. He's camera shy, guys. I learned what I'm telling him from his YouTube video. I wish the stats could carry over season to season. Dear God, so do I. But then again, it's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. You tell me. How can you measure someone balancing a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle? Indeed. Yes, McTominay's going to carry a team. He can be a right back as well. All that search for that. I mean, he came up. He was a player that has the dribbles we were looking for. These are not the dribbles you were looking for. McTerminator, signing of the season already. Can you reload a save to view stats? I mean, I can, but it's all about just the coordinating, going backwards and forwards. Right, bid for Alex Moreno. There is no future fee attached to that, so that's a no. Olsen is gone. Good riddance, Robin Olsen. Chris Norton Walker is here. Hello. Just popping in. Merry Christmas. How long are you going to be on for? Chris, I am on all day. I'm on from 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Maybe catch you a little bit later. You can update me on how the NFL's going. Supreme Khan says coming back to haunt United. Yes, we're going to. No future fee attached to that one from Juventus. We're going to bring Scott McTominay to show United their mistakes. Into this friendly now. So there's no Ramsey. The goalkeeper is there. What do we need? We need a defensive midfielder. And we need a striker. So Jelkovic can come onto the bench. That bit. We'll consider Carter in the midfield bit. We've got our attacking midfielder. So Rogers out there. Watkins should be okay to play a little bit of the game there. Smith onto the bench too. And again, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to rush through this game, substitute everyone at half time. and then we're going to holiday, because we need to make sure that everyone's getting a load of minutes after the training camp. So we've got 3 games in the training camp. After that, we will drop all the reserve players back down into the reserves, and then we're just going to focus on the fitness of the senior players. We can play them for slightly longer minutes in games without having to worry quite as much about injury that can be caused by it. Or at least that's the theory. So yeah, you'll see us later. So have a great day, Chris. Send your love and regards to the family as well. Send your love and regards. Send my love and regards to the family as well, is what I mean. The search presented the best answer, but that answer was McTominay. We should sign Maguire and Elanga to spike Man United further. You're desperate for us to sign Elanga, aren't you, Hung Min? Absolutely desperate. Here we go. Taylor sets up Kedir. I mean, this is... I've not heard of this team prior to this, so there we go. Enzo Laffi going to pop up soon enough, indeed. Yeah, so if we can kind of push through these games. I need to skip the... Let's turn replays off. Going to even push that up a whole extra thing. Going to give you whiplash watching the highlights, if there are going to be any more highlights. Come on, let's speed through. We've got it full speed there as well, don't we? We do. Come on, just get through the game so we can holiday the last part. Oh, there's Zaniolo getting a red card. I suppose at least we got a highlight. Hey, that means one less player gets to come on at half-time. Selfish Nicolo. I'm so glad he's on loan and we haven't just signed him permanently. I'd love to send him back now. No problems whatsoever, I reckon. What a truly dour game. Have we really only taken 4 shots against whoever this team is? 5 shots, 6 shots against whoever this team is. Right, cool, I'm happy. Blah. Marshall, Nedeljkovic, Duki, Mings, Digne, McGinn, Carter, Rogers, Watkins, Oscarson. It's poor Ben Broggio, who's going to miss out as a result of Zaniolo's red card. And there we go. Holiday that. See if we can throw it away in the second half yet again in a friendly. We didn't. Absolutely. 28 shots, so we had like 22 shots in that second half, but didn't manage to score. Yep, so our next game against Magdeburg, that's our last one. Kind of really to concern ourselves or worry about too much. We can then balance things a little bit easier. No future fee attached to that one. A new fitness coach, Adam Kerr. As I say, we're waiting on the results for the McTominay deal. So we've got Zaniolo and Diaby out on the right. We've got quite a few on the left. Watkins and Diaby as strikers. Duran, Oscarson as strikers. Maybe. Let's see what the state of play is with Gyökeres and with Imega. I think I'd be quite happy bringing either of them in, even without receiving any further bids for Watkins. Let's have a look here. Imega. Oh, AA. It's currently quite affordable. Hasn't signed a new contract. What do they say? 15 to 23 mil. That seems quite reasonable. Gyökeres. So Gyökeres has just moved to Al Ittihad, so that's not on the cards. So Imega as a possibility. He is right-footed. Transfer, make an offer, 15 million. Let's see if we do it at 16. They want percentage of. We're not going to be selling, so that's absolutely fine. 16.5. Down at 30%. We say 18.5. That will do nicely. Yeah, that will certainly give us more options up front. So there's Lindstrom is going to be back for that game, which is fine. Mega in as a squad player, 50k, no wage rise, none of that. So we say up to 55k. We still say no on that, and we say 60. 65. There, because he certainly would have reached those game requirements with us within that first season anyway. So he was actually initially negotiating for like an 80k a week contract, so I don't mind us pushing up above that. I need Mings as my backup, so he can back up Torres. McTominay is signed. It's a 40 million deal. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Willem says, off for a lie down after not pacing myself half as well as I should have done. I shall be lurking. No worries. Enjoy the lie down. Every time I signed Omega, he disappointed me. Hope you get more out of him, says Hollyford. He was absolutely incredible. He scored something like 60 goals for us at Dortmund. So he is definitely a player I very much enjoyed making use of before. Christopher Hill says, Merry Christmas. What tactic am I rocking? I'm rocking the tactic that I used in the Chelsea Moneyball Clinic series. So you can find more details there on YouTube if you want. We are kind of zipping through things as quickly as we possibly can as we try and squeeze in a season per day. Hayden Carter drop out. We'll get Onyedika some game time. Alex Moreno, Hayden Carter, there we go, into the game. Press there and go okay. So Ashavik, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. And to you, Edgar Cabrito. If you feel comfortable chatting, I do see that you've sent us a message, Ashavik. Let us know who you support. Let us know who you're playing with in FM. Love to hear from you. So what's the goal of the save? The goal of the save, we are basically doing a copy of the FM World Cup featuring Football Manager that was run by FIFAe last August. So the goal is basically just to do as well as we possibly can. There is some information. If you use the rules command, so there are instructions on the screen that does say use rules or use points. We'll wait for the display to go down in a moment. That's an explanation of what we're doing there. And then once that goes, I'll show you how the points are broken down. Omega has always performed for Tatsugiri. Weird you couldn't get it to work. I say he's always been an absolutely incredible player, but it does come down to the tactic, doesn't it? And there's the points for you as well now, Ashavik. Hey, Official HD 3G is back. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Am I a Villa fan? Asks J Luggage. I am indeed. And I assume that's why the community... So on Discord, we voted for which team we were going to be doing this with over these 3 days. And Villa came out on top. I didn't vote, honest. I'm guessing because I'm a Villa fan, they've thought very kind to give me them to manage for this, which is quite cool. So second half, first half was not good, with our mixture of starters and reserves. Dookie in, Mings in, Dina in, McGinn, Onyedika, Lindstrom, Rogers, Watkins and Omega. And that should be good for the second half. We start the second half, we head on over and we instant result. So there we go. Not only that, I'm far behind right now. Apparently the Saudis want to buy my whole team, which isn't a bad thing, but this will cost time again. Indeed, that's the tricky part, isn't it, Showerlander? Trying to squeeze it all in within that time period, and this has certainly been much busier period than it was. The first transfer window was nice and easy by contrast. Alex Moreno has rejected Newcastle because Alex Moreno is a bastard. I'm okay. Good to hear that, my dude. Thanks a lot, Musterman. I'm off now. See you later. Good luck with the challenge. Thank you very much, Hervin. Lovely to have had you in. So Holy Fab says, yeah, probably a tactical error on my end, but at least I made a profit on him. That certainly helps. And I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it a tactical error. Just some players suit some systems and don't others. Just because a player didn't fit into that system doesn't mean that it was a tactical error. Just wrong person at the wrong time. Ashavik, so are you not doing anything for Christmas today? No, I'm not, Ashavik. So the whole point of me streaming today, tomorrow, and yesterday is that I have no commitments. I appreciate that there are a number of people that find this time of year difficult. And one of the things that can make that difficult is that your regular routine is disrupted. So a lot of people watch streams during the week. They like to watch their FM content, and there's going to be very little of that happening over the next few days. So I'm here essentially to offer a little bit of normalcy. There are some fantastic organisations out there that can help with some of the more serious elements of the challenges that people face at this time of year. I'm not going to try and pretend that I am capable of doing that. But what I can offer is something that just means that routine can continue. So that's the plan. Yeah, absolutely, Bill Houdini. Bloody Moreno indeed. But that's all right. We will hold fire for a bit with him, and we can look to send him out again. So McTominay is it. From this point here, we now want to be looking at our main team. So let's properly clear out. And the way I see our main team is Martinez, Mingueza, Docky, Torres, Digne, Onyedika, Camara, Zaniolo, it's Diaby, Lindstrom, Watkins, Duran. Our backups, pardon me, Nedeljkovic, Konza, Mings, Taylor, McTominay, Louise, Zaniolo, Ramsey. What is his case? He's still a week away. Where is Rogers? Rogers is there. We need to sell. We need to sell Coutinho as well. McGinn in, not Dougie Luiz even there. So the striker will be Kellerman. It'll be Oscarson. That's good to go. We will. Same thing as before. Actually, I'm going to do, because we've got a couple of players back from international duty, we can run through this and we'll just keep on going. Right, at the not quite at the 2 hour point yet. So, what's that? I'm missing something. Defo worth another go with him if you get a chance. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, Tatsuki. Quality player. I'm in Outcast to Icon save right now, so no way would he join me in the save. Went from Struga in North Macedonia to Sivasspor in Turkey. That sounds quite fun. I'm surprised Lindstrom went to Everton, says Jay Luggage. Never seemed like a good fit. Now, I like it as a signing. I feel like Everton's transfer activity this year. So with Lindstrom, with Iliman Ndiaye as well, it looks like they're wanting to transition to a slightly more controlling style of game, and I could see them working really well. But Sean Dyche's gonna Sean Dyche, isn't he? So it's taken a long time for them to get like proper run of minutes in the team, and it looks like they're always going to opt towards Dwight McNeil from the looks of things. We're going to try this attacking, because that's now 2 games of some very disappointing first half football. We do need to be a little bit more creative. So we'll see what happens in the second half when we're... Oh, cancel. In comes the reserves. Very, very worrying that, again, a system that I know works just doesn't like it when I'm in control. Kellyman, Oscarson. We need to set a tone. Start second half. Hand this over, and that's that bit sorted out there. Fun. I can never commit to a journeyman, says Tatsuki. I get too attached to a club. It's always one more season. You are not the only person in that regard. I think that I often find that once I get somewhere around the 4 or 5 year part anyway, I start to lose that connection to the teams that I'm managing and the save, because like I start regretting players that I sold 3-4 years ago. I'm like, oh, maybe I want to give them another, and it's too late now. And yeah, all the what ifs. Transfer windows are the worst in many respects. Right, we've got an advert coming up in a break coming up in about 2 minutes time. So I'm going to do the standard thing where I get up, I stretch my legs, I grab a drink, I go to the toilet. Dougie Luiz has just rejected that offer. Oh, you bastards. You're all bastards trying to stay at this club. You obviously know that we're heading to some excellent stuff this season or something. Once we do that, we'll come back and we'll play the mini game. If that's okay with you, Jay Luggage. Right. Sykes been offered that. No, we don't want to squeeze one more in. Perfect. Marvellous. Thank you. You've just left Pauk after 6 years to grab the Atlanta job. Oh, that should be fun. That should be fun. Although, how dare you leave Pauk, the mighty, wonderful Pauk, even if I did so myself this year. Six world permit has been rejected. Cancel the renewal. Just tough. If you're not going to get it, a backup goalkeeper isn't where I want to spend our backup, our ESC options. Right. So we've seen certain things that we've already seen before. We're going to go positive. We're going to go more expressive. Try that. When is Omega's work permit thing? Is that going to be soon? On the 24th. So that'll be today. Let's see once again if we can get these guys sold. Ask agent. No one's coming in for him. Let's hire an intermediary here. 55 to 63 mil. That's absolutely fine by me. Alex Moreno. Let's ask once more. No. Poor old Alex Moreno is going to find himself frozen out at this rate. Omega gets work permit. That's 18.5 million. We will need to check how we are doing in terms of our wage budget. So we're over our wage budget. We will need to get that down. Those sales will make a huge difference, but the break is about to come here. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. See, I said 3 minutes this time. I got it right. We're back. And so Jay Luggage redeemed a round of Who Are You? So Jay Luggage If you're still about, let's have the first guess from you. You can pick any player, name any footballer that's currently playing. We'll pop that in as our first guess and see what clues we get out of it and see if we can work out the footballer from there. So Holy Fab says that you became a fan of AIK after my visit in Sweden and playing them in FM. Marvellous. So your general idea is to move clubs every 3 seasons. That sounds quite fun. RJ says 3 hours again. Oh, we should have gone on a 3-hour break, shouldn't we? So Tatsugi would love to go to Sweden. You're however obsessed with Amsterdam, so whenever you get the chance of break, it's always there. That's a decent place to be obsessed with, to be fair. So Holy Fab is a duchy. I really think Amsterdam is shit, but then again, I live in the eastern part of the country and I'm a nature guy. Fair. I know a few Dutch people and they all say that about Dam. I mean, it's a big city, isn't it? I think that you'll probably hear many people say similar things about London in the UK, or they'll say it about Paris in France. I think those big metropolitan areas are always going to have an appeal because there's a lot of, for tourists, there's always a lot of culture there. There's always a lot of things to go and see and do, and things that kind of make it feel authentically that country. And for people that are residents to that country, it's always horrible because it's just a busy mess, a cacophony of all the worst things ever. Right, so I haven't had a response from J Luggage. So Hong Min saying Harry Maguire. That's going to be what we go with. Harry Maguire as our starting guess. By the way, Major Cano, thank you very much for the follow. So we'll be getting into the stream in a moment. We just come back from a break. We just play a little bit of some mini games. We're going to do this, and then we're going to play a round of Missing 11 as well. So we know from the guess of Harry Maguire that the player we've got here is not English. They're not playing in the Premier League. Then they are a defender. They're older than 31, and they've got, pardon me, a shirt number below number 5. So Sergio Ramos says Ladislav, our massive fan. Will he be in it, or has he retired? He's not, because he's retired, unfortunately. So yeah, exactly that regarding the major cities. Yeah, and I mean, I don't mind London too much, but yeah, if I want to get away and I want to relax, because London is just that thing that I know well. Unfortunately, I would prefer to be anywhere else. So Hung Min has suggested Shkodran Mustafi. He unfortunately isn't an option either. Leonardo Bonucci. So these are all it's going to be players who are currently active. Jonathan Tah is going to be younger than 31, unfortunately. So we're looking for players 32 and older, potentially. So not Kirkesh. Alaba could be a guess. How old is David Alaba now? Carvajal is also a decent one. So I will take Carvajal first, as that is J Luggage who redeemed the game. So we have, the player is 32. They're definitely 32. Their shirt number is either 3 or 4, and they don't play in the Premier League or La Liga, and they're not English or Spanish. So James Tarkowski unfortunately plays in the Premier League, so that won't be an option. Thiago Silva is definitely older than 32. Varane, I assume, because will Varane count as retired now? He has indeed, because he retired at the beginning of the season. Ginter, Mathias Ginter, is he 32? Let's see. Let's find out. Mathias Ginter is only 30. His shirt number is far too high, but we can exclude the Bundesliga now. So we're probably looking for a player in Ligue 1, the Eredivisie, the Portuguese league, or what's the big league that's missing? Italy, Serie A, possibly. Is Stefan de Vrij? Stefan de Vrij could be. There we go. Stefan de Vrij is. He is 32. His shirt number is too high. He's the number 6. So it's also not Serie A. We have 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 4 guesses remaining. So we probably want to make sure that we're looking at something a little bit different there. Unfortunately, we can't have a Serbi. Sebastian Coates is definitely too old. He's like 34 now, isn't he? I say definitely. So we're looking at a player, but we are looking for either Portuguese league, the Dutch league, or the French league. So how old is Dejan? Surely Dejan Lovren is too old for that. How old is Lovren? I feel like Lovren's got to be quite old. Could it be Marquinhos? Could it be Tagliafico? Tagliafico wears number 3. That's a fair thing to guess. Yeah, because we know it's the number 3 or it's the number 4. So I think Tagliafico seems like a good shout there. Nicholas Tagliafico. It's not a good shout. It's an excellent shout. It is indeed Nicholas Tagliafico. He's Argentinian, plays in Ligue 1, plays for Lyon. He's a defender. He's 32 years old, and he wears the number 3. Fabulous job, AC Vic. Fabulous job. Right, and the next one we had was missing 11 was redeemed. So let's go into the archive here. And no, we've already done a Chelsea one. Juventus from 2005. So Juventus's 4-0 win against Empoli in Serie A, 11th of the 9th, 2005. Who was playing in Juventus's 4-4-2 19 years ago? 19 years ago. That's crazy. That seems so long ago. So Nedved, Pavel Nedved is indeed the obvious choice. Beautiful memory. Buffon in goal. No, Buffon is too many letters. Too few letters. Trezeguet at centre forward. Trezeguet. That's the 9-letter one. Trezeguet. There we go. Zambrotta. Possibly at Zambrotta is a 9, isn't it? So that would be at left back. It is Zambrotta. Who was before Buffon? And so we're going for Abbiati in goal. It is indeed Abbiati. Ibrahimovic. Was Ibrahimovic at that early on? It was. He was there that early on. Ibrahimovic at striker. Beautiful stuff. Camoranesi. Now, is Camoranesi going to have been playing on the right at that point? Because I know that it played occasionally in the middle as well. But it is Camoranesi at right wing. Ibrahimovic next to Trezeguet, indeed. Cannavaro, the 9-letter centre-back. Cannavaro is the 9-letter centre-back. Beautiful work there. Thuram. Thuram is a 6-letter name, so that doesn't fit in defence, unfortunately. Edgar Davids in midfield. It's not Edgar Davids in midfield. Here, those glasses were incredible, weren't they? It's gonna be too early for Chiellini for sure. Vieira. Was it Vieira at that point? It does look like it would fit. It does fit. Kovac next to Cannavaro. There we go. Fabulous recollection there. Emerson. Perhaps. Emma in midfield. Oh, right. Yeah, that Emerson. It is indeed that Emerson. And so we're looking for a right back. Is that going to be Jonathan Zebrina time? Possibly? Or Pisotto? Let's go with Pisotto. It is indeed Pisotto. There we go. Made very light work of that. A starting 11 of Abbiati, Pisotto, Kovac, Cannavaro, Zambrotta, Camoranesi, Emerson, Vieira, Nedved, Ibrahimovic and Trezeguet. What a team. What a team that was indeed. We slay Serie A. You really do. Incredible work. Right. Let's get on here. We've got Imega now. We've got some players into the last year of the contract. I don't think any of these guys are really going to make an impact in terms of our long term. A £60 million offer from Real Sociedad. 10% of that would go to the intermediary, which is quite a horrible sight to see. But you know, we've replaced him already. We've replaced Dougie Luiz with Scotty McTominay. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Perfectly reasonable. I miss Zlatan, man. I genuinely don't. I mean, Zlatan is an incredible player, a very talented person. God, his personality annoyed the hell out of me. Just a little bit of modesty, man. Just a little bit of modesty is all I'm asking for. Right, so Mega comes in for Kelly Man there. We've moved up to positive. We will holiday entirely from this point. We'll then swap the team entirely for the next friendly. So everyone's starting to get some starts. That's a much better result. We've finished our chances, which is brilliant. So yeah, because I'm not controlling the substitutions for these games now. These are the changes. We make them. We'll basically just alternate the lineups entirely, so we know they're going to get at least a decent amount of game time. Rogers, Mega, Oscarson. How is Ramsey doing in terms of his fitness? He's a little bit away. Coutinho needs to be transfer listed. I keep on forgetting to transfer list Coutinho. There we go. Let's try this. Offer him out. Let's try at 30. See if we, even if it's just a case of us starting to get some interest, that might facilitate something, even if it ends up at a lower amount. I always played as Torino in early FMs and champs. Serie A used to be amazing, such awesome players. I mean, every team was stacked back then, indeed. Every single team. Wouldn't be the player he was without the ego. No, absolutely. I can't disagree with that necessarily. But that doesn't mean that I like him. I mean, if he's got... That's just, you know... He has a really, really good knack of rubbing me up the wrong way. McTominay to be registered. Oscarson doesn't need to be. Lindstrom does. Rogers does. Omega doesn't. None of these players need to be registered, which is marvellous. So we register Coutinho just in case we can't sell him. We register Moreno in case we can't sell him. We don't need to register those guys, so that's looking pretty good from that respect. We might be a little bit tight. We might not be able to register a full 25 for the Conference League, but we should be able to register enough of our players, I hope. Reunite McFred. You're gonna want us to bring in Fred. That would be something, wouldn't it? We need Mings out, Maguire in, Hungdom in. This is not going to be a Manchester United reunion. I'm sorry, my dude. I'm sorry. We gave him a standing ovation when PSG came to Anderlecht and won 5-0. Zlatan scoring 4. Well, I mean, that's understandable, isn't it? As an Anderlecht fan, you're not used to seeing good football. That was unnecessary. That was mean and unnecessary. I apologise, RG. Gaia is here. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of the day it is. Just dropping in to say Merry Christmas. Hope everyone had a great day. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you, my dude. I hope you have a marvellous day too. So, Akananir. How do you want me to pronounce your name, Akananir? I keep on stumbling over it, so I do apologise. How do you know if your tactic actually works? I usually get battered, even though my players are good for those roles. So, Akananir, that's very similar to the same question you asked earlier. Watch the games. Have an idea of what you're expecting players to do. How are you meant to be creating chances? Are the players that are meant to be creating chances creating chances? If they're not, what is it that they're doing and they're not doing? And then you make those adjustments. Are they in the right positions defensively? If not, what positions do you expect them to be in defensively? How can you change what you've got to do that thing? What is it about the thing that you've currently got that doesn't kind of make sense? Generally speaking, if you break it down into those little steps, one by one, you'll be able to then piece it together. But you've got to watch the games. You've got to actually be watching to see what happens to know whether there's issues there, because you're probably running on assumptions. So Holyfab says Savage Musterman. I love it. That was it. No, it was mean. It was unnecessarily mean. Even if RG says RG out, are we running a RG out campaign like a Crodmo out campaign now as well? There we go. Girona loan offer. Is there a deal mandatory free? 22 million. Right, I'm happy with 22 mil. Let's get rid of that nonsense. You need to pay his wages though. You're going to reject from that. No, you're not. 80. There we go. Yep, that's cool. Maybe we'll be able to get rid of him that way. That's not an awful deal for us. Had to roll out of bed and to my desk to ask Hunderman to stop talking about Maguire. Thank you, Williams. I'm sorry you've had to roll out of bed though. Look what you've done to him, Hunderman. Look what you've done to him, Hunderman. But he's a baller, man. I mean, he is a footballer, so technically, I kind of can't disagree with that. But yeah, no, we are not signing. We are not signing Maguire, I'm afraid. Feed the RJ. Don't feed the RJ. Don't feed the RJ. That's the key part there. 2 goals for Oscarson, 2 goals for Omega. That's generally a positive sign. Thanks, mate. Akanani is all right. Akanani. Perfect. I'll try my best to remember. Hung them in. First Quadmo out, then RG out. This chat is crazy. We're just trying to get rid of everyone. It's a very unique approach to streaming. Trying to get rid of all the regulars for no reason other than the sake of it. So hi buddy, can you give me a challenge in England? Nothing to low league, but still a challenge. Well, what do you like, Dennis Yoffen? Thank you for the follow, by the way. What is it that you enjoy about playing FM? What is it that you're looking for mainly? Snake Eyes PC as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Blue Moon says Man City would be a shout at the moment. That he asked for a challenge. He said, he doesn't want anything too difficult. To be fair, Man City and FM though it isn't much of a challenge. Merry Christmas everyone from Icon Merry Christmas Icon. I hope you have a lovely day planned. Quan says I got the perfect challenge for you. Win something with Spurs, even a friendly cup. Oh, the Spurs slander is coming out. Put Spurs slander out at the main. Snake Eyes says hello and Merry Christmas. Hello my dude, I hope you're doing well. Right, so this is our last friendly coming up. Moreno has rejected another offer. Moreno really wants to stay. Why does Moreno want to stay? Let's try offering him out again. We were willing to accept less. We'll go with 26.5. Squad, agreed playing time. You are not part of our plans. No one is interested in Philip Coutinho. Let's look at an intermediary here. There, we should be okay. Restoring Derby to a proper Premier team. That does sound like a really good suggestion. Asavic says Spurs actually is all right in FM from my experience. They're a pretty decent squad. I think Dougie Luiz has gone for 60 million. I don't know what is challenging for you, but you can try with Arsenal to win the EPL. J Luggage says, how do you get a high end of season board rating? At times it seems like it go invincible and still get a B. So generally speaking, now when we've done really well in the league, I tend to do okay in board rating. I think probably that comes down to not today. We have used some elements of statistical based approach, but generally really quite frugal when it comes to transfer signings. I'll sell players for big money. I will sign players for relatively cheap. I think that helps boost the rating because we often are signing players at a lower wage than they would expect, and I think they like that. So nothing there. Future fee. No, we don't want future fee. We've got to have a mandatory fee in, I'm afraid. I would quite happily accept under. We can say, give me only 16 million, but you need to pay at least 70% of his wages. And they say no. They say no. They don't want Coutinho that much. They wanted a proper try before you buy, the bastards. So El Norby says win the Premier League with Villa, indeed, and you can download the save files that we're using for this today and play along at the same time if you like. Cultured Left Foot is in. Welcome in, Cultured Left Foot. How are you doing? So tells that the Tapes just won the Premier League with Spurs using the iconic skin. Marvellous stuff. Marvellous stuff. Let's convince you. Right, all right, you're convinced now, but you're going to keep on rejecting people. I see how it is. You should download the database where City is relegated to the Championship and they have a transfer embargo. That's an interesting suggestion. Go win cups with Brighton. That's a nice suggestion too. Man United need a builder club. Well, I mean, that's one for Hung Dem In, surely. A builder team around Maguire. Brighton always seems fun. Lots of talent walking around. Or a Moneyball save with Brentford. Very good suggestions too. Whereabouts is that? I tried one, but it said the database needed verifying or something. So there is a process with the data verification. In fact, Cultured Left Foot is in the chat. It might be worth. He might be able to explain what those steps are. Because I'll be honest, I don't touch the editor myself. So Dennis Shafin says, I've just the feeling that when I start with a Aston Villa or Brighton within 3 seasons, I'll be champion. Maybe I'm wrong. So you want something a little bit more long term. So maybe you should be looking at teams in the Championship. Maybe someone like Coventry, who've recently sacked their manager, could be a good choice. Someone like West Brom, who've been lingering in the Championship for maybe a little bit longer than they should have been. They should be challenging for promotion, but yeah, getting them back up into the league and establishing will take a little bit longer. So what's the lineup we're going to go with coming in here? So we want to see this where we have Omega and Watkins. Diaby as the starter, Lindstrom here. Jacob Ramsey should be ready to play some games, so he'll be on the bench. Digne, Torres, Mingueza, Onyedika. Let's have a McTominay Onyedika partnership for this game. Oh, pardon me. And then we'll leave that to the powers that be. That is our last friendly, so we will start the season off playing the game. A 3-2 win. That's not too bad. Lots of chances. Lots and lots of chances. We are scoring under, conceding over. That's a very familiar sign, so we might need to be mindful of that. Once we've got past the point of selecting captains, we can start holidaying between games as well, which will hopefully speed things up. Different cultured left foot. I didn't realise that, cultured. I do apologise. You're the content creator, not the editor. I thought you were the same person. Ah, how about that? So I genuinely thought you were one and the same. Maybe because, you know, with the whole doing the skinning stuff as well, I kind of just like assumed that there were those that are doing both. Yeah, you should try and bully him into changing his name. Avoid the confusion. So captain wise, I'm quite happy with that. Emi Martinez is going to be our captain for most games because McGinn is going to be more of a bit part player, I'm afraid, from here. Yeah, West Brom lost their coach, which make it quite good. Win the Premier League with Blackburn again is quite a good idea. Hung Min does want everyone to build a team around Maguire, so that could be a route to go. Middlesbrough could be a good choice. I think Championship team is the way to go, so there's some good suggestions in here so far. Now need to find the thing why I would take a certain team. So yeah, certainly I think you've got a number of good suggestions there. You've got teams with a very proud history that need to be restored. Could be good. So Sunderland to beat Newcastle again. Irvin is back. Hi, Muslim. Just one more question. What do you think of the attributes determination, work rate, and natural fitness helping youngsters develop faster? I am not aware of natural fitness having any particular impact. Determination, I believe, does, but it's mainly professionalism and ambition, isn't it? And I think that kind of makes sense. I think there are a lot of people in this world who are very, very determined to get better and work really, really hard, and that doesn't necessarily translate to them actually improving. Whereas I think that those that do tend to improve are the ones who are able to take a step back and look at things a little bit more objectively. So I quite like the way that it's modelled currently. I don't see everything can always be improved. Everything can always be better, but I don't see there's anything particularly amiss with the current approach. Look up non-league Manchester City for the database with those changes. A loan offer for Carter. Now we've bought in Dookie, so we could potentially. They want to buy him for peanuts. No, of course not. Is Dendonka? We've got Dendonka. Oh, okay. So at Dendonka, we move him up to the senior squad. There's because we moved him down to the reserve team. I completely forgot that he was even at the team. So let's pop him up for sale as well. Transfer list. He's in his last year. He's not in the last year. How about that? Moreno. We've got people interested in a loan. No one's going to buy our Deadwood. No one's going to buy our Deadwood. Let's try one more time. And here we go. Just a little bit away. We've got Martinez injured. So we're going to be playing the young Australian Joe Gauchi potentially for the first game of the season. El Norby says you should give some tips to Musterman how to win the Premier League within 3 seasons. Hey El Norby, we're only in second season. We're going to turn it around. We're going to win the Premier League this season, I am sure. Plymouth is the biggest city in England to never have a top flight football team. That's a good stat. That's a good stat. I'm sure Amarin already regrets leaving Sporting, to be honest. That's fair. These are the things I'm looking for. So Plymouth then. Plymouth obviously taking over, replacing Wayne Rooney. Wayne Rooney's obviously done a good job so far, or not. Thank you for the hydrate. Dendonka's having a hard time in real life. Is it where did he even end up in the end? He struggles getting back to his level. I mean, I always felt that he was overrepresented beyond his level. I feel like the Premiership has always been a step a bit too far for him. Right, I'm willing just to accept people paying all his damn wages now. No one wants to do that. Boo. So AC, I've done it one better, and I've downloaded an England lower leagues down to level 20 database. I used the editor to change the downloaded city save file and move them from the National League to the Lancashire and Cheshire Amateur League Division C. My word, that will definitely take a while. This is my payback for City taking Grealish from me. I mean, they took Grealish, but they also gave us £100 million. And arguably, if we still had Grealish, we might have ended up getting relegated. Vieira82, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Bids for... He wants to join Girona. You turned down Girona. What on earth are you talking about? Look, if you want to take him on loan, you need to at least pay all his wages. That's the same deal for absolutely all of you. You need to, at the very least, be paying his damn wages. And Luton Town is the last one left. Luton are the one who might have the money to do so. Yeah, we will, like, maybe game time will get someone interested in him eventually. Oh, we've had quite a few chats, so I'm guessing all our stars scatter then, just left with the academy. So a few of the loaned out players have come back, but there's also a 4-year transfer embargo, so pretty much it's all academy players. Yeah, that makes sense. There's a few players that were out on loan that have come back, but there's a 4-year... All right, sorry, yep, it was sent twice, yep. Yeah, that sounds quite fun. Also, we see... Hervin said, I understand, but for example, I see a player like Mastan Tuano, who has excellent technical skills and scores a lot, but didn't have all of those attributes, like I said. It's a quality above growth. Well, I mean, if a player is already performing, then it's absolutely fine. Like that, just because somebody is playing well doesn't mean they're going to get better. And if they're performing well with the attribute set that they've already got an attribute set that makes them good. Does that make sense? So Rowan is here. Should I be worried that you're 2.5 hours in and you're not even halfway through August? Yes. This is our first game. This is our first game of the season, which bodes well, doesn't it? I'm certainly worried, but oh well. We just will end up holidaying quite a bit, I think, towards the midpoint of the season. So our bench is going to be Dookie, Mings, Taylor. Camera is in the starting lineup. McTominay on the bench. McGinn on the bench. And we've got Ramsey, Zaniolo. Our striker on the bench is going to be... is it going to just be Duran? Opposition instructions. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're trapping these guys inside. I love the zigzag nature of Burnley. Heavenly says the reason why I'm back is that the cake is still in the oven. Now, cake is an exciting, promising thing for later on. Oh, I'm starting to feel hungry now. Hands on hips. We're favourites for a reason. I trust you to make a difference. Oh, didn't mean to do that. So we can pop that back down to a more manageable speed as Diaby looks to open the scoring in the opening minute. Not quite there. We have songs, by the way, for today now. So I blanked out and wrote it twice. Fair enough. I love the new aesthetic of the channel. Thank you very much, I suppose. So, yeah, this making sense. Thanks. Coach Zanko is here. Good afternoon, Zanko. How are you doing? Merry Christmas, sir. I hope you've got a lovely day. Denisio fan says Plymouth got a new manager. Thanks for the help. Fabulous. There we go. Digne is injured inside the opening 15 minutes. He's the one who's going to send the cross in. There's Pau Torres. 1-0. That will do very, very nicely. Made RJ hungry too. That's why I'll go have lunch. Yeah, we're holding out. We've got to hold out another 3 hours potentially for lunch. through an elbow apparently. That I was going to say that looked completely innocuous. Didn't look like a red card challenge at all. But can we do something like Lindstrom on his debut? Good save from Trafford. I do remember Trafford had a really, really good game against us last season. Doing well, thank you. What about me? Yes, doing very well. We finally got to the first game of the season in season 2, which is yeah, we're a little behind. We're a little behind so far, but it's okay. We're not going to panic right now. I'll probably wait at least an hour before I panic. Sends it in. Trafford claims across. But having good fun. Amazingly, my voice is still here. Supreme Quan says we're going to win the fucking league. We are going to win the fucking league. Here we are against. We lost the opening game of the season last year, right? So even if it's only Burnley, if we can set a good marker out here as Emmanuel Omega scores on his debut, are they going to disallow that? Are they saying offside? I thought Watkins was tackled and the ball came into him. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. John Brooks, I know where you live. I know where you live, John Brooks. So how did we do last season? I didn't get to catch that stream. So last season we finished 8th, which is rather disappointing. We lost in the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup. We were 4-1 up after the first leg. We left it to the powers of instant result for the second leg, and we threw it away. We did take control of the Conference League final, where we were thoroughly FM'd by Omega on his debut. We were thoroughly FM'd by Fiorentina in a 2-0 defeat. So not great. In terms of the way that the point systems works, let's pop that up on the screen right now, just appearing beneath me. There should be the point system. We amassed 57 points based on our league finish of 8th, our cup progress, our manager performance, and the financial management. By comparison, the real World Cup, they were scoring in the hundreds of points. So yeah, not great. Have you been approached by a football club for your expertise? Definitely not. Omega seems to be your favourites. So obviously, because we spent a bit of time analysing targets in defence and midfield. So Lindstrom we spent time on Dookie as well. But because there's a time constraint and we're behind, we are definitely going to rely on players that I've recommended before because I know they work within certain systems. So yes, Omega and Gyökeres were the major considerations because they've worked for us before. As Omega sets up Watkins, are you trying to disallow another goal? How on earth was that offside? Who was offside? John Brooks, I know where you live. We're going to have to go full Olympiacos on this. And that means that we've got to turn replays back on, by the way, I've just realised. Goals, disallowed, offside goals, goal line technology, tight offsides. Yeah, we're going to have to bomb his bakery, which is a little bit of a shame because I don't have anything like specifically against him. But that's just how it has to be. As Horigomi finds space, Horigomi makes it 1-0. Oh no! Are we going to throw this away against Burnley? So Rowan only had 81 points in the first season, and I won that day in our group. But 81 points is still considerably more than 57. I mean, Brighton are kind of a good analogue though as well, really. Obviously, teams around the same level. So that's what a good player would have got around 81 points. We were 24 off that. So not awful, but not great. Erdebeer steps in. Amdouni on the ball now. Are we going to win the ball? Omega does win the ball. Just a reminder that we've had 2 goals robbed from us. Robbed, I tell you. Omega Dad, exactly. It is Omega Luke and Omega Dad. Omega finds Watkins. Watkins plays it back. That's going to be off the post. They don't raise the flag this time. Of course they don't. Yeah. Well, it would have counted if you scored your chances. I know what you're like, PGMLL. Corrupt. Yeah, we're playing quite well, you would think, but we're only 2-1 up. Dini is going to have to come off at half-time because of that knock. Send it into far post. Pau Torres, Konza, Watkins. That's 3-1. That's a little bit nicer. Not representing England anytime soon. I have I have zero competitive nature in me, so no, I'm not. Premier League was a lot lower scoring. Until later on, though, like the final day, it got a little bit crazy. I love how you threatened the virtual referees during Christmas. I would just like to remind you, all, Norby, I don't know what this Christmas thing is. It's just a regular Wednesday. Wigo is a manager from Lithuania who's been participating in the World Cup. Good luck in your challenge. Marvellous. Lovely to see you in, Wigo. I hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas. And how did you find the World Cup experience? It was definitely an interesting competition from us to watch. So where does Sean Brooks live? I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. He's partying with David Coote. Does appear that way. Luca Dina off. Greg Taylor on. Musa Diaby is not going to last much longer on the pitch at that kind of performance. So I'm not happy with you. And now he's complacent. So evidently he thought he must have been playing really well. That if I'm not happy with that, there's no point in trying from here on in. Lowest in our group on day one was on 65, so you weren't too far off. You're being very, very gracious. We are quite a way off, and some of those bonus points, some of those were bonus points, which was 5 for the wage budget. So I mean you did have the daily challenge, so you know that kind of does balance out a bit. Go full Rangers and demand an inquest. Dear God, we should have to. It was amazing. Everything was 10 out of 10. Memories for the rest of the life. That's awesome to hear. I do apologise as well because I did come down on the Sunday. I did meet quite a few of the guys. I mean, especially saw like Terry and the German guys because I interacted with them before. Greg Taylor, what a substitute. I don't think I actually caught you, so I'm sorry I didn't say hello on that day. I don't know if you were there for the. I mean, was it an after party? Because I definitely shouldn't have been at an after party if it was an after party. Because I had zero contribution otherwise. Does the Carabao Cup count for points? I totally forgot to count yesterday. Yes, the Carabao Cup does. So both cups we're counting towards points. I don't know if that was exactly how they did it in the Premier League for the real thing, but you've got to play the games, haven't you? So Crazy Brit was there on the Sunday. It was impressive. It was amazing, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible. Like the production, just like so professional, and like it looked proper and wonderful. Really great production. Lindstrom, there we go. He's got a goal on his debut now as well. Maybe this is what we needed to do all along, was just embrace the meta and play the high intensity 4-4-2-4. We've had 32 shots, 6 XG at this point. Taylor to Lindstrom. Lindstrom back to Taylor. Taylor going to send it across. Watkins. Unfortunately, that loop's over. We are, though, going to bring off Omega. Omega's looking a little bit tired. So on comes John Jada Duran. On comes Zaniolo for Diaby. Duran is going to switch over, so he's on his stronger left foot. Can we get some goals? We might have a goal celebration for John Duran. Wigo says Merry Christmas to Rowan. That's lovely. Lindstrom is having fun, it seems. Lindstrom is the man. We've freed him. We've freed him from Napoli. And unlike Sean Dyche, we're not holding him captive. We're letting him cook. Let Lindstrom cook. Pardon me. Taylor sends it across. Watkins with the header. That's not quite on target. It's a shame. 6.52 XG now. 6.6. We're doing all right here. So Crazy Brit, thank you very much for the follow. So Crazy Brit, did I meet you there at all? I don't recognise you by name, so I do apologise for that. Were you part of the production team, or were you there as an observer? I did meet a couple of people who'd come down for the day, but yeah, I do apologise if I do know who you are and I just don't recognise you. Until we have 3 games without scoring. Yeah, we're cooking until then. Last change, Lindstrom off. Well, not the last change, we've got one more. Next change, we'll bring on Ramsey. And then probably Onyedika will come off, and we'll bring on a little bit of Scott McTominay. Scott McTominay supremacy starts here. Lyle Foster pushes forwards. Powell makes a good challenge and then stands there congratulating himself whilst Foster collects the ball. Now Foster is through on goal. This is that whole goal is all on Pau Torres. He made a great tackle. He stood up after that tackle, and he kind of like just waved his hands in the air to celebrate. And that allowed Foster to get the ball, skip inside, run past him. Powell then makes a weak challenge. It's a save from Gauchi. Weghorst there with the header to make it 5-2. Powell Torres, hang your head in shame. Frankie Cazorla, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. No, not Weghorst. Any particular reason for the Weghorst dislike? Let's bring on McSauce in the last minutes. So you're from Liverpool, so it's a no-brainer to go. I only said hello to TJ, RDF and SYC. Fair enough. No way. So yeah, I mean, so good to see RDF and SYC representing England so well. Putting Tom FM and Work the Space to shame as well. Not a bad result. Not a bad result. And what that means is this. Cause this is real love. Real love, huh? No one's gonna save you from the beast of that spark. Cause this is real love, huh? You're fighting for your life against a killer, real love. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Yes, whole fab. That is a perfectly reasonable response. We are top of the league. We are top of the league. This feels like a Spurs match. It does in some respects. Dina is out for a little bit. That's okay. Tactics. We need to give these guys some rest early on. Now we can. The squad registration is around here, so we'll move forward to that point. Yes, he's at our rival now. All right, fair enough. And his behaviour is ridiculous. What do you mean by his behaviour is ridiculous? Amazing, says Tatsugiri. There were some positive reactions, and then there are some perfectly reasonable reactions. Quan, I agree with you completely. You wait until you see the other victory song. It only gets better, I assure you. You should know by now. You should know mine by now. Tales of the Tape says, I love that you embrace being a bass. I couldn't help myself trying to sing like a tenor. That's the thing, is like, I mean, I do put the falsetto in there, but the only bit that I can sing even vaguely accurately are those low notes. Loan offers made, 10%. Stop insulting me with your miserly offers. Potential issue with McGinn. He wants first team football. He's waiting until the first game of the season. Loan offers coming in, and then Moreno gets injured. How is that out for? Just to 2 days. That's okay. Genoa, that's a decent offer. 160k. We will definitely accept that. Any other information of any importance coming in here? Barnsley make Young offer. We haven't had anything for Coutinho again, have we? A loan bid for Iregbanen. A loan bid of nothing. You can bugger right off as far as I'm concerned. Let's try and push Coutinho out again. Offer out. You can have him for 5 million. How about that? Then Donker. Ask agent. No one's interested. Hire an intermediary. Come on, let's get rid of these players. We don't really need them. It's a drama queen, and it's all about Weghorst, not about the team. But you should see him in matches. I despise Weghorst because he celebrated his penalty goal minutes after our assistant coach Adam Salai collapsed. That's fair. That's fair. Give Coutinho a chance. I beg you. Maybe. We've got players that I feel comfortable with. Maybe he'll get his moment. 4.5. Nothing being offered on wages. We do have offers on wages there though. He's valued at 9. That's okay. So if we go mandatory fee, we say 3 mil and 5. How do you feel about that? Yeah, that's cool. I will then give an ultimatum to the others. I don't think I've ever seen someone come through and match an ultimatum, but there we go. Have you signed Lorenzo Luca yet? Because he will score you 30 goals at least. We haven't signed Lorenzo Luca. Tough, deal with it, John McGinn. You're captain, you should grow up. We have those signed, Emmanuel Omega. So Emmanuel Omega, Ollie Watkins got us 28 goals last season, which wasn't too bad. 28 in 42 games, 0.7 per 90. And John Duran is going to be a key part. So That's what we're building around. We've got Scott McTominay the Sauce, Scott the Sauce, McSauce. What a stupid nickname. And the Dutch mini Lorenzo Luca. Indeed. So El Norby says he didn't do anything at Man United. I mean, you can't blame Weghorst for not doing anything at Man United. Nobody did anything at Man United. For like the last 10 years, that's been a large part of their problem. Sigurd says, so are you not a Christmas bloke, Musterman? I am perfectly Christmas neutral. So the whole point of these streams is that I know that this can be quite a tough time for people. Certainly in the past, I found it quite tough over this time. But because I don't have any commitments, I'm basically here to offer a little bit of normalcy. So we're just going to treat it like a perfectly normal day. So for those people who would normally be watching streams right now, and their favourite creators are understandably off with family doing the Christmas thing, we're just here so that there is that little bit of normalcy, that business as usual. So that's the way that I feel that I can help contribute this season. Mandatory no, that's not what we said. We said we wanted more. Oh no, we did. Wages are under what we asked for. So let's say that. Yeah, that's fine. You have agreed to what we've said. Your offer is derisory. So Nice are not. No, you don't get to demand anything, Leandro Dendoncker. You are known as Dendonky for a reason. McGinn is now out for 3 weeks. Not going to be much of a first team player like that, are you? Joanne is out for 6 weeks. Yep, sent to a specialist. That's okay. We've got Oscarson as the backup. Oscarson and Diaby, we've still got enough in terms of cover in attacking areas. So his name is now Segundo McTominay. That's what we'll go with, Segundo McTominay. So how many players do we have that we don't need to register him? There we go. Wow, we've only just signed you, Dookie, and you're now siding with John McGinn. Fuck you. Tyrone Mings, Nedeljkovic, Taylor, Dina, Onyedika, McTominay, Camera, McGinn, Ramsey, Oyalo, Joe Lundgren. Right, so there is one player that's going to miss out. That is probably going to be Nedeljkovic, realistically. He's like the third choice in that spot. So Hayden Carter and Nedeljkovic were going to miss out. Coutinho's obviously going to miss out. Oegmeden doesn't need to be registered. Boggio Kadir, they're not part of it. Yep, that's what we're going with. Here comes the tears. Oh, shut up. Shut up. We can survive. I'm enjoying chilling here until family shite starts soon. That's fair enough, and that's kind of the point. Is there's a little bit of there was a space to enjoy and feel relaxed. Installments, optional future fee. No, we've got bids we've accepted. So either you come in and you offer what we've already agreed, or you get rejected. Mahad says, Merry Christmas all. How's it been going? Lovely to see you in, Mahad. I hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas to you. We're doing okay. We're into the second season. We underperformed in the first season. Shock horror. But we're gonna set things to right this season. We've got Emmanuel Omega. Everything's gonna be good. Luckily, you've bought Isaac to Man United in my save. See you later on. Good luck. Well, have a lovely afternoon. Enjoy the cake. Supreme Kwan says, centre specialist for fracture arm. He doesn't need his arm to play. But if he's going to use it as an excuse, then we want to make sure that we can have him back as good as possible. Nedeljkovic on loan to Ipswich. Not if they're going to pay no money whatsoever. Let's say, is it a mandatory fee in there? There isn't one. You can head right off. So Newcastle, we've played the first game. We need to now start zooming through things. So Iregbinen on the bench, Oscarson on the bench. Let's leave this to, let's run through the OIs. It's all about trapping the players inside, and then we will leave this to the powers that be. Let's see how it does. An away game against Newcastle. And we lose 3-2, but very much what we're used to seeing. 3 goals from 1.63 xg, 2 goals scored from 2.79. But we are creating chances. We can live with that. They did finish top 4. We do expect them to be an away game against Newcastle to be difficult, as disappointing a result as that may have been. We do have the Conference League coming up, so this is where we can start rotating players as well, which is quite cool. That sounds lovely, says Sigurd. Hopefully, if it helps one person, that'll be cool. So wait, yesterday you said there were attributes on the iconic skin. There ain't, mate. So the way there aren't numbers. No, I've never said there are numbers. You can judge on there. So you have attributes grouped by their ranges. You know how the skin, the default skin, colors attributes depending on what they are. That's how it works. So it's iconic attributes. They are representing ranges. That's all I've ever said there were. That's how it is. Move on to there. Driz the Drow, Merry Christmas from Australia. Well, it's Boxing Day here now. Well, oh God, you're right in the wee hours of the morning. Merry Christmas to you, Driz the Drow. Tells the Tapes, Here Comes the Tears. I love that album, although not many people do. There we go. So thanks. Quan, the game is gone. These players are soft. We've known that the game's been gone for years, right? All the players have been soft forever. Right, we need to confirm our squad. That's for the playoffs. That's exactly what we've done already. Nothing new happening there. Let's move those reserve players out of the first team, though. Make sure that they're playing their youth games. So that's Boggio, Kadir, Kellyman, Smith in particular. They both back down to the under-21s. Can anyone else go down there? I think Urugbaden can as well. There we go. Coutinho's injured. Typical Coutinho. Take me back to the 70s where my granddad would score a hat-trick with 2 torn ACLs. And that sounds like a lot of those that go, oh, I would have been a professional footballer if it wasn't for my knees. Brooman is here. Hello, you amazing people. Merry Christmas to everyone who celebrates. Hope you're good. Welcome in, Brooman. Merry Christmas to you. I hope you're wonderful. RJ, does anybody know about Cesar Huerta, the winger from Pumas? Cesar Huerta is a quality player. I most definitely know about him. Signed him in the, was it either the Sevilla or the Frankfurt Moneyball Clinic? And he was okay. Musterman does indeed, yes. Do love a little bit of Cesar Huerta. Right, Rogers, Philip Marshall. There we go. So we're going to start doing some of these rotations here. Greg Taylor in, Scott McTominay in, Jacob Ramsey gets his game time, Nicola Zaniolo does, Oscarson and Rogers. We should surely be able to, even with a load of players not particularly fit, we should surely be able to beat Dunajská Streda at home. Famous last words, eh? Famous last words indeed. That now means that we're going to have to play the away leg. That's really quite disappointing. So training and rest for a day. Now we go back to the first team. Actually, so Konza, Torres, Dina, Onyedika, Lindstrom. Back in. Diaby gets his spot back. Mega. So who's the attacking midfielder? We've got an attacking midfielder injured, right? No, so Lindstrom thing. Diaby, Zaniolo. Zaniolo is the player that's meant to be that cover there. Rogers on the bench. Move forward. Not being too promising when we've done it with instant result after that really, really good opening round game. So we'll see how instant result gets on against Nottingham Forest. There may be the possibility that we're going to have to try and somehow play all the games on commentary if this struggles. Because I mean, as we've seen, it does work when we're in control, which is a little worrying. Until I took an arrow to the knee, exactly. I think it was the Frankfurt one. I think so as well. Rumours make him an Anderlecht player this winter. That could be interesting. Den Donkey is gone. Goodbye, Den Donkey. Here we go. So how do we get on against Nottingham Forest? Acevic says, let's get a round of Who Are Ya? We will do Acevic after the break, which is going to be about a minute away, if that's cool. Sim the home games. That's kind of, well, so we're probably going to stick in the same respect that we We'll sim as many of the less important games as possible. But with the next away game in the, we need to win that qualifier. We'll take control, and we might see if we've got a slightly more defensive version that we can run for away games when we don't take control. It took us until the end of the game, 2 goals in injury time against 10 men. I don't like this under the AI's control. Paul Groyne, Ollie Watkins, both of them out just for a short period of time, so that shouldn't be too bad. We are anyway going to be resting players for the next game, which is fine. John McGinn is still a week or so away, so McTominay in, one with Taylor, Mings, Gaither again. Oh. I hadn't put Martinez back in goal after he came back from injury. He missed the opening game of the season. Well, he wasn't fully fit for the opening game of the season, so I've been running with Joe Gauchi for all those games. That was a mistake. That was very, very much a mistake. Oops. Right, what are the other changes? We need Ramsey to play minutes. We need to get Zani. We need to get basically all of the attacking lineup fit. Watkins took a knock as well, so he won't be risked in the next game. We'll move forwards. We're going to play that one. The break is about to start in 5 seconds, so I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Right, welcome back, guys. I do apologise. Thank you very much for the Ray Duke Marshall PW. Lovely to see you in. How was your stream today? You managed to just catch us as I'd gone off for a break. Every hour I do the stretching the legs, the poisoning the lungs thing, unfortunately, and the emptyings of the bladder. Important things to make sure we get on. So I hope you've had a lovely morning this so far. I hope you've got a wonderful Christmas planned as well. I really do appreciate it. Rich Owens as well, managed to just miss you as you sent your message. Thank you so much, that is very kind. I am looking forward to this week's episode. I did see the news about Callum, which I can kind of understand, but very much look forward to listening to it. You lovely guys. If you guys don't check out the Football Manager Therapy podcast, you most definitely should. It's wonderful, both in terms of the positive and the serious stuff, and the absolute chaos as well. It really covers all bases. So yes, I did make a bit of a mistake by forgetting to change my goalkeeper. At least we've rectified that now. What we're going to be doing here is we've had some redeems on some mini games, so we're going to quickly play a round of Who Are You and a round of Missing 11. These games are pretty self-explanatory, but we will take you through them as we do it. So the first game we're going to play, which is Who Are You? That was redeemed by ACVic. So ACVic, you get to choose the first guess. ACVic will guess a player. It will then give us some clues as to what we've got right and what we've got wrong, like their nationality, which league they're in, their age, their shirt number, and their position. And as a group, we're going to try and work out who it is. So it should be reasonably straightforward to do. Rena says, thank you for redeeming the hydrate. I'll do that. So Supreme Club, see you in 3 hours. Indeed. That will be the joke that runs on all the way through. ACVic met Joe Gauchi at Villa Park when we played City. Lovely lad, that man. He's always seemed quite a pleasant chap, I have to say. Love that he's now starting for the Roos. Indeed. How does Scotty do in centre mid? Somehow I always feel he could do a sound job, and then I saw in real life campaigning in the cover shadows. So Scotty McTominay is brilliant for Scotland in a more advanced position. So certainly I can see that there. I think he's going to do quite well for us as a backup rotation piece, as that Volante, that player who just runs around a lot. He's a bit of an attack dog, I think would be the best way I could describe him. Poisoning the legs, stretching the lungs, all that, indeed. So in Australia, Christmas has been done and dusted. We've been up since 5:30am. 5:30am, my word indeed. So Hamed AVFC is in. Good evening and Merry Christmas. Good evening to you, Hamed. How are you doing? How are you feeling for our game tomorrow? Got to hydrate, definitely. Let's go for someone like Jesse Lingard. Haven't heard his name in a while. Let's go for someone like Jesse Lingard. Jesse Lingard is not in this. Maybe because he hasn't had a club for a while, so it looks like all these players are attached to a club. Is there somebody else you want to go for? Maybe we've got a backup guest there. So was Jesse Lingard come up yesterday? Yes, we were talking about Jesse Lingard yesterday because he hasn't won the league. He was out on loan at Leicester when Man United last won the league. So we have an English player playing in the Premier League. They don't play for Everton. They don't play as a defender. They're younger than 39. That doesn't narrow it down. They've got a shirt number below 18. So what are we going for? So Tatsugiri has suggested Mavropanis, who definitely isn't English. He's playing in South Korea now. Is he playing for Seoul? Because he was still looking for a club only a little while ago. Is that a relatively new move? So Hammer's very nervous about tomorrow's game. We can't seem to beat the Toons in their ground, so hopefully we get something out of it, but I don't see it. I think we're very Jekyll and Hyde against Newcastle. It's the kind of game that could finish 4-1 to either team. So I think it's really going to come down to who scores first. So pardon me, we have a guess. So RG was the next one in with the guess. He's gone for Foden. Now let's see what we've got going with Foden. We've got a forward who's younger than 24, lower shirt number than 47. So Foden's shirt number is too high. Mount is unfortunately too. Mount is older than Foden, right? He's like 25, surely. And we're looking for a forward though, so it can't be Rashford. Rashford is too old. It could be Saka. Do we go with Saka? I think we go with Saka, and then maybe I see Delap in there as well. So we go with Delap afterwards if it's not Saka. It does look like it's Saka, though. It is Bukayo Saka. Give a round of applause to that man, Connor B97, with his first words, and it's a perfect guess. Bukayo Saka, the 23-year-old number 7 wearing English striker. The next game we're going to play is Missing 11. So Missing 11 gives us a team where we've got to name the starting 11. In this example, we've got to name the starting 11 for Real Madrid playing in La Liga against Barcelona in 2013. The numbers on the shirts here, that's how many letters are in their name. So in this example, we've just got plain surnames. Sometimes you might see 2 numbers with a comma in between them, which would be like a double-barreled name. Like De Ketelaere would be 2, however many letters Ketelaere is. So let's go for some guesses for Barcelona players. So this is Real Madrid. This is Real Madrid against Barcelona, Quan. The date was the 2nd of March 2013. So we're going with Lopez in goal. That seems like a reasonably fair guess. It is indeed Lopez in goal. I think we have a full team tomorrow. JJ was back in training. Marvellous stuff. So we're suggesting Benzema up front. Benzema, who's been around forever, was indeed up front for that game. Ramos is an easy suggestion. It is indeed. Fabio Contrao. It is indeed Contrao. Benzema's been guessed as there. We've got Higuain. Would Higuain have played out wide? No, he's a 7-letter name, so it's going to be just that one. Ozil. It's not Ozil behind the striker. Is it Ozil deeper? Let's give it a try for Ozil deeper. It's not Ozil deeper either. We've got Ramos, we've got Ozil, we've got Kaka being suggested back in 2013. It is indeed Kaka behind the strikers. So it won't be Di Maria. Di Maria we would see as a 2,5. So we don't have any players who can fit that there. Alonso in the base of midfield. It's not Alonso as the 6-letter one there. Raul. Raul's not going to have played deep, is he? I don't think we would have had Raul deep. Pepe, perhaps? Pepe surely would have been... Pepe as a defensive midfielder? Possibly. Kaka, so we've got Kaka. Yeah, Kaka there. It's probably Pepe playing deeper. That's what you would have thought. And Modric next to him. All right, so we're going for Pepe in midfield. It is Pepe in midfield. And then Modric here. It is Modric. So Varane in defence. It is indeed Varane. Was Varane... I feel like 2013 is too long ago for Varane. There we go. How about that? So a suggestion for Diarra. Perhaps playing at right back. He did occasionally play there, but he's not a right back. So we're looking for some attacking midfielders. 6 letters is Modric, surely. We've got that one there. No, this isn't the game they played 6 defenders. I mean, well, they did play Pepe in midfield, so maybe. Khedira. So someone is suggesting Sen on the right. That's not enough letters. Oh, at right back, Sen. Right, yeah, perfect, marvellous. Khedira has been suggested. Now, he is 7 letters. That doesn't fit in. So Morata is Morata. Young Morata out behind the striker on the left. That's marvellous work there. And Callejon. It is Callejon. Some fabulous work there. Now, please bear me one moment whilst I clear my sinuses. That was a truly horrible noise I made there. Fabulous work there. Absolutely breezed through it. Right, so let's see where we are here. We're going to have to play the... thank you, RJ. The second leg here against Dunajka. It's going to be Emi Martinez's first start of the season because I'm an idiot. Let's see how we get on. We can skip that. Oh, we've got Man United in the first round of the Cup. That's going to do a dent to our chances. But maybe if we get knocked out early, that does mean fewer games we have to worry about getting through because we are definitely quite behind. Camera is fit enough to be on the bench. Watkins is fit enough to be on the bench. John McGinn is still about a week away. Marshall can be on the bench as well. So here we go. It is the reserve team. We are away from home. We may well have to make some big boy changes in the second half, depending on how things go. This is a match we should be winning. I'm going to say I have faith in you, but, you know, this is not a good start. Oh, that flashing was not particularly pleasant. I do apologise to anyone who is sensitive to flashing there. Merry Christmas, Woo. Thank you very much for popping in. How are you doing? You should give yourself a few bonus points for that. I wish, if only, an easy draw for sure. Never, no. We don't want to have like easy games in the early rounds, do we? Let's face it. So we've had some momentum, but we're not really having chances. We are very much in their half. Come on, let's do something here. We need to create some chances. We need to score. Okay, we've created some chances, to be fair. Right, finally, a highlight. It's taken 38 minutes for a highlight to come, and this highlight involves us passing it all the way back to the keeper. And then Martinez being quite loose with this pass. Here's Mings. Always got an error in him as Tyrone Mings. I love him to pieces. Oscarson shows for the ball, plays it back to Mings once more. Very, very slow, and it's now been picked up by Adoy. Is that Brian Adoy? Former Sassuolo wonder kid Brian Adoy, perhaps? Taylor intercepts. Ramsey on the ball now. We are meant to be playing at quite a high tempo. You would hardly believe it, but Onyedika's got some space, plays it down. Rogers is in behind. That's got to be 1-0. Linesman's not saying anything. No flags. No flags. No flags. Boom. So, Hamad asked, do you think we bring in any reinforcements in January? I wouldn't mind us bringing in someone to play up front. I'd be quite happy, if we could cash in on Watkins, I'd quite like that. But I was saying a little bit earlier, I really hope we address the right back position. I'd like us to have someone who tucks inside, a little bit like what Emery used to do with Juan Foyth at Villarreal, a little bit like what he tries to do with Ezri Konsa when he plays Ezri Konsa out there. That would be an area I very much want us to address. McTominay on the ball now, loses possession there, just outside the area. That is careless from McSauce. Here's Herc, plays it to Cernak, shoots from distance. Emi Martinez, he's a little bit rusty, having not played much, and that's why he conceded a goal that really, really was in reaching distance. Disappointing. Where were we? So just eaten, I am stuffed. That does sound like that's the perfect part of Christmas, isn't it? Now you just sit on the sofa, relax, hopefully don't have to move for the rest of the day. Booman says, yes, good old European Cup game flashbang. This is a very familiar, isn't it? This is very, very familiar. Us drawing, despite not really giving the opposition many chances. I don't like that. I don't like that. We need to be playing better. Nothing particularly promising from Zaniolo there. We might hold on a little bit in terms of the bringing in the big guns. Let's give these guys 10 minutes or so to turn things, to establish control. I mean, the game's not over. We are drawing this tie at the moment, but this is kind of disappointing. So he plays it out. Here's Taylor back to Mings. Mings plays it across to oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. My word. Mings has a mistake in him. I mean, I feel that was more the right hand side that was to blame for that. Really on their heels to deal with that ball. Both Doki and Mingueza. Right, Taylor's pushing forwards. We need to respond pretty much immediately. Ramsey heads it across. Oh, what a save! Diaby with a limp effort. This is frustrating. This is definitely frustrating. Taylor now with the throw-in back to Ramsey. McTominay, here's Onyedika, takes aim from distance. Unfortunately, that's narrowly wise. Popovic doing the kind of things earlier with that save that our keepers don't seem to be able to do. Oscarson plays it forwards. Konsa steps in. Good work from Konsa. Plays it to Diaby. Diaby is through on goal. Save from Popovic. Oh, Diaby, come on. Right, he's going to take the corner. Going to swing it in. We have Konsa. Nope, it's going to be short. Rogers then hangs it in. Keeper's able to claim. This might be one of those games, Supreme Quan. This most definitely might be one of those games. We've had a lot of these games so far, though, haven't we? It does seem to be a hallmark of every system we use. Oscarson's going to come off. We're going to have Omega up front. Jacob Ramsey's been okay. McTominay is going to come off as well. Camera is knackered. It's going to be Lindstrom coming on. Onyedika's going to play the more defensive role. Lindstrom's going to play there. We're going to look to play one of these in a more attacking capacity. We're going to ask you to attack as well. We really, we can't be knocked out in the qualifying rounds to Dunstruck Strelic or whatever they're called. This is absolutely atrocious. We had something like 20 shots against them in the first leg. We've dominated in this leg as well. This is I have genuinely offended someone at SI, clearly. This has been some pretty brutal results in the first 2 days so far. Can we play it through the lines? We can't get there. Herc is on the ball now. Can we step in? Onyedika with the challenge. Omega is in on goal. Omega hits the outside of the post. Oh, whoa, that's another big chance gone begging. Mings plays it to Ramsey. Ramsey tries to play it through, but Herc intercepts. Gavrich forwards. Here's a chance for the Duns to counter-attack. But now Diaby's on the ball. Diaby's running at the back line. Diaby has got in behind. Diaby puts it away this time. Second goal of the season. It's 2-2. It's 2-2. There's 18 minutes left or so for us to try and get a winner. So Hammer sees us bringing in defenders and leaving the attack until the summer. I would take a right back and an attacking midfielder. Fair enough, sir. That mistake, the Champions League, still won't leave my mind. I felt for him though. I get people being angry about it because obviously we saw Arsenal do exactly the same thing the season before and get away with it. But it's one of those silly mistakes, and it's kind of heartbreaking for his return. Right, so Duns haven't really offered anything, but every time they have created a chance, they've scored, and it seems like they've got a highlight here. Cons is a bit flat on his foot. Herc goes on the outside. Herc, can he get the cross in? Are they looking to give that as a penalty? I have yet to see the is it a penalty or is it outside the box thing ever reward a penalty. So this will be a penalty now. It's not a penalty. Thank God for that. Wouldn't it be typical if that was the one time we see it? So there's some good pressing right now from Duns, but we've managed to clear our lines. Diaby has so much space. Diaby's going to keep on carrying it. Can't, though, get it past Herc. Herc has done really well throughout the game. Taylor, though. Taylor in my area. Greg Taylor on his right foot. Our left back. What's he doing there? Who cares? That's Greg Taylor. Herc has been brilliant. Like, we've had a lot of attacks down that side, and Herc has done really, really well at winning back the ball. When we get the shot, it takes a wicked deflection off the defender. Popovic can't quite get enough on it, and that's 3-2. And here we go. We're now going to just drop back down into slightly more balanced. Onyedika is on a yellow card. Jacob Ramsey is tired. We've only got one change left, and that's going to be a Regbenham. He's not match fit, but Cameron's also not fully recovered from the last game. We're going to make you on support. We're going to drop that intensity back down a little bit. There with a higher. We are time wasting in the last 10 minutes against a team that I've never heard of, which never bodes well. So this might be one of those games where a typical FM game, what on earth is this? They've duns you in. Oh God, what did I just come back to? Indeed, Rowan. This is what happened pretty much. What the point where you came back was pretty much what happened in every single game we took control of yesterday. We would dominate. We'd have stats looking something a little bit like this, and we'd lose like 3-0. So it has been quite character building. So we could have gone for a libero in the last 19 minutes. I mean, would that have been Tyrone Mings as the libero? That would have been quite bold. That definitely would be bold. Miles out indeed. Extra midfielder and help them keep them in their half. Well, you saw from our positions map, we were doing a really good job of keeping them in their half. But there we go. So we have just about scraped through. And a win is a win is a win is a win. So I think that means we're now into the group stage. I think we only had the one qualifying thing. We're playing at the Mole Arena. Oh. So yeah, we have got games against. We only got 6 games. So there's 6 points, and each team will play one team from each pot. I didn't realise that the Conference League was a slightly shorter run of games. That's marvellous. Olympiakos, CSKA, Midtjylland, Klaasvik, Utrecht, and Alder. That should be. I mean, we don't know what version of our team will turn up on any given day, but that should be a reasonable set of fixtures for us. Right, our next game is against Leicester. We're going to leave that to the powers that be. Mngeza is the player I blame for that goal. Lindstrom, Diaby, Watkins, Imega. These guys don't make the thingy. What's it? There's a camera Onyedika. So actually, Onyedika looks a little bit tired. McGinn is 5 days away still. Oscarson on the bench. He will be there for Rodgers. 5 days. They're playing in 3 days. Delkovic on the bench. Marvellous. And we are leaving this one up to the instant result. We are going to increase. So we did get a little bit better when we made those changes. We are going to increase those for the next game, I believe. So here we go. Blue Moon says, how do you identify the weak points in your squad? Struggling with choosing positions to improve Torino, lol. So what we did at the very beginning of this stream, and I can't really go back to that point, I'm afraid, because we are kind of on a time constraint here, is I looked through their statistical performance, and we went and looked through every player in the squad, and we looked for those that weren't doing the things that we were expecting. We used that to be our launch point for where we look to improve. So that's how I go about it. So I look at their performance statistics, and we use that to see where players are not quite doing what they want. Oskarson's, well, I didn't accept a deal for Oscarson, so I'm glad it fell through. What on earth are you talking about? That does mean we've got the transfer window for us closes tomorrow. I think we should be all right to come through, unless we end up with a big injury. Now, can you stop trying to make loan offers for players that are part of my first team squad? So here we go. Away game against Leicester. Surely you should be able to do things here. So we're going up to attacking. We are on Be More Expressive there, which is fine. We are pushing that line up. Yeah, that's okay. Opposition instructions. Here we go. Go and do all the lovely chasing and marking that I want you to do. Then, come on, assistant manager. You can see this one through. Prove to me that you're capable of dealing with this. Yay, there we go. A 4-0 win. Scotty McSauce, Segundo McTominay scores Ollie Watkins brace. And we managed to get through that game without an injury as well. We've got a international break coming up. Then our next game is a home game against Chelsea, which we're definitely going to take control of. We're going to actually continue on, because in case there's like the board intervene on a bid on transfer deadline day and we need to react or something along those lines, I don't want us to be caught short. Get in David Coote. Boo David Coote. Boo David Coote. We're doing well in the Champions League, though. I honestly wasn't expecting us to do what we did. Unai is proving people wrong like he always does. What a manager. We're blessed. We are indeed. Thank God we managed to scrape through indeed. So, Ken, start with your last 5 matches in your analyst report. That's a good suggestion. Assistant manager's opinions on team strengths and weaknesses. The Conference League has less games. It does. Yeah, I'm surprised that. So why did Diaby leave to Saudi after rejecting him to join Villa in the first place? I mean, he did struggle in the second half of the season, and maybe he considered that actually he regretted not going to Saudi. I mean, it's perfectly reasonable for you to regret something afterwards. Konza, that is a good offer for Konza, but a non-negotiable offer on transfer deadline day, I'm not interested in. So what wages are we talking about? You want 550k? Absolutely not. He will eventually be gone from the looks of things. A loan offer for Carter. They're offering me a fee that doesn't match with what we want, so they can bugger off as well. Holofab, realistically, you should win all these games, but it's still FM. I mean, you would think so. You would hope so, wouldn't you? Coutinho's happy to stay. I'm not happy for you to stay, but we're lumbered with you. PSR made him leave in the summer. We needed someone to sacrifice themselves like Louis. Possibly. Voodoo threat. That's the way we should work. And these offers came through too late, so that's fine. We look like we're set for at least the first half of the season. Should I sell Watkins for £78 million? If you think that you can replace him for less than £78 million, yeah, absolutely. No brainer, says Tatsugiri. Go buy Gyökeres. Exactly. Go buy Omega. I mean, depending on how much Omega is in your save, we've managed to get him in for just 18.5, which isn't too bad. Lorenzo Luke has been mentioned in the chat as well, as always a quality player. Different profile for sure. So Dunajska Strada, also known as Dunajska Dehali, it's a former Hungarian town that became a Slovak territory after the World War. They still support the team in Hungarian, even though they got the hate for it from the other Slovak team supporters. The team acronym is DAC. There we go. Does the quality of your assistant impact whether you win the simmed matches? I have no idea, and I have no way of judging the quality of my assistant either with the way that we've set this up. So we can't see anything for staff attributes, so I can't unfortunately cast any aspersions on that. So yeah, we're at the minimum there. We can't register anyone. There's not anyone registered that shouldn't be. Yeah, that's as good as we're going to get. We've got past that section, so we can go all the way forwards to the Chelsea game now. How come you're trapping inside when you have the you have the advantage there? They have 3 while you have 2 in midfield. So the reason we're trapping inside is because of our 2-3 shape. Essentially, you are right. We have the strengths. Actually, we don't really have strengths in the wide areas either. We don't have any defensive strength. Let's come out of holiday. Here, basically, I can't really count on these players coming back and helping in the defensive side of the game. So whether we're focusing down the flanks or into central areas, we've got weaknesses all over defensively and in transition. So the reason why we trap inside is because we have wide, in this particular system, because we have wide players, it's easier for them to push the players inside. They're standing here, let's try and cut out these lanes out there, than it is for them to come inside to force players outside. So we're essentially going, right, let's try and rush the opposition to play it into this area, and hopefully we can win it back before they can establish. Ultimately, we're going to be quite risky anyway. That's part of the risk with a 4-2-4 system, is you're going to be exposed, and you're hoping to disrupt their play before they can properly take any advantage of it. Pardon me. FMGNG, Gerrard to Emery must have been one of the biggest upgrades there have been. Dear God, yes. AC, so that's exactly what we had with Leon Bailey last season as well. So Ali Tahad came in for Leon Bailey. We said no. Leon Bailey said 400k a week, please. So Karim Kanate for 45 or Gyökeres for 50. It's suddenly a much harder situation than I thought. I mean, I'd go for Gyökeres, absolutely. It does the quality. He leads the team, so his attributes are what his decisions are based on, like tactical changes and subs. There we go. So when is Dendonka leaving? In real life or in this? Dendonka leaves at the end of the season. It's a mandatory fee. In real life, Lord knows. They keep on trying to get Schick a work permit. So has he now just used? Oh, we got a work permit for him. Okay, that's marvelous. I thought they were going to use up one of the ESC slots. Looks like we've managed to get through that without any additional injuries, apart from Onyedika. That's okay. John McGinn is back in the fold. John Duran is 5 days away. So Omega, Watkins, Lindstrom, Diaby, Camera, McTominay. That seems to be the starting lineup we're going to go with. We will be playing this game against Chelsea. Home against Chelsea, this is kind of the game we really need to be winning. If we've got to have any chance of establishing ourselves in that top 6 and certainly pushing for the top 4, these are the games that we've got to be winning. So they are any big signings for them. Domenico Berardi is playing for them. They signed Danny Namasso last season as well. We saw he was playing up front quite a bit. So here's the opposition. Push them inside. Mark up the attacking players. Here we go. Our first arguably big game of the season. And they're going with Petrovic as their goalkeeper ahead of Sanchez, which is quite a surprise. Here we go. So yeah, you're able to evaluate. Are you able to evaluate your staff's performance with the iconic team? So the version that's released, you have staff attributes in exactly the same way that you have players' attributes. So they're in a range, so you don't get perfect information. The way I play, however, is I remove staff attributes entirely. I find the concept of attributes as Omega heads over for staff a little bit woolly. I prefer to focus on personality and tactical preferences. Right, here's a chance. Sterling plays it back to Chilwell. Chilwell into Namasso. Namasso back to Chilwell. They're just passing it between them. Namasso creates space. Fires over. Kwan says, okay, I'll see how this goes. Maybe the pressing and the compactness helps with the trap inside. Should do a little bit. In real life, he's here taking a lot of money for nothing. I mean, he's going to be somewhere taking a lot of money for nothing, isn't he? There's Diaby. Makes it 1-0. Camera with the assist. Diaby, we're 1-0 up. We're 1-0 up at home to Chelsea. The important thing is whether we can maintain it. Good evil. Merry Christmas, everyone. We don't celebrate Christmas, but it's my mum's birthday, so we celebrate anyway. Well, happy birthday to your mum. That's something definitely worth celebrating. Hervan Ryan, cake was good. Now I will start the same challenge as you do. Which leagues did you include? Well, Hervan, I've just included the top 5 leagues and the default one set there. If you head on over to the Discord, there is a save game file. There are a couple of save game files there. There's one starting yesterday. There's one starting from today, from the second season, if you want to do it that way as well. So that can save you having to go through and setting everything up. Yes, and Outfarby says you can find the save file there. Maestro, Jokeres denied me, so we're going for Kanate for 48, I suppose. Not a bad backup option to be going for, eh? So currently we've had quite a few highlights. Only 1 shot on target so far. Make that 2 shots on target. 2 shots on target, and that's Pau Torres. Pau Torres with a header from the corner. As Danilo Dookie was also there. Dina swings it in. Pau rises. Absolutely no hope for Petrovic. That's why you need a man on the post. You need a man on the post. 2-0 at half time, though. We know this is a dangerous scoreline. Consuls on a yellow card. We're doing okay. We're not particularly dominating possession, which is fine. Hands on hips. No. Hands in pockets. Hands in pockets. Omega's looking a little bit tired. Yeah, we need to be mindful. In fact, we're going to take tackle harder off there. Have they made any changes? They have. They've bought off Jackson at halftime. Bought on Brozier. Bought on Danny Carvajal. They signed Danny Carvajal in the off-season. That's a bold decision. Right, here comes Chelsea early into the second half. They need to score early, get themselves back in the game, and here's Gallagher pushing through. That's a penalty. Michael Oliver points to the spot. Gallagher is down with a problem. They're saying we consider it time wasting. Ah, there we go. Decision, penalty awarded. Oh, a penalty. Oh, a penalty indeed. Luca Dini is now on a yellow card. Berardi steps up to take it, and Martinez turns it away. We've saved a penalty. Martinez, let's just say some nice words to Martinez. Well done, sir. Gallagher with the corner. Into the far post. McTominay heads it away. Chelsea can keep the pressure on. Are we still on key highlights? We are still on key highlights. Chilwell's going to take the corner now. He swings it in. Berardi at the far post can't get there. McTominay is the man to try and get it away again. Konza in with the challenge. Now Diaby to counter. Diaby, one man against four, and nothing obviously came of it. We are going to bring off both fullbacks, so we can put Mingueza on tackle harder. Now that we've got that, we are going to drop down our mentality a little bit. We're going to drop our tempo a little bit. Let's just get a bit of control. Obviously, the penalty means that we're a little bit fortunate to be at 2-0. We don't want to give momentum to Chelsea too early in their second half. We can see it has been very much that way. They have dominated possession. That's kind of fine. I don't mind that. If we can hit them in the transition, that's great. So RJ asks, do I play any other games? I do, but sparingly. Mainly the other game that I play is Civ, and then a whole load of retro games. So I still play old games like the Settlers. I play a lot of the Settlers. I play XCOM, or as I know it, UFO Enemy Unknown. Right, so changes we need to make. Off comes Omega. Omega is going to be replaced by Zaniolo. Omega is going to be replaced by Zaniolo. Camera is going to come off, and he's going to be replaced by John McGinn. Opposition, let's just keep an eye. They've made a few more changes. They're 2-0 down, so they've brought on loads and loads of defenders. Typical FM there. Into the last 10 minutes or so. Thanks, we'll start from scratch. Did you start in the real world or traditional? And did you include all the lower leagues from the major five? Yes, so as I said, exactly the default as the game sets it up when you choose the top 5 countries. So I didn't change any of those settings there. Medium database size, players with continental reputation, players from continental teams, and in original mode with the default database. Right, time to make that last change. Tempo's fine. Time wasting up. Let's stop being expressive. Drop that down there. And the last change is going to be McSauce. Is it? Or is it going to be... It's going to be Jacob Ramsey coming on for Jesper Lindstrom. I have faith in you. Hopefully a good early marker in this save. We managed to wrest back control early in that second half and just see things out. So here we are. It is 30 seconds left. You assume that this is the end of game highlight, is it surely? Or is Zaniolo about to make it 3-0? Zaniolo is about to make it 3-0. Nice, like those games too. They're great games. XCOM and FM, you must love pain. I do love pain. Exactly. Especially the old XCOMs as well, or UFO Enemy Unknown, as I knew it at least. Damn, I've not played Civ in years. Really fun when you get into it. Civ's a great game. The new one comes out in February as well. But talking about pain on a serious level. Aston Villa, Villa Park, FIFAe World Cup. Can we win the league? Oh no, 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 no. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know we're in the swing of things when we've got really, really bad songs lined up for wins. 3-0 win, missed penalty, huge missed penalty from Domenico Berardi. Nice work, everyone. That was good. We've got to be happy with that. 5 games in now. We're at the right general area of the table. Got an away game against Everton next. I am a little bit wary of that. How are Everton doing? They're in 18th. That maybe shouldn't be quite as much of a concern. That's in a week, so let's move forwards. We can go there. And whilst that's going on holiday, I see we've had a Who Are You redeemed, so let's go on over and play a round of Who Are You. Here we go. Random hide photo. So it was J Luggage was the person that redeemed. So go on and come in with your first guess, and that'll do quite nicely. So Hung Min says, I'm back to Scotty playing well. We're going to win the league for sure. We are going to win the league for sure. Howie Salter, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. And Hazardous X25, lovely to have you on board. Missing a 99% blank shot or missing a penalty. They're the same thing. I'm sure they use the exact same calculations for sure. Right. Absolute Cinema says Holy Fab. That's one word for it. Oh, no. Turn it off. You're going to have to put up with it, Quan. I'm sorry. When did I record these? Tatsugiri asks. About 6 o'clock this morning. Yeah, so obviously I didn't know the team until late Sunday night. And I had to do a lot of prep before yesterday morning's stream. I woke up at about 5 this morning and had a little bit of chance to do a bit more there. So Maestro, you finished 5th. Hoping for nation coefficient qualification. Fingers crossed. We're going with Harry Kane to start. There we go from J Luggage. Let's see what information we get from Harry Kane. You are correct with the Bundesliga. You are correct with the position of forward. Younger than 31, higher shirt number than number 9. There's quite a lot of options there. So RJ's coming quite quickly, as is AC Vic. So Hung Min obviously popped in a couple of guesses whilst we were waiting for Kane. The Net94, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Feel free to get involved if you like to. Zero obligation to jump into chat at all though. So we have the first guest that came in was from AC Vic that followed, and that was Benjamin Sesko. He's older than Sesko, lower shirt number than 30. So not English, not Slovenian, not at Bayern, not at RB Leipzig. So Apenda's a Leipzig one there. So Adeyemi, perhaps that seems like a reasonable guess. Hey, is he older than 21? He's like maybe 22. He is 22. It's not that, but we are looking for a forward under shirt number 27 who plays for Dortmund. So who are we going for? Not German either. So I think we've got a lot of people are saying Malen. There are a lot of people saying Malen does seem like it would be the right person. It is Daniel Malen. Daniel Malen, the 25-year-old Dutchman wearing number 21. Marvellous work. Marvellous work there indeed. Right, let me hop back. And that means we're right in time for the Everton game. Duran is back from injury, which is marvellous as well. So Oscarson to drop out. No, it's going to be Nedeljkovic to drop out for him to take the place. Onyedika is still a little bit away. John McGinn's starting to get some fitness. Ezri Konza is unhappy because we wouldn't give him crazy money. DRB Lindstrom, that's cool. We are handing this over to our assistant manager. In fact, what we're going to do is we're going to have a slightly more defensive option created. We're going to go back to... We're going to play in this system because even though we're away, we should be okay. But let's just, whilst we think about it here, we're going to just do a version here that is a little bit less intense. Move that down to positive. Move those lines down, higher and mid block. That's fine. And we're going to call that... going to call that Aston Villa to defend. Going to call this one Aston Villa to attack, just so that we've got something kind of there for when we need to shut up shop, or when we need to ask our assistant manager to manage a more defensive game. Tackle hard on the player that's injured or not in full condition, and let's see how they get on. Fingers crossed. Has Watkins clicked? Watkins has been good for us in it so far. I mean, he scored 28 goals for us last season. He's scoring goals right now. A 96th minute winner. We got a penalty as well, and we scored it. Moussa Diaby in the 47th minute. I mean, yeah, another game where it looks like we were dominant all the way through. Everton have a chance. They scored through Beto, but that's okay. We're in second. 5 wins, 1 defeat. That defeat was away against Newcastle United team. And now there's 3 days until that league game against Man United. That league game against Man United means we're going to ring some changes. Those changes are going to look a little bit like this, and this, and this, and this. And John Duran comes in for his start. So that's going to be Omega in the more attacking capacity. this game really doesn't like bringing Jacob Ramsey on often, doesn't it? So his substitute appearances, half of them have been from me. I think most... Has Ramsey only played the games that we've managed? No, we've only managed 4. I'm thinking... It's weird doing this whole thinking aloud thing. Onyedika will be back in time? No, he won't. Morgan Rogers will come onto the bench. Nedeljkovic will come onto the bench. Carter will come onto the bench. Coutinho, why not? Let's bring Coutinho onto the bench as well. So we are running with our reserves in the League Cup. Yes, we get points for every round we progress, but of the competitions I'd most like us not to progress in, it's the one that clashes with all the midweek game. You know, these games all happen in the first half of the season when we've got the European games as well. So if we can end up freeing some space during December that gets really, really crowded, that would be quite handy. Yes, Donyen Malen, Terzic is Ronaldo. I think that's a fair description of Donyell Malen. A legend. Netherlands represent, exactly. Tottenham first, Villa second, FM is drunk. I take it. I am fully on board with that as the future that we're eventually going to hit. Scott must play this game. Scott is going to play this game. Largely because Onyedika's still not match fit, because if I could, I would have probably rotated every player for this. This one is going to be again... Yep, so we're leaving this to the assistant. We then play Man United in the league at the weekend. We will take control of that game, though. So let's simulate here. Come on, we can do this. Any result here is fine. A 3-1, there we go. Another decent performance. McGinn, Duran, Oscar Mingueza score. It was a consolation for Rasmus Højlund. He brought it back to 2-1. As the late goal puts us through. Duran ends his goal down. That apparently is his first goal in over 8 hours of football. And here comes the rest. And then we go back to the same team that we had for the previous game. Torres, Konza, Diaby, Lindstrom. These players should be on there. Mings, Carter, Watkins up front, Imega in the left spot there. Onyedika's not going to be back in time for that game either. It's still 6 days away. We move forwards. Do we leave it? The assistant manager's proven he can already beat Man United. So where are we at? We are now at 14:15. So we're coming up to 4-hour mark. That means there's 8 hours left after this point. We're in October. So we've got October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. We've got 8 months. We've got a month and hour from this point on, but there's going to be a lunch break in there as well. So we are going to have to be a little bit more selective as Zaniolo goes down injured about what games we take charge on. Really going to have to push forward. There may come a point as well a little bit later on in the stream where I have to stop the mini games if we're going to be running it really, really tight. But at the moment, I don't think we're at that moment just yet. God, that December is horrible. Scott must play. Yep, indeed. Too much eggnog. There we go. Before you give this to the assistant manager, make sure United didn't play a weaker team. I don't trust the result in the Mickey Mouse Cup that much. I'm not going to hand this one, but I was just saying maybe we could do. Look, our assistant got us a win away against Liverpool last season. He's probably better than me. Just doesn't quite understand what's going on. Right, Rogers onto the bench. Everyone's kind of fit. Opposition instructions. Here we go. I mean, would we consider this a full strength team? We have got Casemiro in there. We've got Wan-Bissaka starting. Right, we need to swarm them from the off. We need to really, really set the tone. We're in good form. I have faith. Into the match we go. Let's start with the positions. So here's a corner. It's going to be Jesper Lindstrom playing it to Dina. Dina flicks it in. Danilo. Oh, why is he Danilo and not Duki? Konza plays it out. Can Torres feed it? Oh, what a ball from Torres. Watkins apparently was offside. He missed it. That's a lovely ball round the corner. Diaby has picked up a yellow card immediately in the game, so we ask him to not tackle harder anymore. Another chance for a corner here. Nothing happening. Free kick to Man United. We seem to very much be camped in their half. Is the momentum starting to shift? You kind of want to wait until those blocks are finished because we're only somewhere within the 5-minute block at that point. McTominay's on a yellow card already. He loses out. Mount on the ball. Plays it back. Varane down to Anthony. Anthony feeds Højlund. Powell steps in. Plays it all the way back to Martinez. Duki on the ball here. Into McTominay. McTominay out to Konza. And there's Diaby. Quick into Watkins. And gets it back again. He's going to try and run back past Wan-Bissaka. He sends the cross into the far post. And Mega can't get there. Lindstrom gathers the pieces. Lindstrom along to camera. Back to Powell. Villa waiting. Hoping to be able to find the gaps. And here's Watkins. His touch takes him quite wide. Is that a deflection that takes that in? Or did Onana just dive out the way? You can't question whether maybe Onana just dived out the way, because that is a very, very Onana thing to do. A lovely ball from Konza. Watkins' touch was poor to begin with. It takes a deflection off Lissandro Martinez. Wrong foot to Nana, and that's 1-0. What changes? Oh yes, that was the tackling instructions. So McTominay is going to have to come off at half-time, I'm afraid. I don't like my pivot with yellow cards. Camera steps in. Camera, can he make it 2-0? Oh, he did brilliantly to step in. Unfortunately, the finish just wasn't quite there. Are you trying to get through the whole season today? Yes, we are. We are getting through. Each day is going to be one season. Common McSauce, don't let me down. Leacher man, that's definitely a very, very Leacher contribution. Right, Will Bettis, thank you very much for the redeem. We do have a break coming up that will be after this game. So after this game, we'll take a break. Then we'll play the missing 11 if that's cool. Merry Christmas to you, my man. I hope you're doing well. I reckon I'd be a better keeper than Onana, reckons Acevic. I mean, if you are, think about the money you can get. I'd be out there right now looking for that. And Bruno giving the ball away at big games. Am I surprised? That is the way. So Arminio asks, where do I stand? What do you mean, where do I stand? Is there more to that question? Or are you just talking about where do I get up and stretch my legs? In the house. Wait, is that your own logo on the Villa kit? Awesome. It is indeed. These were made by the wonderful, the glorious Crablongs, and he shared them in the Discord as well. Yeah, so I didn't do that myself. That was the beautiful handiwork of Crablongs. Right, that was a good first half performance. McTominay, though, you were on a yellow card, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to bring you off, which means McGinn can come on. He can tackle harder again. Other than that, I think we're good to go. Any changes at halftime? There are none, which is marvellous. So just us making a change. Are we going to see United gather a little bit momentum more? In terms of the positions, we are very much pushed up in their half, which is great. Omega comes for the throw-in. Unfortunately, his pass is loose, and Højlund has a chance to break now. Højlund up against Pau Torres. He sends the cross in. Here's Fernandes. Fernandes makes it 1-1. Oh, that is undeserved nonsense. Undeserved. The third shot of the game. I mean, he's got to score from there, right? Like, it's a lovely, lovely cross from Højlund. The Neo is unaware of what's coming on his blind side. Emi Martinez decides to mark the post for no apparent reason. And Fernandes beautifully side volleys home. Here we go. We're going to fire up. Are they about to turn things around? Anthony to Varane. Varane back to Miss Martinez. Martinez into Wan-Bissaka. Wan-Bissaka inverting is always a little bit weird to me. They go all the way back to Onana. And here's Shaw out wide. Plays it. Rashford gets a header onto it. Konza, what are you doing here, Konza? Konza's giving it away. Højlund. Absolute joke. Right, 60 minutes. That is That is going to be Musa Diaby coming off because of his yellow card. That yellow card means we're going to bring on... Jacob Ramsey. Pop him over on the left. Lindstrom onto the right. Ezri Konza. Oh, I don't have Mingatha on the bench, so Ezri Konza survives for the moment. We've got our push there. Opposition instructions. They have made one change. That's Bentancur. They've signed Rodrigo Bentancur. It's interesting we moved down to positive. Let's just try and get a little bit of control back into this game. I have faith in you. So glad that Villa switched to Adidas this season. Did you not like the very, very sweaty shirts? We've changed and we haven't had a shot. So in fact, we're going back again to attacking. We're going to push even more. We're going to ask you to go on attack duty. I don't want to bring on Hayden Carter in this game. So I do want to bring on... Right, Lindstrom's now coming off. Watkins. We've got a big 3-man attack now. Omega, Duran, Watkins, Ramsey in behind. Let's see if we can do something. Let's get back. We don't deserve to be behind. Drawing. But here's Fernandes. Plays it out to Anthony. Anthony has a chance to run at his man. He takes it down the left. Can send it inside to Bentancur. Bentancur, the shot takes a deflection. Martinez's turn to dive out the way. This is smash and grab football from Manchester United. Disgraceful stuff. Utter woke nonsense, says Good Evil. Højlund assisted. Oh my god, Villa is trying to assist Højlund. Maybe the players want McTominay not subbed off. Maybe hung them in. Maybe that's what it was. We subbed off McTominay and then we got FM'd. Utter disgraceful nonsense. Here we go. The ads are starting in a second as well. I missed the chance to snooze. Let's demand some more. Don't tell me this is going to be 3-1. Casemiro to Shaw. Shaw plays it down the line to Rashford. Rashford inside to Fernandes. Fernandes crosses deflected. Back to Fernandes again. Shaw to Casemiro. Close them down, boys. Close them down. Dalot takes the shot. We need to push. We need to push. This means that McGinn is coming forwards into a box-to-box role. We've got Kamara defending there. Dini is going to look to push forward. There's not much more we can do. We can go a little bit higher there. Tip behind Emi Martinez. Come on, guys. Attack, attack, attack. Manchester United. Shaw with the corner. Luke Shaw. Nothing's going to come from that. We haven't generated a chance since we've made any of these changes, so we'll probably need to move back. Omega gets his head to the ball. Martinez gathers. Can we win it? Here's McGinn. McGinn's got a chance to break forward. McGinn, go sideways instead. Sideways is not forwards. Sideways is definitely not forwards. There's Omega. What a truly, truly limp effort there. Let's go all the way back to the standard one. Omega's coming off. On comes Oscarson. Even more big bodies up front. Into the last 5 minutes. Another highlight starting with a United set piece. Martinez with the free kick. What's he going to do here? He's going to play it out to Shaw and he gets the ball back. Bowen. They've signed Bowen. He finds Rashford. Rashford. Oh, Rashford should have scored. And that might be enough. That might be enough to get their XG close to... No, they're still quite a long way behind on XG. And that's going to be the game petering out. We only created one chance, I think, after Man United equalised. But can we get a late one here? Here's Watkins. Watkins with the shot from the angle. And Nana pushes it out for a throw-in. Some urgency would be nice, lads. We took 45 seconds off the clock just to pick up the ball. Dina sends the cross in. Casemiro gets it away. Bowen wins the free kick. That's some experience from Bowen there, knowing how to kill time. And Man United only have to wait now. They've been standing over the ball for 10-15 seconds. We have been robbed once more. I am not happy. We are training tomorrow. Utter disgrace and nonsense indeed. Anthony being involved in a goal contribution. The game's gone. This is karma for subbing off McTominay. Hung to Min, the master of repeating himself. You repeat yourself so much, you should almost be doing what I do. Because that's all I do. I spend myself saying the same 4 sentences over and over again. Namely, we've been robbed. Early crosses for the big boys. That we could have done. Try to close the space behind the strikers. We were closing quite heavily, and when we closed quite heavily, we created no chances. So petition for Musterman to do tomorrow's stream with 2D view. Why do you want it with the 2D view, Cyril? Musterman Ball is worse than utter woke nonsense. It is indeed. I mean, we are still in the top 4, which is okay. We were robbed. That's all it was. We were just robbed, plain and simple. We've got a home game against Olympiacos coming up. Onyedika should be back by then. He should indeed. Now, there was a break whilst the game was going on. I need to take a break. I need to make sure that I do my stretching and go to the toilet and refill my drink. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Then we're going to play a game of Missing 11. All right. So see you guys in a few moments. And we're back, or we will be once I find the browser. There's the browser. On to a round of Missing 11. And what do we get this time? We have got Liverpool's 4-0 win against Brighton in 2018. And we have... So for those that haven't played along before, the way this works is you see these numbers on the player just underneath the player's shirts. That's how many letters are in the player's surname. So, I mean, we all know quite straightforward that Van Dijk plays for them, and you can see that was a 3-4. That's 3 and 4. So where there are double parts to a player's name, you're going to see something like that. So let's see, who have we got there? We've got Karius in goal. If I could spell Karius, there's Karius. We've got Robertson suggested at left back. Robertson, boom. Who else are we going for? Trent Alexander-Arnold. Of course it's going to be Trent Alexander-Arnold with the dash in his name there. What Liverpool game? I've missed it. Real Betis. It is the Liverpool win against Brighton in 2018. What game was this? So Flux, this is Missing 11, as we explained. So we've got to guess the players in that match. So Liverpool's 4-0 win against Brighton, 2018. Van Dijk, yeah, we've got Van Dijk, Mane and Salah. So Mane on the left, Salah on the right, you would expect, indeed. Kanate as his partner. It's not Kanate. Someone suggested Lovren. Those are the letters for Lovren. So we've got Lovren there in the back. Matip. Doesn't look like we've got a Matip, unfortunately. Steve Finnan. There's a good throwback. Can we fit Steve Finnan in somewhere? Unfortunately, it's 6 letters. Yeah, I know I meant the match. Perfect. Sorry, I do apologise, Flux. Mane left wing, Salah right. Yep. Kanate left centre back. We've got that. It wasn't him, it's Lovren. Give a check. He was indeed playing. Henderson in midfield. We've got 2 9 letters, so is it going to be that one? It's not going to be Henderson on the right. Is it Henderson? It's Henderson on the left. We got Bobby Firmino. Bobby Firmino on the right. It was indeed. Fabinho as another suggestion. Now, Fabinho is 7 letters. I don't think Fabinho was playing up front. I don't imagine. So we've got Benteke suggested. Was Benteke still around at that point? No, it wasn't. But it is a player whose name ends with KE. And we have Wijnaldum suggested for the midfield. Is Wijnaldum. Fabulous work there. Bobby, we've got Bobby indeed. Solanke. Solanke starting a game in the Premier League for Liverpool. Fabulous work. You made light work of that one, guys. Really, really quick work through on that. I do apologise. I think that means that the poor folks over on YouTube may have not even got a chance to see it. So I do apologise to you guys. I saw the KE at the end and gave it a go. It's brilliant guess. I genuinely wouldn't have thought that Solanke started a league game. Marvellous. Cool. Right, so that by that point, we might be back. Yeah, we're back from holiday, ready for the game against Olympiacos. The assistant manager does do a better job, so he will take charge of this one. The best defensive team is Liverpool. Best defensive player is Robertson. Best defensive team is Man City. Ramsey has picked up yet another injury just for 2 days. He should be back in time. Here we go. So, what have we got here? We want to make some changes just to keep people fit. Konza's coming off. Torres is getting a rest. Greg Taylor will be in. John McGinn needs to have a bit more game time there. Onyedika doesn't even have a thingy what's it, so that's good. None of those guys are available. Morgan Rogers to perhaps get the start. Let's give John Duran some time. Let's give Watkins a little bit of a rest as well. That's still a pretty strong lineup, I think. And let's hope that the assistant manager knows to give. No, we're going to move Onyedika straight into the team. Because he's tired, they will probably sub him off like around half time. I don't think the game rates Onyedika much. So I know that when I was doing my test, when I recommended Onyedika in the Moneyball Clinic thing, if I left the AI to pick the team, they wouldn't pick him. If I picked him and went on holiday and said use lineup, he would be amazing and they'd be forced to play him. So I think we need to put him in the starting lineup for games where we want him to actually feature in some way. And they will probably say he's a bit rubbish and sub him off quite early. So a number of players who aren't fit for this game. So there we go. We've managed to do all right. There we go. Look at that. Absolute dominance as well. Diaby and Mega, John Duran with a double. We need to give them more games to the assistant manager after he fumbled the Dinashka Strada home leg. He's been pretty decent from that point on. Our next game though, it's away against Tottenham. This is probably one. What we doing? How are we doing for time? We need to get through a month, an hour essentially. So hopefully there. You're live on YouTube as well. You're doing the double, are you? Yeah, we double stream. Part of the advantage of doing it with YouTube as well is it means VODs stay on YouTube. On Twitch, VODs disappear after like 2 weeks. And by doing a live stream over there, it puts it in a separate tab as well. So you can easily find the live stream separate from the regular videos without them getting all mixed up, which I think is quite nice personally. Right, so back to the main team. That's Camera, that's McTominay, that's Torres, that's Dina. We're going to give Doki a rest. We know that Conte can play. Actually, how is Dookie doing in terms of his headers? Headers winning 70%, only winning 63% of his tackles, which is disappointing. Konza is at 79 and 75, but he has been playing as a right back, so his header win rate is likely to be higher when he's up against wingers rather than strikers. We'll run with that. Diaby, Lindstrom, Watkins in, Omega. Pardon me indeed. Let's run with that. Tino Nedeljkovic. We've got cover at left. We've got cover on the right. Turn him again. Rogers is the one. Rogers, unfortunately, is kind of on the peripheries of the squad. So something like that should be okay. And if we leave this, what are the games that we've got coming up? Tottenham, Norwich. We don't need to play any other games in this month. We might not need to play any of the games in November either. So we will play the game against Tottenham. I think we will be the ones to blame for the result. That's the way we go. 2 months on Twitch. 2 months on Twitch indeed. Crazy, but I had awesome results using McTominay up front. Like McTominay, he's such a good physical profile. Like the fact that he's so good aerially and he's more than capable at everything else. Like that bravery in particular. Yes, McTominay as a striker, I think, is a legit route. And part of the reason why I want to bring him in is because it gives us some more options from our set pieces as well. Right, so this is what we're going with. Opposition instructions. It's a 4-2-3-1. Are they still... Is Ange a 4-2-3-1? No, they've got Arne Slot. Arne Slot 4-2-3-1. Yes, we did see that last season, in fact, that they had Arne Slot in charge. Here we go. Let's show that. There, we've got some positive reactions. See how early into the game we need to start switching things to attacking. Exactly, he was like a battering ram. What a good description. Hung him in. I play McTominay as right wing back and centre back, and he was good as well. Like I can definitely see him as a centre back again because of his physical process. And yeah, I imagine with that stamina. Like Paul McTominay, ousted from Man United, used as not a scapegoat, needed for PSR. He can play pretty much anywhere. Incredible player. He's ours. He's now ours. Now we will have a look once Onyedika is properly up to fitness. He might lose his pace. You've got to be aware of that. So Broken Backlim says, Merry Christmas, Musterman and everyone. Season's greeting. Merry Christmas, Broken Backlim. Welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. By the way, Ghostfits Killer, I do apologise. We did have the game that was going on, so I missed your message. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope you're having a marvellous time. A cross into the far post, and Mega with the header. Here we are. Are we going to become Set Piece FC? I don't mind if we're Set Piece FC as long as if we're not sending everything into the near post and exploiting that, we can score as many goals as we like from the far post. As far as I'm concerned. In Mega, he's 6'5", and there we go. It's been a pretty cagey first half. Can Tottenham hit back immediately? Udogie plays it to Pedro G. It's Gonçalves. A deflection. Martinez with a big save. Kulusevski tackled by Pau. Great save there from Martinez. And there's a big chance, apparently, a massive jump up for XG for Tottenham. They can feel a little bit hard done by that they weren't able to score. Mingueza steps in but can't quite keep the ball. Now we come away with Watkins. Watkins can play it back to Pau into Camera. There's 3 players converging. Calmly plays it back once again. Here's McTominay. Keeps on going backwards to Pau. There's the angles aren't there. He can find Camera though. Lindstrom plays it to Camera. Camera's through on goal. Camera hits the upright. I don't know whether that was the bar or the post. It was both from the looks of things. Yeah, not too bad for the first half. Not too bad for the first half. Martinez makes a save at the end of the half there as well. That was apparently worth something. I'm pretty content with that. Momentum, I'm kind of okay. Let's drop things down a little bit. Cameron needs to come off at half time because he's been booked. Have they made changes? Madison went off injured, so that's Brennan Johnson on the right. Just going to drop the mentality down, and that alone. Let's see if we can just kind of kill that momentum they had at the end of the half a little bit. Even if it's just that we've got some control in these first few moments. That's not great. It's not working. Let's ask the guys to focus. Drop all the way down to balance now. Still Tottenham seem to have turned the corner a little bit from the looks of things. They have indeed. Into the 70th minute. Right. Let's go all the way back to attacking. On comes John McGinn. On comes Jacob Ramsey for the injured Lindstrom. Right, we're pushing back up to attacking. Let's see if we can get a bit of... if we can't get control of the game and kind of take over the momentum, let's see if we can hit them on the counter-attack, maybe go 2-0 up. Here's a throw in with Digne. Digne's able to get the ball out of his feet, crosses it to the far post. Vicario claims. Diaby's never going to win a header, even if it is against Udogie. Long ball from Vicario. Brennan Johnson is able to get there. It's a poor challenge from Digne. But Johnson gets away. Plenty of space to get the cross, and Son's shot is blocked by Martinez. It seems there. I thought that was the defender who got across, but it wasn't. Kulu will stand over the corner. Sends it into the near post. Powell gets to it first. It's chance for a second ball. Calvin Phillips. Some interesting players in this Tottenham team. Calvin Phillips, Angel Gomes, Pedro Gonçalves. Right, so we saw just that moment that our changes had come in after those set of highlights as well. Right, Mingueza's looking tired. Diaby is looking tired. So those are going to be the next changes. And Mega's looking tired. Watkins and Diaby aren't having a good game. So we are going to push Watkins out wide. Because Zaniolo is obviously injured and we've had to bring off Lindstrom because of his injury. And do we swing Konza out? We do. We're going to swing Konza out. Bring on Dineo there. See it through, lads. We did get a little spell of momentum there. Now drag us in with a deep run in. Son is in behind. McGinn can't get there. Kulusevski just wide. Right, we saw that they had a lot of momentum, but they weren't having chances earlier. So actually, now here we drop down. I should have just switched over to the defensive option that we've got there. And can we hold on for dear life? It looks like we might have got revenge against Man United, but against Tottenham, which seems a little bit unfair. Into the last 10 seconds here. Van der Ven can't get his head to it, but Romero back to Kulusevski. Son, great save from Martinez. As time runs out, blow the whistle, ref. Dineo gets it clear. There were 30 seconds over. And that, oof. Two massive chances right at the end there. Look at that big chance. That big chance was worth, 0.45 XG. Emi Martinez standing tall. We do not deserve that whatsoever. But, well, it gives and it takes, right? It gives and it takes. So what does that do? What does that do now? That moves us. We don't move up above Tottenham, unfortunately. But we are 2 points clear of Arsenal now. We're only a little bit in. Lundstrom's out for a couple of days. We've got 14 days, though, before we play Norwich. So time for these guys to all rest. Let's move everything forward to the next match. There we go. Go on holiday. So Tottenham crumbles to Aston Villa of all teams. To Aston Villa of all teams. How dare you? How dare you? Undeservingly first. Give that top one to Man United. Why would Man United deserve to be up there? Why would Man United? Never, never. So Nathan asks, what skin do I use? You're going to be surprised to hear this, Nathan. MustermannFM uses the Mustermann skin. So you've got the link there. Just a word of warning that some of the elements you see on stream aren't there in the public release because they cause issues that aren't necessarily fit for public release. And that there are certain things that are tailored to the fact that we're streaming at a specific resolution, and stuff that needs to be a little bit larger on stream than they necessarily need to be when you're stood in front of sat in front of a screen. Tales of the Tape says, I hate losing 1-0. I'd rather lose 3-6. That's fair. That's fair. You kind of, I mean, like, if I was a Tottenham fan in that game in real life, I wouldn't be too upset with, I'd be disappointed with the defeat. And yes, I get the whole I'd rather lose 3-6 kind of thing. But like Tottenham went for it, and that's fine. I can accept a 1-0 defeat. I can accept my team losing 1-0 in real life if they've made a proper effort to go for it. And if the game could have finished 3-6 but finished 1-0, then it's fine. If it just peters out into absolute nothingness, that's always frustrating. So here we go. So Tatsugiri says, I like Villa. Must be the claret and blue connection. You are a person of fine taste, Tatsugiri, you see. Incidentally, my family on my mum's side are all West Ham fans, so subsequently, part of the reason I feel so comfortable saying mean things about West Ham is because I have quite a soft spot for West Ham, especially that Harry Redknapp era. Some quality players. The Bridgeman 52, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Now, zero obligation whatsoever to do so, but if you feel comfortable jumping into chat, let us know who you support, let us know who you play on FM if you're playing at all. Love to hear from you. So there we go. Right, some teams have played 9 games now. Because we're just about to play the game against Norwich, that's fair. How are we doing for subs? Zaniolo is still can make the bench. Rodgers isn't quite ready for that. So Zaniolo. For Oscarson, we will look at Onyedika in because they're gonna bring McTominay on at some point for sure. Dookie back in there. Mangala keeps his place. Osri Konsa has dropped to the bench. Zaniolo isn't going to make the bench because I didn't notice his condition there. John Duran up front. John Duran. Omega, give Watkins a rest. No, pop Watkins off the left. Lindstrom is coming back from injury. Set it up for the opposition and do standard thing. Norwich getting promoted. There's Gabriel Sara playing in looks like the more defensive role there in the midfield. Right, come on, assistant manager. You can easily see this one through. So you're a Villa fan and you're doing an Everton save. How are you getting on with Everton? That's a pretty horrendous score. 7 goals from 2.71 xG feels a little unfair. I think we were able to guess you're a Villa fan, but why an Everton save? Is it the challenge of the point deduction and the debt? Good Evil likes Villa for Emery. Premier League fans heavily disrespected him. They most definitely did, and all because he tried to make an effort to speak English. Ultimately. Right, that puts us up to 3rd, which is nice. We've got a game against Sofia coming up as well. So these are the changes. That's going to be McGinn can start. We'll do that there. Konza. Konza and Torres onto the bench. Greg Taylor in. We give Oscarson the start. Lindstrom, Watkins is going to play. Omega's now going to get rested. Zaniolo should be okay by that point. Rodgers will be okay by that point. Marshall onto the bench as well. And we can move forwards. Marvellous stuff. 3 goals in extra time. Crazy, isn't it? Indeed, 3 goals in extra time is cool. At 4-1, can you imagine a team trying to score more goals at that point? That is disgusting behaviour. It's a funny story. I thought Villa and West Ham were the same team as a kid. I just fell on the West Ham side eventually. Like, that's kind of, as a kid, that's kind of understandable, to be fair. Right? So it does certainly make sense. Bam Bam is here. Hello, Musterman. Thank you for providing this outlet on this Wednesday. I'd say it's the least I can do, and I just I hope that it can provide a space for people when otherwise it might be a little bit quiet around here on Twitch. So I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Hungdom Min says, in my opinion, Good Evening Ball is better than Paella Dyke Ball in terms of excitement. Oh, Good Evening Ball is definitely more exciting than Paella Ball. I mean, there's a lot of similarities between the way that Brighton, Villa and Tottenham set up, in that a lot of it is very transitional. It's about occasionally trying to bait things, but otherwise trying to get the ball forwards and take advantage of space when it's there. Obviously, as fans of all those teams have found out in recent times, is that when teams don't get baited by your press, trying to break down that low block is quite a challenge, and that's when games can become a little bit attritional, unfortunately. But that's kind of part and parcel of trying to progress the game and make a team better over a period of time. So, is it what it is. Another big win, 5-2 this time. It was Sofia went 2-0 up to go with, but he's responded in kind. Ollie Watkins, Lindstrom, Diaby, and Mega with another 2 goals. Another one in injury time as well. There we go. Rest. So is that 2 wins out of 2 for the group stage, which is marvellous. We've only got 6 games in the group stage, which is cool. What's the team here? Diaby's got to stay. We move back to our preferred double pivot there. These changes come back in as well. So Zaniolo in there. Oscarson, Rogers, Marshall don't make the bench for the next game. It's an away game against Crystal Palace next. Go on holiday. So yeah, a lot of the games this month, and probably for quite a fair bit of November as well, we're going to be instant resulting, holidaying through. That I think means that we've got a lot of games in December we're going to need to play. We are now at 3 o'clock, so we're coming up to nearly 5 hours. 6 hours will be the halfway point for the season. We don't look to be that close to the halfway point in the league, which is a little bit of a concern. I will need to go for lunch at some point and take at least half an hour, to like eat and stuff. Okay, Nottingham Forest's unbeaten home run reaches 10 games. But they're 12th. I was going to say, is the 24-25 season for Nottingham Forest looking good in the league as well? But it's not quite yet. Right. No pressure on the lads, but if we can beat Crystal Palace, I think that puts us second, which would be quite nice. So Cordy J's Villa save is going great. Injury after injury after injury. I can relate, but as a Dortmund fan, I feel quite at home. I swear, like that. Maybe it's something about the setup here. We've been quite fortunate this season, but last year was absolutely brutal. Actually, we haven't been that fortunate. 4 injuries, 8 injuries. September's been okay. Last season, it just every single week we'd end up with like another 5-week injury. But we seem to be they're smaller injuries so far this season. So that's the squad, all good and ready to go. Against the 4-2-3-1. Lerma. Angel Correa is an interesting signing. Leve Garcia signed from AEK as well. Nedem Bezrami. Interesting signings there. I'm going to predict that this is going to be a 2-1 win to Crystal Palace. So I love that Arsenal can't capitalise on Man City's downfall. Everyone's kind of enjoys that a little, don't they? I really want Arsenal to do well. But Arteta makes himself a lightning rod for criticism. Ollie Watkins with the win. We've had a game where we underperformed XG. We haven't had that for a while, so it's good that happened and we still won. We're now 1 point behind Liverpool after a quarter of the way through the season. So certainly this is working a lot better. The rest comes. The game against Hull has to be in the cup. Surely it is. So we're going to ring the changes big time. Mings, Taylor, Onyedika, McGinn, Ramsey, John Duran, return of Nicola Zaniolo. We've got a strike force of Duran and Oscarson. Rogers is on the bench. We're going to put Coutinho on the bench. In fact, we're going to put Nedeljkovic on. Carter on the bench. We're not going to play Joe Gauci though. So that should be okay. Beautiful. There we go. So where we saw. So have some cake. How was the cake? I think Arsenal lack a goal scorer. They've struggled for a consistent goal grabber for a while. Not sure why they haven't found one. I mean, it's not that easy though, is it? I mean, like a proven goal scorer is going to be expensive. Unless you can sign like Erling Haaland for a relatively low release fee, but in doing so have to pay agent fees of like £500 billion. That Forest unbeaten run is the FM equivalent of Neville Southall's "Well done, he's 13." It did. I mean, it all counts, doesn't it? I mean, like Michael Owen, Pele quite famously counted every goal he ever scored, regardless of the quality of opposition. Michael Owen will happily score against 13-year-old kids. David James will happily save penalties against, like, I guess they were like 8 years old, that kid looks. Twice. He will save back-to-back penalties against children. You know, sometimes you've got to take the wins when you can get them. Right, marvellous stuff there. Our next game away against Brighton. Back to the full-strength team. It's probably going to be easier to do it this way. Martinez, Mingueza, Duki, Torres, Lucadinha, thank you for the hydrate. McSauce, Booba, Diaby, Lindstrom, Watkins, Mega. Then the bench is Gauci, Konza, Taylor, Onyedika, McGinn, Ramsey, Zaniolo, Oscarson, Duran. No, it's not Oscarson, it's Mings. There we go. We move forward, and we're into November. So yeah, we're kind of okay. I think we're kind of okay there. So I thought I'd do a realistic rebuild save. That makes sense. How is it going? So you've said no to Osimhen, said no to Gyökeres. I wonder who is the striker that haunts Arteta in his sleep. I mean, but how much of the saying no was down to, they got information that he wouldn't fit in the system. So it's saying no to someone because it would change their wage structure and have knock-on effects, rather than, I mean, you don't say no to those players if you could get them for a £5 and they want to be paid a £10 a week kind of thing. Right. Away against Brighton is a tough game. Lindstrom's close to being back to full fitness. Ramsey, what is his form like? So McTominay, Dookie's forms are the ones that are a bit concerning. Onyedika, McGinn, do we bring in McGinn? McGinn's form is better than McTominay's. I know that there's been a couple of cup games in there, but we'll run with that. They've signed Renato Sanchez. Interesting there. But Jason Steele is still their goalkeeper. Well, I wouldn't be too upset with the defeat here. I mean, I will be upset, but I will be upset with a 5-1 defeat. Wow. We missed a penalty. And then Zaniolo got sent off. That is quite a result. Fine, 1 week's wages. Absolutely smashed indeed. So that has the potential to set us off. Let's see if we lose against Midtjylland, I'll probably have to take over the next game. But if we don't, we should be okay. We'll go with Onyedika. And that's the change there. Mingueza is a little bit tired as well. Watkins and Diaby to be rested. So Zaniolo is going to get rewarded for his red card by playing in Europe because we can't use him in the league in the next game. So actually, sorry, I've got that the wrong way around. Omega, Duran as the strike force. Yep, there we go. We'll move forwards. So yeah, this will be still taken over by the assistant manager. If we lose that, we'll take over the next match and try and make sure that we can turn it around before we lose another game. Okay, one knee. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. All right, it's getting late for me, says AC. Have a good stream. Thanks for this, and hopefully we start winning. Hopefully we do. Lovely to have you along. Arteta's harem ball is a disgrace to Wenger's legacy. I mean, there's a certain element of Arteta's harem ball being not as boring as late era Wenger. Late era Wenger was pretty bad, to be fair. Arteta sleeps with a Thierry Henry shirt as his blanket. I mean, wouldn't you? Cake was nice, but beer is better. That's fair. That's fair. Was somebody moaning there? Nope, Zaniolo except is fine. Oh, Gauchi wants first team football. Your backup keeper, deal with it. Generally, things are dissipating. Is McGinn still unhappy? He is still unhappy. We're okay there. Zaniolo gets his spot for the start lineup. Tatsugira says, I mean, they do have money, not like their Millwall. As mentioned, Gyökeres was obtainable, cheap too, considering what he's done. Indeed, certainly, but we don't know what the demands were. That's part of that's what I mean. Is it's a bit like the Salah situation. I assume there have probably been conversations going on between Salah's agent and Liverpool. We don't know the details of that. We don't know why that has resulted in there not being a contract offered at this point. And so, should Liverpool... Are Salah's demands reasonable and Liverpool being stupid? Quite possibly. Are Salah's demands unreasonable and Liverpool being sensible? Quite possibly. We don't know enough about the finer details. It's kind of what I'm trying to say. See, this is where I repeat myself again. Ollie Watkins in. Omega's taken a knock, so Duran will get the start. Omega should be back for the game against Sheffield United, but there's no point in risking him. Oscarson onto the bench. Zaniolo means that Rodgers comes onto the bench. Onyedika, McTominay. So Onyedika gets the start in that game. Gaither comes back in. Luca Digne, though, is going to be rested into the next match against Sheffield United. Right, the assistant manager has redeemed himself with a 6-0 win. So Sheffield United as the next game. He can take control of that as well. This is consistency. Zaniolo got sent off again. It's Zaniolo's way, isn't it? He is aggressive. I do think he has some dirtiness as well. It's kind of what you get. At least it's better than I like Leon Bailey in real life, but Leon Bailey just constantly being injured. It's like I'd rather Zaniolo is unavailable for something he's done than something he hasn't done, if that makes sense. Looks at the bright side, 16 draws last season, none so far this season. Have we not had a draw in the league? No, we had the draw in the draw in the Conference League, didn't we? Smoked be the Seagulls, yikes. Absolutely smoked by them. Guja is wishing us all the happiest Christmases. Thanks for streaming today, mate, doing the Lord's work. Bless you so much. Lovely to see you, Dave. How are you doing? How has your Christmas been so far? Liverpool board are famous for penny pinching. Allegedly so. Tyrone Mings is unhappy about the number of matches, but so he came to speak to us 49 minutes ago. 49 minutes have passed, so we're not allowed to do anything about it. That's another thing that I really hope FM address, is that if you do go on holiday, you can go back and have those conversations. That would be nice, rather than it all escalate in your absence. I know that's a risk from the absence, but just feels like a small thing that could be added in potentially. Digne and McTominay are still tired. Pau Torres is kind of tired. Tyrone Mings isn't tired, so he's going to come in for this game. And there we go. You can do this, assistant manager. We didn't beat Sheffield United last season. We lost to them and drew with them, I think, but that set things along the right path there. A nice 4-0 win. That keeps us just 2 points off top spot. 9 wins, 3 draws, 12 games in. Duran, 1 goal from triggering a clause. Bubakar Kamara gets man of the match. We make sure we rest these guys. These guys need a little bit more rest. We do have an international break coming up as well, which is marvellous. Training, rest, 2 days for these guys. Hopefully Omega should be back for that game there. And move all the way forwards and away. Feels like we've played a lot of away games up till recently. We must have had a run of home games before that then that I just didn't pay attention to. I suggest that they let Salah go and buy Malin for a lot of money. Why on earth might you suggest that, Shahalander? I could never guess. Salah-wise, I think there's an element of moving on a younger version. Will Salah still be consistently good? He's, 32? So, I mean, this is kind of, what I mean is like, Salah might make a reasonable demand for a 28-year-old, might not be a reasonable one for someone who's got limited sell-on value. But it might be that actually Salah's turned around and said, look, I know I'm getting older. I will quite happily stay for just 100k. And Liverpool have said, nope, that's too much. We just don't know which way round it is. What's for food you be having, asks Hayden. So, Hayden, I don't really do anything to celebrate Christmas. So for food, when I go on my break, I'm going to have a cheese sandwich. I had a nice big fry up this morning. So because I'm streaming for 12 hours, I have to have my main meal in the morning. So we do that. We'll have a light snack for lunch. And then when I finish at 10:30 tonight, I'll be straight in bed. So Herver Ryan, again, good luck, Monsterman. Thanks for the stream and have a nice Christmas. Hope to see you soon. Lovely, as I say, lovely to have you in. Thank you very much for dropping by. I agree that Salah is already 32. If he asks for 4 to 5 years at 500k a week, I'd understand why they don't want to. But also, where is your limit? Like, I think everyone can agree that 500k a week on a 5-year contract would be unreasonable. What point does it become acceptable? What point does it become contentious? I don't know the answer. Just to be clear, I'm saying, ultimately there's a lot of variables there, and it's difficult to know what those boundaries potentially are. Right, back to full strength team here. Omega, Watkins, Diaby, Lindstrom. Lindstrom's going to come out. We're going to bring Ramsey in for this game. Onyedika will bring McSauce in. Luca Dina in. Ezri Konsa, Danilo Duki, and Oscar Mingueza, all having very similar level of performance. Got Southampton, Fulham, Liverpool. I want Mingueza in the starting lineup. So Mingueza is 1 yellow card away from suspension. I would kind of like him to get that suspension before we have to play Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal. That would be preferable, I think. Then on the bench, the bench is fine. I'm going to drop. Let's do this whilst I remember. These guys need to be playing for the under-21s, or at least available for the under-21s. And these guys drop down there because I don't need to see them in this squad screen. So away against Brentford who are 11th. First game back after international duty. I always find that performances are flat after international duty. So sorry, where are we going? Hervan, I'll let you know about my Villa save, please do. And Hervan Ryan, if you're not in there already, head into the Discord. You can even submit it, and I'll do a little scoreboard. I'm going to do scoreboards for the separate days as well as an overall one as well. So you can kind of see how you performed against not just myself but others as well. None they sign will match Salah's output, and if they find someone, he will be expensive. Now, ultimately, like you might be able to find someone who doesn't match his output to begin with, but is on the trajectory to be good. I mean, very, very, very few people in the world are going to match Salah's output. King Amino, things seem to be going better this season. They do seem to be. We have gone a little bit closer to the meta. We're using the Chelsea tactic that we used for the Moneyball Clinic a while back. And that's certainly a much more effective approach. We're scoring a lot of goals in injury time, I mean, Brentford's goal came even later than ours there. McSauce into the starting lineup, scores the opener. Liverpool rout Man United. Arsenal didn't play, so our second position right now is a bit of a false dawn. Our next game is against Klasnik. We are at the moment in the stage of the season where we're holidaying through and instant resulting through quite a lot of games because we are a little bit behind, and we've got a lot of not unimportant games, but smaller opposition that we're coming up against at the moment. So we are looking here on Yadika. John McGinn has started some games, but generally speaking, still is moaning. Konza to come in there. Mings is injury. He's okay. Mings will be in. Lindstrom on. Jean Duran back in. So what? How many games has Watkins started? Watkins has started 14. Mega has started 15. So Mega will get the rest for this game. That seems to be kind of a fair split, I think. Isabels reckons the contract will go through. You've been hearing that for a while, fair enough. But when Salah was signed, he wasn't what he is or what he became. You never know, they might find someone better. Indeed. RJ would give him a 2-year max contract. Tatsugiri would go for a pay-as-you-play deal. Like a base salary of like 50 quid, right? And then, you know, a performance incentive. So if he plays a game, you'll give him like 500 quid. If he scores a hat-trick, you'll give him like £400,000. I think that would work quite nicely. Maybe with extension clauses if no injuries or good performances, stuff like that. So there's no guarantee of that, says Good Evil replying to Tatsugiri. Yeah, there's never a guarantee. You could sign, I was going to say Messi, but obviously Messi is rather old. But you could sign Erling Haaland, and like he might start off really, really well, and then like season 2 there's a slight dip. In season 3, people might start talking about whether he's a hindrance overall. You never know what the trajectory is going to be for any player. Like if you extend Salah, he might be truly awful next season. You're going to have that risk with any decision you make, I would say. DM Basis is here. Good afternoon, all. The day of our Lord and Saviour, John Duran. How are you doing, DMB? Lord, he is Lord and Saviour. I mean, he's scored only 6 goals this season. He's behind Watkins and Omega, but he is an absolute legend. John Duran. We've got a song for John Duran, but he hasn't scored in any of the games we've actively managed, which is a bit of a shame. A bit of a shame so far. So here we go. Do the honours assistant manager. Zaniolo is a little bit tired. Of course, you never know. Salah develops into a beast. They may have ideas for someone they feel can develop similar. Exactly. Ollie Watkins hits a hat-trick. John Duran gets another. John McGinn scores 5-1. That's okay. Does that mean we've secured a playoff spot? Marvellous. We'll check to see what that means. Do we get a bye if we finish above a certain position in the Conference League? Oh, Diaby is suspended now as well, so that's going to be Ramsey and Lindstrom over there. Mngetha, we want Mngetha to get booked. We want Dina to get booked. We want Camera to get booked before we play Liverpool. So yeah, this game, loads of bookings would be nice. Suspended for the Fulham game, back for the Liverpool game. That's the weird ideal situation. Those guys aren't there. Zaniolo out. Oscarson in. Omega back into the starting lineup there. Ramsey, Lindstrom, again. McSauce back in. McSauce on Yudika. McSauce is... it's got to be McSauce. There. That looks okay. Mings is the other player that drops out indeed. So on forwards. Home game against Southampton. Maybe we don't want the player suspended for Fulham. Fulham are bottom of the table. We didn't beat teams when they were bottom of the table last season, so a little bit worried there. They didn't development. He was good from day one at Liverpool. So Salah was a good player. He definitely benefited from playing in Liverpool's system. It suited him. I think that he has improved during his time at Liverpool, but he was definitely a good player indeed. Haaland would never get a down like that. There we go. So, I'm good, sir. Wasn't expecting to get into the stream today, but Dad has taken sister and stepmum to work, so there's a brief period of quiet in the house of my own. Well, welcome aboard, and I hope I kind of feel guilty because during this period, being able to get a moment of peace and quiet is surely a good thing, and you've decided to spend it here, so I appreciate it, my dude. So good evening, lads from Cosmic Genius. Hello. I'm good. How are you? I hope you are having a marvelous day. And by the way, Adam FM AVFC, thank you very much for the follow. I do apologise, I'm a little bit behind there. It was lovely to have you on board. If you're comfortable talking, let us know who you support. I'm guessing it's Aston Villa. And if you're playing FM, who you're playing with, be lovely to hear from you. It's begin at 10 assists before Christmas. He is at 10 assists before Christmas, and he's not even starting for us. However, his 10 assists before Christmas, 7 of them are in the Conference League, and those results in the Conference League so far, just as a reminder, is 5-1, 5-2, 6-0, 5-1. So I don't want to suggest that the level of competition isn't necessarily as high as it could be, but the level of competition isn't as high as it could be. So take it with the slight pinch of salt.
It's not the statistics. You tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
DMB, you absolute gentleman with a gifted subscription to Cosmic Genius. It's not the statistics. It's not the statistics. So there's nowhere you'd rather be. Oh, bless you. There is places, however, that Bruman would rather be. Have a lovely, lovely day. Thank you so much for dropping by, my dude. Oh, okay, fake stats. I mean, yeah, quite literally. It's not the statistics. Just know, Cosmic, it's not the statistics, indeed. It's not the needle. It's not the wind tunnel. That is, yeah, so wonderful and kind. Really, really appreciated. This is the team, isn't it? Because we've got 2 suspensions there. And right. 4-2 is okay. Another penalty miss. Omega with a double. Watkins with an earlier goal. They scored their penalty. They scored both their shots. 4.54 XG plays 1.82. That pushes us up top of the table. That pushes us to top of the table, guys. That pushes us to the top of the table. Good timing, DMB. Welcome in. Captain Zeep, the wonderful tones of Sid Waddle. What a commentator he was. He was indeed. We've got some great. So the subscription noise is Ray Hudson. Also incredible voice. It's not the statistics. Caffeine FC is in. Howdy, sir. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. What time is it there as well? I mean, it's quite an early start as well. Must be around 9ish. Merry Christmas season. Love what you're doing here. Generally good man, providing place competition. That's the thing is, yeah, if we can provide a place. No, genuinely, I'm not trying to downplay it. Nothing grand on my behalf. I don't deserve any praise. I'm free at this time, so I can do something, and if it provides a space for those that need it, that would be grand. Yeah, it is 9:20, an early start. What a contrast from last season, Tatsugiri. Indeed, we've handed most of the reins over to the assistant manager, and he's made us proud. There's those 2 defeats. Well, actually, I say he made us proud. We got absolutely spanked by Brighton on his watch. But we were responsible for losing the game against Man United. He was responsible for the draw against Donetsk and the defeat against Newcastle. But yeah, we're going kind of crazy with this system. That is 40 goals so far in 14 games, nearly 3 goals a game. And here we are sitting top of the table as we move into December. And that also, that does bring us to a moment. So we've got to get through. We are now at 3:20. So we're 5 hours in, right? There's 7 hours left. We've got to get through December, January, February, March, April, May. So we've got 7 hours to get through 6 months, and I need to take a lunch break at some point. We've got ads starting in a moment, so I'm going to take that lunch break now that we're at the start of a month. Let me just snooze this as it comes up, before it comes up, and I explain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up, I think what we did yesterday was I set up one of my videos from YouTube. So we did part 1 of the Chelsea Moneyball series, which uses this tactic and talks a little bit about it. And that will talk a little bit more in detail if we do part 2, where we're looking at the statistics for specific things. So I'm going to set that up. That's I think like a 37-minute video. That should be enough time for me to wolf down some food. And then we'll come back after that and hit the second half of the season. So yeah, that's the plan, hopefully. So of course it was Ray Hudson indeed. The commentators blend into my mind. They are all Sid Waddle is a great commentator as well, though. Am I Ted Lasso? Because as I remember, he doesn't know what a draw is. Quite possibly. What a contrast. What do you mean? We still give 1 penalty per match and miss ours. There is some consistency at least. So yeah, let me set that up, and we'll do that. And I will aim to be back. So yesterday I said I'd take a 45-minute break, and I got bored at the moment I finished eating food. So it should be around 37 minutes, and I'll probably be back as soon as the video ends, if I can find it. Where we go? Playlists. Playlists. The playlist is the thing that makes sense. Moneyball Clinic. Pause that there. Pop into that bit. Turn on theatre mode. Swap on over here. See, I definitely know what I'm doing, and the fact that I have to talk myself through the process shows that I'm a professional, right? So unfortunately, because of the way that everything's set up on my screen, I can't enlarge it any further. It's got to be within a 1600 by 900 frame. But yeah, so marvelous. I will see. It's a 37-minute video, so I will see you guys back at around 10 to 4. And marvelous. I'll see you guys in a moment. Welcome to the Moneyball Clinic. This might be the single most nerdy video about Football Manager on the internet, as I take a deep dive into all the data available in-game to find those marginal gains that will take Chelsea back to the top of the football pyramid. Today we'll be talking about identifying key metrics within our system and assessing our players against them, possession-adjusted metrics, understanding player value in the wider market, the importance of known commodities, and of course, making a whole load of transfers and setting about our Champions League assault. If you haven't seen part 1, don't worry, it's not necessary to follow along, but there is a link appearing in the top right hand corner should you want to check that out first. Let's start by talking about assumptions. This is the tactic we used last season, and the premise was reasonably simple. Maintain enough width to stretch the opposition, move the ball quickly and overload central areas. Harass high and early so as to minimise the weakness of our rest defence structure. That's what I assume will happen, but as I used instant result, I cannot know for sure. In fact, even when watching games via highlights, we only see a small proportion of what happens on the pitch, and so data can be very useful for filling in those gaps. This can help identify where some of our assumptions might be wrong, or where players are doing things we didn't expect, both good and bad. I've gone through the data hub, league stats and player performances, but in the interest of time I'll just focus on the main takeaways here. Starting with the XG table. We won the league on merit. We might have scored more and conceded fewer than expected, but we had done enough as it was to deserve to be first. The overperformance just meant we won a little more comfortably. This is important. It validates the system, showing it is successful in its own right rather than down to luck. We led the league by a significant margin in high-intensity sprints, yet completed the 6th fewest dribbles per game. This is what I would expect from a narrow, short-passing, high-tempo system. We also had the lowest opposition passes per defensive action, or OPTA,
Oppan Gangnam Style,
which is expected given our high-pressing approach, as is our relatively poor tackle success rate. You might be surprised to hear that I expect that, but 46% of our defensive actions happened around the halfway line or higher. I mean, have you seen Raheem Sterling tackle? This shows up in free kicks conceded too. We conceded the most, but also gave up the second fewest set-piece crosses. Whilst we fouled a lot, it wasn't in dangerous areas. So those are some of the things that are in line with what I expected from the tactic. Stats that confirm my assumptions. But what about the outliers? Firstly, we had considerably more possession than I expected, 58%. In a transitional system, we want to move the ball quickly and take advantage of the opposition defence before they can settle. Thankfully, our increased possession hasn't harmed our chance creation. We averaged 3 more shots per game than the second best team. We also completed nearly 50% more crosses than the second best team. This perhaps shouldn't have been a surprise. By overloading central areas, we are sucking the opposition in and creating space out wide. With players then flooding the box, there are plenty of targets for us to aim for. A third of all our assists came from open play crosses. If we include set pieces in that tally, that goes up to 57%. The final observation is a little more complicated. If we break down defensive actions across the league, what proportion of defensive actions are blocks, clearances, interceptions and tackles, then it splits out something like this. 7% of defensive actions are blocks, 25% are clearances, 33% are interceptions, and 35% are tackles. If we break down our defensive actions, then we perform fewer clearances, but a greater proportion of interceptions and tackles. There wasn't necessarily an expectation here per se, but this helps us understand a little bit more which defensive actions are important to us. With that in mind, we're going to make a couple of tactical tweaks for next season, starting with our left fullback. We know that the narrow formation is helping to create crossing opportunities, and so we're going to encourage our left back to dribble more. We're also going to drop the secondo volante to a support duty, with dribble more and take more risks. I feel that Enzo could be more involved in all phases, not just the final third, and this tweak should help to achieve that. Using what we've learned about the setup and the players, I can now outline what I consider to be the key metrics for each position. I'll start with the out of possession stuff. In the last episode I mentioned 2 profiles of defensive midfielders, harassers and sweepers. This actually extends to the whole team, and so those who are more involved in the final third I will be assessing based on how frequently they press, and those who sit deeper on how frequently they regain possession. You will notice that I've added an asterisk here. This is because when we look to compare to players in other teams, we'll want to consider possession adjusted metrics. I'll discuss that in more detail later. I want the defensive line to be adept at tackling. The tackle win rate is important here. Whilst our players in central positions have proven to be active in making interceptions, and so that will be considered right through the spine. On to the in-possession stuff, and we'll start with movement. There are a handful of roles that are expected to cover a lot of distance, especially those that move positions or make runs from deep. So I want to see average distance per 90 for the inverted wingback, fullback, secondo volante, and winger. For the players involved in build-up, I want to see progressive passes and possession lost. They don't need to just aid in ball progression, but do so in a manner that isn't dangerous. For those holding the width, I want to see cross accuracy and dribbles. I don't need to consider expected assists here, because that will come in part from good cross accuracy. For those who will attack the central areas, I want to see excitement factor. So dribbles, expected assists and shots. Then for our strikers, I want to see XG over performance. Finally, our goalkeeper. Possession lost will be important here, as we don't want them giving the ball away, and XG prevented because, well, they're a goalkeeper. With that all done, we can see how our players shaped up, starting with our keepers. Mendy was rather good. He did the sweeping thing, was safe on the ball, and prevented goals. perfect. Bergstrom was more than adequate cover whilst he was away on AFCON duty. Here are our centre-backs, and there's a few things to point out. Badiashile was superb. He had the best tackle success rate and regained possession a lot. Colwell as his backup was not much of a drop-off. Koulibaly, however, was a disappointment. A 58% tackle win rate is just not good enough. Wesley Fofana was expected to be the starter in the right centre-back slot, but he only played 3 games, so there's no point judging off so few minutes. At right back, Reece James was fantastic, performing well in every metric that matters to us, whilst also proving very creative. Malo Gusto was a disappointment in relief, specifically in regards to possession won, and we may need to improve this area. At left back, it's a mixed bag. Some encouraging signs in terms of cross accuracy, average distance and tackle win rate, but I would like to see both players carrying the ball more, hence the tactical tweaks mentioned earlier. Martin only played 786 minutes, but there was an argument that he might deserve more opportunities next season. In the defensive midfield strata, there was also room for improvement. Again, I've mentioned some of the changes to the Segundo Volante role, as I feel that Enzo needs to be a little more involved in deeper areas. Both players lost possession more frequently than I would like for their respective roles. Chalobah gets a mention all to himself. He split game time between centre-back and defensive midfield, meaning it's difficult to compare him to either position. I am happy with his contributions though. We have a similar situation with Mount, who split time between the inverted winger and Segundo Volante role. His output was immense, with 29 goal contributions. Like Chalobah, I have no concerns here, but it will be difficult to get a true measure of his performance. Mudryk also performed rather well. Fewer goal contributions because he played fewer minutes, but he did the things that we wanted him to do. He scored at the same rate as Mount, 0.5 goals per game, but took nearly 50% fewer shots. That is seriously impressive. On the right, Sterling was fantastic, laying on 18 assists and scoring an additional 7. Pulisic was just a little bit behind him, which is what we expect. We seem well set here. Both players underperformed their XG, but they are not here to be goal scorers. Our strike force is looking incredible. All 3 outperformed their XG by considerable margins, and all 3 brought that excitement factor I previously mentioned. Broja is a little bit behind in terms of pressing contribution. We need to talk about Conor Gallagher. He only played 316 minutes. Enzo is very much the centrepiece of the team, and Gallagher was meant to be his backup. But using instant result, the AI preferred to bring on Mount as a substitute for that role, and Conor threw his toys out the pram. We can't judge his performance based on such limited minutes, but it doesn't look like he'll be much of a loss. Before we look at transfer targets though, I should probably explain some concepts that are about to come up.
Here's the Moneyball Glossary. It's the Musterman Moneyball Glossary. Well, technically it isn't a glossary, just concepts poorly explained.
At the heart of anything Moneyball related is the idea of finding players undervalued by the market. But how do we assess value? I put this question out on YouTube and Twitter, and I'd like to highlight some of the answers. Like Tactical Fool, who spoke about determining a cash value based on output. This can be a very useful way of identifying whether we have got a good return on investment. If we can identify ahead of time the expected output, we can work out if a player's demands represent good value or not. If you haven't seen it already, I heartily recommend Tactical Fool's 3 Pillars of Success blog over at View from the Touchline. Link is in the description. Another interesting observation was on understanding need and scarcity. If a player possesses a skill set that is common, his value is going to be diminished, unless they are able to offer something additional to the game. And a club's need is similarly going to impact their assessment. As Silver6428 mentioned, if you have a Declan Rice-sized hole in your system, you're going to be more inclined to spend whatever it takes to fill it, preferably
with a Declan Rice-sized player? Now, I don't believe there is a right or wrong answer, and there are plenty of other fascinating responses, but we'd be here all day if I went through them all. The key focus here, however, is that we will need to define value to then be able to determine whether a player is under or overvalued by the market. A key concept, and something that is often used as a criticism of Moneyball, is the importance of known commodities. What a player does is far more important than what we think a player can do. For example, John McGinn has had a very successful career in no small part by utilising his ample backside. I would be a fool to hire him as a twerking instructor. Sure, he might have the tools, but at no point has he demonstrated anything to suggest he can apply them in that manner. This is important in two ways. Firstly, the more data we have about a player, the more confident we can be in assessing how they perform. Whilst I'll filter for players who have played over 900 minutes, the equivalent of 10 full games, those who are at the bottom end of that scale will represent significantly more risk. Secondly, we prioritise current ability over potential. And there are two different types of potential. The one we are most familiar with, being the scout or coach's assessment of how far a player can grow. Ability to learn is good, and we certainly want to find players who can improve. The second form is talked about less. It's attributes. Attributes tell us a player's capacity, what they might be able to do in the right environment. But these are impacted by morale, consistency, fitness, and even other attributes, and so aren't necessarily an indicator of what a player will do. That's why we key in on performance data. This is the actual evidence of a player's ability. Someone might have the capacity to perform well in our system, but if they aren't showing it, then it's a risk. It's important to recognise that players in different teams and systems have different opportunities to showcase their talent. Per 90 metrics go some way to help standardise performance, but only goes so far. You see, if a player plays for a team that has 60% of the ball, then they're likely to get more opportunities to do things than a player on a team with 40% of the ball. And the inverse is true when it comes to defensive actions. Adjusting for possession allows us to standardise further and help compare players on slightly more even footing. The formula for in-possession actions is as follows: metric divided by team's average possession multiplied by 50. So let's use Koulibaly as an example. He completed 6.05 progressive passes per 90. We averaged 58% possession, so we'll divide by 58, then multiply by 50. So in a system that had only 50% possession, Koulibaly would have completed 5.22 progressive passes per 90. For out of possession metrics, we need to invert the possession number. So if we had 58% possession, that means 42% of the time we weren't in possession. That would make the formula metric divided by team's average possession subtracted from 100, then multiplied by 50. Koulibaly made 1.60 interceptions per 90. We'll divide this by 100 minus 58, which is 42, then multiply by 50. So in a system that had only 50% possession, Koulibaly would have made 1.90 interceptions per 90. Some metrics aren't impacted by possession at all, those measured as a percentage, for example. With that in mind, let's look at the squad planner. Based on what we discussed earlier, I expect we'll be moving on Gallagher, Koulibaly and Cucurella. I think I will also look to send Bergstrom, Gusto and Datro Fofana on loan to get them more consistent game time. There's a couple of things I want to add in here. Mount is also the backup at Segundo Volante. Andrés Santos is probably ahead of Chukwuemeka and Casadei for the third choice. Pulisic is the third choice inverted winger, and Armando Broja would be the backup for both striker slots. Chalobah is cover at right back and centre back. Colwill can play at left back. With that all considered, the squad planner now looks a little like this. I want a new left back, someone who will elevate our game from that position. I want a right-sided centre-back, and an improvement on Koulibaly is a must. They will be expected to compete with Fofana for the starting job. I want a striker who will potentially push Gyökeres down the pecking order. Those are the starting calibre players. We also need backups. A backup keeper, preferably experienced, who can allow our youngsters to go out on loan. A backup to Reece James in the inverted wing-back role, so Chalobah is only needed there in an emergency. A third-choice defensive midfielder, and a third-choice winger. So let's create some filters, using the minimum minutes requirement mentioned earlier, focusing just on the leagues we have loaded, and using the metrics we identified for each position. It is worth mentioning, limitations in the filters means that we can't key in on the exact thresholds for metrics, instead having to focus on the closest value below. For example, Koulibaly won possession 11.19 times, so we'll look for players above 11 for that metric. Taking a look at centre-backs who are interested in a transfer, our options appear limited. Whilst we feel we can improve on Koulibaly, that doesn't mean he was bad at everything. It is possible that a player could be worse than Koulibaly at one thing, but considerably better at everything else. So let's move these thresholds a little. That's better. I've gone through these options before recording this, so I'll just show my preferred choices. Fikayo Tomori is the standout here. He slightly underperforms Koulibaly in progressive passes, but excels everywhere else. Moreover, he is homegrown at Chelsea and his wage demands seem reasonable. At left back, the options are once again limited, even when we expand the criteria. This isn't unexpected. Cucurella is a good player, and when looking for marginal gains, there are only going to be a small handful of options. Digne is a good option though. He would bring some much needed experience to an otherwise young back line, and outperforms Cucurella in all the key metrics. Let's assume we can only sell Cucurella at the bottom end of its valuation, and have to pay the top end for Digne. That would still see us with a net £12 million profit. Digne's wage demands, however, would be approximately 40k per week higher, or £2 million per season. Over the course of 4 years, that would amount to roughly £8 million. We'd still be making a profit, albeit only about £4 million. Up front, we have plenty of options, with the marquee choice being Rafael Leao. He's a winger who played on the wing, so we have to be mindful of how this impacts his performance, but he has displayed that he is able to do the things we are looking for. It would be a club record fee, and his wage demands are high. Not a surprise given his reputation, but we do have to question whether they are reasonable. More on this a little later. Gabigol's demands are far more palatable, and he would be willing to come in as a squad player, meaning a more open competition with Gyökeres. His phenomenal output in both expected assists and XG over performance are very encouraging. He would be my preferred option here. Or at least he would be. This would be how I'd approach it if I was keeping everything within FM itself. Now at the end of the last episode, I said there would be no spreadsheet shenanigans. I lied. As alluded to earlier, there is a significant limitation to comparing players in FM, which is the inability to adjust for possession. To do this, especially on a large scale, I need to use external tools. Using the same criteria of minutes and leagues, I've exported a view with all the metrics I consider key. I then manually input the average possession for every team. Et voila. Here I've recreated those search filters, so we can look for players who outperform our incumbent players based on possession adjusted metrics. We can even move those thresholds here as a percentage. So using Koulibaly, instead of looking for players who are better at everything, we can look for players who are within 90% or better at everything, or 75%, and so on. Finally, there's a secondary search, looking for players who are better at all but 1 or 2 criteria. For Koulibaly, once again, we've set this to 4 out of 5 criteria that need to be met. For a role like the Segunde Volante that has more criteria, we are looking for 6 out of 8. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you might have noticed there was a column at the end labelled score. This is entirely arbitrary. Using a player's average rating, I've applied a weighting based on the strength of the league. This league strength is based on globalfootballrankings.com. It allows me to get a loose understanding of how a player's performance might be viewed in a wider context. Let's be clear, average rating is not perfect. It has its biases, but it's a mechanic that the game uses, and so it will always have value. More importantly, it gives us an assessment beyond the scope of our own tactical preferences. Let's take Enzo Fernandez for example. There is an argument that he is the best player in the world for what we want him to do. There's certainly not a single player who outperforms him in every metric, and those that do in the partial search are considerably worse when it comes to progressive passes and ball safety. That doesn't make him the best midfielder in the world, and so this ranking just gives us a vague idea of where he might stand. And this will be useful for assessing a player's wage demands. Let's order these tables by wage rather than weighted score. Enzo, who was rated as the 7th best midfielder, is currently the 15th highest earner for that position. If he demands a new contract, we can see that a wage around £275,000 per week might be reasonable. Again, I must stress I use this as a loose guide. If he were to demand a little bit more, say 300 or 325k per week, this wouldn't be egregious. Let's apply this to an actual situation. Edouard Mendy is about to enter the last year of his contract, and his performance has definitely been good enough to justify an extension. At 32, he's entering his prime and should be able to perform at a high level for many years to come. There's a few players who outperform him in everything but possession lost, but no one who jumps out to me. He ranked 3rd amongst keepers, but I don't think he quite merits to be recognised at that level just yet. That would come with wages of around 250k per week. His demands are around the 140 to 170 mark. The top end would put him 7th, the bottom 11th. After negotiations, he was willing to accept £140,000 per week, which is definitely palatable. So what are the next steps? First, I'm going to create a long list with most of the players from the search tabs. I say most because for some positions there are a lot of options, so I won't be adding them all. In total, I've added 275 players. We will eventually scout them all, including players I would consider unrealistic. Players such as Kylian Mbappe, who have zero intention of signing for us, or whose wages are so high already that it is almost impossible for them to ever represent good value. I include them because we don't know what might happen over the summer. If someone ends up surprisingly transfer listed and the package makes sense, we want to be in a position to react. From this list, I have created a short list. 3 players who seem most interesting to me for each position that we are currently looking to strengthen. These will be the priority for scouting. It's possible that we sign none of these players as issues will be revealed or I don't think it represents value, but it's a starting point. So let's skip ahead to the start of the season, where all will be revealed. Let's start with the departures. As expected, we found new homes for Cucurella, Conor Gallagher and Kalidou Koulibaly. A combined 123.5 million. Saudi teams were once again our saviour, although Koulibaly was signed by Real Madrid, which I must admit surprised me. A further 30 million was raised from the sale of Ethan Ampadu, and that might be the most egregious Saudi overspend of the save so far. We also managed to loan out the young players we identified earlier for a little under £13 million. Let's welcome the new arrivals. We'll keep this light for the players signed as backups. Isaiah Jones was the Championship Player of the Year, scoring 13 times and laying on a further 11. He underperformed Raheem Sterling in every metric, but what would you expect from a player coming in to be 3rd choice? He's happy to be a fringe player and arrives for £8.5 million. Maximo Perroni won the battle to be our third choice defensive midfielder. 70% better at winning back possession than Ullman, and considerably better at retaining it too. This came at the expense of progression. A modest fee of just over £6 million was required to pry him away from Man City. Divine Wrench measured better than Reece James in possession metrics and was also more successful in the tackle. He was less progressive and covered less distance. All of this was in part because he spent time at centre-back. He arrives for £17 million. I'm going to break down the starter options a little more, starting at left-back. 3 candidates, all beginning with J. The Janus brothers. JJ Top. The BJs. Maybe not. Let's cast Gallen aside for the moment and focus on Jesus Vazquez and Josh Doig. Both very affordable options. Both ranked lower than Cucurella, but outperformed him in every key metric. Both are comparable in tackle win rate and cross completion. Josh Doig wins out, however, in all of the other metrics. Covers 8% more ground, attempts 11% more pressures, and completes 56% more dribbles. In a head-to-head, there's a clear winner. Bringing Gallen back, we've got a few things to consider. Gallen actually only beats Cucurella on 4 criteria. Performing fewer attempted pressures than his Spanish compatriot, but had a significantly higher weighted ranking. 5th across. Compared to Josh Doig, he covers less distance and completes fewer dribbles, but is a more accurate crosser and wins a higher proportion of tackles. Both players have desirable personalities. Both have similar goal contributions, and both are incredibly interested in joining. One, however, costs 4 times more than the other. So we're going to sign Josh Doig, right? Wrong. Doig's love of long shots and passes is not particularly congruent with our play style, and as mentioned a long while back in the video, our defensive unit could do with some experience. Gallen is a better fit for what we want to do. We part ways with £42 million and £150,000 per week. Next up, centre-back. Our options are the previously mentioned Fikayo Tomori, Leipzig's Willi Orban, and Flamengo's Fabrizio Bruno. All 3 fall short of Koulibaly's 5.22 progressive passes per 90, but are within 10%. All 3 are considerably better than Koulibaly's pitiful 58% tackle success rate. Fabrizio Bruno is immediately discounted. He started as the least likely option, as the other 2 outperform him in every metric, and his poor adaptability is the final nail in the coffin. Willi Orban has the highest weighted ranking, and his wage demands, though higher, are more in line with his expected value. Tomori performs better at regaining and retaining possession, and has the added benefit of being homegrown, but his wage demands are higher relative to his performance. We can do better. Enter Loic Bardet, Rennes' best defender last season, who is transfer listed as they no longer require his services. He actually outperformed Koulibaly in every metric, just not as impressively as the previous candidates at regaining and retaining the ball. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, we've signed him for £10.5 million and £58,000 per week. Up front, I narrowed it down to Gabigol, Samu Omaridian, and Serhou Guirassy. Gabigol was discounted because of his adaptability, but I'm going to engage in some revisionism and claim it's because I suspected him of doping. Omaridian had a breakout season, scoring only 14 goals but outperforming his XG by nearly 50%. His pressures were on the low side, but otherwise he outperformed Simeone in interceptions, dribbles and shots. He's not a flashy name, but he might be the perfect fit. Or at least he would be if it wasn't for his traits. Plays with back to goal is not what I want for my attackers, and whilst he's young and can be coached out of it, I'm looking for players who are ready to contribute now. And so that brings me to a familiar face. Serhou Guirassy was the striker we passed on last summer. Back then, he would have cost us about £37 million. He'll cost us a further £25 million now. That's what 32 goal contributions will do for a player's value. Like Omarodian, he underperformed Simeone in pressures, but performed better in all other key metrics. It's an easy decision, right? Well, imagine if we sign him and he outperforms Gyökeres. Isn't that just evidence that I got it wrong? Can my ego handle that? I suppose we're about to find out. 62 million, 150k per week. That's a total spend of £146 million, 99 million more than we spent the previous season. We might have still turned a profit, but the pressure is now on to deliver. Let's skip forward and see how we got on. It's official. I don't know what I'm doing. Serhou Guirassy was a revelation. He finished as our top scorer with 32 goals. That's 1.09 per 90. Simeone added 24 more, Gyökeres 18 before a broken leg entered his season, and Broja a further 13. That's 87 goals between them. That fired us to our second successive league title. We scored 3 goals more than last season and conceded 2 fewer, as we improved from 86 to 95 points. It was, once again, deserved, although our XG overperformance was not as impressive as last time out. How did our other signings get on? Maximo Perrone played 15 minutes, which is a good thing. He was signed to be the third choice defensive midfielder. Him playing so few minutes meant we didn't need to use our third choice defensive midfielder. Similarly, Isaiah Jones only played 300 minutes. He was rather good in those 300 minutes, it must be said, and if I was to carry on this save, I'd consider moving on Pulisic and bumping Jones up the pecking order. Divine Wrench played a respectable 1700 minutes, and our gamble on his average rating being maintained in the Premier League failed. Or did it? We had 5 key metrics for the inverted wingback: possession won, tackle win rate, progressive passes, possession lost, and distance covered. He outperformed Reece James in 3 of those metrics. That doesn't change the fact that we overpaid in wages, but there are some encouraging signs. Loic Bardet did not beat out Fofana for the starting job, but still played over 2,000 minutes. There are some concerns, most notably his poor possession won stats. His 68% tackle win rate was a massive improvement on Koulibaly's, and even over Fofana, but this could still do with being higher. Interestingly, however, he had the highest win rate in the team, and this wasn't because he was playing against bad opposition. Finally, Yavi Galan was incredible. 25 assists in all competitions. He was a marked improvement over Cucurella in every way conceivable. To be fair, we needed him to be good. He played 4,305 minutes as Martin was plagued by injuries throughout the season. Injuries were a pretty big theme, in fact, especially from March onwards. Gyökeres's broken leg was the catalyst for a series of injuries up front that at times left us playing Raheem Sterling and youth player Mason Burson as strikers. We were unable to field a full substitute list in any of our Champions League knockout ties, and there were a few. We overcame a 2-1 away defeat against Newcastle to reach the quarter-finals, where we overcame a 2-0 away defeat against Barcelona to reach the semis. We overcame a 3-2 away defeat against Liverpool to reach the... Oh, that was as far as we got. Our Champions League campaign ended at semi-finals, but we had a chance to get our revenge against the Scousers in the FA Cup final, which we also lost. Fofana and Mendy were injured in the run-up, seeing us give a debut to 24-year-old backup keeper Jamie Cumming, but that wasn't why we lost. We created enough to win, despite Enzo picking up a red card, but our shooting boots deserted us. An anticlimactic end to an otherwise very fun journey. 2 leagues, 1 cup. Without doubt a great outcome and a far cry from how things are going in real life, but I can't help but feel like we could have done just a little bit better. Until next time. Welcome to the Moneyball Clinic.
Now, of course, it would really, really help if I had unmuted the mic as we came back. Welcome back. Lovely to see you guys. Thank you for sticking around. So lunch is done. I as you could see, I turned the camera on because I was back a little bit early, but didn't want to then stop right before. It felt like it'd be wrong to finish before the climax of the video. I don't really know what I'm doing. It's evident, isn't it? I hope everyone is well. Lovely to see that Williams Gallery is back with the post Christmas dinner bloat. Limo popped in. Hi, lovely. Thank you very much to see you. Johnny's still about. So Hank, I'll be honest, I'm not sure I get the joke. Is it like a play on words with like hand a car or something? I'm not sure. Is there like a stereotype there? I feel bad for not getting the joke. I do apologies. Crablungs is in. Good evening. Good afternoon, even Crablungs. How are we doing? Yes, so we were talking a little bit about you earlier, because people spotted the wonderful kits, and the fantastic work you've done there with the logo and everything. Fabulous work. I hope you've had a good Christmas so far. So RG, are we doing a react to your own video? And it was in some respects. I was quite enjoying the chill hop that was just lingering underneath the bottom of the video. It does. I was trying my best, however, to ignore the words and sounds coming out of my voice, because let's face it, nobody likes hearing their own voice back. It's a relatively uncomfortable experience. It is for real this time. It is for real. Even whilst we're muted, that wasn't a pre-recorded moment. So is League Scouse for girls? Is League Scouse for girls? I don't think I'm confused by that one as well. This is what happens. I eat some food. My brain has now gone to mush. I might have only had a cheese sandwich, but I am clearly experiencing the post-dinner bloat as well. So we get gifts on Hanukkah, so I was joking that I'm getting a car. Fair enough. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, well done. Do the kits for anyone who wants them. You absolute gentleman. I see Renas just got beaten by United 4-0 in September. Following game, Arsenal. Eesh. So Musterman, hey, do you have your player search filters for download? So Wigo, as was kind of covered in the video, I don't do templates. So every single time that I play a save, every single form of scouting is going to be based bespoke to that tactic, that situation. Because sometimes I'll be looking for, I might have the exact same tactic, but with different teams, and look for different things from the same position, which can part of the reason why I'm so slow at doing everything. So your brain is in post-meal nap. It is. 2 leagues, 1 cup. End of that video, right? Yes, it is. It is Scouse for girls. Not that I'm going to. What are we talking about? Completely innocent. I have no idea what you're going on about. Not what you needed to hear about after a full Crimbo dinner. Again, don't know what you're talking about. We are innocent, and we are good, and we are kind, and we would never talk about such a thing whatsoever. I don't see the reference. Exactly, RJ. So what's happened since we've been away? So I have advanced the 3 days. So here we are. Apparently, whilst we were on holiday for those 3 days, there we go. There it comes up. They offered us a new deal. So we have signed a new deal with Aston Villa for 120k a week. I get no input in it whatsoever, but that's fine, because kind of the whole point of these 3 days is we're going to have to stay, even if we didn't want to. So that's marvellous. We did want our players to be suspended for the game coming up against Fulham, and we have kind of got our wish. Boubacar Camara picked up a yellow card, so he's going to be suspended, which means he'd be fresh and ready for our run of games coming up against like Liverpool, Arsenal and Man City. The other players who are 1 yellow card away, Mingueza and Digne, we've dropped out the starting lineup entirely for this game, so that they'll be available. The Liverpool game feels like that's going to be the really big one. And that's not to say that playing against Arsenal and Man City are small games by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, here we go. So this one we will leave up to our assistant manager. See what happens there. We will be playing the 3 games that follow thereafter. Oh. Or maybe we leave all of them to the assistant manager. 5-0 is a pretty big result. Jacob Ramsey with a brace. John Duran with yet another. Ollie Watkins. Emmanuel Emega as well. That is pretty comprehensive. So we've had to pay some money on some... that's his 10th league goal for John Duran. So he's only scored 2 in the league so far this season. 8 there. 21 though across all competitions. He's obviously a rotation piece. That is not a bad result to start things off. So let's pop these guys on a little bit of rest. And then we will restore some of these players for the game coming up. And obviously we've got to change who's on the bench. So Oscarson, Rogers drop out of that position. Ezri Konza comes in for Nedeljkovic. Otherwise, we're pretty close to the main squad. Emega will start against Lindstrom. Actually, no, we'll keep Ramsey in that spot. He deserves it. You can't score 2 goals and then get dropped for the next game. That would be very, very cool. So Tatsugiri apologised for the imagery. I find it intriguing that Duran is doing so well because they did him quite dirty on his CA and PA. Now, again, yes, so as I say, I mean, it is a common theme of things that I say is that like CA and PA are ultimately just they're mechanics, aren't they? Right. So those are the things that SI use to control how players' development can grow and how they can progress over time. If a player who's got 110 CA can work out quite well, then it doesn't matter what their CA is. It's all just about how it distributes attributes, and there are a lot of players who will have a low CA who can be very, very good and very effective. Who's Liverpool manager? Have Liverpool got Unai Emery? Have Liverpool got Unai Emery as their manager? No, they've got Marco Rosa. So we're up against the narrow 4-2-2-2. This is going to be a tricky game for sure. I mean, it was going to be a tricky game regardless, wasn't it? But so here we go. Main squad. There is the possibility that both of these guys get bookings and they're going to miss the Arsenal game. Pardon me. So yeah, that could be a risk we've got to be wary of. Let's head in and see how we get on in the big game. There you go. Liverpool playing in purple as well. Ooh. We'll stick with whatever Paco Ayestaran recommends. Players don't seem to respond that well. I should remember to do this. Virgil van Dijk, I swear we just saw an injury thing on Van Dijk. We did indeed. So you know we're going to be targeting him. Jorginho's already targeted in that respect. Robertson doesn't need to be. Yep, so there we go. Dark Arts. Let's get Virgil out of the game early. And hopefully that can set the tone for things. Marco Rosa is the final boss with his 4-2-2-2 indeed. I mean, it's such an effective formation. Ramsey picks up an early yellow card, so we'll just take that off now. Spencer says Rosa's box is kind of weird. He always uses the inverted fullback and or inverted wingback with it. That's fair enough. Okay. Oh, Watkins. He was offside anyway, so that's okay. Let's see what we've got then. So if we go to teams, we can't see their roles. I don't include that. So I'm guessing it looks like Robertson is the inverted wingback on Jorginho's side. That would be Gravenberch getting forward to really overload that middle. And overloading those central areas is such an effective route in FM. So it understands why he's kind of considered the final boss. Right, Canate has some space, plays it out to Gomez. I mean, look at that. So many players central. Salah plays it through the lines. Diego Jota. This can be 1-0. He takes it round Martinez. That's his 4th goal of the season. All right, come on, lads. Come on, lads. We're now behind. We need to react here. So Gravenberch played it to Salah. Great timing on the run from Jota. They were not paying attention whatsoever. Couldn't fall asleep, so back we come. Welcome back, AC. I hope you're doing good. Showerlander. I have the feeling the inverted full wingbacks are a little too overused since positional play was introduced by the AI. So I think that there is certainly okay, we managed to recover there. There is an over tendency for them to be used. I'd certainly agree. They do look to try and make sure that there is some sort of 3-2 build or 2-3 build up with almost every team. But at the same time, if you go back to 2003, you'd also end up, here's Diaby to react straight away. Diaby! Boom! Barely moments have passed and we've pulled one back. Beautiful stuff. I mean, so one of the things I noticed often with probably FM22 more than anything else is that you'd have it completely the opposite way round, where one of the reasons why it's really easy to beat the AI was because they'd never have enough players back in their rest defence. They'd always have some form of attacking fullback. They'd always have someone from their midfield trying to push forward. And you'd end up with this like kind of 2-1-7 approach that was really disjointed. And it seems they've gone maybe a little bit too far the other way. So can Liverpool get back in front before the half is over? Virgil on the ball, being pushed back, but Kanate, there is an outlet there with Robertson on the left if they can get it over there. Virgil plays it in, Kamara picks it up, Diaby now, chance to run at an injured Virgil, he gets past him, Moussa Diaby, 12th goal of the season, 2-1, we've turned it around. Let's say some nice words to Moussa Diaby. That was all set up by Camera, anticipating the pass to Gravenberch. It was a loose pass anyway. I mean, he anticipated it, but it was never going to make its way to his man. I miss him, says Williams Gallery. I'm still so surprised we had to sell him. After only just one season, the way he started for us was incredible. Right, into the last few moments, McAllister stands over the free kick. McAllister, onto the roof of the net. Onto the roof of the net. This has been an okay half. Ramsey's not performing well, apparently. Not been as free-flowing as some of the previous games, which is fine. Good first half performance. Ramsey's going to come off. It's going to be Lindstrom on. That means we can put him back on hard tackling. And I think... Right, McTominay's looking a little bit tired. Diaby's looking a little tired. Mingueza, Digne are the players who are on bookings. I am considering bringing on Konza now. I am going to bring on Konza now. So that means that we definitely have Mingueza for the next game. So if Digne gets booked, then at least we're not going to be missing both our starting fullbacks. I'd have rather we sold Leon personally. Hindsight is 2020, but personally there. I think that I do wonder whether there's Brahim in behind. Martinez makes the save. Let's get some focus. Let's drop down to positive. Maybe there was something about Diaby being here that kind of pushed Bailey in a way that hasn't been there this season, because it is such a shame the drop off that we've had with Leon this season. Right, so we've just trying to arrest a little bit of control there. And whether it's going to work or not, I'm not sure. Virgil sends it out to Gomez. Digne gets in. But unfortunately, Liverpool managed to keep control of it. Jorginho at their base of their midfield is certainly an interesting signing there as he finds Brahim. Brahim plays it through. Salah is going to make it 2-2. He is indeed. There's no question of offside. The timing of the run was apparently perfect. Damn. Right, back to attacking we go. Nice and direct. Here's Jorginho. Plays it into Brahim. Yeah, he was definitely being played on. Completely split the defenders. Danilo was pushed up. Powell unfortunately was dropped a little too deep. So let's see what we can do. We can do this here. Powell's now on a yellow card. Might drop this down a little bit there. Look to see what's going on here. We haven't had any changes from them right now. Are we able to possibly drop him onto a defensive role so we've got a little bit more cover? Maybe someone being a little bit more alert from the midfield. McTominay is tired, so on comes Onyedika. Onyedika can run for days. No, we've got to do team talk from this bit here. Have faith in you. We've gone back to the attacking mentality, and that hasn't improved things in that regards. Let's demand more. Salah throw in. I can barely see them in their purple kit. Salah now. It's 1 versus 4, but Salah's played it through, and here's Diogo Jota. Diogo Jota has turned things around. How? No. My God, what a goal that is. We might be about to head for our 4th defeat of the season. How has Season 2 gone so far? Well, we came into this game top of the league. we have changed to the Chelsea tactic that we used in the Moneyball Clinic, and things have been going generally well until now. A dingle bastard, so says Williams Gallery. Indeed. And Moussa Diaby is also tired. That's an issue. Right, Zaniolo. Lundstrom hasn't been particularly good. We're clearly struggling with what's going on the left there. So we're going to shift these players around a little bit. We're going to make the advance forward on the left. Pressing forward on the right. They're now both on their preferred feet. Winger there, so there should be more space as well behind Diaby for this. And we'll change them to an inside forward on support, because Watkins is obviously a little bit more of an attacking player in that regard. Diaby may well be coming off at some point as it is anyway, because he is tired. We are going to look to try and get a bit more control by dropping the tempo. We're going to stay attacking. We're going to push all the way back up again. Step up more. There's Gertruda. Gakpo is on now as well. See if that can maybe get us a little bit more in control. Liverpool are OP on this FM, in my opinion. Liverpool have been OP for, as far as I've been concerned, for like the last 20 years. I've always had a rotten time against them. Usually very, very miserable games. But like this one has been kind of miserable, but it's what you expect. This isn't the worst results I've ever seen, as Diaby pulls it back. He's offside though. Well, the flag went up immediately. I didn't think he was offside, but my eyes aren't particularly great. So Darren Bond is listening to the video assistant referee. It's been disallowed. Here we go. We can see this now. Watkins played it through to Lindstrom. Lindstrom's pass. Oh yeah, miles offside. That's fine. Yeah, so I kind of expect. I've now got to the point where I kind of expect to lose every time we play Liverpool. Doesn't matter. Like generally over the last 20 years, it doesn't matter who their manager is, who the players are, what division they're in, who I'm managing. It is just always like absolutely irrepressible. Right, John Duran is going to be the man coming on for Omega. Let's look to play wide. They've got all these players narrow, so let's look to play wide. Let's push everything up a little bit here. Omega's not been playing well, but we're actually going to keep him on the pitch. It's going to be Ollie Watkins that comes off. So we're now going to put Diaby out there once again. We're going with him as a target forward, him as the advance forward. Let's hit some early crosses as well. So Konza can go as a fullback support. Onyedika's got himself a yellow card, so he's got to stop tackling harder. He's going to go on attack as we really chase it in these last few moments. Here we go. Come on, guys. Come on. Nothing happening. There we go. Peter's out. Those are the kind of results we see. We didn't create anything in the second half whatsoever. Seems you've jinked the stream, Hank. You have indeed. No, of course not. These are. I'm blaming food. If anything, that's the thing. It's because we now dropped down. We've now got Arsenal up next, and then we've got Man City. So part of the reason why we're doing well is we have these 3 games coming up in December. So how's Omega done this season? He's all right. He's in double figures for goals. Ollie Watkins leads the way. Omega is certain. The goals that we've seen of him have been from aerial duels a lot. Yeah, 12 goals so far, which isn't too shabby. Rest one day. And he's playing on his weaker foot side, so he's often playing on the left. 0.73 goals per 90. It's in line with his XG. But he's contributing kind of in every way. Rather happy with him so far. We do have all our players though, so let's have a look here. Diaby was great. Ramsey and Lindstrom were pretty rubbish in that second half. Just maybe didn't work particularly well. Maybe we needed to push to those wide areas a little bit more. Maybe maybe it played into their hands because we're trapping inside and that's where all their bodies are. So that's probably a bad decision.
It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Thank you very much for the subscription, Steve Reader. Very, very kind of you. Very much appreciated. It is not the statistics. It is not the statistics. So apparently our centre-backs haven't been playing well together, but they've both got pretty good ratings and in good form. And they've been playing together as a partnership. Yeah, whatever. So our next game is away against Utrecht, and then it's away against Man City. So we're doing quite well in Europe. I think we've won all our league games it was a very nervy hang. We drew our home game in the qualifiers against a Slovakian side, and then we scraped through the second leg away from home 3-2. So I thought it was going to be quite a bad season. But since we've got into the group stage, we've won our first 4. There were only 6 games in the group stage of the... Oh, in fact, since last night, it turns out we got into Europe. So whatever happened with coefficients, the 8th place team managed to creep into Europe, which was quite nice. So we do still have a European campaign to play for, and things are generally going okay. TJ Carroll is injured. Don't know who that is. So for this game, Oskarsson, Rogers onto the bench. The rotations are going to be right, Zaniolo's return proper. John McGinn can come in. John McGinn, who's getting loads and loads of assists in Europe, so he can play that game. Greg Taylor can get some time. We'll bring Konza in for Dookie. We'll give John Duran some game time. That seems to be okay. Do we get Mings fresh as well, or essentially give Power a little bit of rest? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Indeed, yeah. So obviously we finished last night and we were 8th, and I saved and I closed. I came in this morning. I moved it forwards those 3 days, so that we could sort out the save game file. I didn't even notice, and then just before we started up today, and I was making sure that everything worked, I was like, oh, we've got a European place. I'm not going to complain. Certainly not going to complain. So leave this to the assistant manager. He can do a better job than we have, I am sure, and get us back to winning ways before we head for a tough game in Manchester. And there we are. There's a nice... Oh, no, that's not good. Zaniolo and Camera down injured. How long for? Zaniolo is out for 4 to 5 weeks. John Duran is out for 2 days. He'll be okay. Camera is out for 4 weeks. At least it's come at a nice point in the season. Quite famously, December doesn't have many games. Just Man City, Arsenal, Wolves and Newcastle. Should be no problem whatsoever. So it looks like Diaby was the player that was brought on as a sub with a first injury. That's going to be McTominay holding alongside Onyedika. Moussa Diaby would be the starter anyway, generally speaking, in that position. Luca Digne, Pau Torres. We'll stick with Esri there. And that will be... John Duran keeps his... Oh, John Duran took a knock, so no, he doesn't get the starter spot. Oskarsson and Rogers, therefore, will be part of the bench for our game against Man City. There we go. And we head forwards. Yeah, crazy. Your Aston really needs to chill with the water bottle throwing. He seems to be aiming for their knees quite clearly. There you go. Southampton's Mark Robbins is the Southampton manager, and he is going to potentially get sacked around the same time as Russell Martin. Some familiar things. Everton's Sean Dyche is under threat. Newcastle's Eddie Howe's position under threat. And some of those things aren't that surprising. No additional injuries in the run-up, which is quite nice at least. We can head into this game with as good a squad as we possibly have available. Right. Marvellous. Oscarson should be dropped. That's a fair comment. There we go. So, okay, those two are booked. They're all okay in terms of players on the bench. Now, we have ads about to come up because obviously I didn't do a very good job of syncing the lunch break. So what I'll do is I'll bring them forwards and then I'll see you guys in 3 minutes as we head into this section here. I'll see you in a moment. And we're back. And during that time, I popped another lozenge to try and make sure that my throat gets through the next few hours. I didn't manage to finish that lozenge in that time, so I do apologise. I'll try and make sure that it doesn't make horrible, sweet-sucking noises into the microphone as much as I possibly can. So we'll go with what they suggest there. We'll say I have faith. An away game, like there's got to be zero expectation for this game, to be completely frank. A defence of Lewis, Stones, Gvardiol, Akanji at left back. Kovacic as the pivot. We don't need to tackle harder on the left back or on the striker in that situation. We have Silva, De Bruyne, Kutu playing as a winger. Ocampos, Julian Alvarez up front. There is no Haaland in the lineup, so maybe that improves our chances a little bit. Let's see how this goes. Sweet sucking what? Musterman sweet sucking ASMR. It would be an interesting departure, wouldn't it? You know, a boy's got to make money, eh? But yes, need to make sure the throat holds out. I'm genuinely amazed that, considering how we've had some normal streams during the week where, like, within 2-3 hours it starts to go. We're now We're now, what, 6 hours in, so 18 hours of streaming over the last 2 days, and my voice is still intact, which is incredible. And I have been talking a lot of shit during that time as well. Martinez claims the corner. It was a good save to begin with. Early signs, kind of okay. Not great, not bad. So it seems to be reasonably ticky-tacky at the moment. Both sides having moments. Mingueza is going to be suspended for the Arsenal game. Ramsey is injured. His header goes into the side netting. That was a good chance. Injuries digging in now as we head into the fixture congestion. So Man City with a free kick here. Guardiola is demanding more. Let's match up with the demand more as well. Anything that Guardiola does has got to be the right decision, right? Ocampos gets himself in behind. Martinez denies him. Great save from Martinez. And McTominay's on a booking as well. So tackle harder off you. Cross comes in. Akanji, can he win it? He can't. Watkins is able to clear the lines. Gaze as well. Tackle harder off. And so that kind of does bring us to the question of whether we have to bring off Digne so that he doesn't pick up a yellow card in the second half. But is he going to do some magic here? Digne with a free kick. Ederson turns it away. Good moment there. Let's do some focus. I rarely do focus whilst we're drawing, so I'll see what that does. Always good to try something new every now and then, right? So Man City just about edged the heart of the first half, but neither team have necessarily done anything amazing at this point. Of course, I say that just as we're seeing a highlight, so who knows what's about to happen here. Gvardiol on the ball. We're managing to keep them deep. If we can stop them from getting past us. Akanji, though, shows outside. Alvarez drops deep. Here's Yankutu over. Yankutu is in behind. Yankutu at Martinez. Straight at Martinez. An easy save in the end. De Bruyne will take the corner. You know he can deliver a good ball into the far post. McTominay gets there first. Kovacic heads it back in and Martinez is able to gather. So Ramsey is going to come off for the second game in a row, this time because of an injury rather than a poor performance. Wait, who's sucking what? Shawnee, I'm sucking. Specifically, I'm sucking a lozenge, just to look after my throat. Alex Enio 14, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. There is zero obligation to chat, but if you feel comfortable doing so, love to know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. But as I said, zero obligation whatsoever. So it's not been a good performance. We've definitely been the second best. But we're just going to try and let's pop to the defensive formation in the second half. In fact, that's positive. That's still everything else kind of the same. We just drop our lines. We have seen them get in behind a couple of times with the way that we've defended. Dookie is going to come on, which means that we're going to swing Konza out to right back. Jacob Ramsey is going to make way for John McGinn. No, John McGinn needs to come in centrally. Oh. You need to make 3 changes. John McGinn comes in for the booked McTominay. And then are we going with Lindstrom, I guess? I guess we're going to put Lindstrom in that deeper position. I think that's what we're going to say. Have I told you who you support? You haven't, Shawnee. Who do you support? Let us know. So we've got that. We're seeing a number of changes. They're making 3 changes at half time as well. Taylor Harwood, Bennis, Joe Cancelo, and Mathias Nunes on. Gvardiol, Stones, and Silva are the players who make way. A Northampton Town fan. Oh, interesting. How are Northampton getting on? Didn't you have a big win over Peterborough recently? Because obviously that's a big rivalry, that one. So yeah, good time to be a Northampton Town fan at the moment. We have killed this game so far. Nothing has happened in the first 20 minutes of this half. Let's have a look. There's another change has been made by Man City, so let's react to that one. That's Oscar Bob has come on, and Piotr Zielinski has come on. Not having much joy there. Moussa Diaby again, not having a great game. There's the voice. There's the voice. Do we bring on... We're going to bring on Duran for... what's his name? Diaby. And we're going to push Ollie Watkins out wide. So we've got some very attacking players on the wing, even if we are being a bit more defensive there. So they've got all the momentum, but there's not really any chances being created, which is fine by me. Yep, focus into the last 10 minutes. Then we pause again with 5 minutes to go. Onyedika is now on a yellow card, but I don't have another defensive midfielder to bring on. So Ollie Watkins will make way for Morgan Rogers, and we're going to start time wasting now. Don't need to say anything to him. He's in a good mood. Yeah, beat them in the league and then lost to them in the Pizza Car Cup. I mean, the league is surely the more important result, isn't it? So, where are you guys at the moment? Are you looking at a potential promotion challenge, a playoff push, or is it going to be a relegation? Yeah, generally, how are you doing? I have zero clue whatsoever. Dina has some space. Is he going to play it through? Oh, I couldn't quite make it. But here's Dina. Oh, into the side netting. Unfortunately. What is that cam? It's the TV cam. It's one of the most, pretty standard with some zoom. The good old 4-4-2. You love to see it. We've had to go back to. We've essentially had to revert to the meta. We've accepted defeat. We need wins, and if we need wins, the easiest way to do so is by such. And that's a great result. I mean, a draw. Is that our first draw of the season? That might be our first draw of the season in the league, at least. And arguably, I mean, pretty even in terms of XG. They obviously had they had fewer shots, so they had better quality chances. But you got to be delighted with that. That was a satisfying result, and that probably means Liverpool open up a bit more of a gap. They are now 4 points ahead of us. Arsenal jump ahead of us by 2 points, but we're at the right end of the table, which is good. And then the game progressed to the next morning, which means that it impacts our rest schedule. Bastards. The training, we'll rest for 1 day. Mingueza plays because he's going to be suspended for the next game. Dookie and Mings in. Greg Taylor. We're basically going to change out the whole team. Oscar. It's fine. Zaniolo. He was out for weeks, isn't he? So's Camera's out for weeks. That's going to be going with an Oscarson, Duran strike force. Rogers on the right. We have no Camera, so it's going to be a McGinn, McTominay partnership there in the middle. That looks like our changes that we should be ready for. We'll move forward. So we're not going to play the game against Order. That will be left to the manager. I think we've already qualified. I think we've hit the top part of the qualification group, so I think we get a bye. 2 points off relegation, and if we can stay in League One, I'll be happy. That would be fair. That'd be a great outcome. Man City can't handle 4-4 Emery 2. It's a decent result. I mean, less that they couldn't handle us, but they just couldn't quite break us down. Well, no, they could break us down. They had some very good chances, and we owe a lot to our clean sheet to Emmy. When we changed in the second half to the more defensive formation, we certainly seemed to do what we were looking for. A decent result, exactly. What can they do against 4-4 Arteta 2, I wonder. I really do love a good 0-0. You might be alone on that one, Crab Lungs. I mean, it wasn't the most entertaining game, I have to say. I mean, sure, I'll take the result. Have you saved recently? I think you said your auto saves are off, which stresses me out, lol. I haven't. We will save at the halfway point. That will be essentially the way we run things here. So yeah, Philip Marshall can go on the bench. A lot of the fringe players for this game against Order. Who's going to be the player we get injured? We haven't got an injury from the looks of things. Oscarson, is that his first start of the season? His fifth start of the season. His first goals though. Hat-trick there. That is 100% record in the group. We've topped the first phase. Both us and Lille won all our games. We scored 28 goals in six games. So I think our squad is certainly, can't really judge too much into that. We pop these guys on the rest schedule. Ezri Konza comes in. Lucadinha back in. Pau Torres back in. Onyedika in for McGinn. Diaby. Watkins in. Mega in. I think we're going to start John Duran. Have a Mega come off the bench. Jacob Ramsey back there as well. So Mungayda's sub means we've got centre backs. So actually, Dookie there. Torres there. We'll have Nedeljkovic on the bench. Yeah, I think that's okay. Coming into big home game against Arsenal. We would really like to win that one. So in your save, Dyke was fired. What a wild save. We saw that he has been on the chopping block for a while. Dyke sacked by Everton. Woke nonsense indeed. Honestly, the 0-0 versus Fulham for Saints last weekend was so refreshing. No more Martin Ball. Okay, I understand that a 0-0 is quite an exciting result when you've spent all season having to deal with losing 4-0, so I get it. And you do love a battling 0-0 on FM against the odds. At FM G&G, he's going to move to Arsenal. Could you imagine Dyke at Arsenal? That would be one hell of a sign. Wow, the slander. But I mean, here we go. Any injuries in the run-up? We've made it through without injuries. Or any more injuries, which is good. We're going to be pretty much into January soon. We can kind of have a think about what we want in the way of transfers. I don't know if there's necessarily a big need. Those injuries, so he'll be back soon. And otherwise, we're okay. We've got a couple of unhappy players. Obviously, if someone comes in for John McGinn at a good value, we might need another midfielder. But generally speaking, our players are doing pretty decent stuff. So here we are up against Arsenal. They're going to be playing a 4-2-3-1. They've signed Gonçalo Inacio, playing with Zinchenko. Last time we played them, Aaron Ramsdale had an absolutely incredible game. A number of big close range saves. So hopefully we can get him on a lesser good game. They signed Calvert-Lewin. We did catch that earlier this season, so maybe Dyke at Everton makes sense. And we will run with that. Do we switch to the more defensive system to start the game? Let's do it. Let's go a little bit more defensive to start. Then look to perhaps be a bit more enterprising a little bit after, like, if we can just hold things. No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. I'm not going to finish that sentence whatsoever. Diaby steps in. We've got a chance to counter-attack here. Into Durand. McTominay plays it to Watkins. The flag hasn't gone up. Watkins, can he feed it back in? He can. He finds Ramsey. Ramsey's shot is deflected. We're 1-0 up. Okay, I can finish the sentence I was going to say. If we can not concede in the opening 15 minutes, we can look to be expansive, but we might not need to be expansive. Watkins, with great work there, eventually has the presence of mind to find Ramsey. Ramsey gets a bit of luck. His shot deflects, taking it past Ramsdale. 1-0. I think every game should be like Liverpool Spurs. I want to see baseball-type scores every game. I mean, it was entertaining as a neutral. Every game should be Mourinho ball versus Arteta ball. Hung Min just wants to see the world burn. Clearly. 0-0 every time. Manly football it is. That's one definition for it. And so we're just going to gently pass the ball around. Here's McTominay, finds Onyedika. He feeds Watkins. Watkins has got beyond his man. He's made it 2-0. 2-0 inside 6 minutes. This is something I wasn't expecting. Wasn't expecting at all. Onyedika had a lot of space to play it forward. Weird defend, like the defender. When Watkins turns for the ball, the defender stepping up, not really. It's not as if he's like engaging with Watkins. Just seems to be moving away from the play, which creates the space. And that's obviously what we see a lot for all teams. But it does seem some very odd behaviour. We're playing manly football, and Arteta can't handle it. What is the definition of manly football? A Martinelli with an overhead kick. I'm guessing that overhead kicks aren't manly football. Nye Oliveira over on YouTube. You want to see how you do the changes in game. So we are being a little bit cavalier with the way we're taking. Generally speaking, the changes are mainly focused around tempo. We're not really got the time to pause and analyze at a micro level, because we've got to get through a whole season in a game. So if you're looking for that, you're probably going to be a little bit underwhelmed. You're going to see mainly a lot of chaos and a lot of just changing things for the hope that something comes off, as Havertz forces a save out of Martinez. Right, let's focus into these last few minutes. Martinelli on the corner. Medal of Valor, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. If you feel comfortable in chat, let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM. It'd be lovely to hear from you. There is zero obligation whatsoever to do so, though. So Manly Football is keeping score by the number of UK. That's what we're going with. We're winning on fouls. We're 13-6, but it is even on yellow cards. So it feels like they had they didn't have as much momentum at the end of the half as it felt like. 2-0. We know what we say about 2-0. So where's the guard against complacency? Diaby's yellow card means that we're going to take him off tackle harder. Look to see what changes have happened here. We don't need to make any changes there from the looks of things. Do we drop it down? Drop it down to... No, we stay on positive. Just drop the tempo. Just a slight tweaks, so that hopefully we don't get figured out too much, and we can see Arsenal have started on the front foot in the second half, but not in a way that significantly makes any difference. Here we go. Is this where they're starting to apply the pressure? This is indeed. Let's again drop down that a little bit further. We're down to balance now. And that hasn't really stopped anything in that respect. But I suppose they can have momentum. If they're not having chances, it doesn't really matter too much. So here's Power on the ball. McTominay, we're getting pressed as we move it into midfield. Okoncha has time to turn, plays it into Diaby. Diaby can't break into the space, unfortunately. We're forced to go backwards. And there they are. They had the bodies around. We got away with that. Diaby, though, now has a chance to play it through the lines. And Watkins. Oh, Watkins. That was a great chance. A great chance. And our players are looking tired now. We are going to need to make a change in a moment. So it's McTominay we know is going to have to come off for McGinn. John Duran, unfortunately, hasn't really done anything, so on can come in Mega. Do we bring Nedelka? Do we go real handball and bring on a fullback at right wing? We might end up bringing on a fullback at right wing, but not right now. We're going to try and get into the last 10 minutes or so that we can then look to bring down the tempo. Not bring down the tempo, bring up time wasting. We've still got 2 stoppages, so that's going to be the first change we make. Moussa Diaby off. Nedeljkovic on. That's got to count as handball, right? Oh my God, Watkins, indeed. What a miss. Big Joe, Merry Christmas, Musterman. I hope you're enjoying your holidays, having a marvellous time. I hope you've had a wonderful Christmas as well, Big Joe. Thank you very much for popping along. Wow, nearly went for a throw-in. It was a shocking shot, wasn't it? Absolutely shocking. So what change do we want to make here? Love to bring off Onyedika. We're going to bring off Onyedika. It's going to be Tyrone Mings coming on. The best way to see out a game is to change your centre-backs. A little hint I learnt from Nowhere At All. In fact, we're going to finish this game with 4 centre-backs, 3 full-backs, one midfielder, 2 strikers. A perfectly reasonable way to see out a game. There is just the 4 minutes of injury time to go. And we've kept Arsenal down to 0.45 XG so far. And so we concede a penalty with 10 seconds remaining. Of course we concede a penalty. Michael Salisbury gives the penalty. It's a push by Inacio. A push on Inacio by Digne. And here up steps Bukayo Saka into the roof of the net. Can we hold on for the last few seconds? Lol, says Hungdamin. Of course. Of course. Arsenal having Calvert-Lewin is funny. They're not using him. That's the crazy thing. Imagine how good they could have been if they were sending long balls up there. So even with that penalty, even with 0.8 XG added on at the end, we were the better team. We can be pretty damn pleased with that. So you certainly made our doubters eat their words. And does that puts us 4 points off top, but it does mean we leapfrog Arsenal. That's some nice things to do. Let's click browse. Let's let us rest our players in between. We do have a whole 4 days until the... Oh, we can't holiday past Christmas Day. Luca Digne's yellow card for that penalty means he's suspended. It's going to be Greg Taylor in. We're going to see Oscar Mingueza come back in. As we concert on the bench there. Who are we looking at in terms of tiredness, though? Everyone else is kind of fine, so we should be okay. We made it, Quan. It was okay. It was too little, too late, thank God. So, Paul Masterclass Football has his greetings from the Guinness record holder and football manager from Poland, Paweł Ślesinski. Paul Masterclass Football. Greetings, Paweł. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely Christmas. So which record is it you hold? Are you the one who holds the game furthest into the future? The longest game, I believe. Is that the one? We are the more manly football team. Allegedly so. Arsenal L. Do you know what? I've realised I've missed the moment now, but we've won games and I haven't used the celebration music. I've spared your ears my awful singing. What on earth am I playing at? Cry Arsenal. That's a lot of wanted players. That's part of the course, isn't it, really? Like, Greg Taylor's wanted by them. He's wanted on loan. That's fine. Tyrone Mings is wanted on loan because he wants to start more games. Mingueza's wanted. Hayden Carter's wanted. Esri Konsa wants us to pay him 500k a week, which isn't going to happen. McGinn still wants to leave, so that's fine. Hopefully we can get rid of Coutinho. Didn't we give Boubacar Kamara a new contract only less than 6 months ago, and they're already trying to circle? Nobody, though, wants our top scoring striker, Ollie Watkins. Moussa Diaby is wanted, though. And if we get a good bid for Moussa Diaby, we will look to try and see if we can push past that. Look if we can replace him. So Arsenal having Calvert-Lewin is funny. So it makes sense, to be honest. Would score 20 a year off set pieces. True. Imagine a set piece routine where the defense is going to be focusing not on Calvert-Lewin. He's going to feast. Man, Boubacar Kamara is actually so good. Boubacar Kamara is an incredible player. Like, genuinely world class. The fact that he plays for Villa is absolutely crazy. Wait a second. No. Didn't there used to be a thing where if you reached Christmas Day in game, on Christmas Day, you'd get a little message? And here we are, we continued through. We're on the right Christmas Day as well, Wednesday 25th of December. There's no message. Oh, that's sad. What a shame. So I thought that was Lelujo. I think Lelujo had the record for the longest single session. He played continuously for 24 hours, whatever it was. Whereas Pavel played 416 and 528 seasons in FM18. So you won 25,084 matches. Marvellous stuff. FM's gone woke. FM woke nonsense indeed. What a shame. I thought that used to be a really nice little Easter egg thing. So it just says Happy Christmas. So a little bit like if you reach your manager's birthday on your birthday, and on on birthday in game and on birthday your computer time, I think it sends a message as well. So it's just like a happy birthday message and just like a Merry Christmas one. And I guess the game's international, so they would have had to have done it for various other situations, and it does become a little bit more complicated with Christmas is a fixed date, whereas other holidays aren't. But yeah, that was a nice little Easter egg that comes up very, very rarely. So I thought it's kind of a nice thing to have. I thought we were going to get that. I mean, it's been years since I've seen it. So Omega is going to come back in. Do we try and spare Scott McTominay from his yellow card? And he is inevitable to get a yellow card, isn't it? We're going to have to... We'll be bringing him on at half-time anyway. Greg Taylor, Mingather. Where is... Konza's on the bench there. Oscarson, Rogers, Diaby, Lindstrom. Right, we do play this game. No, we don't. What are we doing for time? 26th December. The time is currently 5 o'clock. We have 5.5 hours. We've got 5 months to get through. This is a game that I kind of would want to play because it's against our rivals. And we've dropped points, which is always going to be a bit of a shame. We do need to get through a month a day, really, and we've got a transfer window to navigate to. So let's be sensible. Head into the Newcastle game. Greg Taylor comes onto the bench, and Nedeljkovic comes out. Scott McTominay. Is that Newcastle in the FA Cup? No, it's not. It's in the league. Does that mean that we picked up a yellow card for... No. So McTominay apparently isn't worried about the yellow card, so maybe there's a reset at that point. Seems like a weird point of the season for the yellow card reset to happen. But if that's what it is, that's what it is. Right, so Newcastle on 9th, a disappointing draw away from home. But we've just had to play quite a few games in a row, so let's get through a few with instant result. Make sure that we remember to do the opposition instructions. We're at the halfway point there, so Newcastle, Burnley, games that can be under their control. It's the return of Yuri Tielemans. So yeah, McTominay's yellow card issue seems to have disappeared, which is marvellous. We'll give Onyedika a rest. Dina is back in. Where is Konza? Konza to come in so that we can give Dookie a little bit of a rest. Mega, Watkins. That's fine. Lindstrom, Ramsey back in for Lindstrom. Let's pop Lindstrom out on the right. Diaby's had a couple of bad games. I know he scored those goals against Arsenal, but his average rating's been a little bit poor. So let's give him a rest as well. Should hopefully still have enough of a chance. Sure, do give Dookie a rest. You've got to love that name, don't you? That's why I'm so disappointed his shirt says the Neo, because when I learned that it's pronounced Dookie, I was like, yeah, we've got to sign him. None of that really matters. None of those guys are going to make an impact in our team next season, even if some of them might be worth keeping in the long term. It doesn't really impact what we're doing here. Pop onto the opposition. Let's make sure we're doing the honours there. Diego Carlos is tired. We will target these players though. So those are the players we're targeting for tactical reasons. These are the players we're targeting for dark arts reasons. Here we go. Can we avenge our 3-1 defeat earlier in the season? We don't need any transfers. We don't need any Tatsugiri, but we might need some. Yeah. So Lindstrom's injury. See what happens with Diaby as well. We've now dropped down to 4th. Lindstrom is out for 3 weeks. Duran's close to triggering a clause. With the injuries to Zaniolo, the suspensions he's had as well, we've ended up having to play. Diaby's been good, don't get me wrong. But Diaby has kind of been the only option out there for a lot of time. Rogers hasn't really done much. He's not really going to be used. The game doesn't trust him in that respect, which is a little bit of a shame. Why, hello, Coach Zanko. How are you doing, sir? Welcome on in. Lovely for you to come on over with a raid. Let's just quickly say hello. Hello, everyone. Coach Zanko and the followers. I'm MustermannFM. Lovely to have you guys here. We're currently in the midst of the FM World Cup challenge. We're basically doing a copy of the FIFAe FM World Cup featuring Football Manager. So we're completing a single season every day, which is why I'm saying we're going to do a quick introduction here, because we're a little bit behind as we are currently. We're about to hit our number 7 very, 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 very soon. That means we've only got 5 hours left of the day to get through the last half of the season. We're currently sitting in 4th in the Premier League in our second season after a very, very disappointing first season. So hopefully we can start turning things around, get a good, strong finish with Aston Villa, and push on in to potentially being in the Champions League for the final day, which will be tomorrow. So all these streams are running 10:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. And we are basically following the World Cup scoring system as well. So if you just see somewhere over that side there, we've got how the points will work. So let's head on in. Thank you very much for the follow, Boss Pikachu. Lovely to see you guys. So Coach, how was your stream? Are you still doing the Metalax save at the moment? So here we are. We're coming up to a game against Burnley right now, which is an away game. We should be able to leave that to our assistant manager to handle. We're not going to be able to play every game. So top half, we've currently got a £163 million transfer budget. We've just lost Morgan Rogers to injury and Jesper Lindström to injury. So we are a little bit stretched. There's a chance for Coutinho to possibly play a game. How about that? Thank you very much for the follow, Pikachu. Thank you very much for the follow, HC16 as well. Haha, I just got a YouTube recommendation, says RG. It's a podcast where they interview Kasper Schmeichel and talk about the Belgian playoffs. Interesting. Real talk, you've had really good numbers on these streams. Well done, dude. Look, I mean, these streams right now, they have absolutely nothing, like, numbers don't matter. I'll be very candid with people. I hope I don't offend anyone here at all. I expect a few people who are going to be in here are here because of the reason why we're streaming. The reason we're streaming is to fill a space where people aren't otherwise streaming at the moment, so that people who want to do their normal routine can do it. Somewhere they can escape from the stress that happens over during this period. So I'm expecting people to come in that don't normally watch me and will not watch me next week. I'm not trying to replace your favorite streamers. I'm not trying to grab Patreons and subscribers and followers, which is why I've been very, very careful not to mention anything along those lines at all, because this is just about creating a space for people. So yes, it's lovely having the numbers. It's also kind of it's reaffirming that there is a reason why this kind of stream needs to be done, which is marvelous, and I'm glad that I'm able to fill that space. But yeah, none of that, and that's not to be dismissive, if that makes sense. So yeah, anyone who's in, I hope you guys find it's filled the spot that we hope it will do. Right, so here we go. We've got those options there. McGinn is also tired, so that's going to be Onyedika into the starting lineup. And Gaither's looking a little bit tired. Let's simulate that and see how we get on. Please don't drop any more points. If we drop points here, we didn't drop points, that's good. If we drop points there, we would have probably had to take over a couple more games as well. We do need to be mindful of maintaining morale during these games. So there's the rest. Our game is the Nottingham Forest a cup game? That is a cup game. Right, Nottingham Forest are 12th in the Premier League. Yes, Kudus could be the option. Well, actually, do we want Kudus? Do we want another left footer? Do we want a right footer? Nobody's interested in Moussa Diaby, so that's probably saved him there. Nicola Zaniolo, 6 days away. Right, he should be okay. We move forwards to the cup. We're going to rotate. Oh, right, it's the Carabao Cup first leg. Oh, no, it's the quarterfinals in January. Oh, I hadn't noticed that hadn't happened. So yes, give the Brazilian magician a go. It looks like he might get there. Did Coutinho get playing time? Did he come on? Let's have a look. I don't want you to take my players. All the youth player stuff is fine. Did Coutinho get playing time? Coutinho did not get playing time. See, even my assistant manager doesn't like him. And let's see if we can get rid of him now. Ask agent. Nothing forthcoming there. Hire an intermediary. Nothing forthcoming there currently. That's all right. So Carabao Cup. We will make a few more changes here. That's going to be John Duran in. Obviously, standard change that we see there. John McGinn will come in for McTominay. Greg Taylor in for Digne. Mings in for Torres. Dookie to come in for Konza. Konza for Mingatha. Camera is 2 days away. Zaniolo is 3 days away. Torres can have the whole days to rest. In fact, Oscarson in. We're going with a double big man for the home game against Nottingham Forest. Big Joe. So Paul Masterclass Football. That's incredible, my friend. You're a legend. Paul is a legend. So Pavel is a legend indeed. There's no minutes for Coutinho. Nonce make a loan offer. Comes with a mandatory future fee. Right, I'm happy to drop that down even lower. We say just 3.5, but I want you to pay at least 60% of his wages. They say yes. Cool. Goodbye, Philip Coutinho. And hello, Nottingham Forest. We want to trap these guys inside. There we go. We need to take off all those tackling instructions on the players that don't need it. Actually, let's hurt Elanga. Let's hurt Gibbs White. Let's hurt Nicholas Dominguez. Hurt Moussa Niakate. You know, there's nothing that says Christmas spirit like this. So what I mean is it's definitely been worth it. Indeed. Obviously, people need the safe zone. Yes, 100%. And it is quite crazy. I mean, we've got a lot of people here in Twitch. We've got a lot of people over on YouTube as well. And in a way, it makes me glad that we've managed to find a space that can exist, and also it's a shame that it's needed as well. But here we go. I know that I appreciate a little bit of normalcy every now and then. Right, into the cab. Oh, why I don't want to play this game. We're playing this game now. We're playing a quarter final. Oops. So Big Joe says, what profiles do you value most? Example, workhorse players or speed merchants or fancy Dans? There is no preference. I do like a dribbly boy, don't get me wrong. I do like a big striker, but really it depends on the players that I've already got in place, and what kind of profiles we're missing. I like football, right? So the way that I see it is I like seeing how different profiles play, how things can be like knitted together in different ways, and kind of the ideas that you can explore around it. As Jacob Ramsey makes it 1-0. Is that offside? It's not offside. There we go. That's a nice start. So yeah, like I like all players. I like to have players that can stretch in behind and you see pace. You've got to love a workhorse, but you know that doesn't mean that you have them exclusively. I love a fancy Dan. Give me some Diego de Rubas Cunha any day of the week. Quality player. Yeah. So what's up, boss? Happy holidays. What's up, Amin? How are you doing? I hope you've had a wonderful day so far. As Elanga looks to restore parity, unfortunately he can't do so. Sadly, that runs over. Now Williams are with the throw-in. Belumi. Is that Belumi or below me? Below me, not below me. Definitely not below me. Taylor plays it down the line. Ramsey comes deep to get it, plays it back inside. McGinn, we're all just playing it very nicely over on the left-hand side. Yay, we've changed direction a little bit. Onyedika. Back to Danilo. Back to Onyedika. Oscarson can do something here. He pushes outside, finds Diaby with the run. Diaby's cross finds Duran. We've got a song for... Yeah, how awful was that? Ignoring the fact I was completely off sync. That's just a horrible celebration, but it's taken us 7 hours to get there. We've had a John Duran goal during the stream. That put us 2-0 up. Things are going well. Conta's picked up a booking, so let's just take him off. Tackle harder there. The dangerous scoreline. Can we get a third before half-time would be nice. That would just make things a little bit calmer at half-time. Unfortunately, Danilo can't do that. So, happy with the number of shots. Tired players are Ramsey, Onyedika and Konza. Konza will come off for Nedeljkovic. We can put tackle harder back on for him. Ramsey can come off for Coutinho. Let's bring Coutinho on, Quan. That one's for you, sir. And Onyedika to make way for McTominay. That should be okay. We're going to drop to the defensive system. Just try and see things out. Quite happy to kind of kill the game a little bit. They've brought on Murillo. They've brought in Luis Suarez. So we'll just make sure those things are there. Still banger. Little jammy. It is very, very corny. Very, very corny. But we had to do it. We had to do it. Got to be a Duran Duran song somewhere within the saves. Here's Williams now. Finds Bellumi out wide. Bellumi's pushed back. Can we keep on applying pressure? Here's Sangare. Sangare out to the right. Taylor manages to get in. Coutinho finds McGinn. McGinn to his Scottish teammate McTominay. McTominay plays it down the channels, but Oscarson can't get there. Murillo is able to sweep up, plays it back to Turner. Turner plays it across the lines. Duran is in behind. Oh, we could have had 2 goals. I mean, like, Duran. We definitely would have had to play it if he scored a second goal. And McGinn will take the corner, plays it short to Coutinho. Coutinho back to McGinn, just about keeps it in. But is offside. There we go. There's Coutinho with his contribution so far. Making you proud, Quan. Making you proud. From a momentum standpoint, we're still doing pretty all right. Into the last bit. We are going to go attacking now. I know that will probably seem a little bit weird, but if we can, we've kind of controlled the game now. If we can kill it for this right at the end, that would be quite nice. Are we going to bring anyone else on? Do we? Yeah, I think we just run it as it is. So Big Joe says, what are your plans for the rest of the January transfer window for this save? So Big Joe, I would like to avoid having to make any transfers whatsoever. We are obviously trying to get through this game as very, very quickly as we possibly can, as McTominay forces a save. So you should see the rules coming up on the side of the screen in a couple of moments there. The whole idea is that we want to get through as quickly as we possibly can. So if we can avoid having to make any transfer arrangements, that will help us massively. We spent quite a bit of time this morning working out our signings, which brought in Omega, bought in Lindstrom, bought in Dookie, bought in McTominay. Nice work, guys. And we sold a lot of players over the summer as well. And because of the amount of time we spent there, that's kind of pushed us a little bit behind. It doesn't help that I played a game that I didn't really need to play there. More reserves coming in for this next game, though, because it's an FA Cup game against Norwich. FA Cup 3rd round. Camera should be back by that point, as is Zaniolo. So we'll pop these guys on the bench ready for it. Bench player. Yep, Zaniolo in there. How far away's Lindstrom? 2 weeks. Yeah, I've got something like that. Yeah, so generally speaking, 0 plans for January. That's what I'm hoping we can get away with it. We did sign Camera and Pau Torres to new contracts over the summer as well. They're probably the key players that we want to make sure we keep hold of. Watkins wasn't interested in a new contract at that point. He's still got a few years left on his contract though, so it will take big money to get to pry Watkins away from us. If they do pry Watkins away from us, we're probably going to look to see what the situation is with Serhu Girassi. He's probably... Coutinho. Okay, so Musterman, have you heard of the Ukrainian Haaland? It's scary how much resemblance they have. Must be his twin. His name is Artem Stepanov. Stepanov, isn't that the guy... Oh no, he's the guy at Bayern. No, I don't know that. Probably a couple of years old. That's a very, very young face back. 6'4" Ukrainian striker. I don't know much about him at all. I thought. No, I was thinking of Sudarov, the guy at Shakhtar, isn't it? Can't make young. Don't care much about those bids. So pretty much the same thing. We've got kind of a reserve team out there. We'll start. We're going to keep on starting all these players that are unfit. That should be fine. Opposition reports they're playing the 4-4-2. We'll send them out to try and push things inside. And then the assistant manager could do the honours here, simulate the game. Boom. So do we get knocked? We got knocked out in the first round of the FA Cup last year. We managed to scrape through some late goals from John Duran and Luca Dina, makes it 3-1. Will do. There was some tickling in the voice there for a bit. Training and rest. Right, bear me one moment. I'm just going to mute as I cough. And we're back. Ooh, that was a cough and a half. My eyes are watering. So the Leverkusen guy they're mentioning, so yeah, the DFB are fighting for their life to get him as eligible for a German passport. That good, eh? See, his first team now made his Champions League debut 2 matches ago. Marvellous stuff. Definitely worth checking him out then. So Ben Crassine's injured. Gauchi is now injured for 5 weeks. Right, let's just do a quick Director of Football, transfer target suggestions, loans for goalkeepers. Sam Johnston. I wonder what they're asking for in terms of wages for Sam Johnston. On loan, they would want 100%. Certainly not interested in doing that. Josep Martinez. Loan offer 100% on 10.5k is absolutely fine. Bring him in, potentially send Gauchi out on loan. Well, he's not going to be fit in time for the close of the window, is he? But that gives us somebody a little bit more senior there. So this game against Nottingham Forest in the Premier League, we've got an away game against Chelsea that follows that as well. So yeah, this will be left to our assistant manager. Philip Marshall's on the bench. We are going in with our full strength team here. So now it's Onyedika as the volante, McTominay as the defensive midfielder. Omega comes back in. Mingather at right back. At Dookie even. Where is Dina? Dina's there. Ramsey, Diaby. Ollie Watkins up front. So that bench should be Taylor, Mings, defensive midfielder. We've got Camera, we've got McGinn. Then we have John Duran, Oscarson, Zaniolo on our bench. Opposition, let's do those same thing as before. An away game this time. Not going to play it. We will pass that over to the assistant manager. Do your job, sir. Does he have a good goal record? Very good. 11 matches, 10 goals for the under-19s. That's not bad at all. And we've scraped that one. We raced out to a 2-0 lead, conceded in injury time in the first half, managed to hold on. We are 8 points off Liverpool. Liverpool did beat Crystal Palace at that point. Remember to rest players. And then we will be playing the game against Chelsea. We didn't do a good job of it against Chelsea first time out. We lost at home. Did we lose against them at home? I thought we lost against them away from home. Oh, that's disappointing. Endo has moved to Saudi. Nottingham Forest have come in for Emerson Royale. Oh no, we beat Chelsea at home 3-0. Why did I think we lost to them? Okay, so maybe we've got a decent chance. That'll be famous last words and whatnot. Pressure is apparently building on me on some drama that I don't know about. News to me indeed. So Lindstrom still injured, so he might have passed the fitness test, but we're not going to risk him there. That is a full strength side, one that we're happy to go with. We're going to go into the game in the attacking shape. We're going to change to the defensive shape during setup and sort out the out of possession stuff there. Assume they're going to be playing their standard 4-2-3-1. They are indeed. Namaso is playing out wide this time. Oh yes, that game where Berardi missed a penalty in the second half and we added a third late on. Right, hard tackling should only be on the defensive midfield as a standard, and then we will target Berardi because he lacks sharpness and Nkunku because he lacks condition. Tactics, we've swapped the defensive bit there, that should be fine. And we will say have faith. And let's see how we get on. You watched him for Ukraine under-19s more in the Euros qualies, and he impressed me a lot. Yeah, fair enough. So, early highlight here. Starting deep in our half, McTominay plays it all the way back to Powell. Powell out wide to Digne. Digne's going to run forwards, plays it to Ramsey, who plays it through for Emega. Emmanuel Emega makes it 1-0. 1-0 in the 5th minute. That's his 15th goal of the season. That was all far too easy. A little bit worryingly easy, you know, like they're luring us into a false sense of security. Harvey Sayer, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. If you're comfortable chatting, let us know who you support, who you're playing FM with. But absolutely zero obligation to do so. Don't have to chat if you don't want to. Emmy, it was just far too easy, wasn't it? Far too easy. Apparently he's happy to stay in Germany. Interesting. So could be the next German star. Omega has a chance to come away with it. Doesn't play the pass, but it ends up with Digne anyway. Inside to McTominay, back out wide. Can't quite find the angle to play it down to Ramsey on the left. Right, there's pressure is coming. He's got to play it all the way back to Martinez. Martinez dallies. It's looking dangerous. The press is pushing back further and further. Powell finds McTominay across all the way back to thing. And there we go. There's the error. It had been coming. We knew it was coming. Casado is through in behind. That's a great block from Mingueza from the blind side. Let's focus, guys. And Nkunku will take the corner. Emega down at it again. Indeed. We get it clear. Caicedo plays it back down the line. Here's Berardi back to Caicedo. We still haven't properly cleared our lines yet, but it's okay. It's kind of petering out. And just keeping an eye on the momentum here. Emega is now injured. And that means that John Duran comes on. We're just going to act as if injuries aren't a big issue. We definitely haven't been bemoaning them. That's now a lot of our attacking options out. And perhaps the advantage of doing this 4-2-4 system is that we've got a lot of attacking players in the squad. If we had these injuries spread out and we were playing with, say, a front three, we'd probably have no players left at this point. Not a classic game by any stretch of the imagination from the looks of things, but that's okay. We're 1-0 up. We don't really need much more to happen at this point. The strike from Omega was the difference. Ramsey's on a yellow. Duran's on a yellow. 7 shots total. Only 2 on target. One of them was the goal. Ramsey now needs to stop tackling harder. Duran, as pressing forward, we're going to now make him a target forward on support. Let's run with that in the second half. We won't make any changes at this particular point. But Chelsea they've bought on Maatsen and Gusto. So we will make sure that we're following our instructions on them. So had some good moment for Chelsea to start off the second half. What's going on with the momentum now? We've got more players booked. Just everyone's getting booked. Let's see the highlight first before we made a change. Crossed into the far post. Fofana gets his head to it. They've now made all their changes. So we don't necessarily need to target those guys there. Right, the changes we need to make arguably are going to be based around tackle harder. Zaniolo makes his return. Boubacar Kamara makes his return. We play something like that. Put Onyedika out wide. Ollie Watkins is knackered. And we're only 65 minutes into the game. Sheesh, this does worry me a little bit. Germany has David Selke, no other striker needed for years to come. That's one take. That is one take for sure, Showerlander. I will trust your judgment on such. Right, Zaniolo looks to create something. Cutting in, he's on his left foot. Can he keep on going? He is going to keep on going. He feeds Watkins, that's 2-0. Zaniolo from like somewhere down here just runs all the way around the team. Shocking defending from Chelsea. Zaniolo, no pressure whatsoever. Keeps on running sideways. Just keep running sideways until you find a spot. Then he has the presence of mind to cross it low. Watkins arrives. 2-0. That's a good position for us to be in. So are we going to get much fight back? They've had a couple of low quality chances and it's a free kick now. Who's that standing over? Who's 22? It's Conor Gallagher. Conor Gallagher from distance. That's unfortunately over. This is where we drop down to balanced. And we're starting to time waste now. So yellow cards are an issue. We are going with Onyedika being replaced by John McGinn. And then we've got one more substitute we can make. And this is our last stoppage. So that substitution is going to be... Lord knows. Watkins is coming off for Oscarson. That's going to be the change. And here we go into the last 10-15 minutes at the moment. Who knew Zaniolo had that in them? Exactly. Quality moment from Zaniolo. Isn't he in Bundesliga 2? Amin prefers Pecinovic when it comes to young German strikers. This boy is lethal. He's always... I always see Villa sign him in FM. What was that? What was that? McGinn, shoot! McGinn, you idiot! I mean, hopefully that won't be costly. 7 minutes of injury time. McGinn turned down an open goal to pass it to McTominay outside the box. Oh, McGinn. Thankfully it didn't cost us. A pretty unexciting game, but that's what we did. We set up to be defensive, and that's got us the win. We are 3 points ahead of Arsenal, but they do have a game in hand. Imega's injury, he's out for 7 weeks. 7 weeks is quite significant, and so that is going to necessitate us looking to sign someone right at the end of this transfer window. Put these guys on a rest. We want someone potentially who can play on the right, left-footed, preferred foot, general. So we've got 82 options. Potentially, let's see who's top rated here. Pedro Neto for 24 million. Isn't necessarily a bad shout there. Buonanotte. Barely played at all. So Pedro Neto always tends to be a little bit rubbish for me. 7 goals, 4 assists in 24 games. Isn't necessarily that impressive. Trying to sign him from a rival would probably increase his, the asking price there. And Bramo's quite expensive. Marcus Edwards. Dwight McNeil potentially. Elise is big money. Miron. Enzo Milot could be an option. Utara. So where are we looking at players that are maybe a little bit cheaper potentially? Jack Harrison. Munir is a player that I know can be okay, but isn't necessarily performing in this. Harry Wilson. How much is Harry Wilson going to cost? It's not really doing particularly well, to be frank. And Corbeau. Theo Corbeau is being tricky. He's only played 665 minutes. My worry about time. My worry about time is really now hitting. Nicholas Kuhn. We looked at him before. Right. Kudus isn't even appearing particularly high up. They now want 70 £73 million for Kudus. He's only scored 7 goals, 0 assists in the Championship. That's not a good sign. Brian Hill for £11.5 million. Has barely played. How did he do last season? 3 cup games. He scored some goals. 80,000. What is the... Oh, right, okay. We've got a... Pedro Gonçalves has just moved to Tottenham. Crab lungs, unfortunately. Let's see what we've got. So, Tatsugiri likes Fulkrug. Everyone loves Fulkrug. Great player. He won't be around for many tournaments. He won't, though. There are many young strikers who show potential, but they need to prove it on the big stage. 100%. I never played FM. Maybe 2025. It's time I try it. Just like learning about new prospects and watching them play in real life. I mean, that is the advantage of FM. Great learning tool. Great learning tool. Cunha. Okay, we're looking at Cunha. Is he... That's another Wolves player, which is the problem. And our break is about to come up. Yeah, trying to sign a Wolves player would be... might as well go for Neto. We'll see you in about 3 minutes' time. Right, and we're back. So, our job with our rules that we've set involve our wage budget and our net transfer debt. So if we can buy a player outright, that won't impact our net transfer debt. We're currently £220,000 pounds per week under our wage budget as well. So I think we look to bring in Elise. If he will be interested in joining. Absolutely. He's got a minimum fee release clause there. He wants a minimum fee release clause, but maybe we can convince him out of that, or just push it really, really high. So Elise is the player we're going to look to bring in potentially. That means that we can use players like Zaniolo and Diaby up front. So those injuries up front don't matter quite as much. We'll say no to that. Regular starter. What have we got coming in here? Yearly wage rise, no, but we'll give you 115k there. We can't offer you an extra 10k a week and you still get the exact same terms on everything else. There we go. That will be the option. So Amin, live for 7 hours. Is there a special occasion today, chat? There's no special occasion. It is just a regular Wednesday. So part of what's going on both yesterday, today and tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming for 12 hours each day. We are getting through a single season per day, which is why we're trying to push through things as quickly as we possibly can. The idea is just to make sure that there was a stream going on during this particular time of year, so that for those that maybe they would be watching streams right now and their favourite streamer isn't currently going, there's going to be something just to fill that space. That's essentially the idea. I don't have any specific commitments at this particular time, so it's something I can do, and I know it's something that when I found this time of year a little bit tough, that I would have appreciated. So Tyrone Mings is going to leave on a free transfer at the end of next year. That's fine. Discuss with you. Sure. Fine. He's been reasonably dependable as a backup. I'm quite happy with his performance. I wouldn't want him to leave. But no point in us standing in the way. We can look to bring in somebody in relief in the summer. Sell him off for cheap. 5 million, 10 million, something like that. Not the worst thing. That's very kind. Let's say it's nothing grand. It's just doing what I can do in the situation. Subsequently, though, Martinez is going to be out for. Well, that's not the sentence. Martinez is going to be out for 2 weeks. What games have we got coming up in that space? We've got a game against Leicester, Norwich, Barnsley, Norwich again. Suppose that's not the worst games for us to miss out on a keeper. We should have a keeper coming in. No, Jose Martinez rejected us. That's a shame. We have got Michael Elise though. Michael Elise will now be our new star signing. How about that? Lindstrom was amazing wingback on FM22. As a wingback, I wouldn't have considered that at all. He can play there though. And he does, like, yeah, I can see it even as he is currently now. Like, he's a good all-round player. Right, we want a goalkeeper as backup. Let's see what they're suggesting. We did look at it in terms of loans. Sam Johnston, we can try and bring him on. 100k, we don't want to offer a future fee. We certainly don't want to offer a future fee above what he's worth. 400k a month. Oh, no, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. What's the situation with goalkeepers then here? Maybe someone that is transfer listed. No goalkeepers are transfer listed in our scout list. Oh, it's because it's unaccomplished, perhaps. No. Loan listed goalkeepers in our area. Luca Umberhaun was okay as a backup for us at Dortmund. Yeah, not necessarily keen there. Let's see what let's pop back to the director of football. Transfer, goalkeeper. Providel for 20 million is not necessarily what we want. Daniel Peretz. Can we get him in on loan potentially? They want 100% on his 33, a mandatory future fee. We'll say no on that, but we'll say we remove and exclude. Do they say no? Okay, fine. So it looks like we're running with Joe Gauchi for the next few games. Oh no, Gauchi's injured, isn't he? We're running with a 21-year-old Philippe Marshall. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Director of football, help us out. Nobody recommended there. So no suggestions for any positions right now. Just as a normal goalkeeper, David Raya has been suggested, Providal. Nakamura at Portimonense. Fine, what's the deal with Nakamura? Probably about £5 million. Let's try at 2.5. They're saying 3 million. Beautiful. I mean, ultimately, we're just looking at someone who's going to come in short term. He's going to miss the next game, obviously. Probably the game after that as well. An important player. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We might be in trouble for a few weeks. So there we go. I like attacking wingbacks. I am a fan of a winger as a wingback. I love playing Jadon Sancho as a right wingback in a United save. That was quite fun. So Elise is unregistered. Should really do those things automatically. That would be greatly appreciated. Elise there now is registered. So our goalkeeper is going to be young 21-year-old Philip Marshall. Sean Patton, a player that doesn't exist. We'll go there. John Duran on the bench. Miga out. Michael Elise is tired, so he'll just be on the bench to start with. Otherwise, we're looking at a full strength lineup there. Camera's not necessarily fully back yet. Opposition. Home game against Leicester. And this is I expect we might concede a few goals with a young goalkeeper in goal in this situation, and that's understandable. Michael Elise can get the number 17. There we go. So a question for you. How do you stay energized throughout your day? Most answers is coffee. What is yours? We've won 3-0. Marvellous. Winning helps us go through. So we are drinking caffeinated pop. So we've got Coke there. But I've never done this before. I've never streamed for this long. Obviously, I only started streaming like October. Is it October? I think I started. So yeah, it's certainly a new experience. I made sure that as soon as we finished last night, I went straight to bed. I've been up quite early, and yeah, I'm one of those people that I like to keep on going. So as long as I don't take long breaks, we took just half an hour for lunch. We take the 3-minute breaks where I get up and walk. That way I can kind of keep in the zone all the way through. We've not even got five hours left. So it's not too far. We've got this challenge in place. So we've got something to kind of focus on, which is quite nice. Is Enkelman still about? That would be well, actually famously not. He buggered off to IFK Mariehamn. And then retired. So the next games we've got here is the cup game against Norwich. Right, Tuchel is taken over at Newcastle. Eddie Howe has been sacked. There we go. And yeah, RJ, thank you very much. So we'll I'm keep on panicking about this goalkeeper situation here. I keep on yo-yoing between do we just bring someone in or do we not. We've had some offers for Philip Coutinho. Loan offers coming in. Nobody's offering to pay his wages though, so they're all going to be rejected. But what we will say is offer via transfer room, £5 million. For that £5 million, we will quite happily pay £1 million a year. See if that brings anyone to him. Director of Football requests suggestions for end of contract goalkeepers. No suggestions there. Look at loan goalkeepers again. Fernando Pacheco, Thomas Strakosha, 35 grand a week. It's a loan offer. We say exclude that, and they're saying no. What about Pacheco then? Transfer, make an offer, loan offer. We're removing, excluding that. No. Back here with goalkeepers. Are there anyone here? We've got expired contracts. So apparently Neto's has already expired. Doesn't look like it's expired. Expiring in 6 months. Keppers is about to. Victor Johansson. He is a former Villa youngster. So maybe we look to bring in Rotherham's goalkeeper. I don't think that's going to... It doesn't look bad. Oh, we can't quite yet, can we? So let's see what the agent says there. They say he would cost maybe around 7 million. That's going to be what we look to do. Let's pop him up at 2.5 million. Let's say 3 mil. 3.5. There we go. Our solution is going to be Rotherham's goalkeeper, potentially. Our short-term solution. Sweden's new number 1. Is he actually? Surely they've got some better. Because Victor Johansson was the best goalkeeper in the championship last year in real life. Bold. I'm very surprised. He never looked like he was going to amount to anything when he was with us. But he does look quite good there. And he is injury prone. But we're ultimately looking to sign him for essentially to play about 5 games. Maybe not even that. I think Emmy was only out for a couple of weeks with the flu. Newcastle want Ramsey. I don't want to sell Ramsey. Yeah, and they're not offering a great amount there. He can kick the toys out of the pram. What's sort of wages? You want 94 grand a week. You are currently on 75. Sure, that's all right. Contract. Discuss new contract. Yeah. Ask for less. That's cool there. Offer it. You don't get to say any of that. 84k there. Nothing going on with that. We'll just push that up to 90. And you're locking it at 99. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Apologies, I didn't manage to mute that quite in time. So Olsen was injured all autumn, so Victor played, and I'm pretty sure he will keep the spot with those performances. Fair enough. I mean, Robin, unsurprisingly, I don't rate Robin Olsen. Always been a disappointment. I've found so that kind of makes sense to me. Diaby, Ramsey. This is a cup game, so let's bring Kamara in. He can make his return. Tyrone Mings and Ezri Konza. We're throwing it back old school. Greg Taylor in. Oscarson comes in. Nicolo Zaniolo on for there. Cool, I'm happy with that. Let's do the honours. Come on, assistant manager. Let's get us a nice big lead to begin with, right? 3-1, that's kind of okay. Oscarson, though, now is injured. That's okay, we've signed Elise. If we 6 to 8 months. Oh, that's not so okay. Poor lad. He is like the backup, but we do now have Omega out for 6 weeks. So it's John Duran and Ollie Watkins running with that role. Michael Elise is cup tied for the FA Cup as well. Interesting. Oh, I swear this game knows that we're in a time-sensitive position. It's deliberately doing this to try and make us sign as many players as possible to fill the gaps. A striker who's expiring, potentially. Just seeing if there's anyone that kind of jumps out here. Tino Cadawere, potentially. Let's look at players available on loan. All the loan players, generally speaking, have been underwhelming. You've got Giuliani Simeone. We know that Giovanni Simeone can be quite good. Armando Broja is out, available on loan. He's not really done anything this season. This has been brutal. We'll make it through. We'll make it through without them. If we have to play, we'll play defenders up front if we have to, I suppose. So he's incredible every time you saw him, especially both games against Southampton. Fair enough. We have the club and national team perspective here. We do indeed. Scandinavian have produced some very solid keepers. Jääskeläinen, Sorensen, Schmeichels, Ravelli. But Olsen isn't one that you go for. Olsen has always been great in the national team. But then whenever he plays for a club, he just becomes a bad player for whatever reason. I suppose it's a very, very different type of... You've rejected all the teams that have bidded for you, Philippe Coutinho. Don't you come to me and start moaning. Montpellier want to loan a player. No. Cruz want to loan him for absolutely no money at all. That is pittance. I'm going to... You can rot in the reserves, in fact. There you go. Be even more unhappy. Yeah, Olsen has absolutely sucked whenever he's played for us, I'm afraid to say. Chaser, welcome in. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope you've had a lovely day. McTominay is so good when retrained as a poacher. That's a fair point. We do have McTominay. And we do also have Boubacar Kamara back from injury. So we can actually spare him in a sense to move further up. So Victor Johansson doesn't count as homegrown at club. I thought he would have done. But that's okay. We should be okay in that regards. Assign a squad number. He will be number 23. He gets the LeBron James number, the Michael Jordan number. Amin says, you might be new streamer, but I do know you watch a lot of streamers before you started streaming, so that helps know how to deal with little things such as chat trolls or whatnot, but you're doing a great job now. It's about balance between your personal life and streaming life. Indeed, thank you very much. I definitely don't know what I'm doing. That's part of the charm, I think. I think the fact that it is often quite chaotic and I make lots of mistakes. Right, before we play this game, let's play the missing 11 that RJ redeemed a little while ago. Iconair, I'm now going to cosplay as a cabbage after dinner. That's a wise idea. Only going to move if you win the league to celebrate on your behalf. Well, let's hope we can do that for you. Actually, let's hope not, because the best part of post-Christmas dinner is being a vegetable for the remainder of the afternoon, just lying there and doing nothing. That's what you look forward to. That's the bit to aspire. Right, so here we go into a round of missing 11. Let's explain how this works. We have a random game and a random team. In this scenario, we've got Bayer Leverkusen's 2022 team. This was from their Europa League win against Stuttgart. We've got to guess who the players are in the starting lineup. You can see here that you've got a number under each shirt. That's how many letters are in the player's name. So the job here is to work out what the starting lineup is. So if we're going, Wolf UK 70 is coming straight away to say Wirtz. Are we saying Wirtz behind the striker? We are indeed. We've got a Frimpong. A Frimpong at right back. It is a Frimpong at right back. Is it a Schick up front? It is a Schick up front. And is it a Hradecki? A Hradecki? Another fine Scandinavian goalkeeper. What year is it? 2022. 2022. So did they have Adley at that point? Have we got Hincapi at left centre back? We do have Hincapi. Yeah, was Adley at that period? We've got Palacios potentially. Palacios not on that spot. Eight letters is Palacios, so not there. I'd say Adley, yes, as Flux. It was Adley. Was there a Tapsoba at that point in the starting lineup? There was indeed a Tapsoba at right centre back. We're looking at a Mitchell Bakker at left back. We are. I mainly remember Hradecki as that was the mystery shirt I got from a comp I won from yourself. Was that what you got Hradecki? My word. How about that? Diaby at right wing, of course. Of course that would be Moussa Diaby era. So we've just got the holding midfield. So are we looking at Andrik? Andrik is a 7. We are looking at an Andrik. And the last suggestion here we've got is Aranguiz. It isn't Aranguiz, but they do have an R now as well. So we've got an A and an R and an I to work with. Who could it be? So we're looking at Demirbay, perhaps. We are looking at Demirbay. Well done, Iconair. Beautiful stuff. That was Again, we move through that at quite a pace. Radetzky, Frimpong, Tapsoba, Hincapi, Baka, Demirbay, Handrick, Adley, Wirtz, Diaby and Schick. What a team. What a team indeed. To think that all they needed was an Alex Grimaldo to take them to the next level, eh? Right, we've got a substitute goalkeeper or backup goalkeeper. Victor Johansson comes straight into the lineup. We're going to continue playing the reserves and resting as many of our senior players as we can get away with. Part of that involves bringing in Lindstrom to return from injury. Rogers can try and maybe get some minutes in as well, potentially. Camera's getting minutes into his legs. McTominay, McGinn to play. Give what's his name? Onyedika a rest. Let's simulate. So our wingers are tired. They're unlikely to play the whole game. Can we get through it without an injury? Do we get knocked out early? We don't get knocked out early. That's more points for us. 2 points for progressing from that round. Zaniolo, Lindstrom, Duran and Ramsey with the goals. We are looking like we are at the moment competing on 4 fronts, which is quite a change of fortunes from last time. But we've got Philip Marshall will be back into the lineup, I think. So the next game comes too soon for Emmy, and Victor Johansson is cup tied for that game, as is Michael Elise. Elise will eventually make his debut at some point, maybe, if he's lucky. Looks like it's going to happen against Everton in February. So Boniface, yes, obviously Boniface made a massive difference as well. Xhaka is who truly elevated them to the top level. Now, yeah, okay, so I was being a bit facetious with the Grimaldo comment. Like they've made fantastic additions at like every level. Like Jonathan Tah becoming a starter as well. Key part of things. Xhaka has been quality. Having someone who can consistently score has made a huge difference. Like Patrick Schick is a good player, but he's not like a great player. We got Ramsey to commit. There we go. No more injuries in those few days, which is marvellous. We've got a big lead. Now, last time we had a decent lead in the cup. We left the assistant manager to do those things. Philip Marshall, I'm not going to accept that because then we have no goalkeeper for tonight's game. So Xhaka's a confusing player. He'll do nothing for 8% of a season, then smash some bangers in. He's a presence though. Like his positioning and the way that he can help the rest of the team is really, really useful. So whole fab, damn, I fell asleep after a few glasses of wine and still need to eat. It's 7 p.m. now. It is. It's 6 p.m. here. So yes, that's perfect. You have a little nap, you get up, and then you eat again. The perfect way to spend your just a Wednesday. Right, Joe Gauchi is going to be on the bench. He's not necessarily fit, but we don't get a grayed out player for this. Lots of players who could potentially miss the final. We could end up with no midfielders in the final, in fact, based on the injuries that the players we've got there. We're going to give Watkins a little bit of respite. We're going to drop to our defensive one because we're away from home. We're guarding a 2-0 lead. Let's do that. We don't want to be tackling hard on these guys. So we've got something like that going. Come on, assistant manager, don't let us down. This is your chance to make amends for last year. Your chance to make amends for last year, and we've scraped through. We raced out to an early 2-0 lead. Adam Ida and Ari Kamara pegged it back, but that's 5-3. We're into the final. Who's going to miss the final? Mingueza and Boubacar Kamara got yellow cards. I think that means Kamara is out of the final. Kamara is out of the Carabao Cup final. That's a shame for him. But it does mean that whenever it is, we've got him fresh for other games. We're going to give these guys 2 days rest. We're going to clear the whole team because we've just been doing cup matches all this time. We're going to play Arsenal in the final. Everton, Man United, Tottenham, and that Arsenal game. So we will... What we're going to do here I don't think we're going to play any of the games in February, potentially. We're down to 18:22. We've got 4.5 hours. We've got 4 months to get through. So I think we're going to try and save as much time as possible, because right at the end of the season, we've got Liverpool, we've got Man City, we've got Tottenham. If we get far into the cup for the Conference League, maybe the FA Cup as well. So I think we don't even play the game against Man United. I think we're going to holiday through everything in February, potentially everything in March as well, so that we're in a position to have enough time to see the end. Now, there's a bid in for Konza. That's worrying. You're not going to have you loan offers made. Anyone offered a decent amount of money? No, they haven't. Has that bid for Konza been rejected? It has been rejected. That's fine. These bids aren't good enough either. Let's say to Coutinho very, very simply, transfer, offer via transfer room. People can take you off my hands as long as they pay your wages. Right, we just want to, we need to be here to be prepared for it. But these guys want the wages covered. All these guys want the wages covered. Absolutely not. Oh, he's accepted the offers due to the player being on the list. He's accepted. Oh, whatever. Get Coutinho out of here. That's fine. So Flux says Schick in Sampdoria was insane. Like, so the thing with Schick is, like, he goes on amazing, like, runs. Really, really good runs, but never quite goes to that next level. You see him and you're like, yes, he's gonna finally do it. Things are gonna work out, and then he falls off again, and he has this like quiet period of a month or two. Yeah, I really, really want Schick to be amazing. I love watching him when he's in form. Yeah, but Sampdoria was the exception. Then I thought he was like the next Ibra. His main probably is the injury proneness, isn't it? That's fair. I mean, that does really impact. Certainly does a good job of slowing him down when he's in a good period. So same as Klozek, indeed. Seems to be a Leverkusen type. Leverkusen's type is injury-prone strikers. Very, very specific. Right, the deadline's passed. We need to do squad registration. We should be all good there. Poor old Oscarson out now for the season. Reminds me of Vlahovic. Yeah, I can see that. What about Sorloth? I know that Sorloth has had an incredible season last year. I haven't actually caught anything of him, I'll be honest. I've just heard that he's been quite good. So how has he been? Bell, just coming in to say hi and happy Christmas. I'm going to recover, stream on YouTube. Lovely to see you. I hope you've had a wonderful day, Bell Poscioni. Merry Christmas to chat to. Much love. Merry Christmas. Yeah, unfortunately, as a Juve fan. Why do you think it hasn't quite worked out for Vlahovic at Juve? Like, obviously, such a hot prospect. Sorry, just trying to grab a drink. And yeah, it's never quite worked out. Looked like a steal for Juve. Exactly. Right, into the game against Everton. Fitness tests. So, we've now got players available. Martinez is back. And that's going to be Mingueza. That's going to be Duki. Where was Duki? Duki, Torres, Digne, Onyedika, Camera. Need to change the more attacking formation. We're going to give Elise the start. We're going to play Ramsey on the left. Watkins and Duran. Johansson on the bench. Konza, Taylor, McTominay, McGinn, Zaniolo, Diaby, Lindstrom, Rodgers indeed. So there's probably going to be a number of games where Zaniolo and Diaby are used as central strikers. So we're going to give Elise a chance to kind of get familiar with the team. That's kind of freed up some options up front that are just going to be a slightly different profile to what we have with Omega for sure, but might allow us to do something. So we don't need to target those guys. The defensive midfielder is only one player that's targeted in our attacking shape. Against 15th place Everton, please don't drop points. Please don't drop points. So we didn't drop points. 4-1, a nice solid win. We've now got a 6-point gap between Arsenal. We have played a game more still, but that is some good stuff. And now we've got a away game against Man United. Against Man United, that means Scott McTominay is going to come into the starting lineup. I think we're going to go with Zaniolo up front. No, Duran scored. We won't punish players for good performance. We go in over here. We will be playing our defensive lineup. We'll give that to our assistant manager to do. And, if we can grind out a point away from home, that would be marvellous. Sorloth was a pain in the ass last weekend, but he's going to be good, man. Fair enough. No Signori. He's not Italian. Flux isn't. So why Juve if you're not Italian? I think there are a lot of people fond of Juve, especially from their period in sort of like the 90s and the noughties, for sure. Icono asks, how tempted are you to find another striker called Duran? It would be good. We do have the Duran song for when he scores. At least that's something. Can anyone explain match load to me, Quan? In terms of the game, I mean, it's kind of a mixture, isn't it, of how many matches they play and their general fitness workout, so that it's basically an indicator of how they're doing for fatigue. Holfab, have we seen the Duran celebration yet? We did get the Duran song for one occasion. So Flux says early noughties Juve had most of my idols when I was a kid. Exactly how it be. Is it how much they've played recently or how much you're asking them to do in the upcoming game? It's about their, so rather than match load, it's workload. It's about how much they've played recently and what kind of strain it's putting on their body. So Flux supports Hammarby, and those are the two. Going to turn Birmingham into Duranville. We could, of course. So a Duranville strike force would work there. Camera's now injured. That's is he back in time? It looks like he might be back in time. Let's see what we've got here. Camera is okay for the game coming up. That's fine. We will move to the defensive formation there. Here we are. This will be up to the assistant. So at 6, we're coming into the 4-hour mark remaining. And then we've got another game against Norwich. Have we played Norwich in all the cups now as well? So Spencer is praying for better FM24 AI. Liverpool bought Mudryk and James Garner for a combined 137 million, possibly up to 175. And combined, they made 6 appearances between January and the end of the season. I mean, that's pretty much, considering that Chelsea pretty much spent that much on Mudryk and he's only played about 6 games, seems quite realistic to me. I'm being flippant. Yeah, cool. Okay. So Spencer was the person that mentioned that I should have been saving at the halfway point. So season 2, just over halfway. We haven't saved at any point. So let's remember to save here. So Neymar is at Burnley in my current save. That's an interesting choice. For Burnley, that is. I mean, like, not for Neymar. Neymar should be grateful for whatever opportunities he gets. You know, Messi never proved that he could do it on a cold, wet, rainy night in Stoke. So Neymar needs to prove that he can. And we fall to a 2-1 defeat away against Manchester United. That's a little bit of a shame. That gap between us and Tottenham now are within a point. Arsenal 2 points behind. There's a bit of a gap forming until 5th. They've got 50 points. There's a 7-point gap to the top though. So it looks very much like Liverpool might have won the league this year. As we go and rest some players. Right, so for the next game, Onyedika comes in for Camera. Ezri Konza comes in for Mingatha. And this is going to be the game that we go Zaniolo up front as a pressing forward on his left foot. Give Duran a little bit of a rest. Omega is going to still be 3 weeks away. We'll be going back to the attacking formation. Ramsey's going to get a little bit of a rest as well. Forward to Norwich. That's a shame about that there. Need to get in the Todd Burley mindset. Exactly. Ollie Watkins reached January with 23 goals, 3 assists overall at Al Ittihad. £107 million bid, 10 million subject to conditions. Not a bad deal at all. Not a bad deal. I would definitely sell in that situation. So Connor loves seeing when Neymar pops up as a free agent on FM. Was playing Brighton and had to double check it was that Neymar, and it was indeed. He's willing to do, you know, that's how he's going to carve out his legacy. Or something along those lines, right? Right, into the next game. We're kind of... Luca Dini's... Dookie's not been in great form. So actually, let's play Ezri Konsa in the middle there. Digne... 6.94 isn't too bad. Let's run with that. See how we get on. An away game against Norwich. Surely we should bounce back after our disappointing result against Man United. Oh, come on. Come on. I don't mind the draw. Michael Elise, we've just signed. He's now out injured. 3 to 4 weeks with a twisted ankle. 85 million well spent. The whole reason we've signed him is because of injuries. Typical. We are cursed, my friends. We are most definitely cursed. So, because we've failed to win in a couple of games, we're going to take charge of the Tottenham game, which is a little bit of a shame. We are very mindful about the time that we're going through here. So there we go. Don't get mixed up between Neymar and Nilmar. That would be fun, yes. If the Saudi League ever stops buying players in real life, FM is going to become much harder. It's such an out, isn't it? Such an out, being able to sell your players to Saudi. Neymar will play anywhere as long as he gets his sister's birthday as a holiday. Well, surely that's why he wouldn't want to come to England. No winter break. I remember doing that back in FIFA 11 and such because I was stupid back then. So, thank you very much for the follow, Eddie Bingo. See that you've made it over to Twitch now. I hope you're doing well, my dude. Taylor the Tape says, I signed Prime Messi in my 07-8 save, and he played second fiddle to the true GOAT, Freddie Adu. Spencer reckons we must have some cute doctors on the staff. It's the only explanation, isn't it? Ollie Watkins is now out for 3 weeks. Brilliant. He's going to miss the Cup final as well. So we now have a strike force of John Duran, Nicola Zaniolo. As we put Lindstrom up front. We're going to put Lindstrom up front. Zaniolo on the bench there. Omega isn't quite ready. Let's see if we've got Kellyman available. Kellyman is available. He's not being kept fit by the youth teams. So there we go. He comes onto the bench. It hasn't been as bad for injuries this season, or not as many big injuries. We've had a lot of small niggly injuries, but now they've started to pile up. Losing all our attackers and goalkeepers in essentially the last month has been a little bit frustrating, but not awful. So we're heading in against Tottenham here. They are at full fitness from the looks of things. We do need a result. We need to arrest this 2-game winless streak. Am I the person who can end that? That's the question. We aren't necessarily got a great track record of the games that I've managed, have we? Excuse me. And there we go. We're back. And Carnival, don't forget Carnival. Well, yes, he's got to have time off for his sister's birthday and Carnival and everything else that he wants to do. Kulusevski plays it through the line. Son is through, and that's a great challenge there. And now here's a chance for us. No, there's not. There is. Ramsey's going to play it to Diaby. Diaby to Lindstrom. Lindstrom with his first start up front. doesn't know what to do. He's a little bit confused by being a striker. And Tottenham managed to clear their lines, but Diaby gets in now. Diaby's got to play it through. What are we doing? This is some of the worst attacking I think I've ever seen. This is the worst. That is the worst goal that has ever been scored. Everything about that was just bad decision after bad decision. Oh, McSauce saving the day. Oh, should we attack the space? No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't attack the space. Shocking. Tottenham should be kicked out of the league for conceding that goal. Proper haramball. Proper haramball indeed. Right. Let's demand more. Not been the greatest start. Let's see if we can push players into getting us 2-3-0 up or conceding a goal. Kulusevski with the corner. In at the near post, and Neo gets it clear. Back to Kulusevski, back to Son. And there we go. That's the equaliser. Nobody. I'm not the only person that has a real frustration with how defenders don't engage from the second phase of a corner. Like during this point, we've got Danilo comes out and nobody even tries to come and like mark anyone or get out, clear their lines at all. So chaos is better than intricate passing, perhaps. Wouldn't have happened under Ange, says Iconair. To be fair, neither with that set-piece goal. That's probably fair as well. Right, Tottenham looking to make it 2-0 now. They've got the throw-in. Here's Pedro Porro finding space on the right to swing the cross in. Gonçalves can't get there. Diaby clears. Ramsey. Unfortunately, his ball forwards was not picked up by Duran, who had no idea that the ball was there. Romero plays it into Sarr, and this is over the top. Dina's completely caught out. Maddison crosses it to Bissouma. Kulusevski's shot is blocked. And we've been creating really, really good chances. But we're not seeing any of them as highlights. Martinez has got to surely play it out wide. So here's Ramsey on the left. Ramsey, can he play it down the line to someone? No, intercepted. Intercepted back by Ramsey. Ramsey runs forward, shoots straight at Vicario, who pushes it over. But Ramsey running very slowly in a straight line. Power at the far post, can't win the header, but he should be able to get to the second ball here. So got to say, F the counter and put 3 players at the edge of the box. Defenders taking a nap during set pieces is my kink, actually. Fair enough. Shaolan says, for me, it's the biggest fault in FM24. It's just it seems like it's not quite been worked out properly how players step out after it's cleared. There's just a real, you do see disorganisation in real life, but it's just so static clearing their lines. I do it offensively and defensively. Fair enough, Quan. But it shouldn't be. It's not that is my issue that I'm having. It's the fact that they don't push out. So it doesn't. The game's got faults. The game's always going to have faults. Ramsey did well for me as an AMC, says Zenergy Mashups. He always played badly on the wing. He's been alright for us this season. I mean, he does have indifferent games. We've already got we're going to have to make a double change here, though. So Camera. We're going to make a triple change. John McGinn. All these players on bookings. Moussa Diaby has apparently had a good game. So we're going with Lindstrom out wide right. I think that's... yeah. No tackle harder on him, right, is there? Opposition. They've not made any changes. Let's do that and see how we do in the second half. So yeah, statistically, we've been really good. More shots, better XG, better XG per chance, I think, as well. Loads of final third passes. We're not getting the highlights. Demand more. And since I've said that, we haven't created a chance. So on attacking, let's now drop back. Let's defend. Ramsey's picked up a yellow card. Moussa Diaby's on a booking. Everyone's been booked. Morgan Rogers is going to come on. The unfit Morgan Rogers. We need a win here. Can we do it from a corner? Dina is going to take it. Assume skip substitution we need to sort out. Danilo off the bar. They managed to clear their lines. We need to deal with the changes that they've made, which includes Rooney Bargi and Oscar Glauc. They fall asleep until the ball goes out again or it hits my net, which seems to be the case as often. Exactly. They're just not alert. Absolute chaos, but I missed the exploit earlier this year, playing corners to the edge of the box for the deflected goals. Oh, Diaby hits the post. Yeah, like there are things that you can certainly exploit out of it for sure. Diaby, can he do it this time? No, he's offside. Are we going to end up with a Zaniolo Diaby strike force by the end of this game? Quite possibly. Right, into the last 10 minutes. Let's fire up. We had a really good spell, but we couldn't score those chances. Lindstrom or Digne is probably going to be the player that comes off. So John Duran hasn't had a great game. Let's go. Make him a target forward. Lindstrom or Digne. Lindstrom or Digne. It's going to be Lindstrom coming off. No, it's that there. Zaniolo on the wing. Faith, he's looking aggressive. Is he going to come on? Is he going to get another red card as a substitute? Quite possibly. The scariest highlight in FM24 is when the AI has a throw-in. Throw-ins are most definitely scary. Definitely agree there. Zenji says that's almost my favourite tactic. Had so much success with a 4-2-1-1. 4-2-2-1-1 DM. Interesting. Marvellous to hear. So what were the... So... That defence formation, but with a advanced attacking midfielder behind the striker. It's not too far off what we're doing with Mario Hammers. Diaby is offside, surely. He's surely offside for that goal. So with our main save, the one that we do normally, we're currently playing a kind of 4-2-2-1-1. Yeah, there was no doubt about that. Oh yes, or free kick from the halfway line for me. That's fair as well. Diaby miles offside. Come on, can we get a late goal here? Can we have a moment? We've got the 6 minutes of injury time. Here's McGinn, edge of the area. John McGinn. He's a meatball. Oh, John McGinn. Diaby and offside goals. True love story indeed. True love story. Look at this strike from Super John McGinney Esther. Oh, pick that out. McGinney Esther, McGinnadine Zidane. Can we hold on? You know what? We haven't done this for a while. And I do apologise. I do apologise greatly for this. But...
Cause this is real love, huh? No one's gonna save you from the beast of that smug. Cause this is real love, huh? You're fighting for your life against a killer villain.
Yeah! Sorry, I shouldn't say yeah, I should say ow! There we go. We needed to get back to winning ways. And that will do very, very nicely. Liverpool just spanked someone 7-0. 7-0. And apparently 7th heaven for Newcastle as well. So they just beat someone 7-0. Crazy results. Oh no. It's not 7th heaven for Newcastle. Newcastle were the team that lost 7-0. We're joint points with Arsenal right now. And McGinn with the moment that makes a difference. We've got 8 days until the cup final. A cup final where we have no attackers. Omega is still going to become a little bit too early for him, unfortunately. Camera is suspended for it. No Watkins, no Omega, no Elise. Right, go on holiday until that game. This could be our first piece of silverware, and we're not going to play this game, disappointingly. Actually, is that the 22nd of February? Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe we can play it. No, we need to save ourselves for important games at the end of the season. We need to. We played that game because we needed to get back to winning ways. Bloody hell, what are they feeding the players at Liverpool? Indeed. You can run, but you can't hide from the throwing goal. It is. It's all 4-4 freaking 2 to me, says Tales of the Tape. It is. McGinn for the McWin. Now watch Spurs go up and win 3-2. you kind of feel that there was always the possibility. We've done that a couple of times this season, but we seem to be doing a better job of seeing things out with the Chelsea tactic that we're using. So can we get our first? I think it's what are the points? What are the points for this? Rules, not rules. We want points as the command, isn't it? I mean, I can't see this, but is that 10 points for winning? That's 5 points for winning the cup, right? 5 points for winning the cup, so not actually that important. So let's see what players we've got available. Come time here. Tottenham, if they win their game in hand, can move within 2 points of us and Arsenal. Right, they do reckon that Omega could actually fitness test. He's not got the injured thing on him, so Omega will be on the bench. All those players out. Do any of these guys come into the lineup? So I don't think we saw a great showing from Lindstrom up front. So I'll put Lindstrom out wide. John Duran's going to have to lead that line. McGinn gets his reward. He does get his reward for that performance. Mingatha in concert as the central defender. That's what we're going with. That is going to be what we're going with. And we're leaving this to our assistant manager. Is this our first trophy? I don't think it is. It's not. It's not. Dominic Calvert-Lewin scored a 97th minute equaliser. A 97th minute equaliser. Then Bukayo Saka in injury time. Oof. That's okay. It's not the most important competition for us. Oh, no. I have nothing to throw. Digne is out for a week. That's okay. Omega is out for 2 months. That's right. We have no strikers. We have no strikers. No! Absolutely brutal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 players out for quite a while. Omega came back. He was only on the bench. Watkins is a week away. We've got a game in 3 days. So in 3 days, our strike force is going to be Duran and Diaby. Our wingers are going to be Ramsey and Lindstrom. And that is basically us at our capacity there. I didn't rest the players before I removed them from the starting lineup. So let's work out who those players are. Just one day. So Zenergy, you mentioned dropping one back to attacking midfield. The issue isn't the number of, it doesn't make any difference whether we're talking strikers or attacking midfielders. It's that the whole of our front line, so there's a lot of flexibility. As you see, we were talking about using Zaniolo up front, using Diaby up front. They're capable as strikers. The issue is that even those players that can play in the hole, they're injured as well. The flexibility isn't the issue. It's that we'd probably need to change to a kind of 4-3-3 potentially. We could play McGinn out in the wide areas potentially, maybe, but that doesn't solve the fact that we have literally just had horrible injuries to our strikers over the last month and a half of the game. Coutinho says Quan. So what in the Fergie time? It is, the result doesn't matter too much. I don't mind that. Very, very cruel for us on the injuries. But we can make do. Amari Kellerman, in fact. Where is Kellerman? Let's move him up to the senior squad officially. We've got a home game against Fulham in the FA Cup. obviously, the further we progress, the more points we pick up. So let's give Johansson the game. We signed him to be a backup. Let's give him some game time. We are looking at Konza, Duki, Mings, Taylor, Camera, not Camera. We're going to look at Onyedika, McTominay. We will play Lindstrom on the right. We will play McGinn on the left. And then we'll go Diaby. And we'll go Duran up front. Then we've got Martinez on the bench. We've got Hayden Carter on the bench. Nedeljkovic on the bench. Camera, Ramsey on the bench. Rogers and Kellerman on the bench. And Mingueza as the last one there. So hopefully that should be okay. We're about to head into another break. Zenergy, by the way, thank you very much for the follow. Musterman, check the player training intensity. Some of them may be on double, might be affecting them. That is true. I'm not taking over train. As soon as I start taking over, I've then got to do everything, and I don't have time because it does all that weird stuff if you take over. Yeah, like genuinely. Anyway, I can't speak. Break is coming. I will check it. I will see you guys in 3 minutes. Right, we're back. We'll head on over to the games in a second. Sorry, Quan, I didn't explain that well. I have checked that they are all on automatic. None of this has been changed. But yeah, so a very, very good point. I just explained that really, really badly. I do apologise. So we're heading over. We've got a game of Who Are You, redeemed by Outfarby. So Outfarby, if you would like to go for the first guess, who do you want to choose as the player that we use as a starting point? We're going with Jamal Musiala. Jamal Musiala. For a moment, I thought you got it right off the bat. That would have been incredible. Absolutely incredible, right? So Thomas Muller seems like a fair guess to follow up from there. He counts as a forward, though, unfortunately. So we're looking for a midfielder, a German midfielder for Bayern Munich, who is older than 21, a lower shirt number than 42. We've got Kimmich being suggested. We've got Goretzka. Both fabulous guesses. Is it Kimmich? Is it Kimmich? It's not Kimmich. It's a 29-year-old. Is Goretzka 29? He might well be. He might well be. Is it Goretzka? It is Goretzka. That is quite a series of guesses there. My word. I can't believe how close you were with a completely blind guess. That is crazy. That is crazy. Right, and then we have a missing 11. So what do we get from the archive? We've got Netherlands 3-1 win against Poland in a friendly in 2000. So this should be an interesting challenge. I think we can work out the goalkeeper pretty easy, right? A 3-3-3. I'm gonna start that off. There we go, with a bit of Van der Sar. We're going with a Bergkamp as well. We don't know which one of the options it is. It's the one on the right, which is nice. We've got Van Bronckhorst at left back. Van Bronckhorst. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, we've got Van der Sar. Who are we going for? We've got some great names that I expect we're going to see some classics in there. We're looking at Overmars potentially on the... Overmars up front? It's not Overmars up front. So we don't have an 8 out on the wings, unless he played at right back. Is there a spot for Winter? Aaron Winter, not on the left. In midfield. There he is, in the centre. De Boer at the back. That was the one I was waiting for. Indeed. Good work there. Welcome in again, Johnny Trotter. I do apologise that I missed your message earlier. Edgar Davids. Do we have a 6 there? It's not going to be Davids on the left because we've got an N. We've got Winter. So it looks like there's no Edgar Davids in the team. So we're going for Stam at centre-back. Do we have Reisiger? Reisiger at right-back. We do indeed have Reisiger. Is it Zenden? That does look like Zenden would fit in that spot. It does indeed. Koku playing alongside Winter. Koku it is indeed. Just got into the stream. What is the context about? So welcome in, Tunshai. So we're doing a reworking of the FM World Cups. There was the FIFAe World Cup back in August time. We're doing the exact same format over yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So we're streaming 12 hours. We've got to complete a season in a day. The way that how we perform, we get points for each season. If you want to play along, you can. There's a link to the Discord in the description over there on YouTube, and there are save files. There was the save file starting yesterday, a save file starting for the from today's one as well, and then for tomorrow morning there'll be a save file starting from season 3. So that's what we're doing. We've got various rules that points that go on as well. So, and information for the points are just going to be appearing down there once the rules have gone. So we've got some suggestions here for Kluivert up front. And it is indeed Kluivert up front. Do we have some suggestions for the right wing? We're going for Seedorf on the right wing. It is indeed Seedorf. Again, fabulous work there, guys. So Quan said just won the Ballon d'Or and on course to maybe win it again. Potentially. Speaking of Winter, so I have a midfielder in my FM save who's a top player. Aaron Winter was such an odd player. A player that, like, I remember fondly, but I don't actually remember fondly for playing particularly well. More another one of those with a great hair and moustache combo. Here for the FA Cup, though, we're going straight into that. That's going to be left to the assistant manager. Let's bounce back to get ourselves into the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. Or not. Let's get knocked out. Oh well, 3-1 defeat. It looks like we did play Johansson in that game. Maybe that was a bad decision. He conceded 3 goals from 0.84 XG. So let's remember to restore that. That is, though, a very much a backup lineup at the moment. Watkins is going to be back for the next game? Maybe. Elise, not quite. Zaniolo might be back for it. So let's clear that all out. The game against Crystal Palace. They're in 8th. Am I going to trust the assistant manager with that? I have to. We are so pressed for time, unfortunately. So another fact about Winter in my FM save, he actually won the Euros playing for Austria. Flipping Austria. Interesting now. So or was it a 4-3-3? You kind of do wonder. You don't associate Netherlands with the 4-4-2, do you really? Overmars being considered as a striker as well was kind of a surprise. Aston Villa under 21s wins Player of the Month award. Do we put him into the first team? Rory Wilson is meant to be a good prospect. He is fit. Let's promote Rory Wilson because we are a little bit short on players in the forward areas. Maybe he can get. Do we put Wilson into the starting lineup? That probably seems stupid when we're fighting for a top 4 place. But it does feel like the kind of good feel-good story we'd have at this particular point. And we're at an A at the moment, which is good. Well, A- and an A+, depending on who you ask. So Martinez in. Mingueza's on 6.94. Consa's on a 6.68. So we've got Mingueza, Dookie, Torres. Dina's still not quite there yet. Who's in form out of our midfielders? McGinn is the one who's in form. Camera as well. Then we have to go. So we've got Diaby. Let's go with Diaby, right? Ramsey, Rory Wilson, John Duran. That's probably a very, very stupid idea. I'm going to put this out to you guys. Oh no, I've pressed the wrong button. There we go. Do we start Rory Wilson? Yes and no. What are you thinking, guys? Should we start the youngster? Are we being very, very stupid right now? I have a feeling we're being very, very stupid. We're potentially throwing away a good position for the sake of memes. You guys are all up for it. Okay, it looks like we're going to. It's 9-2 so far. Rogers on the bench, Watkins on the bench. Yeah, we're definitely for Adan Ruiz 74. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Is this a cup game? This is not a cup game. This is a league game against 8th place Crystal Palace. We've obviously just lost the last two cup games. We lost the EFL Cup final. We've been knocked out of the FA Cup. Voted no just to not get 100%, says RJ. Fair dues. Yeah, so this is perhaps a little bit bold. We do want to get back to winning ways, but maybe, like, he's scored 31 goals in 31 games at youth level this season. Just one player of the month. We are short on attacking players. That means that we're not putting Zaniolo or Ollie Watkins into the starting lineup before they're ready, potentially. So that might be good. You guys are going on the hydrate. Voila. Ooh. Unfortunately, as I was doing that, I stared into the light on my face. Okay, you guys now want to start waterboarding me. Let's go. We've got the drinks nearby. Move on to a little bit of banter as we're waiting for the results going. All the hydrates are coming in. Why are you doing this, please? Johnny Trotter. Out Barbie as well. Don't drown the man, says Holy Farb. And they really want to drown me. They really want to drown me. That is about as much as I can handle. And the results are coming in. Any last moments swings? I don't think there are going to be. It's 10-2. We are starting Rory Wilson against Crystal Palace. Here comes his debut, number 65. Squashboarding doesn't quite have the same ring to it. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. And by the way, welcome in. Why are you doing this, please? Come on, Rory Wilson, about to become a hero. It's going to become a hero. Goal on his debut. Goal on his debut. There's not a goal on his debut, but we did win. 2-1, John Duran, Boubacar Camara. 6 bookings. 6 bookings, my word. That keeps us ahead of Arsenal. They won 3-1 over Newcastle. Pardon me. Liverpool maintain their 9-point gap at the top of the league. Tottenham are 5 points behind us. Another point there behind. We're fined for that game. We've been fined. A 7.5 rating for Rory Wilson. It's an inspired choice. Well done, chat. Well done. So what's the plan for Saturday's stream? So out Farby, I believe I'm going to be playing Among Us with a number of the guys who actually played in the real FIFAe World Cup. So Rowan, who was in earlier. Rowan's also going to be along as part of the stream tomorrow morning as well. Going to have a little chat with him about his World Cup experience, which should be awesome. Really, really fun. I'm going to be playing with Mats as well from Norway. There's a few others as well. Tanir. And then there's a couple of other Dutch people I think are going to be involved. So yeah, that's the plan for Saturday. But they've also been at times playing Dead by Daylight. So I didn't want to commit to what game it's going to be. It's going to definitely be something non-FM. So it'd be nice to do something a little bit different, a change of pace. Our next game, we're back into the Conference League. We're up against Lech Poznan, one of the possible teams that we could have taken on for this challenge. Give a pep talk to Rory. We probably should have done, but he's done his job. That's fine. A Saturday surprise. You didn't give him an individual pep talk. That's what he got, a 7.5. I'm happy with that. Needed a boost in confidence. I'm sure he's feeling good. So I had to get away from the girlfriend's house. They're about to eat Icelandic delicacies. What exactly are Icelandic delicacies? I'm intrigued. So Netherlands represent here too. We do seem to have a good Dutch contingent in. Fabulous stuff. Supporters are delighted. We've got a top half finish. Coutinho is unhappy again. That's fine. No injuries during the course of the week. That's marvellous. Elise looks to be back as well. So Elise can make the bench. Lucas Digne is back. Nedeljkovic, Kellyman, they fill out the bench there now. So he's unhappy that we didn't win a cup. That's fine. Ezri Konza, Tyrone Mings, Onyedika. What's our game after this? Our game after this is home against Thingy What's It, so we can stick with those. Zaniolo to come in, give Diaby a little bit of respite. Do we start him again? We start him again. We give him one more game, and then by that point, hopefully we've got Watkins can start to shoulder a bit of the load. I'd love to give Duran some respite at some point too as well. He's unfortunately had to start a lot of games. He's only young still himself. Fermented shark. That doesn't sound fun. I'm not eating that. I understand that entirely. Robbie Joey 91, welcome in. How you doing? I hope you've had a lovely festive period. Lovely to see you this evening. I have an ice cream delicacy. An ice cream delicacy always sounds good. There's just no way you're eating that. That's fair. I heard it has a bite to it. You ain't much if you ain't Dutch. Looks like we're not much then. I feel bad. I mean, can I be honorary Dutch? I've got no links to Netherlands, unfortunately. But I'd love to be an honorary Dutchman. Right, Rory Wilson to get his second start. It's an away game against Lech. Obviously, if we lose this first leg, we can take over for the second leg. But we didn't lose the first leg. We won 7-1. Ramsey, Camara, Duran, Watkins came on as a substitute and hit a hat-trick. And Zaniolo came on. Jacob Ramsey, though, is the latest to go down injured. He's out with a pulled groin. Right, here we go. Does that mean... Right, Diaby is suspended for the league game. So, oh no, Zaniolo didn't come as a sub. He was there. I didn't know that Diaby was suspended for the next game. That means potentially that in and Watkins in. Return to the starting lineup for Luca Digne. Greg Taylor on the bench. So we have Konza, Mings, Taylor, Onyedika, McTominay. Lindstrom will replace the injured Ramsey. Zaniolo, Wilson, then Rodgers on the bench. That looks like the team we've got for Brighton coming up. And that will take us to 8 games left to go in the league. 8 games left to go. We're coming up to 7 p.m. So that's 3.5 hours left of the challenge. You'll adopt me. Beautiful. Thank you, Holofab. I'll welcome you as well. Beautiful things. Robbie Joey has links to the Netherlands. But what are those links? That sounds very, very suspicious, the way that was stated. Holy Fab, that's what she said. Crikey. Honorary Dutch. Yes, please. We have a resident Steve McLaren. Yes, please. I can promise that if you adopt me, I won't end up putting on an awful fake Dutch accent. Tales of the Tape says, I love funky foods. That Thai fish gut curry voted the worst dish in the world is one of your favourites. I can't do fish, I'm afraid. I can't do fish, just not for me. So I'm quite glad to hear that. The more people that can eat it, the less chance that I'm going to find myself having to do so. So Tunshai, do you play full matches or just simulate? Just asking because I'm a first-time visitor. So Tunshai, when I mentioned earlier that we're doing this thing today where we're trying to complete a single season in one day, because of that, we're going to have to simulate and holiday through quite a lot of the season. We will be playing the games for important matches, but we can't play all the games and still complete a season. So that's part of the element of this challenge. My normal streams that once we're back in the new year will be Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We play the game normally. So El Sotano de Horror, do you have a video about opposition instructions? I have many videos that touch on opposition instructions, but they are very much related to the situation. So if you go and watch the latest video on Garcia Pimienta, there's specific work there about talking about how you trap inside. You look at the video for Thomas Tuchel, there's specific information about trapping outside. The video about counter-attacking, making your own system there. There's one about trying to focus the play into a certain area. But it's always going to be within the context of what we're trying to do. Hello, every Maestro is here. How are you doing? Having a lovely day. I hope you've had a good day too. And Morton Crammer's in as well. How are you doing, Morton? So Robbie's mum is Dutch. I mean, surely that means you're Dutch as well then, Robbie. I mean, maybe a half, maybe a quarter. Depends on the proportion. You don't have a link to the Netherlands. You are the Netherlands. So this game against Brighton, Elise comes straight into the lineup. No, he doesn't. Let's not risk the injury there. Leave this one up to the assistant manager. Come on, you've just done a 7-0. You've just done a 7-1 even. We can do this. We can do this. Ollie Watkins back into the starting lineup, gives us the lead. João Pedro pulls one back. John McGinn just before half-time, in injury time in the first half. Tottenham, though, with a big win. They stay within striking distance. They're 5 points off us. Man City 1 further point behind. So we've got a 6-point gap. Top 4 is looking reasonably promising. Players are looking very tired, though. So let's rest these guys 1 day. These guys 2 days. And let's make sure that these are the ones that we're going to prioritise for the rotation. We've got a massive... In fact, we're going to rotate the whole team, aren't we, pretty much? We've got a massive 7-1 lead, and we're playing at home in the next game. So that's going to see Elise in. Rory Wilson comes back into the lineup there. John Duran, we don't have a route for resting Duran. Is Ramsey going to be back? Ramsey is going to be back. Diaby. Oh, interesting. Diaby playing as a pressing forward on the left. Ramsey returns as well. So that can be the whole of the starting 11 that played this game, apart from Dookie rested, which I think works out okay for us. So got it. Normally watch most of your videos and like your skins. Yeah, so this is a very, very different type of stream for today, yesterday, and tomorrow, Tunshai. But there will be games that we will take control of. We've got 3.5 hours left of the stream. We're currently in March, so we're trying to avoid having to play games right now, so that when we get towards like the quarterfinals, the semi-finals of the Conference League, once we get to some really, really big games in the end of the Premier League, the last month, we play Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal back to back. So I want to make sure that we have enough time that we don't have to rush through those games. So up until that point, we're really, really trying to push through as much as we can. Showerlender says, was away for keyboard for a while. How did you do in the Carabao Cup final? Oh, did you have to ask? Did you have to ask? Shall we go and see it, Showerlander? Arsenal raced out to a 2-0 lead. Rafael Onyedika pulled it back to 2-1 1 minute later. We haven't watched the goals, actually. We haven't watched the goals. Let's do this relatively quickly, hopefully. You see there that Emmanuel Omega got injured. He was one of the injuries. We came out of this game with like 3 injuries, all for quite a long time. So Omega's season is now done. He's out for 2 months. This looks like this is the need for 3 people on the edge of the box from the looks of things. Gabriel Jesus races through. 1 minute later, though, Diaby plays it to Digne. Digne's been out for like a few weeks. Onyedika pulls it back. Offside on all the Arsenal goals. They cheated for everything. Then Diaby in the 62nd minute. 2-2. Back to 2-2. Here, Duran steals in. 68 minutes. We've turned it around. We're 3-2 up. We are 3-2 up at this point. This, by the way, Calvert-Lewin, it doesn't show the minute here. This is the 97th minute. 97th minute. And then in the 110th minute, this was the winner. Saka at the far post. Digne was obviously injured. I don't know who that was at left back at that point. So yeah, it was not a great time to be had. So yeah, you're half Dutch, half Irish. Perfect. My girlfriend is trying to claim she's Dutch too now. The only Dutch she knows is bad words I've taught her. That counts, right? That's got to count. Right, here we go. Morgan Rogers cannot be registered for this match, so that's Jesper Lindstrom there. Right, yeah, Elise is lacking sharpness. He's going to be injured from this game now because I've done this. So we drew 1-1, that's fine. That's 8-2 on aggregate. Jacob Ramsey picks up an injury. He's out for now a week and a half or so. Moussa Diaby is suspended for the next game here. So that's pretty much the whole team that we rested, so we can do this. Dookie was the only one who wasn't, so we'll let him rest against Sheffield United. We're going for full strength team. That full strength team currently looks like that. Zaniolo, Jesper Lindstrom, Ollie Watkins up front, John Duran. These guys aren't available on the bench. So our striker option is Rogers. Yeah, that looks like we've got that all right. Sheffield United away. Should be all right. Ouch, that's a shame. It was 2 goals from corners. Sounds like Arsenal. Imagine being 3-2 up in the 97th minute highlight plays. It is probably a saving grace that we didn't play that game like that. Would have probably broken me. So you're not claiming her for Holland. Aww. You wouldn't believe the things I've seen in this game. I think though the problem is, Showerlander, we would definitely believe the things that we've seen. Because we've all seen them. We've all shouted our anger at the screen at times. We have a top talent allegedly, not an elite player though. Ben Stevens, a pressing forward. Doesn't look too awful. Obviously, Torres is out for 3 weeks. Marvellous. We're not playing this past the next season, so we're not really worried too much about the long-term projections on these players. So Torres is out for 3 weeks. That's going to take him out until kind of early April. I'm expecting that means that he probably won't be fully game fit until late April. Hopefully just in time for when we play that Liverpool game. You said you were surprised this was a good intake on preview days. We had a good intake last year. Like the best intake I think I've had in this game. Kai Pai is the hot prospect. We will see how he's developed over the course of this season under the stewardship of our youth team. Because I think that he might be able to contribute, but yeah, I don't think we're going to see much more. They don't look impressed. Yeah, so that's the first time we've seen the youth prospects for this year. We did run through the ones yesterday. That kind of, yeah, there seemed to be a decent bunch there. Right, which we need to remember. How is he playing? He's injured. What's that nonsense about? So they're going to play like that. We've got... Yep, that's all right. Let's simulate the match. Let's see if we can get a nice big win here. Would be nice. We lost away from home against them last season. We've got a 3-1 win there. John Duran with a brace. Nicola Zaniolo in the 95th minute. And that... okay, we've played before Arsenal there. So that's not a 3-point lead over them. They've got a game in hand. Here come the rest of the next game. Okay, is that an international break? Marvellous stuff. So we play Brentford next at home. We can push forwards. On a Saturday, that'll do quite nicely. Yeah, they don't look impressive at all. Hoping for a Lamine Yamal type to tuck straight into the first team. Wouldn't that be nice? They tried using a Musterman mind game, selecting injured players to throw. It threw me off. So Mako is baller. After yesterday, I think I've seen everything. New save, first season Fulham. Don't know how, but I managed to be first all season. Lost the Premier League in the last match. Then lost the FA Cup final. And in the 119th minute, Leno just passed the ball for Jackson with an empty goal. Oh, that is painful. Journey was sick, but the ending was horrible. A right kick in the nads. But also, at the same time, a pretty good base to start from. If that's the first season, imagine how well things can be by the second, third, fourth season. Going to be taking everything out. Oh no, child labour in Villa, I beg. I mean, I'm not advocating for child labour, but yes, if we could get a superstar that comes through all fully developed for season 3, I am completely and utterly in favour of child labour. Don't clip that. Is there a way that I can stop people from clipping things? Not easily. So you didn't hear that. It's all good. You didn't hear any of those words. Just looking at the time here. Should be alright. I guess at this point we should have found out who we're playing in the... Is it going to be quarterfinals of... Yeah, because it's the round of 16. So round of 8. We're into the quarterfinals of the Conference League. So we should know who who we're playing there. Martinez drops concerns. That's good to hear. We have got Hearts. Interesting. Dennis94TV, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've had a lovely day. If you feel comfortable in chat, please let us know who you support, who you're playing with in FM if you play. There's zero obligation to, though. So if you don't want to, don't at all. Absolutely no need whatsoever. Here we are. We are into the last 7 league games. We're 3 points off Liverpool. We're 3 points ahead of Arsenal, but we've played a game more than both of them. Well, that means Liverpool had a big lead, though. And they've just drawn. They've drawn away to Manchester United. We play Liverpool. John Duran was injured. John Duran is out for a week. That's not so great. Omega is... Oh, he should be back in time. Marvellous. Right, so our strike force is now going to be Diaby and Watkins. Rory Wilson is on the bench. No, it's not. So our strike force is going to be Zaniolo and Watkins. Now, the reason we're going with Zaniolo up front is because he's quite good at jumping. He's quite good at hitting. For those of you guys, you've barely seen any any of the players' profiles during the course of the stream because we've been rushing through things. So for those that don't know, I play semi-attributeless. So here's a key. This is an attribute above 16. This is an attribute between 11 and 15. This is between 6 and 10. So Zaniolo we use as the pressing forward because he's a bit more physical. He's got good strength, good jumping, good heading, as well as still having some of that pace. So he's not going to be as physical as John Duran, but probably the best option there in those regards. And then, yeah, Michael Elise can play in that position. Jacob Ramsey is back. That's marvellous. So he can come in for Morgan Rogers. Pau Torres, 3 days away. Opposition instructions. Let's do all the honours again. Another 3-man defence. Could be quite difficult to break down. That a 3-5-2 matches up very well against a 4-4-2. So this might not be a win. So Dennis says, love your content and your skin. I started yesterday a journey and now I have a club in Belgium in 3rd division. Marvellous. Sounds fun. Beating Liverpool now during a title race would be one for the history books. It would, Eddie Bingo. But we have thrown... Oh, that is horrible. That is horrible. 3-3. They only had 2 shots on target. We drew a game 3-3 when they had 2 shots on target. Benicaj, by the way, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. I hope you've had a marvellous day. Mako is baller, by the way. Thank you very much for the follow too. Oh, that is cruel. Right, if Arsenal win both their games in hand, they jump above us. That keeps the 3-point gap between us and Liverpool with them having a game in hand. Every now and then when things are looking good. I did say that it was going to be a difficult matchup. A 3-5-2 does play well against us. Next up is a game away against Southampton. There in 20th. Surely we should be able to do that. Proper FMing. It was a proper FMing. We haven't had quite so bad. We've had a few of those games in the last couple of months. We haven't had one quite that bad though. That was pretty mean. So Johnny wants me to hydrate. That's a good idea. We should probably watch to see the own goal at least. The own goal that equalised. Hayden Carter brought on. So Tunshai says, I've also just finished my journey save, ending with champions with Liverpool. Nice work. How many years did it take you? So you've gone for a journey save. Where did you start, Tunshai? There, do let us know. Where'd you start? How long has it been going? What year are you in? Sounds good fun. Now you're going with the Athletic Bilbao Challenge. That's a classic. An absolute classic. Should be fun, though. We probably should have done something like the Bilbao Challenge. Maybe that's one we could look at doing in the near future as well, if we ever do anything else that's a little bit more standalone. Do we have a wonder kid? We do have a wonder kid. We have 2 wonder kids. Nedeljkovic, who hasn't really played much. He's got 200 minutes this season. And Kedir, he obviously hasn't played at all. Maybe they end up a little bit more involved next season. The problem obviously being is that this is a very short-term challenge, so player development isn't necessarily a priority. Right, away against Southampton, we can get things back in the flow. Then we've got game against Hearts. Then we're back against Fulham. What's this doing for our fitness? John Duran is very close to being back. 3 days there. Pau Torres is back. Pau Torres in. Hayden Carter out. Konza in at right back. Torres in for Mings. McGinn. Kamara stay. Elise. If we stick with that lineup, that's fine. Duran, though, onto the bench. Rory Wilson will drop back down, as we will with those players. Nedeljkovic, he's going to be unhappy about that. Of course he is. Marshall can be dropped down there as well. Nedeljkovic, it was an honest mistake. He'll be put back. I can't be bothered with pissing off players. Has it moved him back automatically? It has. There we go. Where is he? Squad. Available for under 21s. You're always available for the under 21s. That's fine. Let's get you back up to fitness. Mako's baller redeemed hydrate. Let's hydrate. There we go. So an away game against Southampton, we should do okay with that. Brentford, by the way, didn't have a manager. Eddie Howe is now their manager. They didn't have a manager. They didn't have many shots on target, but they were able to score the goals. I started with Black Leopards in Africa, a fantastic team, headed to Barocca. Barocca are an interesting team as well, because they have their... Barocca are one of the teams who bought their way into the top division. They bought their license off another club, moved that club to their city, and renamed them Barocca. Then you ended up at Sakaryaspor in Turkey, Hanover, Heerenveen, Rangers, then over to Boca, and then finally to Liverpool, all before 2033. What a journey. What a journey indeed. Sounds like great fun. So Torres is on a fitness test, but that's okay, as is Jacob Ramsey. I think we should be okay with that. Southampton are playing a 4-2-3-1. Courtney Howe's in their defence. They've got some tired players in there as well. Samuel Edozie is a quality player, as is Alcaraz. Well, Samuel Edozie was a dribbly player. Lots of dribbles, not so much output. So, Yo Musterman, do you remember Brazil losing to Norway during the 98 World Cup? I don't really that well. I mean, I remember watching France 98. I was about 13 at the time. But I can't say I remember the specifics. Is there a reason you bring it up? Or is it just a fond memory as a Norwegian? Jonse, ho ho ho, Merry Christmas everybody. What's going on with the Mariaham save? So Jonse, we're doing something completely separate yesterday, today and tomorrow. So because this is going to be a number of people aren't familiar with the Mariaham save. And they're going to be coming in. They're not necessarily going to know much. I don't want people to have to come through halfway, midway through season 3 and not know what's going on. So we've started something that's just going to be standalone for yesterday, today and tomorrow, which you can indeed see what we're doing with the lovely command rules. The command rules works over on all the commands work on YouTube as well as on Twitch. A 3-1 win. Back to winning ways, which is marvellous stuff. Arsenal were held by Everton, which is great stuff as well. Liverpool with a massive, massive win. That means Tottenham are now 6 points behind us with 5 games remaining. We've got a 4-point gap between us and Arsenal. It looks like second is on the cards, which is rather marvellous. Right, game against Hearts is up next. Could we get to a second consecutive Conference League final? We ate all the merry ham. Quite possibly we did. We did indeed. So it's just a fond memory as a Norwegian. Yes, you were 8. Just random question, really. So I mean, I don't think I can really recall much of the specific games. Obviously, I know the living in England, being half English. I certainly remember the red card, and that's really my main memory. I remember Euro 96 more. I feel like I was a bit more in tune with it, and obviously I remember Euro 2004 very, very well, because that was where I could really focus on the Greekness of myself. Luca Digne is now injured. Which players can we bring on from the bench? Imega is back. So the changes we're going to look to make here: Greg Taylor. We're going to bring Mingatha back in. McTominay and Onyedika come in. Here's Diaby. Now that Elise is starting to get some fitness, there's Duran. Ramsey as well. Think we're okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that as the lineup. We can, again, great that we're away from home for the first leg. There's a 6-point gap between us and Liverpool. We're not closing them down, even though if we beat them, that brings it to a 3-point gap, because we've got Man City and Tottenham in that final run-in. I think it's going to be too big of an ask. And Arsenal, isn't it? And Arsenal. So we leave this to the assistant manager. If we lose, we take over the second leg, and that's the home leg. So hopefully that'll be okay. We don't lose though. Scott McTominay and John Duran absolutely put them to the sword. 16 shots to their 3. That looks like we're in a good position for the semi-finals now. Training, rest, game coming up against Fulham next. So yeah, we've got Fulham, we've got Hearts, then we've got the run-in. The run-in, which is Liverpool, Tottenham, Man City, Arsenal. Big games. Or have we already played Arsenal twice? Maybe not. Maybe Arsenal aren't in them. Yes, except Liverpool. I managed all teams for just one season, says Tinchai. Incredible. So lost the Carabao final to Liverpool. For a moment, I thought it was possible. So what was the final score in that game? Was it as heartbreaking as our defeat to Arsenal? Constantino Haza over on YouTube. You've done the journey, and Atletico Bilbao is one of the hardest saves I've done. Their dressing room is another world. Only Bielsa can win with them. It's a fun challenge though, isn't it? It's like being forced to focus quite a lot on your academy, and then look for hopefully those 1 or 2 players that meet the BAT criteria. Really exciting stuff. So Holofab says FIFA Road to the World Cup has the best intro song. Change my mind. 98, I mean. I can't change your mind. I don't necessarily have a counterpoint. Eddie Bingo, FM is just one big game of what ifs. That's why we love it, isn't it? Like all those thoughts and all those possibilities that could bounce around. Right, here we go. Profit and loss. We are doing very well. We're amongst Brighton in terms of being very good with our money, which is cool. Everton, major loss. We haven't lost the most money. Oh, have we actually? It's like our transfer history. We've made 30 million there, but some of those are going to be installments, and actually we've spent major because we played up front for Michael Elise. So what is our finances looking like? Massively in the red, but our transfer debt is actually positive. So a negative transfer debt means that it's not debt. If it was in white, that means we had debt. If it's set as negative, that means that we're owed money. So we've ultimately actually put ourselves in a better position long term, which seems crazy, really, doesn't it? Right, back to our full strength team. Torres, Dookie, Mingueza, Konza in there. Camera again seems to be staying in some really good form. Elise back in, Ramsey, Watkins, Duran, Omega onto the bench there. So right, those two are out. Who drops out? McTominay, Onyedika, Taylor, Mings, Mingueza. Mings who's going to drop out so that Omega can make the bench. Opposition instructions. Let's do all the malarkey. We lost 3-0, 3-1 at home in the FA Cup to Fulham. It's a chance for revenge. Come on, my boys. Come on. Am I seeing Everton right? Allegedly so. Hayes, they didn't have Tunshai is feeling bold. They didn't have Tunshai in charge. He's going to sort them out. A 2-1 win. Lots of yellow cards. 23 fouls, 6 yellow cards. We maintain a 6-point gap. No, Arsenal lost the game. So Tottenham are 6 points behind. Arsenal is 7 points behind now. 2-1, no drama, but the equaliser never came. Still alive in the FA Cup though. That's good to hear. That is good. So it's Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal. We don't play Tottenham. That's the one. And then we finish against rivals, local rivals, Wolverhampton Wanderers. Did we put these guys on rest? We didn't. That's my fault. Training, rest 1 day. Head into the game against Hearts. That will be managed by the assistant manager. We will try and rest as many of them as possible, and then we will be taking charge for the Liverpool game onwards. Devilish set of fixtures. It really is. But isn't that just what we want? We want that drama right towards the end of the season. And thankfully, this time round, we're in the thick of it. Who on earth is Bryce Wembangomo? I am not familiar with Bryce Wembangomo. He's played 4 games. Oh, that's because yeah, right. So their season, yeah, okay. Their season obviously is a summer league, so we don't see what he's done in the competition before that point. Right, fitness tests. We could bring Omega in, but we won't. So what are the changes we make here? We've got Mingaitha back in. We'll give Dookie a rest. Mings is obviously coming in. Greg Taylor is coming in. We do seem to be able to get away with swapping as many players as possible, which is absolutely marvellous for us. Diaby can play up front. Zaniolo there. Omega, though, stays on the bench. So we're going to start Turan in that game. Torres, Nedeljkovic, and Gauci. They're marvellous stuff. Here, we will play the defensive formation. Even though we're at home, let's just make sure we see this out, right? We can see this out. Lawrence Shankland up front for Hearts. Quality player. Come on, our assistant manager. Don't throw this away. Is that chat on screen Twitch? That chat is on screen is Twitch, Tunshai. So we stream to both platforms, but the commands work on both. Unfortunately, the terms of Twitch's service means that I can't mix together both YouTube and Twitch's chat. I'm not allowed to show chat from another platform, but they will allow me to multi-stream, which is kind of a compromise we can work with. So 4-0, that's not a bad result, eh? 4 shots on target, all of them goal. Granted, there's an own goal in there. Bodo Glimt through. Slavia Prague beat Lille 6-3. Interesting. We get Bodo Glimt in the next round. So we can certainly beat Bodo Glimt. Over 2 legs, we've got to feel like we've got a good chance there. We could potentially be back-to-back finals, which would be very, very nice. So we'll keep Mingaitha in the starting lineup. Pau Torres, Luca Dean. Swapping all these players back. Actually, McTominay is going to get the start there. We're going to bring Watkins back into the starting lineup. We're going to have Elise out there. Ramsey's in decent form. John Duran, bless him, being worked into the ground by us. I should feel bad. But you know that situations must and whatnot. So Diaby, Zaniolo, Lindstrom, Omega. That is quite a decent looking bench now that we've got players back. Some marvellous stuff. So Johnny says, hello YouTube, bless you. I'm disappointed if you don't win the Conference League, says Holifab. We threw it away last year. So yesterday we got to the final. We completely outplayed Fiorentina, but we got FM'd in a 2-0 defeat. I am scared that this might be our fate once more. We have a knack. I have a knack in particular of getting very, very close and falling away at the last moment. We did it with the Tottenham save for Moneyball Clinic, where we were top of the league all the way up until like 2 games from the end. We had a similar situation with Frankfurt, a similar situation with Borussia Dortmund. I think even with Sevilla as well. Youth candidates evaluated. Have they all been sorted out? Have you actually offered contracts to them? Yes, they have. That's okay. Cool. Right, I don't have to worry about that. So here we go. We've got a game against Liverpool. We've got a break coming up in a few moments. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that break forwards so that it doesn't interrupt halfway through the game. And then we head straight into the game up against Marco Rosa's 4-2-2. We need to actually change what we're doing here as well. We don't want to trap inside because that's where their strengths are. But cool. So let's just catch up there. I wonder what you think about Martinez. Best reflexes ever. I really like to. Martinez is God. Martinez is the greatest player ever. Fiorentina is hard. That is true. I don't know. I support West Ham. Always good to be able to be reminded though of the successes. Chiefs 13, Steelers 7 at halftime. 2 throwing touchdowns for Mahomes, 1 rushing for Wilson. Marvellous stuff. Right, cool. Let's bring this ad forwards, and I'm going to see you guys in 3 minutes for arguably the biggest game of the save so far. Welcome back. And Adam on the Break FM is in. Welcome in. How's your day been? Merry Christmas to you, sir. Love to see you back here. I hope you've had a wonderful, wonderful day, and your timing couldn't be better. We are into the last 4 games of the season, and we are about to face off against Liverpool. We're in second currently, 6 points behind them. So a win here could close the gap down to 3 points. It's been a stark change in situation from where we were last year. We look like we might be reaching a Conference League final again once more as well. So we've got 4 big games coming up, potentially 5 big games coming up as we enter the business end of the season. And just in case you thought we were going to play the business end of the season, it turns out that I clicked on the wrong thing. So I clicked on the browser rather than the game, and that means that Flux has taken the hint and redeemed a game of Who Are You? So let's play some Who Are You first. So Flux, you get to play the first guess as well. So 139 is the most recent. We've got number 30. We hide the photo. Name a player. So Holofab is slowly getting drunk and about to enter a transfer window NFM. The best way to enter a transfer window. So Flux wants to start with Lautaro Martinez. I can't spell. There we go. So, do we have any matches? This player is a forward that's older than 27, shirt number above 10, but they don't play in Serie A. They're not Argentinian. So Adam's day has been fantastic, thanks. That's good to hear. So it's, Hank the Tank wants to go for Lewandowski. Let's go for Robert Lewandowski. It's not Polish. It's not in La Liga. Younger than 36. A higher shirt number than number 9. So who do we want to go for next? There's got to be some players between the ages, some strikers between the ages of 28 and 35. Adam wants to go for Girassi. How old is Girassi? Serhu Girassi. It is in the Bundesliga. They are 28. Still, unfortunately, his shirt number was too low. Harry Kane isn't 28, so it can't be Harry Kane. Unfortunately, that means it can't be Chris Wood. Nelson Viper? Nelson Viper isn't 28, is he, surely? Patrick Schick. Could it be Patrick Schick, who we've spoken about quite a bit earlier? That does fit the mould. It's not Patrick Schick, but he is 28. He does play in the Bundesliga, so it's not Borussia Dortmund, not Bayer Leverkusen. So Flux is suggesting it's Tim Kleindienst. Let's go for Tim Kleindienst. It's not Tim Kleindienst. He's 29, but it is a forward that wears the number 11. So a 28-year-old that wears the number 11. Is that Leroy Sané? Is Leroy Sané 28? Is Silva from... Does he wear the number... So who even is Sir Andre Silva? Sané has 10. Oh, it's not German, though. That's a very good point. So let's have a look at Andre Silva. It's not Andre Silva. He is 29, though. He wears the number 19. Yeah, Sané also German, indeed. Who are we thinking? So Blue Soul 37 reckons it could be Dennis Undarb. Let's go for Dennis Undarb. He's German, though. He's German. So we have one guess remaining. We've only got one guess remaining. We're looking for someone who's wearing the number 11. Is it Kingsley Coman? Kingsley Coman. He's French. He plays for Bayern Munich. He wears the number 11. It is indeed Kingsley Coman. Fabulous. Saving us right at the end there, out Farby. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And we've got a round of missing 11. Let's pop on over there. Pop to the archive. We're going to be going for Real Madrid's 1-1 draw against Chelsea in the Champions League in 2021. Who wants to kick things off? It is ridiculous that Coman is only 28. He's been around for the last 3 decades, I swear. Last gasp indeed. So we should have a reasonably easy time of this, you think. Ramos isn't playing at centre-back, though. Alaba, we're thinking Alaba at centre-back, in the middle. Can't be. We've got A in the second spot. We've got an O there. I swear he's a wonder kid last year. Oh, you reckon he's younger than that? Fair enough. We're looking for Casemiro, a 7-letter Casemiro. At left wing back, perhaps? At centre-back? Casemiro at centre-back? He's an 8-letter name, though. Of course, if I could count, that would have made much more sense. I'm a clever human being, honest. A clever human being. Militao up front. It isn't Militao. Modric. It is indeed Modric. We've got Rudiger. We don't have a Rudiger. Bit too early, perhaps, for Rudiger. Fernandez. So Fern, that's 4. Andy, we got Fernandez is 9, right? Fernandez. It's 9. So no, we don't have a Fernandez in there. So Modric we've got there. Wasn't it Chelsea? I think so. At that point he was. Kroos has surely got to be the spot on the right here. He is indeed. Rafael Varane, the 6-letter centre back. You would expect so, and it is. Benzema up front. Benzema. Indeed it is. Rodrigo. Rodrygo 7. Rodrigo on the left, perhaps? No, No, it's not Rodrigo on the left. I didn't. Militao's. Oh, that Militao. Right, okay, I do apologise. Militao. Aida Militao. I'm thinking going back 20 years to the Militao brothers. I do apologise. Cristiano Ronaldo up front. Nope. Actually, yeah, Ronaldo is also 7 as well. I'm being a little bit slow. The boy that can play anywhere down the right, what's his name? I don't know. You'll have to go for it. So you're looking for Nacho. Nacho he's a 5 at centre back. That would fit with what we've got there. It is Nacho indeed. Vinicius Junior. In my head, he's just Vinny. I mean, yeah, that definitely fits in there. So Vazquez is the player you may well be thinking of. Vazquez won't be in that spot there. Vazquez on the left. Won't be that one there either. Valverde you was thinking of. Valverde. Valverde. It's not Valverde. Carvajal. Carvajal. Of course it's Carvajal. Courtois in goal. Courtois indeed. So we're just looking at the left now. Are we looking at Marcelo? We are most definitely looking at Marcelo. Marvellous work there, guys. Courtois, Varane, Nacho, Militao, Carvajal, Kroos, Modric, Casemiro, Marcelo, Benzema and Vinny Jr. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff indeed. So no Valverde at that point. I mean, is that a case? Because he wasn't quite an established starter, I don't think, a couple of years ago. Right, let's get on in to our first of our big games. We've got our defensive setup here. Now, what I'm going to actually do is change our opposition instructions. Here, we normally, we're showing inside, right? So let's pop back here to next match only. We're going to be looking to trap outside now. We're going to look to try and make sure we stay as now as possible. We're going to be doing that thing we do where we ask these guys to mark the specific areas. So they're going to look to essentially drop a little bit, almost drop into the back line, make a back 5 at times. And then we're not going to go by position. We're going to do it by player. We're going to now look to trap the guys outside because they want to play as central as they possibly can. So we want to try and not let them play to their strengths quite so much. I think we're going to struggle because, I mean, look at this team. This team is crazy good. Florian Wirtz they've signed. That seems almost unfair. We're going to be triggering the press on the fullbacks. And we do the normal thing where we mark up everyone in advanced position. So once it gets to the fullbacks, it should be hard for them to press the ball. I don't know how we're going to get on with this, but it's our best hope. Let's see if we can shithouse a win. Shithouse a win and possibly create a late title battle. Focus on the individuals that haven't responded. I have faith. Most of them responded. Just Luca Dina and Oscar Mingueza. Not with a reaction there. Here we go. Let's move the highlights. We've got enough time. We've saved our time for the end of the season. We can move to extended. Let's see what's happening. Here's a chance. Elise cuts the ball out. Plays it back to Mingueza. Inside. Look at that swarming. 4 players around camera. He has the presence to play it back. And now Ramsey has turned his man. Ramsey coming inside. Ramsey. Oh, Ramsey. Ramsey. There's a big chance early on. We can see Marco Rosa with that high press, looking for the mistake. The mistake comes. Szoboszlai across to Wirtz. Wirtz narrowly wide. We are going to do something.
It's not the statistics. You tell me. How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Go Mandes, thank you so much for the subscription with the Prime as well. You only get one of those. I appreciate that so much. So we're going to stop playing out of defence because their press is really, really scary. Really, really scary. Duran has picked up a yellow card. He's a pressing forward, so we're going to change him to a target forward so that he doesn't have tackle harder anymore. Here's Verts, able to play it through the lines. Mohamed Salah, not even a question mark of offside. Not even a question mark of offside. We should match up quite well. We've got two defensive midfielders, two players there, but there's Camera coming all the way out, not marking his man. He does what he wasn't meant to do, and that creates the unsettled structure, and they're able to get through the lines. Disappointing stuff there. So let's fire up. We need a response. That response doesn't seem to be coming. We are on extended highlights. You would have thought there's an injury. There's an injury. Zaniolo on Diaby. It's got to be Diaby. So hold position, tackle harder. You press less. You press less. Your job is to mark up your men. These guys will press and then they should drop back. These guys should be doing the press and then dropping back. In fact, maybe to help that, we are now going to put you on the defensive midfielder on the left. You on the defensive midfielder on the right. That's what we're going with there. Trust you to make the difference, Moussa Diaby. It's not the statistics. It's not. On a side note, I love the black away kit. It is quite nice, isn't it? More yellows than bangers scored from Duran. Well, because we've been instant resulting, we haven't seen the goals. David Coote points this. Oh, David Coote, perfectly fine. Nothing dodgy here going on. Nothing dodgy here. He sees some players by the white line and he gets excited. So Salah's going to be the one to take the penalty. Chance to make it 2-0, and that surely seals the title for Liverpool. That will give them a 9-point lead with 3 games remaining. Of course it's Coote. Indeed, of course. We only concede penalties. Now Ramsey, we had that big chance from Ramsey. He passes it to Liverpool all the way back there. Now Gomez on the ball. He's going to play it across to Konate, into Gravenberch. Szoboszlai then move through the lines very, very easily here. Konate out to Robertson. This is where we trigger the press. Did you see that press we triggered? I didn't either. Here's Verts again finding space in between the holes. Szoboszlai is in. That should have been 3-0. That should have been 3-0. We are deservedly losing. They might have only had 2 shots on target, but 1.34 XG compared to the 0.14. We are very much deserving to lose. We need to go attacking now. In fact, what we're going to do here is we're just going to not trap anywhere at all. So we're going to clear off all the instructions. We're just going to go very, very neutral. We're going to try and focus a little bit on what we're doing. Right, so the yellow card for Kamara really restricts him. That means that we're going to bring Onyedika on. Yellow card for Duran makes it hard for him to be a pressing forward. So this is the return of Imega. What do we reckon the odds are that Imega gets injured before this game is up? That's what I have a feeling we might be looking at. We're going to play more direct. We're going to try and play it into Imega and Watkins. They've both got enough physicality to contribute in some way. Obviously, we're not looking to play out of defence, but we will distribute it short. So the idea is we distribute it short to the defenders who will then launch it long. Launch it long? Launch it long. Launch it long. Let's see how we do. Can we mount a late comeback in some respect? I hope. David Coote, don't want to cross a white line with him. You don't. So Holifab wants to be talked out of signing Dane Scarlett for Sivasspor. Why not? Go for it. And there's a booking for Diaby. Alexander-Arnold plays it to Robertson. The cross is deflected. Tomine is there to clear the lines. Alexander-Arnold on the ball now. Easily shifts his body to get past 2 players. And playing easily through us. Fire up, guys. I don't know if I need to fire up. That's probably going to be get us even more yellow cards. I thought Coot was against Liverpool. Coot is just corrupt at all levels. He's overcompensating to clear his name. Clearly, Klopp is gone, so it's fine. The love for the white line outweighs the Liverpool hate. I was a menace with my 5-4-1 route 1, says Eddie Bingo. Fair dues. Let's see. So we're going to have McTominay almost certainly going up to be a target forward in due course. We are not creating anything. Since we've moved to the attacking thing, it looks like we're giving up even more chances, which is kind of the thing you expect. Are we going to drag off Diaby? No, we're not. We're going to put Watkins out wide as an inside forward. Diaby there. Omega is going to play as the pressing forward on attack. Ramsey is going to become a target forward on attack, and that target forward goes by the name of Scott McTominay. That means that John McGinn is coming on here, and it's hard for us to go much more direct there, but we are sending it to the target man. Can we make use of our physicality at all? In fact, I mean, what's the harm? We'd might as well lose 3-0. Greg Taylor is going to be that change there. Make sure that Diaby is off tackle harder. That's all our substitutes used up by the 62nd minute, so we are almost certainly going to see Omega injured. Right, here we go. Liverpool. Robertson tries to create some space. Diaby intercepts. Diaby plays it all the way out to Taylor. Taylor plays it to Watkins. Watkins back to Onyedika. Onyedika to Mingaither. This, by the way, is long ball football we're seeing here. Have you seen the long ball football? The really direct, high tempo long ball football into our target forwards? Really liking that long ball football. Here you go, going long. Look at this, nice long ball to our strikers. Nice long ball, there we go. That was actually a long ball. Tommy Yasso there intercepts. He plays it back to Becker. He sends it long. Alisson Becker knows how to play long ball. Out to Mingaither. Could we go for a ball towards the target forward? Here's Omega. I'm guessing that took a deflection on the way. But they're appealing for an offside. Is this about to be disallowed? Godspeed, says Eddie Bingo. We can hope. An unbiased corruption. He should have been a politician. He should. Which Musterman skin is that? I love the player info at the bottom. So Tunshai, this version is not publicly released. Patreons do get access to all my resources. So there are versions with this feature on Patreon, but they only work in very specific scenarios. So this version of the skin only works at 1600 by 900 resolution. I would very strongly not recommend anyone sign up for the Patreon in the hope of getting a skin. There are some fantastic perks and benefits to the Patreon there, and that is just a perk. That's a I can throw in this as well. It's not meant to be a feature per se of the Patreon. So here it goes. Tommy Yasso's got space out on the left. But can Diaby come back? He can indeed. Into Alexander-Arnold. Gravenberch to Diogo Jota. Martinez runs across to the side and then does a weird dive like that. We'll go with that. Corner comes in. Can McGinn get it clear? No. Soberslai gets there. Martinez gathers. Come on, I'm going to praise the team. I'm going to see what praising the team into the last 15 minutes does. We have some mixed reactions there. Geertrude's pass is intercepted. Omega's is heavy. Virgil van Dijk comes away with the ball. Can we pressure them into an error? Doesn't look that way. I'm not exactly sure where McGinn was going there. Now Tomiyasu able to get down the outside. Mingaither gets it off him. What does Mingaither do here? He sends it long. Geertrude is able to play it in. Diaby gathers. Diaby plays it out to Watkins. Watkins, here's McTominay. McTominay, the target forward, to Taylor. His shot, though, is awful. Truly awful. And Liverpool managed to get it clear. Howe intercepts. The highlight isn't over. Watkins coming forwards once again. Watkins sends the cross in. We've sent a cross in. Well, hey, Diaby. We do need to add that crossing in at some point. So Szoboszlai back to Thomas Yahoo. Hit early crosses. Can we do anything else in terms of like play for set pieces maybe? For distributing to the target man. Let's try a little bit more there. Nothing else I don't think that we can do to get them to hit the ball into the box. We've only had one shot on target. We can't complain. But can there be a magic moment? Surely it's too much to ask at Anfield. We gave away an early 2-0 lead. Now Gomez is coming forward, plays it inside. Szoboszlai to Gravenberch. Gravenberch to Geertruida, into McAllister. Can he play it through the lines there? Szoboszlai, wasteful shooting from Szoboszlai once again. So Eddie Bingo, absolutely shocking from McTominay. He's not a striker, to be fair. I suppose we've got to give him credit there. Inside Trek, I've watched all day whilst playing FM all day with a Chinese. Now that sounds like a very good day. A very, very good day indeed. Okay, we're into the last moments. McGinn doesn't have the legs to get past McAllister. That is surely going to be the winning moments for Liverpool. It is indeed. It is indeed. Oh well. Oh well. I mean, that's kind of what you expect. Michael Elise's injury is a bit of a shame as well. The penalty was huge. But a defeat away at Anfield is no shame. It's no shame whatsoever. I will say some positive things. And we've still got stuff to play for. We've got a 6-point lead over Tottenham, but if they win their game in hand, that drops down to just 3 points. So we are very much in a fight. Elise is out for 3 months. It doesn't like our attacking midfielders and strikers. We have been decimated in those advanced positions. We've got 11 days though until our next game. So Elise, an £85 million signing. An £85 million signing. Currently out with a long-term injury. He came in, he twisted his ankle almost immediately. We've had a couple of games from him. 591 minutes, 5 assists. Really, really good impact, really, that. And now he's out for 3 months. Very, 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 very unfair, you mean people. So these guys are resting. That will mean that Diaby comes back in. We move to... Hopefully that didn't keep those instructions. We're trapping inside there. That's marvellous. Into the attacking system. We have 11 days until the game against Bodo Glimt. That will be taken over by assistant manager. Then we head to the home game against Man City. A win against Man City will obviously go a long, long way to securing that top 4 spot. We can lower the line to get more space on their half. So if we lower the line to get more space on their half, that allows them to keep the ball deep. Whereas we want to compress them as much as possible. We wanted to try and press them in that top half to get an error close to goal and swiftly attack. The problem was we didn't really press particularly well, which was a bit disappointing. We saw it quite often. We had the triggers on the press, especially in the first half, and they weren't doing that, which is a bit of a shame. But oh well. So maybe the high tempo is blocking them from taking the time to play a long ball, and instead they play the easiest pass, quite possibly. Had this problem myself often, but the idea came just now. Sometimes you have to look from the outside, quite possibly. Yeah, maybe we can try that in the future, see if taking their time over sending the ball long helps them in that regard. We've got our scholars. We've gone through 11 days. That looks like we haven't picked up another injury, potentially. My word. Some Mings on the bench, Nedeljkovic on the bench, Gauci on the bench. Kamara, we've got McTominay. We will bring in Onyedika for this game. We will bring in Greg Taylor for this game. Why is Luca Digne? He's unhappy about the FA Cup. Well, you shouldn't have lost the game then, should you, Luca? Duki Mingueza. We're going to have Ewan, Ramsey and Lindstrom. Manuel Emego can make his first start for a while. Yeah, I think that's the team we go with. It's away against Bodo Glimt. We should hopefully have Like, again, this is the same situation we've spoken about in the other games. We're away from home first, which is brilliant because it means we can leave this to the assistant manager. And then if we need to take over for the home leg, then we do. We did struggle. There's a 3-5-2 that we drew with against Bruntford, where they scored 3 goals from 2 shots on target. Patrick Berg's great player. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Most people are fit apart from Omega. We're getting Omega back slowly. So hopefully this is a good chance. Have you tried Kefram Turam? I find him very OP in that DM Volante role. We haven't tried Kefram Turam. I'm quite happy with the players we've got in midfield. So we've had really, really good contributions from all those players. Their ratings are all generally pretty decent. If Turam comes up in our scouted players and we need a defensive midfielder, maybe we can consider him for Season 3. Omega marks his return. Diaby scores a penalty. We're 2-0 up after the first leg. And it looks like we'll be playing Slavia Prague or Wolfsburg. Oh, Ollie Watkins is injured now, out for 10 days. Does that 10 days means he misses the Arsenal game as well? It looks like 10 days means he misses both the Man City and the Arsenal game. I feel like 90% of the rounds your own team is at home for the second leg. That's my FM experience. It does seem that way. We all the way through the knockout rounds this season, at least, we've been away for the first, home for the second. So that's going to be John Duran. Omega as the striker there. We look to bring back these players into the starting lineup. Torres stays, Mangeza, Adina. Camera is very tired, but it's going to be McTominay back in the starting lineup there. And Watkins is out. That's Rogers. Yeah, I think that's what we can go with. No, we bring Ramsey back in as well. So that should be okay. Nice big game against Man City. Man City are in 5th. So again, this is a similar kind of situation. If we win this, that obviously makes a big difference in our battle against Man City for the top 4 spots. We do seem to have quite a bit of a gap between us as it is. So defeat here isn't deadly, isn't really costly. Man City's Guardiola position as manager is under threat. Kind of thing we like to see. Man City in 5th is very flattering for the real life City. Indeed it is. There we go. No injuries during the week. What is our situation here now? So we've still got 7 point. We've got 7-point gap. Oh, Arsenal appear to have lost their last 2 of their last 3 games. Tottenham have lost 1 and drawn 1 of their last games. So Tottenham are 5 points behind us with only 2 games remaining. Arsenal are 4 points behind us with 2 games remaining. If we beat Man City, we're guaranteed 2nd. So that's a nice boon. We've got Wolves at home for the last day of the season as well. So, right, a little bit more pressure on the game now. A little bit more pressure on the game. But also a little bit less pressure because we've essentially got 3 games to pick up 2 points. Omega. Right, okay. Moussa Diaby is playing up front. Omega hasn't recovered from that last game quickly. That's fine. That's his first start in a long, long time. We can run with this. Opposition instructions. We've got our lovely inside focus there. Erling Haaland is back for this game. We had Alvarez up front against us last time out. Can we do this? We are surely got to be able to secure second, if not in this game, just in by the end of the season. Pump fist, the fans turn up through thick and thin. You guys don't care about the fans though. I get it. Match preview. Here we go. Diaby to kick off. McTominay on the ball. Almost passed it to the ref. Interesting choice there. Diaby can't quite get it. It squeezes through to Edison. Ruben plays it. I was hoping there's going to be a highlight to start off the game. That would have been nice. So let's see what happens in these opening exchanges. We've got some momentum, even if there's not any chances coming. Digne now with a throw into Duran. Duran whips it in. Zaniolo at the far post hits the woodwork. Hits the crossbar. Unfortunate. Zaniolo, that's why we like him. He's got a decent contribution in the air. So Man City looking to build up from back. Here's De Bruyne. Plays it to Gvardiol. Back to Akanji. Akanji with a hospital pass. No, Rodri is able to get it there. Able to move back. Can he play that ball down the line here? He can. Here's a Campos. Into Haaland. Haaland forward to Nunes. Lets it run. Here's Pau. He passes it straight to Bernardo. Lewis now into Nunes. Nunes turns his man. Camera. Digne with the clearance. Camera into Duran. Duran plays it to Digne. To Ramsey. Chance for Villa to counter, surely. Here's Ramsey. He's managed to get past his man. Sends the cross to the far post. You knew as soon as it was crossed, like those looping crosses, the amount of power they'd need the attacker to generate. You're like, it's going to be one of those limp looping headers. Ruben is allowed space to drive forwards. A camera manages to cut out the pass, but here's Bernardo. Digne takes a heavy touch. Plays it into Camera. Camera sends it long, and Akanji has it together. These highlights could really benefit from starting later on in the move. We've had quite a lot of late build-up. McTominay can't get to the header. Ederson with a great claim on the ball. And Gaither has picked up a booking. What's Ederson going to do here? He's going to throw it out to Ruben. Ruben plays it forwards. No, he doesn't. He plays it backwards. Here's Rodri. Rodri to Nunes. De Bruyne. First time into a Campos. Here's Gvardiol. Inside to De Bruyne. A Campos. Haaland. A Campos. Mingueza didn't go with him. A Campos makes it 1-0. Boys. Poor stuff. Poor stuff. Mingueza just caught flat on his heels. Danilo stepped up to engage Haaland. That's perfectly fine. Mingueza, though, just stood there and watched as a Campos ran into the space. At that point, there was nothing he could do to catch that up. Can we respond straight from the kickoff? Here's McTominay. McTominay goes on a run. Duran gets it inside the box, cuts it back to the Man City player, lets the chance go. But Digne gets the clearance into Camera. Digne is free in space. Digne doesn't cross it. He sends it to Camera, who shoots from miles away. Something that Camera is really good at is scoring long-range goals. But McTominay comes forward. He goes down. Zaniolo fouls Gvardiol. Looks a little bit like a dive to me. Tiki-taka. It was indeed. Right, so we're not having much joy here. We're getting players booked left, right, and centre. Big chance for the goal. Come on, we need to demand more here. Right, we know that these build-ups are going to be long, so let's look at our passing combination. We're not getting it into Moussa Diaby. John Duran is far too far over. I want him more central. That's part of the pressing forward. Obviously means he's going to come out of position occasionally. McTominay tries to do something, doesn't get there. Diaby takes shot from distance. We have found Diaby though. A wasteful shot. So we've had some good positions and then shot from some really bad moments. I would be keen for our players to cross it when they get in crossing situations. That is a frustration. We do have Duran up front. He's not like, he's not a Wout Weghorst. He's not a Nicholas Füllkrug, but a cross to those players might be nice. Here's Haaland. Haaland, you see, you cross it to a big guy, and a big guy can sometimes do something positive. Easily saved by Martinez. McTominay has been trying to do a lot of things. I've got to give him credit for his effort. Ederson, there's Duran trying to chase down Ederson. Thank you very much for the follow, N1CBE. I hope you've had a lovely day. If you feel comfortable talking, here's Camera through on goal. Camera equalises. That's what we need. A lovely reverse pass from Diaby. Yes, if you feel comfortable chatting, let us know who you support. Let us know who you're playing with in FM. Love to hear from you, but absolutely no obligation whatsoever. So Duran into Diaby. Both McTominay and Camera were ahead of play. Our defensive midfielders offering more of attacking threat than Ramsey or Zaniolo seem to be. So we might look to go. We might look to go and do what Liverpool are doing. And tucking these guys inside. I'm going to ask Duran to play much higher up. The only problem I have here is we've got rid of the playmaker style of players that we have. Mingueza comes off for Ezri Konsa, so he can tackle harder. Do I like that? Not sure I do like that. I think I prefer the setup we had there. Maybe as an inside forward on support instead of no, we're going to the slight. I mean, I call it the defensive formation. It's still a positive mentality, still shorter and higher. We've just dropped the line a little bit, so we go to a mid block. Let's make him the poacher. Do we want him to stay central? Maybe we ask McTominay not to dribble and take more risks anymore. He's certainly doing a lot of it anyway, which is fine. Zaniolo hasn't necessarily been great, which is, yep, that's true. Omega to come on for Zaniolo. So Diaby did create, but now because he's in a deeper position to start with, we go with a more attacking role there. Let's try that. Have they made any changes? They haven't. Yeah, we'll see that. So, yes, your day was good, and now it's time to also play FM. That sounds good. So how's my day been? My day has been very good. We're coming up to hour 10. We're just 2 hours away from the end. We've only got a handful of games left. It looks like we might be on pace to finish second in the second season and maybe reach a Conference League final as well. We've been playing to get through a single season in a day. Here's Duran. Duran unfortunately was denied. Good save from Edison. Maybe Ramsey and AMC and Zaniolo winger. Yep, that could be a possibility. We do lack a little bit of dynamism. And when I was thinking about it as we were going there, the defensive midfielders were running up and supporting. So actually, maybe I don't want to block them by having someone in that AMC spot. Into camera. Here's Diaby. Diaby is in behind. What can he do here? Can he find a man? He can. He can find McTominay, but the shot is blocked. This is a good start to the second half. Good start to the second half. Hydrate, says Adam. I shall. That means I need to open that. So a good start to the second half is now going to result in a penalty. You'd think by this point I'd be used to this. You would almost certainly think I'd be used to this by now. McTominay with the foul. That is going to be McTominay's last contribution. Haaland scores. No doubting that whatsoever. So in fact, we're bringing off both of them because Cameron's playing well, but he's tired. Oh well. It is an FM classic, Mr. Tunafish. It's a Musterman classic, let's be fair. I do need to go back through so I was saying it yesterday. I am shocked at the amount of penalties we concede regardless of the tactical setup over the last few weeks. I do need to go through it at some point because it is truly outrageous. Duran though on the ball. Can we make a comeback here? Diaby got loads of space to push and he's got the pace, and here's McGinn. Still not going to cross. So Konsa to Digne to Onyedika. Konsa's the man to take aim. Like we're not doing anything to stop crossing. I don't understand that. Cross more often. Do I really? I can't tell him to cross more often. So cross more often. Asking everyone. Right, fine. The inverted wingback doesn't cross. That's perfectly reasonable. I don't want early crosses. I want them to cross when they are in a position to cross. But the second half, I mean, it looks like Man City seem to have the edge now. We had those moments early on. That big chance from the penalty spot looks like it's killed a bit of our momentum. So Onyedika, was that a pass from Onyedika? Okay. Konza, Diaby gets the turn. Cross. Was that a penalty? Are we going to get a penalty back? We've got... we don't have our penalty taker on the pitch. It's a penalty. Who's going to take it? We've missed every penalty we've watched on stream apart from the one scored by...
Goals on stream.
Yeah! Lovely bit of a Panenka. And now Man City are powering forward, looking for the third. Here it is with Stones. Stones, space down the right. Will Stones cross it? He won't. He'll play it to Kutu. Kovacic to De Bruyne to Kutu. And there we go. An immediate response from Man City. An immediate response from Man City. We have been behind for a lot of this game. Yan Kutu finds Kovacic. Kovacic into De Bruyne. Back to Kutu. Digne didn't follow his man. Come on. Simple things, lads. I mean, the song had barely finished playing. Lindstrom to come on. We need to attack. Higher tempo. Hit those early crosses. Press as much as we can. Panenka against City is crazy work. It is Go Manders, but no, can't believe it. It is a new song. We have celebration songs, Adam, and we're not going to see them because we've played the big games. And the big games we've lost. That Duran song it is. It's a cheeky penalty. Because we'd need to score 2 now to see the celebration songs. Omega, don't tell me that's offside. I thought he held his run. So many offside goals. Duran here plays the ball through. He hadn't held his run. We are. I've got to stop playing the games. I need to leave these to my assistant manager. That is the problem. I am the problem. De Bruyne back to Kovacic. Time has surely expired now. It has indeed. We are not guaranteed second yet. We're not guaranteed. We now play against Arsenal away from home next. We know where the referee lives. We do indeed. Man City jump up to third. There's a 4-point gap still. There is still a 4-point gap. All we need is 2 more points. Well, 3 more points, really. We need a win against either Arsenal away from home or Wolves at home last game of the season. That's the one we want. Put these guys on rest. Training, rest, 4 days. We have a comfortable lead against Bodo Glimt, so we'll play the defensive formation. We will rotate the players, and then we go into that Arsenal game. We still won't have Watkins back, but maybe Omega will be slightly closer in terms of fitness, just to give them the hope. That's what we did, so their defeat hurts more. Maybe that's what we're going for. What did I tell you? I told you Duran can score a penalty. Superb Panenka. It was indeed. So what are the changes we're making for this one? Ezri Konza in for Duki. Lucas Digne's had some bad games. Or is that because Greg Taylor has had all the easy games? Greg Taylor has had the games in Europe, which means that Lucas Digne hasn't played the games where it's easy to get some good ratings. Camera's going to be rested. Rodgers obviously can't play. Watkins is just about back for this. So Omega in. We're going to rest Duran. Great that he scored, but the poor lad has had to play so many games this season. He's only 21, and because of injury, he's been the only player to stay fit basically. So Lindstrom in. Mings in. Onyedika and McGinn. Nedeljkovic is allowed to come on the bench. We're able to name 10 at least. Yeah, that's those players rested. That's what the team we're going to go with. We'll then pull them back into the midfield line. Pardon me. We've got time, haven't we? We've got 2 hours still to go. Let's play the game. Am I bad luck? Am I the reason that we are losing these games? We're going to play this game because we've got the time to get through them. And then hopefully we should have some time spare to do our transfer planning for next season. Obviously, we spent a lot of time this morning going through that, which kind of meant we had to rush through the middle part of the season. Right, can we defend a 2-0 lead at home? Now, when we handed this type of game over to the assistant manager, we had a 2-0 lead against Hearts in the last round. We played this formation at home, exactly the same settings. We won 4-0. So that's what we're gauging at. If we can't win this game 4-0, then our assistant manager is definitely better than us. I think that's the only conclusion that can be made. I am hindering the team potentially. So here's a chance for Ramsey. And I do tinker a lot. Omega through, shoots straight at the keeper. Halkin pushes it over. He had the whole goal to aim for. That's a pen. It did look like it could have been, potentially. Omega at the far post, heads wide. 2 good chances early. We need to get Omega back into the full swing of things. Now, I reckon we give him about 60 minutes or so. And then potentially we bring on Watkins, get some minutes into his legs as well. And we could have him back for the Arsenal game ready to potentially start, which would be quite nice. Saltnes from distance. Martinez turns it round the post. Vaughan, camera settings. It's just TV with the zoom. Really, really basic. Kjaer with the corner. Sends it in. Emmy is in no man's land, but he's managed to set himself back. Fett to Berg. Mo has space. Martinez tips it around again, straight at him. Come on, boys. Focus. Berg will take the corner. He will send it into the near post. Saltness gets there. Martinez with the save. So we had a couple of big chances to begin with. Bodo Glimt have now had some big chances. Where are we going? With the momentum swinging all over the place. Now it's just calm down a little bit. Just calm down a little. And I think we get to the 30th minute part. This is why I say I'm the one doing who's the hindrance. We're now going to try and attack in the last 15 minutes of the half. A goal in this last 15 minutes. Give us a 3-0 cushion would be really, really nice. So here's McGinn. Will he play it through the lines? He's played it late. Lindstrom is offside. He should have played that pass earlier. He missed it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Kjaer with the free kick. Kjaer sends it forwards. And Omega now has loads of space. It's 4-on-2. Send the pass. Pass it. You've passed the... We got the goal, right? We got the goal. I'm not allowed to complain. We scored, right? So, we scored. Pass it. My word. Like, That is a sackable offence for Omega, to be honest. I don't care that we scored. That is shocking. Ramsey now with a chance to counter. He gets tackled by Fett though. Mo plays it back to Heiken. Mo of Mo's Tavern quite famously. And finally Bodo sends it long. Ho wins the header. Konza is able to gather. Now McGinn's going to run into the space. He's going to drive forwards. Will he get the cross in? He can get the cross in here at the far post, and that's a penalty, ref. That is most definitely a penalty. I hate when FM does that, indeed. Laugh my arse off. Task failed successfully, says Big Joe. They only listen to your assistant now. Evidently. Are they? That was a clear penalty. You saw him push over. Good. Well done, Heather Skill Manzano. Vision of a mole. Really does. 3v1 counters after corners always end up with a player running to the corner flag. It's crazy. Like, you know, pass the ball and then run to the corner flag. I don't care if you end up there. Zaniolo with the penalty. That's why he's our penalty taker. 9th goal of the season. A season that's been disrupted by suspensions and injury. But 9 goals is a little bit of an underwhelming contribution. But it's a lovely penalty. I think that's his 2nd of the season. And now we should feel reasonably comfortable. Mingaither here. Could we potentially get a 3rd before halftime, or are we going to do something silly and turn over possession? It's McGinn driving forward once more. Back to Konza. I do like the Volante with dribble more and take more risks. Ramsey now. Can he get the cross in? Ramsey plays it to the outside of the box. Here's Mingaither. Mingaither's going to push into the area. So when we're in the area, are we going to get a cross in? We're going to cut it back once again. Well, I would like some suggestions, if possible, on how to get players to cross more often, especially when they're... So I love working the box, right? My thing that I really like is I want players pushing into this area. If they can get into the box round here, once you get into the box, players can't tackle. Or defenders, it's much harder for defenders to tackle without risk of penalty. So I want players getting here, and I then want them sending the cross, either hanging it up to the far post or the low cross. I don't want the cutbacks. Cutbacks are fine if the option is there, but when we had players flooding the 6-yard box, I want them to cross. So if there is any advice on how to increase crosses when you're in that situation, I would very much appreciate it. So at least the opponents don't do much better in these situations, so it's fair. Yeah, I mean, it is completely fair in that regard. I'm still going to... What is Omega's vision? So Tatsugiri says vision of a mole, and it is indeed vision of a mole. So it's not Omega's fault. That's just the situation. His limitations. Right, so we will go back to the slightly more defensive formation in the second half. Let's just keep things tight. We got that lead that we wanted. So Cosmic Genius says 10 hours. Wow, yes, that's what we're doing, Cosmic Genius. So yesterday, today, and tomorrow, it's going to be 12 hours each day. We're completing one season, a whole season in each session. So there's still 2 hours to go. And there's an injury to Greg Taylor, so we're going to bring on Dina. A minute and 13 seconds into the half. Do we bring on another player then? No, we'll just use that. I have faith. 36 hours of streaming, it is indeed. So Slayer has asked for suggestions for a right back. I have about £20 million playing as Roma. And GTI Rob has suggested Arnau Martinez, which is a very good suggestion. I mean, Slayer, if you want to check out, there's a video on the channel called Moneyball Right Backs, which is suggestions of right backs who you would possibly want to consider based on their performance rather than their reputation and name. So you might want to look at that. I recommend Mingaither. Mingaither is a quality player, generally available for around 9-10 million euros. I'm also a big fan of a guy called Brian Kalula. He's someone nobody has heard of. Let's see the free kick first. He's really cheap. He's very good at doing one thing, which is running down the wing, sending in crosses. But that's why he's so cheap. And he can perform at an exceptionally high level. So Omega's return ends there. In fact, no. So we got that there. Zaniolo to play up front with his slightly more physical profile, and Moussa Diaby on. So those are going to be the changes. Marvellous stuff. So recommendations also coming in for Augustin Giai, Stanisic as well as a suggestion there, Slayer. So Tatsugiri, yikes, that is bad. He does need a Specsavers trip. That's got to be offside. That looked miles offside, surely. Going to tell them to focus anyway. Goal disallowed. Yep, there we go. So the header on from the corner, from the free kick even. Miles offside. Didn't need to go to VAR whatsoever. Or I picked them up for 8.5 for my Villarreal team. Works for me, but yeah, scout and find someone who will in your team. That's the other element as well. Is like everyone's game world is going to be different. So you say for 20 million, whether that's pounds or euros or yen, depending on how far you are into the game, it's going to be difficult to know who to recommend. What changes are we looking at here then? Hydrate I will indeed. Nedeljkovic can come on. Let's bring on our young wonder kid, eh? That's our last stoppage. Do we want to bring on McSauce? We do want to bring on McSauce. There we go. Maybe we spend the last 10 minutes attacking just to establish ourselves a little bit more. Maybe a 3-0 would be nice, eh? Yeah, you want to sign Mingaither, but I couldn't afford him. He wanted 100k per week, trying to cut down on the wage limit. Oh my word, I've never seen him have that kind of demand. I'm guessing you're either a reasonable way into the game, or he's perhaps recently signed a new contract and so isn't as keen about signing. Watkins on his... That's it. That's his return. This is what we've missed. Pardon me, beautiful stuff. I have early crosses on and my players don't Beckham it all the time. So maybe I need... So that's the problem, is hit early crosses is not what I want. Because I want them to get to the byline before crossing. I don't want them doing it deep. But maybe hit early crosses is the solution. Alvaro Odriozola is recommended by Tunshai. Arminio asks, is this the final? No, this is the second leg. We can see it's the aggregate score there. This is the second leg of the semi-final. But we're doing reasonably well for time. So we've only got 2 more league games left and the final. So we're in a position where we can actually finally play some games, which is marvellous. It does look like job done indeed, Eddie. Villa too good for Bodo, indeed. So Hakim, the Russian goalkeeper, how good is he? I have no idea. We can take a look, but I guess we don't have anything in the way of scouting detail on him, so we might not be able to see his attributes, even with our weird attribute system there. So maybe just tick off work ball. We don't use work ball into box. Yeah, I very, very rarely use work ball into box. It always frustrates me seeing players pass around the outside rather than be incisive. They do that enough, even without it ticked on. So who do you think is going to get the biggest glow up stats-wise in FM25? It's going to be John Duran, the greatest player in the world. It's got to be John Duran. Showerlander, I can't believe I just won the league. Had a good run to the beginning, but I was certain I'll get caught up by Liverpool or Arsenal. Fantastic work, Showerlander. Beautiful stuff. Oh, marvellous, marvellous. Can I highlight this some way? User highlight added. What does that do? It doesn't seem to do anything. I pressed a button to highlight it. It didn't make any difference, unfortunately. But well done, sir. Well done. Yep, job done. Into the final. Who are we going to be playing? We're going to be playing Wolfsburg. They beat Slavia Prague on penalties. Jakub Kaminski and Lovro Meyer is there. How long is Taylor out? Taylor is out till the end of the season now. So Luca Dini can get some rest as well because he played most of the game. All right, back to our first team squad in. Dickey, Torres, Lucas Digne, McSauce, Actually, no. McGinn was brilliant. McGinn was really, really good in that game. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever that was. There we go. Ollie Watkins comes in. John Duran. Zaniolo. Ramsey. Zaniolo did reasonably okay. He was involved. It wasn't just the penalty. Nedeljkovic. Just Carter. So we're going to be going with our defensive formation against Arsenal. Now, if we draw against Arsenal, obviously they can't. Arsenal need to win both their games, so that will help us against them. Doesn't help us against Man City. Only a win will guarantee us second from this game. But if we get a win in the final game against Wolves, that kind of does what we need. So hit early crosses on and instruct your players to cross from byline. We could give it a try. I'm not going to do it today because I don't want to experiment as we come into the final sections. But I might give that a go when we're playing with Mariaham, because we're seeing the same situation there, and we can get away with a few more experiments there. Considering I'll be playing in the Champions League next season, you must win the conference. Well, I need to get points every single way I can. Yes, we want to win. We most definitely want to win the Conference League. Right, the break is coming up in about 10 seconds. So I'll be disappearing for 3 minutes, and then we'll be back, hopefully, for the game against Arsenal. So see you guys in a moment. And we're back. So, Out Farby has redeemed another round of Missing 11. And this time it's drawn us with Juventus' 3-0 win against Barcelona in 2017 in the Champions League. So let's head on in and do that. And I can catch up a little bit on the chat as you guys throw in some suggestions. So Icon Air reckons that the biggest glow-up has to be Matt O'Reilly. If you load an FM save right now, Celtic have him listed for loan. His player of the year and top scorer for Celtic before moving to Brighton. That's not necessarily a bad shout. I mean, he does become quite a good player in the game, so I don't know how much of a glow up he'll have. But also, I don't see attributes, so I don't know. Well, we have Showerland. I have to say, don't diminish your achievement. You got 85 points. Arsenal has 82. I mean, that's a pretty fair way to win the league, as far as I'm concerned. If we got 85 points, yeah, we wouldn't have won the league. But it's more points than I managed to get. The most we can get out of this season is going to be 83. So William Adeputra puts this over on YouTube. He says, Gaffer, where are you going? I'm off vacationing, but the game against Arsenal is in 2 days. I'll be back by then. This is the 15th time he's gone vacationing this year. Where do you think he's going? I mean, could you imagine, though? I mean, it's much easier for me to go on vacation and explain it as a holiday than saying to the players, hey, I'm a benevolent being and my sense of time is very different to yours. And for some bizarre reason, we need to get to the end of the season within 12 hours of my time. And they'd be very, very confused. And so we have some suggestions now coming in. We're going with Alexandro at left back as the first suggestion coming in from Adam. It's surely got to be. It is indeed. Do we have Buffon in goal? Do we... the U key on my keyboard is not necessarily that good. I do have Buffon in goal. We're looking at Ronaldo up front. Ronaldo. It's not Ronaldo up front. Can't be in the other positions either. Do we have Morata up front? We don't have Morata up front. Could we have Morata in other positions? No, we can't. We've got Alexandro there indeed. Dani Alves is the right back. It is Dani Alves indeed. Do we have a Mandzukic playing off the left? We do have a Mandzukic playing off the left. Surely this time we've got to have a Chiellini. He wasn't available the last time we had Juventus up there, and his partner in crime, always Bonucci. It is indeed. Dennis Offen, you've got to put the exclamation point first there. So what's the team? It's Juventus 2017, RJ. Pjanic has been a suggestion there. That's a 6-letter name. So is he playing behind the striker? He's not. Was he playing a little bit deeper, potentially? He was playing deeper. Dani Alves, right back. Yep, Dybala in the role behind. There we go. Lovely bit of Dybala. Have we got Cuadrado playing up front? Can I spell Cuadrado? I can indeed. We do have Cuadrado on the wing. Bonucci, Chiellini. Yep. Have we got a McKennie? Weston McKennie? Nope. We do not have a Weston McKennie. That's an 8-letter name. Higuain is a 7-letter. Nope. We've got an N in the striker's name. Cuadrado, Dybala, Higuain, Khedira. It is Khedira. Nope. So we still don't have the space for a McKennie. Khedira, Marquisio, Dybala, Pjanic, Ronaldo, Dybala. Is Costa there? We don't have any names there. So the last thing we've got is there is an N in Higuain. Very good point. Very, very good point. You know that Higuain. That's not an N. That's not an N. There's an N. There is indeed an N. There is an N in Higuain. Look, I've been doing this now. We're at 10.5 hours. You will need to be you need to be more forceful. When you put things in, say, by the way, it fits, you're an idiot, Jeff. You're an idiot, Musterman. The end of Higuain is a premature M, not an N. Thank you for the defense. Thank you for the defense. I need it. Right, has anything happened there? So Man City are within a point of us now, so we do need to win. Arsenal had dropped all the way down to 5th, but you've got to feel like this is a good matchup for them. Looking to play a 4-2-3-1. Greg Taylor's injury sees him out. Happy with the squad we've got here. So Omega to come off the bench. Oh, Omega has the physicality to play either role. So that gives us quite a lot of versatility. McGinn keeps his place. Opposition instructions. Let's do our marking and our closing down. Their players are all in peak condition from the looks of things. Erdegaard playing deep. That's an interesting thing to see there. So, yo guys, Chelsea 2012 UCL final. What about them, Cosmic Genius? Will I watch tomorrow's game, says Bazooka15. I'm going to be streaming again all day tomorrow, Bazooka. So from 10:30am to 10:30pm, we're going to be doing this again. So it's going to be season 3. Exactly the same thing, completing a season in a day. So we did we do the Chelsea 2012 final earlier on in the evening? Yes, we did. That was one of the earlier ones with Ryan Bertrand on the left wing. Let's run with what we've got there. McGinn is unsure, so let's say no pressure. Digne hasn't reacted, so let's say we've got some faith. So a draw doesn't guarantee us second, but it does take Arsenal out of the race for second. Some more. There is greater stake for Arsenal than there is for us. If we don't win this, a win against Wolves guarantees us second. So the early phases, we're not seeing much here. Danilo plays it into McGinn to Kamara. Kamara over to Ramsey. Ramsey can play it to Watkins. Watkins can play it through to Digne. Luca Digne takes too many touches. He was a little unsure. Hit that early, send it across the keeper. Digne, though, with the corner, sends it in. Ramsdale claims. That's a shame. So, Rip Villa in real life. Why'd you say Rip Villa in real life, Bazooka? So how has the voice been holding up with the longer streams? We've done okay. I've been working through my lozenges during the course of those breaks. But yeah, it's just about held out. Everyone has been brilliant at reminding me to hydrate. So yeah, I'm amazed. There's a tickle. There is definitely a tickle going on. Here's a cross. We know that Arsenal are dangerous at corners, but maybe we can counterattack. Here's Duran. We refused to pass during the counterattack, which is a bit of a shame, but there we go. Rowan is in. Good evening, Rowan. I hope you're doing well. We are doing a lot better this time. We have succumbed to the meta. Our Chelsea 4-2-4 that we used in a video earlier this year has done us okay. We haven't been able to take down Liverpool, though. Liverpool with Marco Reza are playing a 4-2-2-2 narrow, and they have been one hell of a force. 104 goals in 36 games, only 28 conceded, and unfortunately we're just not quite there yet. If we win this game, we're guaranteed second. If we win the final game of the season at home against rival Wolves, we are also guaranteed second, and we're into the conference final for the second year running. Right, Kamara, can he play it to Dean? He can. Digne, can he get the cross in? Nope, he turns away from the opportunity. He does finally. Duran on the turn. Ramsdale turns it away. We've had a couple of big chances in this game already. Are we going to regret them? He's surely going to play it short to Ramsey. Ramsey does that and we win another corner. So RJ says, speaking of which, with the hydrate. Right, yes, indeed. Crodmo is in. Good evening, Crodmo. How are you, sir? How was your day? How's Manchester? Feed the Crodmo. He's already eaten way too much. Got to remember, RJ. We don't feed the Crodmo. Crodmo out for no apparent reason. Right, here's Lokonga. Back to Saliba. Saka finds space down the right, but Duran, look at Duran as a pressing forward. Duran does great work, and then the rest of us fail. You should all be ashamed. All be ashamed. John Duran came back and won the ball at left back. Played the pass to you, Ramsey. And what did you do? You did that. You should be ashamed of yourself, Jacob Ramsey. There's an RG out too now as well. Shambolic. Absolutely shambolic. It seems harsh. I mean, RJ seems to be embracing it. I mean, as soon as we suggested it, he was saying it himself. The streamer bullied me, that's true. Watkins, restore parity. Don't shoot. Who needs to shoot? Why bother shooting? That's another big chance gone missing. Now, can Arsenal double their lead? They're going to send it in. Martinelli wins it. It's a free kick to us. I thought that was going to be 3 consecutive games with a penalty in the Premier League. These late games have been absolutely brutal for us so far. So we've both had 3 shots. Our chances have been good, but we need more of them. Ødegaard now into the wall. Saliba will get a chance to send it back in. Ødegaard to Sambi. Sambi back to White. Oh, that was a crap highlight. What a crap highlight. So there was 97 at one point afterward. Was there really 97 people at that? My word. We're going to become just another statistic soon rather than the mild irritant we truly are. You are never going to be... You're never not going to be the mild irritant, Adam. No, I love you guys. Now, obviously, as I said, like this, the whole point of this stream is that this is meant to be a place that people can come during a time that is to provide some normalcy during a time where everything else is disrupted. So it's lovely to see everyone here. I certainly don't expect to see these people next week. I imagine that when everything's a little bit closer and back to normal, you'll be able to go back to a routine, and that's good. That's kind of the idea. I'm not trying to do this to further myself. So I think we've been unlucky. Well, I can't say you've done nothing wrong. I can. I'll tell all of you that you've done nothing wrong, with the exception of Jacob Ramsey, who will know he's done something wrong because he's coming off. We go to our attacking system now. We're going to play Watkins out wide, put him as an inside forward. We're going to ask Duran to be a poacher. Let's keep Duran high. I mean, what's the point in him coming back and defending if we're going to give the ball away? So realistically, as we say, it makes no... If we need to win the last game regardless. A draw here makes no difference. A loss here makes no difference either. We can lose if we lose this game. If we draw this game, we still need to win the last game of the season. So we might as well go for it. Zinchenko, though, with a chance. Maybe we've made ourselves a little bit too open. Ramsey's left wing nightmares, indeed. It's a different type of Ramsey nightmare. But I wonder if it would be just as aggressive and shouty. Here's a chance for us to break. Zaniolo can play it across. We've got 2 players over. Will we make the pass? And Mega does find Watkins. He plays it out to Digne. Digne back down the line. No, he sends the cross in. He sends the cross in that Zinchenko gets away. Zaniolo gathers, plays it inside to McGinn. McGinn with the cross. Cut out, unfortunately. And Arsenal able to clear their lines. Ben White back into Saka. Watkins robs it off him. Duran plays it through. Not enough on it. Mingueza plays it through. And Mega with an awful shot. An awful shot. I hope everyone's had a good Christmas. If that's a big day in your country, we did both. That's lovely to hear. I'm more than mild. Gomanda says, in the voice of DiCaprio, we not fucking leaving. There we go. In my, I'm not, I wouldn't be offended in any way whatsoever. This is here to be a moment in time, shall we say. Eddie reckons that Poacher is a striker in their purest form. That is a fair claim. I mean, it is very much what I would probably describe Haaland as we go 2-0 down. There we are. So we are open now. Lucas Digne, we can't take him off. We don't have any left backs left. Ollie Watkins we can bring off. And that will be for Lindstrom. Moussa Diaby coming on here. So let's try what we were talking about earlier, which is we bring the tempo down to go direct. We're sending the ball forwards now to the target man. And that target man is going to be Omega. So Omega, so target forward and a poacher. We've got loads and loads of options there. We've got the physicality. So let's see if that makes any difference, whether we actually send it long. So the last couple of times that we've gone all out, we've gone direct. We didn't see a single ball forwards to the target forward. Omega can't quite get the header there. Go sit in the corner, Jacob Ramsey. Sadly so. Sadly so. Have we sorted the merch yet? No, Crudmo. Since Monday evening, I've been on stream all day. Inzaghi for the old people like me. Indeed. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Indeed it is. Channeling our Drogba as Odegaard forces a save out of Martinez. He's a youngster. You mean Paolo Rossi? Yeah, no one's that old. No one's that old. Saliba at the far post, can't get there. Headed behind by Boubacar Camara. So, corner to the edge of the area. Saka, back out to Erdegaard. Erdegaard crosses it in. He's offside, though. Nothing much happening there. We need to make sure that we're doing our marking up stuff. Reece Nelson has come on. Reece Nelson is cracking in this game. So Crudmo tries to claim that he's not that old. He really is. He really is. Nelson, here we've just talked about how good he is. Diaby gets the tackle in. Tierney now. Loads of space. Runs laterally. No one gets near him. Deflected cross. Thankfully, Martinez was there. So we're sending a long. We sent a ball long. There we go. We didn't win the first ball, but Miguel is there. Amiga through the lines. Duran, did he manage to hold his run? He didn't. He was offside anyway. He is offside anyway. The last changes we've got. Loads of players are tired. I guess we're going to bring off both the midfielders. So we've got Scott McTominay, Rafael Onyedika. Do we let's do something that doesn't really make sense. Well, it does make sense. And that is a second target forward. Second target forward in the shape of Scott McTominay. Let's have these guys come in central as well. I want everyone flooding that central space. Let's send it forward, pick up all the pieces. Very, very narrow. Let's not play out of defence. We're distributing there. Direct as we can possibly go. I have faith in you. So what are the odds that we have Digne sent off in the last few minutes? Because we don't have any left backs left. Kamara takes a shot from aim. That's a shame. So anyone who's followed Cats of Crudmo on Discord should know all ours have gone utterly mental since we got home 10 minutes ago. I can imagine. Omega could get there. No, he can't. Mingueza picks it up. Mingueza sends the cross. There's an open goal. No one shoots. Onyedika doesn't even shoot. We've gone back to the defender. Nelson with the shot. Nothing there going. So RJ is only 13 according to his name. Indeed he is. No, we had to kill the other 12. Indeed. Actually, he's 11, born in 2013. There is a possibility. This is my kind of lineup, nice and attacking. Time for the 3-3-4 Joker mode, potentially. 3 strikers, 2 AMs. We're in for it. Mo reckons we need to provide width with the fullback. I'm not even bothered about us getting crosses. I just want us to send the ball forward, pick up the pieces. So Dennis Elfin says, just won with Plymouth at Watford, 7-1. Amazing stuff, Dennis. Adam, as the closest I have to a local EFL side, I approve of this message. Time to take out all our frustrations on Wolves. We most definitely need to. This is the end of our season has taken a dip, a massive, massive dip. And we can feel a little bit FM'd. 1.47 XG, 0 goals, 1.07 XG, 2 goals. It's the story of the games I manage. We should be leaving it to our assistant manager. Kwan, you were right. The assistant manager is so much better than us. So here comes the rest. We can give them 2 days rest. We've got a week to go. We'll be playing with our attacking setup there. We can see, look, this is since I've taken over, our average form has dipped. That is defeats to Man City, defeats to Liverpool, defeat to Arsenal. We have been truly atrocious. It could be that we drop out here. So we've only got 2 points ahead of Tottenham in second. Can you imagine that we don't make the top 4 right now. You know what's going to happen here. You so know what is about to happen. We are finishing 5th. I am 100% certain of it. We will lose. Oh, this is going to be horrible. I can feel it. Oh. Everything is there. Team meeting. Don't let our heads drop. There's a positive response. Try and lift that morale a little bit before a big game at home against Wolves. And then the final. I know. Oh. Yeah. So, Ass-Man better than Beardman. Indeed, that's exactly what I was just saying, Quan. So, yes, Adam lives near Plymouth rather than Cornwall. Rather than Watford, sorry. Showerlander says, to be fair, this was some very difficult games. It was indeed. That's why we've taken charge. I mean, we say the Ass-Man is better than me, and he might well be. But the fact is that we take charge of the difficult games, and we leave the Ass-Man to the easy ones. I mean, he draws at home 3-3 to Brentford, who only have 2 shots on target. But yeah, I'm kind of getting the feeling that we should just leave this to the Ass-Man. Shark Alive says, you've done great work with your attributeless skin, but I can't convince myself to use your skin for my save, sadly. It feels a bit wrong to me, especially when in lower leagues. That's alright. I don't force anyone to use my skin. 'Cause that'd be weird. Ollie Watkins is injured, only for 2 days. Ducky is injured for 3 days. That was on Friday, so he's not going to be available. Our backup keeper is out for 6 days. So that means Konza in at centre-back. Carter comes in off the bench. Johansson drops out, and that's going to be Gauchi on the bench. Watkins is back in time. Ramsey is going to be dropped for Lindstrom. Omega is going to come in for John Duran. And we're going to bring in McSauce for John McGinn. That's what we're going with. That is what we're going with. So the last league game of the season. A win is what we need to guarantee second. A draw is not enough. Well, it might be enough depending on how results go elsewhere. There is 2 points that separate second, third, fourth and fifth. It's tight. It is very, very tight. Do we have any teams playing one another? Arsenal away against Brighton. Man City away against Sheffield United. Tottenham at home to Newcastle. No teams playing one another, unfortunately. So they're going to be playing a 3-4-3 as well. A formation that can be quite tricky for us. It's better. 3-4-3 we prefer than the 3-5-2. We are going to tackle hard on Archie Brown, who's not in great shape, and on Gonçalo Guedes. Or it'd be Guedge, like Fernandes. So that's the team. Into it we go. So final match against Wolves as well. I'd imagine it's a very different for you, or would be. And while you're at it, bottle the Conference League as well. It's going to be the case, Holy Fab. We bottled it last time. Quadmo uses Mustermann's skin. You wear it like a cloak. Indeed he does. Oh wait, did I say that out loud? So the poll's finished. We've got 4 people reckon we'll finish second. 2 people reckon we'll finish 5th. I didn't vote, so that's 3 people reckons we're going to finish 5th. So we have gone with what the assistant manager has told us to. They say a draw on final day secures qualification for the Champions League preliminary stages unless our goal difference advantage is somehow wiped out in unlikely fashion. I want to make sure we do our bit and record a victory here. That's a catchy thing to say, isn't it? I'm saying do this for the fans because it's a derby. Right, Wolves kick off. Here we go, guys. Here we go. So what is the situation with Rodgers? He barely gets any playtime here. On my Villa save, he is so much better than Ramsey. He's been really rubbish when we've played. He's not really part of the team's plans, to be honest. When he played in the first season, he didn't do anything of any note. Whereas Ramsey has chipped in with goals and assists, and Lindstrom was signed to be part of that rotation there. Yeah. So you can secure the second place against your local rival. Genius. I say it's a perfect, like the way the season was set up with those three big games just before the end, and then this game against Wolves. And Wolves are about to take the lead with Cunha or not. Nagalo into Montez. Montez shoots straight at Martinez. It's been a bad first 20 minutes. We haven't really created anything. So what are we seeing here? Nothing necessarily out of the ordinary. Going to push up the thing. Watkins, though, with a great chance. That was... Once we see this come up. So it's 3 shots. We've had none of the ball. We're not getting the pressure on their back line. So they're seeing big amounts of possession. We should be getting pressure on their back line, realistically. Lindstrom's taken a knock. So here we go. We need to pressure these guys. We're not going to necessarily push them hard, but we want to stop them having a settled position on the ball, which is part of the problem we've got here. Do it for the fans, Bosch. Be right back. Quick stop to say hello to some family. That's understandable. Like, don't make it quick. Don't make it quick at all. That's way too long. They won't understand. They're football players. Exactly. Who would ever say that? Who would ever say that? Hopefully we win the Conference League too. El Norby, we would like to... Let's one thing at a time. This is not a good game so far. We simply have to be better in front of goal. Lindstrom's knock. He's going to come off. Ramsey back in. Right, McTominay can be even more attacking. And let's see if we can do something early in the second half. Could have been a goal. Could have been. What's your opinion on CSKA Moscow as a club? I don't really have an opinion, I'm afraid to say, Cosmic Genius. Holy Fab says, just had you say, you win, you get all the beer you want. Indeed, that would work. Right, Guedes loses out to Watkins. Can Watkins do something from here? Is he going to run down a blind alley? He loses out to Guedes. Lemina now loses out to Ramsey. Here's the ball through. Imega is through on goal. Imega is denied by Sarr. Oh no, he's denied by Jekyll. Short corner routine. Here's Mingueza back to... Here's Dina. Dina cuts it back to Zaniolo. Zaniolo over to Powell. Is someone going to shoot? Powell does shoot and it goes into the defender. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. In Germany, we say, geht's raus und spielt's Fußball. I'll take your word for it. So this is how it is to have a team of players who don't like big matches. Potentially. As a Sporting fan, I hate them, and I bet you know why. Sehr gut, says Crudmo, showing off his German. UEFA Cup final or semis? I forgot, lol. Final, I think. Right, that would be the reason. Fair enough. Much better in this second half. A number of chances going in there, not being able to convert. Now, why can't we convert when I manage? Dina with his chance hits the frame of the goal. They get it clear. So cometh the 70 minutes, cometh the man. We're going with John Duran. John McGinn to come on as well. I trust you to make the difference. Yeah, your first heartbreak was the UEFA Cup final. Time for a Duran banger. We can only hope so. Long shots, 25 out of 10. Or is this going to be a heartbreak? João Gomez turns. Joe Gomez has found space. João Gomez just can't get the shot on target. Right, let's demand some. Let's fire these guys up. This is a big game. Big game for us. It's against our local rivals. We need the points. And Dina gives it away. Cunha now coming away. Here's Kabore into Lamina. There's Duran stealing it off Lamina. He's got to play the pass at some point. Will you play the pass? He does. Here's Camera. Camera out to McGinn. McGinn takes the shot. Why did he take the shot there? Come on, last 10 minutes. Pow across to Konza. Konza to Mingueza. Mingueza, we've got Zaniolo out wide. Zaniolo gets the cross into the far post. Duran! Oh, I don't want to know what's going on in the other games. Zaniolo did well there, but we're going to bring on Moussa Diaby. We're going to make him more attacking. We're going for it in the last few minutes. Luca Digne, I don't have anyone to bring on for him. Onyedika comes on because Camera is tired. They don't need motivation. Come on. Quantify, welcome in. DIRB, thank you very much for the follow. How was the rest of your evening last night? Camp Sparkley says, any tip not to concede so much from set pieces? No, we've conceded loads. We could finish 5th. How on earth could we end up finishing 5th? Gomandes, what's more annoying is that Wagner Love had the game of his life and never did anything relevant after. Pow! Get in! Get in! Oh, pow! Pow! I gotcha! And now you got your boyfriend! For those Graham Central Station fans, I'm sure there's loads of Graham Central Station fans in the chat. Can Wolves ruin the day though now? Martinez claims the cross. Just be sensible. Plays it to Pau. Pau to Onyedika. Onyedika decides to turn and play it into Konza. McGinn's going to play it back to Martinez. I don't like this. I really don't like this. Maybe play it over to the man who's been free all that time. Finally, well done. Mingueza plays it into Watkins. Watkins, now Duran. Duran finds Ramsey. Ramsey makes it 2-0, but the flag is up. The flag is up. This is coming back. This is coming back. It was a good counter-attack, but unfortunately, the pass was just a little bit too late from Duran. Ramsey went too early. I blame the on the pass from Duran, really. He took a heavy first touch. It was beautiful, wasn't it? But the highlights aren't ending. Here's Jekyll with the ball. Plays it to Nagalo. Nagalo into João Gomes. Goes forward. Mingueza manages to put whoever that was off. Pau Torres cross to Konza. Into McGinn. Over to Mingueza. There he is. Finds Diaby. Diaby dwells on the ball a little bit. We get away with it. Onyedika beats Lamina. Duran plays out wide. Ramsey stays onside this time. The cross is cut out. Onyedika across to Digne. Digne with the shot. Jose Sarr with yet another save. Arsenal are 3-0 up. Man City are 2-1 up. We need to hold on. Do we drop? Do we drop? Sheffield United have come back. 2-2. Digne's cross. Neto gets it clear. Cunha though. Cunha could do something here. It's Cunha against 4. Cunha against 4. He's still got the ball. Cunha. Somebody just hack the bastard down. They've got a corner out of that. We are dropping. We are dropping absolutely everything. On to balanced. It's well intercepted. Watkins just get the ball clear. Here we go. Last few minutes. Can we just kill any momentum? Jose Sarr with a goal kick. There's still 3 minutes left. How on earth are there 7 minutes injury time in this game? Montes forwards to Neto. Lamina cut out by Onyedika. Watkins plays it through. Duran. You know what's about to happen.
Goals on.
That will do nicely. Are they suggesting he was offside? I didn't think he was. He wasn't. Well onside. Second place surely wrapped up now. Surely that's wrapped up now. It is definitely goals on stream, not girls on stream. We're not doing that at all. And that means there's time for another stupid song, something a little bit like this.
Aston Villa, Villa Park, FM World Cup. Can we win the league? Oh no, 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 no.
Boom. Second place finish. That will do very, very nicely. They left it late. They had me in all sorts of horrors. Man City, did they lose? No, it was a draw. They 2-2 there. But Arsenal and Tottenham won. That surely Pep Guardiola sacked.
Tell me, how do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on a needle?
Bless you, Adam. 5 gift subscriptions. You are an absolute gent. It's told me that Valorant has gifted a subscription to Jamie Oldham, FC24, but it's not told me who your subscriptions have gone to. So I feel very bad that I can't read them out. I'm really, really sorry. Or does it say it here? I can see it in the chat over there. So it's Josh Bosch Darts, I3 Yulo, Mr. Banksy, Scouse Raw, and Jagsman. Marvellous. Bless you, Adam. Bless you, Adam, indeed. I haven't seen much of the Villa stuff, but a late win like that to seal second deserves a little something. Bless you. Congratulations to the second, says Al Norby. It's Southgate at Villa Park. We wouldn't let him in. They think they spotted Southgate at Villa Park, but he's been banished for years. That's why he wouldn't pick Grealish whilst he was there. He knows how much we hate him for his comments about Villa when he left back in the late 90s. Muster Mary does it again. We've done it finally. That's a much, much better season. So Lindstrom is out for 12 days. Does that mean he misses the final? Does mean he misses the final. We've got a 71 million budget for next season. And we've got one game left. We have an hour and 15 minutes left as well. So we've got enough time to do some transfer planning as well, which is nice. Right, let's get these guys rested up. John Duran has earned his place in the final. Mega will get the start. Ollie Watkins potentially. Does Ollie Watkins drop to the bench? No, we start with Ollie Watkins out wide because we have none of these options. Will Dookie be back in time? That's the one I want. Yes, Dookie will be back in time. We will have only 8 players on the bench potentially. Johansson, or we can have 9 players on the bench, but one of them will be a goalkeeper. None of these guys are going to be back in time. No, they're not. So, has he been sacked? Has Pep been sacked immediately, or will he get a day before he finds out his fate? Looks like he might get a day before he finds out his fate. So Man City threw away a lead right at the last moment. Pep Guardiola still keeps his job, potentially, although it is meant to be decisive. Right, we need to move on. We need to move on all the way to our final against Wolfsburg. Can we avenge last season's defeat? I don't... Liverpool plus 11 points, 80 goal difference. They've scored crazy amount of goals. So Man City are in the Europa League. Yep. Worst thing that can happen to football. And City should disband their club if they won't win it. Well, you never know. This could be the downfall. This could be their downfall. 5th usually still gets you Champions League in the Premier League. With all the new rules, they might get it on coefficients. That's true. No reasonable youth that can sit on the bench just in case. Like they can. We can do that indeed, but it's kind of pointless. They're never going to come on. Rafael Silva's asked, "Hi mate, how are you going?" We're doing a lot better than yesterday, that's for sure. We finished 2nd in the league. We're back in the Conference League final, hopefully with a chance to avenge our result from last night. Hopefully. Captain Haaland, really interesting. And thank you for redeeming the hydrate. And Crodmo has redeemed it. There was something weird about people forcing you to drink. No, you're not forcing me at all. Is there a way to add a history to your manager? Asked Cosmic Genius. I'm afraid there isn't. No. Glug, glug, glug. Glug, glug, glug indeed. So, Omega is a winner. He has won the Players' Young Player with his 15 goals and 3 assists in 25 appearances. It's a little bit of an underwhelming output, you would say, but all of our attackers' seasons have been disrupted by injury. So since we've signed him, a couple of small injuries, a tight groin, a bruised ankle, sprained knee ligament, shin splints. It's all kind of been spaced out. So he's played a couple of games, missed a couple of games, then taken a little while to get back up to fitness, then gets injured again, and so on. Wages to turnover. Look at that. Look at that. One thing that Villa are quite famous for is that we spend a high amount of our turnover on wages. We've got that down to 39%. Look at Everton there. They spend 56 million, but they have turnover of 166. So was that 10%? Oh no, so that was Norwich was 33%. Everton spend 160 million. Their turnover is 1.15 billion. Oh, they've got a takeover, haven't they? They'll have had a takeover. And with that takeover, they didn't go crazy. They did sign Thiago Almada. They signed Adrian Bernabé, a player I like quite a lot. They sold Chamiti. They bought in Elliot Anderson. How underwhelming. And they sold Dominic Calvert-Lewin. And they still finished 15th. Tyrone Mings is injured. He unfortunately is he okay for the bench? He is okay for the bench. Greg Taylor, not really. Lindstrom is okay as well. Pitch. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. So what are the bits that we see there? Hope Guardiola gets a bit better on FM25. This is the longest I've seen him at City, this FM. His style doesn't mesh particularly well with the more effective systems in the game, that is for sure. So did anyone get sacked? Do we see any major sackings there? We don't in the news. Manager movements. So 1st of May, nobody has been sacked at the end of the season. Interesting. So is that the best squad we can go for? I think that's the best squad we can go for. Cosmic Genius, we will play it in a second. Let's get us all the way up to the final. We can play a round of Who Are You? We can do that before the final. That's no problem at all. So let's put Rory Wilson on the bench. Let's put Oregbenham on the bench as well. What we'll do before we play that is I will try and catch up properly. RJ missed 3 months with the 2 last injuries. He missed indeed. Nottingham in 9th. That's not bad. Some good news for the Toffees at last. They must have found oil under their stadium, quite possibly. In the river, could be. I mean, why not? He won 11 leagues and 3 Champion Leagues in 22 years with City and Marseille for Al Fabi. Incredible. Cosmic Genius says, I made my coach as one of the best goalkeeper coaches in the game. 18-18-19. Yeah, okay. Zenergy says, unlike Company, who may as well be a cheat code for the AI in this game. I don't think well, he got sacked by Burnley in the first season in this save, so didn't really come up against him. Egarm, thank you very much for the follow. So we've got a redeem on the Who Are You. So let's head on over and play a round of Who Are You. Cosmic Genius, as you redeemed, you get to make the first guess. Who do you want to guess at a player? And that's where we're going to work from. Niko Kovac got Manager of the Year. How was Wolfsburg's Bundesliga season? We can go and check that in a moment. Obviously, I am a little keen to get through the game and actually spend the last few moments doing a bit of transfer planning, so that maybe we're in a little bit less of a rush tomorrow. But we'll see. We'll do what we'll do what happened last night, which is we'll do the transfer planning, but then forget that we didn't save it after we did the transfer planning. So Cosmic Genius wants to go for Alexander Golovin as the first guess. So what did Gomandes said? We have a quote on Gomandes. I've missed that. Oh, Hope Guardiola. That's a comment. Yeah. That's OP. I want him to get better, but not like real life. Fair point. So we have a player in League 1. They're a midfielder. They're younger than 28. Shirt number higher than number 10. They don't play for Monaco. What do you mean? Who the hell is Golovin? I mean, it's Alexander Golovin. Yep. There we go. That's okay, right? Sure. Moreno Torricelli. Thank you, Crabmo. Where is the Enzo Lafay supporter? It's going to be very, very early in the morning for Hung Min, so it's probably around 4 a.m. now. He's probably been off for a little while. But let's go for Enzo Lafay, as you've mentioned it. Oh no, he's over in Roma now, isn't he? So that won't count. I said so you're get used to it, Cosmic Genius. I am going to pronounce names wrong. Thank you for the correction. But generally, instead of just going, who the hell is Golovin? It's Golovin. Just say, it's Golovin. There we go. Ludovic Blas has been the suggestion. Because you can be certain that after 11 hours of streaming, I'm going to be a cranky bugger. I am definitely going to be a cranky bugger at this point. Kwan is back. Welcome back, Kwan. So they don't play. Blas is counted as a forward in this. So unfortunately, it's not that. Younger than 26, though, we know now. Jean Neves as a suggestion. Let's go for Neves. It's looking good. So it's a Portuguese midfielder at Paris Saint-Germain. I have a feeling we know who that's going to be. I can see a Vitinha from RJ. Surely it's got to be Vitinha. It is indeed Vitinha. There we go. Angel Gomes could have been a fair one. I'm a cranky bugger at the best of time. Absolutely. You're absolutely furious, are you, Cosmic? I'm sorry. Narrows it down a touch indeed. Vitinha. João Suarez over on YouTube mentioned Vitinha as well. Fabulous stuff. Let's head on over to the final. So, Wolfsburg, they finished 5th overall. Let's have a look. Joint points with RB Leipzig. Just a little bit behind on goal difference. A long way off Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich win the league by 16 points. But it is a good Wolfsburg side. It is. Let's go. I got club and position. Indeed, you did. You didn't get club and position. You got league and position. This is going to be a hard game. It is. Who was the first loss for Bayern? Let's pop back to that. Schedule. They lost in the league. They lost to Freiburg away from home all the way back in November. Stop overthinking it. Stop overthinking it. Here we go. Max Arnold is not at perfect shape. We're already going to be tackling hard there, so that's okay. Kaminsky is a player that I really, really like in this game. I'm a little worried about him, but Mingueza should be able to handle it. Should be able to handle it. Look at that lovely green. This is for the supporters. Doesn't work a second time. Here we go. We're going to do this. Let's win this thing, says RJ. Don't overthink it. It's not about the statistics. It's not. Let's go, Villa. Let's do this. So you can throw the bottle, says RJ. Let's see. We've got to send it into Omega. Grabara tips it over inside of the first 30 seconds. We've got bad memories. The trauma is already being brought up. Our wonderful, wonderful performance last night, only to lose 2-0. So McTominay has picked up a booking already inside the opening 5 minutes. Let's tackle harder off. Lot of the ball there, it seems to be, for Wolfsburg so far. Konza plays it across to Kamara. Zaniolo into Duran. Plays it back to Kamara. That's a lovely bit of passing. Omega is through. He's offside though. Offside. That was some very, very slick passing. And so nothing really standing out. None of the teams really kind of seizing the momentum. But here we go. Wob with the corner. Kaminsky in at the near post. Omega gets it clear. Can Zaniolo hold the ball up? He can. He turns lovelily, but he gets tackled. Lovelily. Mingueza now. Mingueza's going to play it down the line. Zaniolo cuts inside, feeds Omega, who is offside once again. Focus, man. Focus. Konza has picked up a yellow card. He's on tackle harder, so that's okay. Kaminsky crowded out. Martinez plays it to Mingueza. Mingueza down the line to Zaniolo. Inside Omega. Oh, Omega, you might be coming off at half time. Out wide, Wimmer. Back to Gabbia. Barrero. Here's Jonas Wind. Plays it out to Kaminsky. Good block from Zaniolo. Then he plays it safe. McTominay's got to play it out to Zaniolo here. Zaniolo running. Can he get the cross in with the right foot? He can. Here's Scott McTominay. Scott McTominay pulls out a great save from Grabara. Zaniolo is the MVP right now indeed. It is lovely. Where are all the green kits in the stands coming from? Certainly not from Wolfsburg. Well, it appears they're very, very keen on this game. Staying hungry like a wolf against Wolfsburg seems apt. It does. Channel your inner West Ham, says Tatsugiri. Oh, let's hope we can. Omega ruining a really good season with this generational stinker. It feels that way. It does feel that way. Zaniolo doing all of the ball progression. Here he is again. His shot, though, is a little bit tame. We're lucky to get a corner from it. Paniso, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Dinia's going to play it short to Duran. Why is Duran outside? Konza. Dinia. Konza out to Mingueza. Duran, all a little bit tame there. Didn't even seem to know the ball was being passed to him. It is highlight after highlight at the moment. Kaminsky plays it forwards. Maya gets across. Kaminsky can beat his man, surely. Mingueza with a tackle. If that was a penalty, I might have lost my mind. Thank you very much for the follow, Isixon79. Again, I hope you've had a lovely day so far. We are in the... Oh, Jonas Wind shot backwards. Oh. We need to get a little bit more control, and that means we're going to move down to positive for a second. They have had most of the possession. They seem to be building up from deep a lot, which makes sense. That close, the wind stopped it going in. How did he miss that? Konza bloody loves shooting at the edge of the box. Weird, it's not like a trait or anything. Konza into Kamara. Kamara to Duran. Duran plays it. It runs through. Watkins here. Watkins is in. Watkins has made it 1-0. That's his 35th goal of the season. He's done it. Ollie. Oi. Lacroix's challenge. Lets the ball run through. Watkins running from deep. Lovely finish. Taken first time. Where is the Villa song? There'll be Villa songs if we win at the end. We have a Duran song, and we have a couple of Villa songs for when we win games. We've done well in terms of chance creation. That's a key point. Now, I know that if Hung Min was in, he'd be very upset, but I don't like my players being on yellow cards. So tackle harder. Don't take more risks. Omega survives for a little bit. We will be bringing him off maybe 10 minutes into the second half. We'll put Watkins up into that that central position. Bring on Ramsey, I'm guessing. Limbs indeed. Ole, 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 ole. Pizza Hut, hut. A yellow card this time. That's going to Wolfsberger picking up the cards now. It's been a pretty poor second half so far. Zaniolo can't get there. Watkins plays it in. Mingaither is credited with the goal, but is that offside? Was Mingaither offside? I don't know. I have absolutely no information to go from there. Their arms are up. That's a goal. That is a goal. We're 2-0 up, boys. We're 2-0 up. Dini's cross swung in. Zaniolo couldn't get there first. Watkins, though, plays it across. Mingaither strikes it at Grabara. Grabara can't get enough on it. Was it a tight offside? It didn't look like it to me. That is not what I'd call a tight offside whatsoever. Right, we are going to make that change. That change is Emega coming off. Jacob Ramsey coming on. Watkins goes up front. They haven't made any changes yet. This will be the one for the fans to remember. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 2-0 is a dangerous scoreline. Konza plays it into Kamara. Kamara to Mingaither. Onyedika. Back to Mingaither. Across to Kamara. Kamara. What? Nope. Not a highlight. Ramsey is up top. Switch it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, is that because No, I swear well, whatever. Thank you for noticing. Kaminsky beats his man. Gaither lashes in. And there's Martinez pushing it over. Kaminsky moved into an offside position. Stats now. We're not seeing too much going on there. In terms of the momentum, we're still in a reasonable amount of control. We're into the last 15 minutes. Onyedika under pressure finds Zaniolo. I'm not blaming Zaniolo for that. Watkins stood still. Watkins got to constantly be on the move. Camera plays it back to Martinez. Look at the man who's free. Well done. You found Digne. Digne finds Ramsey. Ramsey plays it through. Duran's touch is heavy though. Lacroix makes the tackle. Arnold now back out wide to Wimmer. Arnold's able to move it over. Merlo in midfield. Barrero. Wynn can play it behind. Kaminsky is in. Kaminsky is through. It's a great block from Pau Torres. Praise that man. Great block. Samara has came on for Gabbia. He's going to play as a centre-back potentially. Who knows? Can we get it clear? Barrero finds Maya. Another great save from Martinez. Here we go. We're now defending. We are now in the defending part of the game. Zaniolo apparently is on a 6.6. I disagree with that. He's been fantastic for us. Tempo down. Time wasting up. The world's number one. He is the world's number one. Indeed. So you reckon Merla as an inverted wingback for Arnold as Volante? Quite possibly. Here's the cross. Koza can't get there. Arnold though plays it to Merla. Merla, great reading from Kamara. Duran can relieve some of the pressure. Just takes the ball away. Wins the free kick. Great work from Duran. What are we looking at then for the opposition? So Merla has indeed come in on the left there. So is it Koza who's dropped deep? Let's make sure we're doing our marking responsibilities there. Move that time wasting up. Captain John McGinn is coming on. We've still got one stoppage after that, so we will use that. We will do this. We'll look to use that one last stoppage coming up in the last few moments. They've made some changes. Gerhardt is on. Right, and this is the last opportunity to waste some time. So, Duran. Moussa Diaby is going to come on for Zaniolo. Zaniolo has played well, but it's just a case of let's make changes. We don't need to make another change. So if they do somehow pull it back in the last few moments, we have we have 2 substitutions for injury time. Here's Barrero. Barrero gets the crossing. Can Wind win it? He can, but it's over. It's over. Ref, he could have killed him. He could have killed him. They'll be singing That Night in Birmingham. They will. Oh, is that where it is? No, where are... I don't know where the final actually is. You don't know where Villa fans are from. No, Sir Williams, they're talking about... Like Liverpool fans sing about that night in Istanbul. It's where the final is, is the city we'd be going for. So Martinez sends it forward. There's 1 minute of injury time left. Diaby, pause forward. Here's Ramsey. Can we wrap things up? Great block, though. Digne into Onyedika. Mingueza. Diaby is behind. Diaby. Oh, Diaby. Wind. Last 30 seconds. Surely this is the game over. Kadra plays it through. Gerhardt can cross it. They've got players in the box. The cross is blocked. Some good defending from Konza there. Spent the game on a yellow card. He's been disciplined. And there we go. There's a header from Gerhardt. Martinez claims. Martinez is surely man of the match. Ref has lost his whistle. We're now into this, coming up to the 7th minute of 5 minutes injury time. We have ticked into it. And it's all over. It is all over. Revenge. Revenge is sweet. Oscar Mingueza wins man of the match. Ollie Watkins and Oscar Mingueza with the goals either side of half time. Wolfsburg came at us in that second half. They finally had some chances towards the end. We hold on. We hold on. Marvellous. Marvellous stuff. I'm happy for you all. That has been a much better season, I think it's fair to say.
It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on an eel?
Adam, you are such a generous human being.
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel on an eel?
Now, we do have one other celebration song as well. I need to just play. I should have done it at the end of the game, but we had the theme tune to listen to. So let's just say... 'Cause this is Villa, no one's gonna see you from the beast of that spot. 'Cause this is Villa, you're fighting for your life against the killer, Villa. So the audio was duplicated. That was my fault because I had to turn the desktop audio on to hear the Champions League theme and then forgot to turn that off. So yeah, that's my apologies. So screw it. European title deserves 5 more. You are a gentleman. You are a scholar. You are a saint. That was gift subscriptions to Stacks FPS, Simbo Jimbo, Holo Fab, Camp Jiden, and Miles Roar. I guess that's Miles WH, but I'm going for Miles Roar. I hope you don't mind, Miles. That is a sensational adaptation. Bless you. Thank you.
It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel
on a needle? Out Farby as well, you gentlemen. That's gift subscriptions to Cheech 0302, No Wallace, Game Legend, Aaron Uliwu, Helu, Walid Knox, Young Jacobin, Major Kano, Dan Hoog Murd, Spencer the Third. Oh, out Farby, your gentleman too as well. Cordy J, by the way, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We've done it. Where was the final? Where was the final? Can't remember if it says it on here. Can we tell from the picture? Can we tell from the picture where that final is? It's in Poland. Polska Zdranapu, it says. It looks like that. It's Ray Hudson on a needle with a balloon, not the statistics. I can't keep up with this, says Quadmo. I know exactly what I mean. It looks like it's in Warsaw. There we go. Stage in Wrocław. 2-0. My word. That is some marvellous stuff. Kovac wants VAR answers because he doesn't know how to lose with grace. I don't know how to lose with grace either. In Poland, so it's probably Madrid then. It is definitely...
It's not the statistics! It's not the statistics! You tell me! How do you measure somebody that could balance a balloon in a wind tunnel
on a needle and GNG? Absolute gent. Oh my. So NYT, Javits 1993, Playmaker, Hayden 9, Bell 98, Mave 203. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much. What are these statistics? It's a balancing tunnel of statistics. What is going on? Alright, let me snooze the ads for the last time I can snooze them. We'll push them back for another 5 minutes. What does that mean? So, we have picked up 40 points. Let's do the points thing. Up here. I can't, it's too small for me to see with my lovely little interface there. So that should be 40 points for finishing second. It should be, is that 5 points for winning the Conference League? So that's 45 points. We get 2 points for every round we've progressed in a competition. So that's one progression out of the qualifying rounds. We progressed from the AFL Cup, that's 2 cup rounds. We progressed from the league phase, that's 3. We progressed with the cup 4th round, that's 4. Quarter final is 5. FA Cup 3rd round is 6. The EFL Cup semi-final is 7. The FA Cup 4th round is 8. Then we lost in the next rounds there, so we've got 8 there. Then we've got the Conference League. So Conference League is 9, 16. Quarter final is 10. Semi-final is 11. So that's 11 rounds we progress. That's another 22 points. So we've got 40 plus 5 plus 22. So that's 67 points. And then after that, we have got points for manager rating, don't we? So manager rating from the board, we have got an A. How many points is manager rating from board? I definitely can't read that. Bring up points again. That's 10 points. 10 points for manager rating on the board. That's 77. We've reduced our transfer debt. Our transfer debt was positive. No, so now our transfer debt is negative. We didn't get it down to 0 transfer debt. That's only 3 points there. And our wage spend is under 2.7. Just. Our current wage budget is 3 million, but our wage spend is 2,682. So that's 5 points there. So that is 77, that's 82, that's 85 points. 85 points we've got today. That's a better than our 50 odd yesterday. So nice to see you win the final. Hoping to win my final soon after we pretty much bottled the league. Oh, that's a shame to hear, Cordy. Showerlander, your fans seem to be very happy with my success. The board and the fans seem to be quite enthusiastic. That does seem to be the case. They're not happy about those defeats at the end of the season, which is understandable. The wind tunnel, guys, watch out for the wind tunnel. We've got to remember that. RJ is off. Good night. Thank you very much for being about, RJ. I think this channel has about 40 million subscribers based on how often I've heard that quote. Isn't it a great quote, though? I guess someone have 39,999,100,000 level of subscribers. Doing all right in that space. 140 points in total now. That would be, yes, I think that is where we're at. Not too bad. So, Crobmo, how many subs for weaving your hair into your beard reveal? So, I don't know what you're saying. Elaborate, Crobmo. Hank, I just drew a game 0-0 when my team had over 3 XG. Oh, that's painful. That is painful, Hank. That is mean-spirited. So we need to work out where we need to improve for next season. We have Rowan, the part of the Netherlands team at the FM World Cup, joining us tomorrow morning at 10:30. So he's going to help guide me a little bit along the third day, talk a bit about his experiences early on. So probably starting at 10:30, we're going to be speaking with him. So we want to try and do some of our analysis now before then, so that we can take his advice, but also we're not having to like speak and do some things there, and then we need to do our transfer window. So we want to be nice and planned. So you want me to weave my hair into my beard, so your entire head looks like a hair helmet. Okay, you have luscious long hair under that hat. I know that to be true, but it won't be luscious if it's then weaved into my hair. It'll be like all matted. Kwan says, did they have 2 goalkeepers or something? It sounds like it. Wolf lost a game 2-1 and had 4 XG. That is quite horrendous too. Right, we have an ad now coming up. So I'm going to stand up. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to pee. Then I will see you guys in about 3 minutes, where we will go through and we'll assess the squad. So we'll see you in 3 minutes. And we are back. So, Quan says, it sounds like it's Prime Mourinho ball going on against Hank there. Park the plane. Park the entire airport, more like, says Hank. That sounds fair. Simeone would be proud. He absolutely would, Cam Sparkley. So let's spend this last bit. We're going to look at where we need to improve. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? Maybe whether we're looking at trying to get Kefam to what we can do also to reduce that transfer debt so we can get those bonus points on the final day. So Emi Martinez, second season running. Last season he prevented 0.02 XG. He's prevented 0.01 XG this time round. Not particularly impressive, but he's doing the sweeping stuff. Dare I say it, I think we could potentially be looking for an improvement on Emi. We've had a number of games where we've conceded almost every shot, and I know that's an experience that we've all had regardless of how good our keepers are. But the fact that he is on 0.01 and 0.02 over the last 2 seasons, there's definitely room for improvement. Gauchi conceded a lot. He's young. He was playing games at the beginning of the season. How many points did we lose the league by? By 11. Absolutely fine. The beginning of the season, for those that weren't here, I might have had to play Joe Gauchi in the first game because of an injury to Martinez. And then I might have forgot to put Martinez back in the starting lineup for like a handful of games. 3 games, in fact. Victor Johansson also wasn't necessarily that great. He did come in. He did play behind reserves and rotation players, and he was signed as an emergency. We lost Martinez and Gauchi to injuries at the same time in January. So Victor Johansson isn't meant to be a key part. I'm fine with him as a backup. So our defenders, Ezri Konza split time almost quite evenly, played more games at centre-back than he did as a full-back. So that does kind of make this difficult. As a centre-back, he looks really progressive and dribbly and creative, which you kind of expect. As a full-back, he looks kind of the inverse of that because he's playing partly as a centre-back. The key thing is he won tackles. He's still under 70% with his headers. And that's why we signed Dookie. Dookie did win his headers. 78%, 77% tackle win rate. I'm kind of quite happy with that. Refrains from taking long shots might be quite useful there. So Hervon Ryan says, shouldn't you look at the games against the top 4 and see how they performed? We could look at the games against the top 4, but the main thing I want to focus on is kind of the general element. So, yeah, sure, we want to perform well against the top 4, but if we didn't drop points against, the massive 5-1 loss against Brighton, Man United, we lost to Newcastle again, drop points against Wolves, Newcastle, Man City there, Norwich in the league. We drew quite a bit to Norwich over the course of the season. Drop points to Brentford. So overall, we need to look at the things. If we look at a single game and we go, oh, you lost headers in that single game, that distorts things. That's why we look at bigger pictures. We're looking at high level essentially. So Playmaker, 3rd season with AC Oulu in the Finnish league, just won the title with 3 games to go. 18-4-2 record. Marvellous stuff. Huge step from last year's semi-professional team. 18-4-2, so that's only 24 games, isn't it, Playmaker? Don't you play 27? Yeah, you play 27. You play 22, then it splits, and you play each team once out of the 5. Season's 38 games, not 8, exactly. You've still got 3 games to go. Right, that makes sense, Playmaker. Fabulous work. At AC Oulu, at one point in our IFK Mariam save in the 2nd season, AC Oulu were top of the league, but they fell away a little bit at the end. They ended up finishing 4th. Dookie is doing the things that we want, which is good. I'm happy with him. Pau Torres, again, really, really pleased there. Not as progressive as he was last year. Has contributed a lot more in terms of scoring, which is great. Mingaitha came in as our right back last season. His job is to be safe with the ball and to progress it. That's really good. Winning his tackles. I'm happy with Mingaitha still. Doesn't seem to be a big need there. We'll be selling Mings over the summer, so we do want a backup left-footed centre-back. Mings, awful in the air. Awful, 55%. Otherwise, okay. Like, for backup, absolutely fine. Hayden Carter barely played. We can't judge off 103 minutes. Can't judge off the 245 minutes for Nedeljkovic either. Maybe we look to send him out on loan. Greg Taylor, that looks pretty good to me. We expect our fullbacks to lose the ball a lot, especially our attacking one on the left, and that's partly why they're creative. If we see Luca Dean by comparison, he's more creative, 0.31 expected assists, loses the ball one more time a game. That's kind of on par with what we're expecting. Isn't Dookie too slow? Don't have any issues with Dookie's pace whatsoever. He's good. He's good pace. That is more than enough for what we need. Yeah, no concerns with Dookie's pace whatsoever. Where were we? We were on Greg Taylor and Luca Dean. On to Onyedika. So a little bit of a drop off from last season. Really progressive. Not on the ball that much. Really progressive dribbling. That changed to the Volante, who dribbles more and takes more risks. We see him being creative, but they're not helping out as much as we would have liked to see in terms of pressures and possession won. What was our average possession? Yeah, it's not like we were big on possession, only 53%. So, yeah, I would hope to see more pressures there. Same story with McTominay. Not that much there, but he has done really well in possession won, dribbles, progressive passes, expected assists, scoring loads of goals as well. I think McTominay was a pretty good deal. Glad that he was transfer listed. Yeah, I meant more games and also which you lost, but it's still difficult to win against, from example Liverpool, but I understand it. Indeed, yep. So, yeah, Finnish league varies a lot. Sometimes Oulu is top team, sometimes it gets relegated. And that's part of the joy of having such a small league, isn't it? Just like one bad run of form can be the difference between relegation and being in the championship group. Also, it would only be 8 games, and that's a bit too small for a statistically valid sample. Exactly, Rich. Exactly. Yeah, McTominay, delighted he was transfer listed. I think that could count as 15 million well spent. Boubacar, now he's not as progressive because he's been playing in the more defensive role, and that's the more defensive role I expect to be more on the possession one side, which is good. Needs to be a little bit less careless with the ball. So maybe that Kev from 2am suggestion is something that we're going towards. I think we could possibly improve there. John McGinn is unhappy that he didn't get to start many games. He did only play 55 games during the course of the season, of which he started 25. Really good going forwards, winning his tackles. Again, I would have wanted to seen him pressuring from that midfield spot. Risotto 27, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Ravi Alfonso, no way. Whoever gifted me, I wasn't looking. Thank you, my guy. So, Ravi, let's see if I can go back and find out who gifted you. Were you in the Out Fabby group? You weren't in the Out Fabby group, I'm afraid. You weren't in the Adam group. You might have been in an earlier Adam group where I couldn't see it. It didn't come up. It just said I would. I'll find out and I'll say thank you. I'll say thank you on your behalf. But welcome in, Ravi. Michael Elise didn't play enough minutes because he got injured, but really encouraging start. We want him to be creative and dribbly, and he did those things. Not as much pressures as we want. We want to be pressing high, obviously. Ramsey's not that great with his pressures either. But yeah, good goals, good expected assists, double figures for both, which is great. Despite making that horrendous error. Oscarson is still out for like another 2 months. He scored when he got the chance. Zaniolo, were we right to buy Zaniolo? He is 19.5 million, so we'll see. I think that's pretty decent. Outscored, good with his creativity. Did get a red card, did have some injuries. So Chris Norton-Walker, someone's still on. Someone is still on. We have got another half an hour to go, Chris. Another half an hour. How are you doing? How's your day been? Holy Fab says, Twitch subscriptions here. You can see your gifted subs. Ah, fabulous. Thank you for that, Holy Fab. So Hervan Ryan says, yep, that I understand. But I'd like to find the key to succeed. Also in difficult moments where you don't have the quality or fitness, just tactics or influencing from the sideline. So Ravi says, yeah, I'm already watching ours. Just have it on in the background, so I didn't notice until I got a notification. Cool. Until you watch the NFL? No NFL, unfortunately. No, because I'm back on again, another 12-hour stream tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. GMT. We're doing Season 3. Yes, Zaniolo, I think, has been good. Moussa Diaby breathes me encouraged there. None of them are pressuring particularly well. That has got to be our concern. Lundstrom, goal output was bad. His creativity, though, was great. And not as dribbly as we would have liked. Maybe, he was only like a 5 million signing. £5 million signing, that's fine. As a backup, maybe we do want a little bit more from that left-hand side. And then strikers, Watkins. So Diaby we actually kind of have to consider as a striker as well, don't we? 36 games on the wing, 13 up front. Bit of an in-betweener. Ollie Watkins, brilliant again. 0.7 goals per 90 last season, 0.79 this time around, pardon me. So pretty delighted with that. Emega was signed for 18.5 million. More creative, not as prolific, but was outscoring. Yeah, I think Emega's been okay, even after a pretty bad stinker. And John Duran with 0.76 goals per 90 as well. All of them have been great. I'm really happy with that strike force. Those guys are pretty cool. We don't need to worry about that. So we might look once again to try and improve that left wing position. We need a backup centre back as well. And possibly see if we can get something a little bit more out of this. John McGinn wants to leave as well, so we're definitely going to need a fourth midfielder. Elise has come in to play on the right wing to challenge Zaniolo and Diaby. So we do kind of have flexibility with playing Diaby and Zaniolo up front if needs be. So let's have a look at what we've got going on in terms of centre backs, preferably ones with left feet. General preferred foot left. So let's just have a look there. But thank you all, and of course, especially MustermannFM. Have a nice evening, and we'll follow you soon again. It's lovely having you along, Herban. I really, really wish, though, I could have had a slice of that cake. Shame you live so far away. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. So Ravi got a Valorant gift sub. Right, that's a bonus sub. Anyone who subs 5 times, Valorant give out a bonus one. Rich says, I find it really interesting that the USA is such a Christian country, and yet they play NFL on Christmas Day. It's a big thing over there. It's the same with their Thanksgiving as well. I know Thanksgiving isn't a Christian thing, but they like to fill up their major holidays with sports. So I get it. 287 minutes justice for Rodgers, so says Go Mandes. Look, I'm sure Rodgers would turn out to be a good player, but it's just not quite been there for him this season. So we want someone who can tackle and someone who can head. Standard kind of things, really. Tackle completion rate, stats, aerial, header 1 ratio. We're looking for 70, so probably around 73 there. About 78 there would be good on tackle completion rate. And so we could go for Chaddy Riyad, but he's going to be expensive. Marco Birch isn't. He looks like he could be quite cheap. That could be a player to do. So it's not. I've deliberately not saved the game right now so that I end up saving it after I've done the shortlisting. So Marco Birch actually didn't play enough minutes for that to be worthwhile. So let's ignore that. Luizao at West Ham. He also didn't play. Right, okay, we need to do some minimum minutes as well. Stats general, minutes. We'll pop it up at 1,000. Right, Ari Mbaye is got his contract expiring. Played 2,000 minutes. His average rating looks poor, but he's won his headers, he's won his tackles. Not on the ball that much. So he's not on the ball that much, which means there's less opportunities for him to lose the ball. Probably defending more, so that's more opportunities to win the ball back as well. Luizao indeed. So Adam, right, my man, time to dash. Hopefully I'll be able to drop in at some point tomorrow in between family visits. Thank you so much for popping along. I really do appreciate it. And yes, stats reset early in the Prem. So we're going to highlight these guys, add them to shortlist, and basically try and buy them before we even go any further. Night Dude, yep, indeed. Showerlander, I wanted to take the chance to thank you for the stream. Such a nice thought of you. Had a brilliant time the last 2 days. Sadly, I can't join tomorrow to complete the challenge with you. That's absolutely no worries at all. I've really appreciated you being along, Showerlander. Like, if you want to, you can pop into the Discord, you can submit your saves. I'm not putting like a time limit on for anyone. So if you want to do the 3rd season at a separate time, you can do it and submit it all anyway. I mean, like, this is all for a bit of fun, ultimately. So nobody needs to do anything at the same time if they don't want to. And yeah, I'm going to trust that like people aren't cheating when they submit scores or anything like that. So yeah, like, it'd be lovely to see you in the Discord. Obviously, no obligation on that either. So Bright Arian B has been a go-to signing in quite a few recent MFMs for me. Cheap and reasonably capable. I mean, like, he's a name I know is pretty solid. So I think he's going to make the shortlist for certain, especially considering, I mean, we can get him in on a free. That's massive, and then we get that small bit of cash from Mings. That would do all right. So Hjelde here, playing in the championship, we'd want to expect a little bit more. He wins his tackles at a good rate. Again, not on the ball much. How many of his games have been at centre back? All of them. I'm happy to keep an eye on Hjelde. Shortlist, and that's the difficulty, especially with backups as well. So Uduakai is a quality player that pops up quite a lot often as well. He is injury prone, but he does like to bring ball out of defence. So a good a good backup, you'd think, to Pau Torres. That don't look good. That don't look good. And that's our options. That's the 5 players. We've got Joaquin as well at Trabzonspor. Yeah, that's not there. So Arian B, Hjelde as our possible options there would be really good. Marvellous. Defensive midfielder, foot doesn't matter. What we wanted here more than anything else was pressures. So it was around 13, I think, that we wanted. We'll go to 11. And there is Kefim Turam. Very expensive. Very expensive. So we're not going to be considering him. Danilo at Nottingham Forest. He does pressure. He does dribble. Those are 2 things that we want to see. He is more of a playmaker type. He's on the ball a lot. Doesn't do enough of the other parts. João Gomes. So I assume we relegated Wolves as well, because they were in the relegation zone and we beat them on the final day. So João Gomes, is that a minimum fee release clause or something? Or that's just the asking price they've got for him? Pressures, possession 1, doesn't really help get progress the ball in any sense there, but might have the traits to do so. Could be an old scout report with a higher value for Thuram, though. It could be. Sure, we'll get them to scout fully. It's very rare that unless he's transfer listed, it's going to be quite a surprise if his price drops with 4 years on his contract. So Gomes, yeah, kind of underwhelming there. We could get Yuri Tielemans back. How much did we sell him for? Was it 50? It was for 50. We could get him back for a 12 million discount, potentially. So Showlander, I'm going to submit when I'm finished. Thank you. I'm not going to try to cheat, but I hope I can count the points right. Absolutely. I'm sure. As I say, I'm going to trust everyone anyway. But I think you've got a good chance of doing very well. Some fantastic results in those seasons, especially today. Well done, man. Boudawi. Hitchin Boudawi, good personality. 30 million is also quite dear. And possession lost isn't great, especially when there's no creativity to go with it. Could Josh Cullen be a surprise signing? Josh Cullen, potentially. He is a water carrier type. I don't mind that too much. Not on the ball much. But when he is, he's dribbling, he's creating. That's kind of mid. Really good in terms of the pressures. 20 million is a bit steep for a 29-year-old with that kind of output. Renato Sanchez is joining Brighton. Jibril Sow. How did Sow get on? Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping that someone's going to really stand out. Sow does in an attacking sense. Saul does in an attacking sense. Something a little bit more rounded. Potentially. Harrison Reed. I mean, we did call up... So when we were doing the Tuchel video, we did call up Harrison Reed to the England squad, shockingly. But yeah, this is the stuff that I want them performing well in. I'm less concerned. Obviously, as a Segundo Volante, we want them to impact the final third. But I essentially want everything to be good. And I know that's a big ask there. So the 0102 database, how the hell does Maldini have first touch of 7? Really? Maybe it's because Maldini was rubbish. I think that's what it is. It's quite famously, Paolo Maldini is not a very good player. I think that's what it is. Time to get cancelled for that, I'm sure. Scandalous, says Quadmo. Scandalous indeed. Right, none of those guys really impressed me. What about if we go to accomplished? Illich, potentially, he's more of a playmaker type. I do recognise that, and we don't have full knowledge there. Lewis Ferguson's more of an attacking player, but could we have a fully Scottish midfield? Go for McGinn, McTominay, and Lewis Ferguson. Bring in Shankland. Could Lucas Paqueta be the option deeper? Surely not. Typo maybe. Anyway, we have a pressing trigger on him. That makes sense, to be fair. Tom FM didn't even know who Maldini was, so you're on my good side for now. Shocking. Like, Tom FM isn't old, but he's not that young to not know who Maldini is. Shocking. Also, Tom FM is really tall. Like, absurdly tall. Strazza Closer says, isn't even on your skin easy to cheat if people just buy the players they would usually buy when playing with attributes? So what's saying? So isn't even on your skin easy to cheat if people just buy the players they would usually buy when playing with attributes? I mean, so when you play with, you can play with my skin however you like. I mean, you don't have to do it for a data-led perception. You can use data, but you could search players for attributes this way. You could base all your decisions on attributes if you so wish, and just use the statistics to confirm or deny the kind of things that you were looking at. Like there's no cheating there at all. Obviously, anyone who's playing along as well with this, I don't expect them to be using my skin. I use my skin because that's the way I know how to play, the way I'm comfortable with. But like, yeah, this challenge doesn't require you to go attributeless. Doesn't require that, as I've said before, there's no restrictions on how you play. Just, be a little bit honest. If you're going to submit, don't save scum. Probably be the literally only rule that we'd have. Did we look at Berger? Berger does the defensive stuff. Quadmo, fun fact, Arrigo Sacchi was originally going to use Maldini as a right back, but they decided to use Tassotti there, and Maldini went to left back. The rest is history. The rest is history indeed. Pack, worth a punt. Like, he's not the player we're looking for, though, is he? We surely you don't want Pack as a defensive midfielder. Like, we might look at him when we're looking. I know he's left-footed, but we are looking for players further forward, so it is quite possible that he will be in contention there. Matthias Jensen, underwhelming. Andy Diouf, 22 years old, asking to leave. Underwhelming. Arne Engels in second Bundesliga, maybe not. Jibril Sow we've looked at. Morten Frendrup. Frendrup came up yesterday as well as a possibility. Thank you, sir. Our results were hand in hand most of the time, but then I had a little more luck in some games, so you can certainly be proud too. I'll catch up to you tomorrow. When you eventually submit, tomorrow will be the one that we go for. Oh, Flower of Scotland, says GNG. We've got to go for a Scottish. Season 3 is where we turn Aston Villa Scottish. He was so good, though he'd probably make a decent fist of playing up front. I mean, yeah, like wherever you play Maldini, he was going to be good. For me personally, I've become far better using the Musterman skin and scouting with statistics. A lot less frustration when your striker with 20 finishing misses because you don't know what he is supposed to be good. Yep, that certainly I can see how that is. I like that it frees me from having to wonder about the difference between like 11 and 12. Yeah, now no one is standing out here. Josh Brownhill we've looked at. Gabriel Sara, someone mentioned Gabriel Sara earlier. I do like him. Tackle win rate is great. He's doing his pressures. He is a little. So we've seen a lot of players whose possession loss has been up around like 13 or so. Not on the ball that much. So you would expect him to be better in terms of possession loss, though. Maybe not. Good personality, quite dear. Ludovic Rice. Yeah, I have a feeling we might have to just stick with what we've got going on in terms of our midfielders. Maybe hope that McGinn changes his mind and wants to stay. So that's a little bit worrying there. Right, okay. So Kwan says team ability might have some players' stats flawed. You are always going to have some impact by the way that the teams that you play for impact their tactical approach as well. But ultimately the point is focusing on what players actually do. Rice is a good Segundo, reckons Flux. He's not been